A live demonstration in sheer. Nevertheless, the Gemara tells us that that's not even half of what a person has to do for Kudat Aim. A real test would be if you took his money and destroyed it through the ocean and you don't see it. The Rebbe says so much is Kudat Aim, severe Avera, if you over on it. Praiseworthy is a person that was born without parents, because that's how chomer it is. With Chas v'Shalom you're over on it. He himself, Rebbe, was a yatzim from a father and a mother, and so was Abaya, although throughout Shas, at least 15 times, Abai says, Omrli Aim, says the Gemara, Aim is not his real mother, Aim is the woman who brought him up. Ravasi wanted to be careful with Kudat Aim. His mother, when the guy says she lost her mind, she ran away to Yisrael. When he heard that she's coming to Yisrael, he wanted to go out and meet her and try to get a heter from Rabbi to meet her at Yisrael. Rabbi wasn't so happy. He said, listen, I'm not going to be upset if you leave. So he left. By the time he got his mother, she was already left. And he felt really bad that he left her at Yisrael for no reason. When a person, instead of using his father's honor, send me out of here, get me out of here in honor of my father. Instead of saying that, he says, in my honor. That's not clear that way. When a father dies, he should say, Abba Moiri, Hareini Kafarsi Slavai, Halavai, his both should put his ownership on myself. And afterwards, he says, according with Rothschild, lost my what we say today, the voice side, have a wonderful day. But then, like 2 weeks later, I saw Copper get beat by a woman. One of these big bitches from Tennessee. I mean, she's big. Probably Mississippi, North Mississippi. Okay, this big bitch whipped his ass. Kiddushin Daf Lamed Beis. How's everybody doing? The halacha is like the mandama that says that when you eat without the air, you don't have to use your own money, use your parents' money. However, if you have to stop working in order to do so without air, you must do so even though it's going to cost you at the end. You're preventing yourself from gaining money. If your father decides to throw his own wallet and waste money, throw the wallet into the ocean, even if you're the Yerush, you're going to inherit this, you're not allowed to say anything. So Huna, he was Michael his own father to the son, and he tested him by ripping his clothing on the scene. He wanted to see if the son was going to be upset, need to pass. The Gemara tells us that you're permitted to give your own son Meiser Ani. That's the Meiser, 10% of what's left over from your clothes that you just use the Meiser. On years 3 and 6, you give it to the Ani. So if your son is poor, you're permitted to give him from the Meiser Ani. But your own father, somebody's father, you're not allowed to give him unless he has nothing else. Because Ziva Milsa, it's not nice to give your father Meiser Ani. When a father makes a mistake in halacha, you have to tell him, there's a passage in the Torah that says this and this. And he'll understand by himself that he made a mistake. Halacha is like easy. That if you have 2 things in front of you, you have a mitzvah of, let's say, burying the mace. You have to do that away. If it's a mitzvah that can be done with somebody else, let's say done for Rabbi, you let somebody else do that mitzvah and you do that away. Otherwise, the other mitzvah is first because you and your father, you both in that mitzvah. That halacha is a father who's moifel on his covenant. It's a good mafila. He can be moifel on his covenant. Rava agrees that even a Talmud Chacham, because a Talmud Chacham, the Torah is considered his own Torah. Yes, it says in the Pasuk that it's Hashem's Torah, but it says in the Pasuk also, the second Pasuk in Tehillim, your own Torah you shall learn day and night. So therefore, I can take that Torah, as long as it's not a bishop for the Torah, and I could be my father. Yet, Rabbi himself, when his son got married, he went around the wedding and he's pouring everybody l'chai. And he was upset, he was makbid on the Amirayim that didn't stand up for him. Yes, he belittled himself and he's saying, I don't want covet, but he expected them to show at least a hint of covet by standing up slightly off their chair, just to show that they're makbid on his gathers. The machlokes by the Nasi of Klal Yisrael, the head of Klal Yisrael, the head of the Sanhedrin, machlokes is whether you learn from Avraham Avinu, that Avraham Avinu was a human being, he went and he put himself down by feeding the malachim, which he didn't know that were malachim. They looked at Arab.
Fortunately, we learn from the Baruch Hu himself, who every single day sets our table, gives us sustenance, and he's putting himself down, Kabbalah. So, according to everybody, a king is not allowed to be marked on his covet, but a Nasi is marked on his covet. A king, it says, king, soin kasma lachamela. You have to have fear of the king. So he's not allowed to be marked on his covet. The sugya of standing up for Zakim, like say the Takum, according to Tanakama, since it doesn't say Takum Badarto twice, so it's mashma, it's one, there's one. He's a Zakan, he's a Zakim, and a Chacham. He's an older person, and also Tanakh Chacham. According to Yesai Gili, since it doesn't say Mekine save a Zakim, it's mashma that he's also a Yonik and a Chacham. In other words, even a younger person who's a Chacham doesn't stand up. According to Isi Ben Yehuda, Seiva means every old person. So we have a 3 million machlokes. In other words, a person who's not a chacham, who just happens to be an older person over 70, according to Isi, you're free to stand up for him. Boisai, have a wonderful day.
Nobody can read with your bug eye.
Kiddushin Daf Lamed Gimel. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. Today is Erev Rosh Hashanah, and I'd like to take this opportunity to give everybody a bracha. It should be a year of simchas, of health, zon, nachas from our children, Shalom Bayis, Arnosa Bereva, a year of getting close to the Rebbeinu Shalom, a year of learning Torah and not missing a day of Torah. And I really hope you have it in your heart, down from me on Rosh Hashanah, so that Arichas Yom and be able to continue giving shiurim. As we were discussing yesterday, the 3 shittas when it comes to standing up for Talmud Chacham, an older person, we'll make it simpler. The Torah says the word Seva and the word Zakah. So according to Tanakama, you need both. You need that the person should be an older person over 70 and also Talmud Chacham, otherwise you don't have to stand up for him. So if you have a young Talmud Chacham, you don't stand up for him. The Yesai Gili says, no, they're independent. If he's old, even if he's not a Talmud Chacham, you stand up for him. And if he's a Talmud Chacham, even if he's not old, you stand up for him. The Buddha says a tremendous thing. If Zakin is a Russia, you stand up for him because he's a Zakin. If he's a Talmud Chacham and he's young, you also stand up for him. And guess what? The Gemara Paskins, like Isi Ben Yehuda, you stand up for a Russia. The Gemara says the comparison between Hidur and just like Hidur doesn't have to start kiss, you don't have to come out of pocket. So too, when it comes to Kima, in other words, you don't have to stop work when a Chacham walks by, but you learn from this. A person who's actually working doesn't stand up for Talmud Chacham, but he does stand up for those who are coming to Yerushalayim with their first fruits of Bikurim, and he asks them how they're doing, because Chaviva mitzvah b'shaita, when you do a mitzvah, you're more chashuv than Talmud Chacham. Another Tzaddik Gemara says, because we don't want to discourage those who are bringing the Bikurim to Yerushalayim. We want them to come next year and have a great feeling, so let them feel good. Rashi says this, enough room to keep shocking is, what if the person is very cautious? He's going to come next year anyway. So you don't have to just say Shalom Aleichem to him and everything. But if the child is the mitzvah is more cautious, then you do. In a base actually say this America's the bathroom or bathhouse, you don't stand up. But the outer rooms that people are clothed in, you do stand up with them properly. This is a whole story. Shimon was in the base of America, they didn't stand up for him. No Raya says the Gemara exactly where he was standing. It's possible he's standing in the inside room, and his father said maybe they're thinking of learning. Rabbi, the Rabbi said maybe they're thinking of learning. Because what he meant is, somebody is very involved in learning all day, even when he goes to the base of America, sometimes he can't control his mind and he's thinking and learning. Torah says, be a race. You should have fear about this Baruch. Baruch knows what's going on in your mind. So don't play games. Don't close your eyes as the Talmud Chacham is coming into your chiyuv, into the Daled Amos, and as he comes to the Daled Amos, oops, I don't see him. My eyes are closed. Hashem knows that you're playing games, and don't try to get out of it. You stand up for your Rabbi Muvah, your permanent Rebbe, when he's within Daled Amos, and the Ab Bezdin, as far as your eye could see. You sit down after Dalit Am. When it comes to a Nasi, you have to wait until he sits down. It says, Boyu Ahoyla. The Lord tells us you only stand up for your Rebbe twice, once in the morning, once in the evening, because even for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you only say Shema twice. Nevertheless, a Talmid Chacham should be careful not to make people stand up for him. In fact, if a Talmid Chacham goes out of his way to make sure they don't stand up for him, he'll get Arichas Yomim. But if you're a Talmid Chacham and you don't stand up for your Rebbe, you're considered a Rasha, you don't have Arichas Yomim, and you forget the learning. Rabbi would be upset to curse those who were learning Torah and say, "Oh, I don't stand up for my Rebbe because I'm learning Torah." Get cursed for that. The people from Muslim Chasio, they were so used to Talmid Chachamim that they didn't even put on a head covering when they walked in front of Talmid Chachamim. The Yochanan would give honor and stand up for a non-Jew because all elderly non-Jew went through a lot in his life and realized the nisim that his brother did for him. Abai would give old man his hand, his brother would send a shliach, or Nachman would send his officers. Nachman said, if not for my Torah, I'll be just another Nachman in the marketplace. Therefore, it doesn't befit someone that learns Torah to help the non-Jew. I'll let my officers help. And why has a suffix? If the son is the father's Rebbe, does the son stand up for the father? Does the father stand up for the son? Why is it suffix? In fact, Shmuel told his Talmud, Rabbi Yehuda, you should stand up for your father. But on the other side, his father's Rabbi Cheskel. He's the big Talmud, so maybe even Shmuel stood up for him. Maybe everybody should stand up for him. The Gemara says that a Chacham that's on an animal, there's two ways to look at it. You say that Chacham is sitting. If you look at it as the animal standing, does he have a halacha somebody sitting? A halacha somebody walking, maybe you have to stand up. So the Gemara says that somebody that's on an animal is likely to stand. You see this halacha by Evan, guys. The Evan of the Mitzvah that has tzaras on it. It's Mekama B'Layla. If it's in a room or under a tree, everything under the tree becomes punah. But that's only if the person holding the stone is sitting. Like the Mitzvah who's sitting. The Pasuk says you have to be in a sitting position. So therefore, you see the idea that even though the person is standing, the stone is considered standing. If the person is sitting, the stone is considered. So too, the person is on an animal, it goes by the animal. For the animal standing, the person is considered to stand. We all stand up for the Sefer Torah. Why? Because we make a Talmid Chacham that learns from the Sefer Torah, you stand up for him, you stand up for the Sefer Torah. But for Yisai, have a wonderful day and an unbelievable year.
This was impressive. I've never heard anyone come up to ask me that. I don't even ask you, I just get a track.
Okay, Rabbi, I hope you all have serious Kasima Pego, and the Mike Kasima Pego. I feel like we've done the balance, and let me hey, and someone said, get together, I'll put it together at the end of that day. Now, in 8 minutes? Okay, so decided. Sometimes the players do the rules. But what I'm talking about, you can use the rules, not necessarily 100%, even 50%. Except for this, doesn't mean that it's only accept this, you accept the other thing too. Like we see by Abel, because it's used for Abel. Any type of food, besides water or salt, it's not the only thing. Also, you can't use mushrooms because also we don't give you any, we don't sustain it. So, over here also, we have a rule that says that a woman is obligated to every mitzvah to slave. If it's not man drama, it's not has to be a time. If she's helping, if she doesn't have to do any mitzvah to slave, it has to be a time. So it's man drama. Now, it's not 100% because before that, now, where do we look for it? The little from Phyllis. Also obligated to where we don't do it on Sabbath, and ladies don't have to do it. Some people don't have to do any other mission to take up time to them. For example, example, so they are obligated to sell this with a fake, as non-global, like Master. The reason is because Master, the thing says, Master is like woman. They was obligated not to come, is obligated to yes to Master. Don't for Hacker, they was obligated to come for Hacker. So, the reason is not teaching you the whole thing, is the obligated also a use of a fake. It's not his global. You don't get here, you don't get tired of every use of a fake. It's not global. So I just makes you in the whole death because Hacker is not needed. That's the teach you there is no collective Hacker government. Even if you says that you do it, it's not in the way that. But you continue to by there's a Hacker to tell us something that's always like salad, and when you have a Hacker, you don't whatever that's fake. So it's not normal. Also, it's not like the point that I was made. They hold the shit in all the time. So, right. When she was a little bit saying, nothing like that. So, I've never been at a problem. She said that I always make you away from her. Oh my God, yeah. From Moscow and Moscow. That's not like a buyer. Says the ladies are not obligated to use that stuff. The obligation of the husband to make happy, that's when we find the mitzvah by Allah, that's usually according to Allah, the obligation to also make sure he's happy. Now, mitzvah of food, man woman, and mitzvah of Iyah, which are also man woman, both of them, ladies are also in the food, and cover in the house. So, ladies are also one of the things, especially if they're just send this back. Fuck it, I don't want to get anything here. Then I got to play with you until I went back down. Oh my God, nobody gives a shit. You can't take cakes and this like there's no that. And I told them, when you tell them that, you can see a difference, but that's why I can't. Okay, the ladies are talking. Some mitzvahs say, even though it's not a Hashem, this is Torah, speaking of him, and 2 years ago. So that's how we learn the possible mitzvahs say that are not as Hashem because only these and not the others. Or we learn it from feeling as we saw, so the Torah says it's only feeling the possible. Yeah. Or we learn it from feeling. That feeling, our mitzvahs say as man groma, and the Torah says they're possible, meaning that every mitzvahs say which are not as man groma, so I know all the time they are obligated to do. Now, first of all, I'm going to look for the interesting thing. He holds two of the video ladies are obligated. You know? So now we have one mitzvah, which is not as man groma, which is higher. Now we have another mitzvah that everyone agrees to. It's moivo ava two davo a, which is not as man groma. And ladies are also obligated in that mitzvah. So now, if they're not married, now they have two mitzvahs, I say, which are not as man groma, but they're obligated. So why isn't that making a bunch of effort? Don't teach this anywhere else. That's what the Gemara is telling you. That they both need it. says when one from the other, you need both. It's not considered to be avoiding therefore. Okay. Now we're moving to mitzvahs low taxa. And that's what mitzvah says that they're obligated in every single mitzvah low taxa besides you. So what's the reason they're tied low taxa? So there's a rule in the process. The process teaches that they're teaching the men don't teach about Rabbi, low taxa. Mountain fell out. Also, being any being which has to do with business, monetary issues, things like that. And also, if anyone kills a woman, or not kills a woman, they have to say, no, look, it's killing many other people. They don't think it's the right whole thing. They look at the right only because they're obligated in untruth, I would think, equivalent to the follow, the right being, I would think, because that's the only way they can live. And the right, like Esau, I would think that the thing like happened that because right, that's why. Because it's there, that is like the man, that's why I mean. The lady is also culture, is a very culture from the issue of too much milk, there's not too much milk. And she's allowed to be the woman because the culture is the may have it, not the may have it. That's what is only done. Now, she's also culture from changing the parents or has got a knock on it, it's a nice, it's not here. And the reason is because you know, you can say, I want to get knock on the family knock on. And it's small, doesn't have a beard, or if you get a shovel, you have the word chaos, you know, you get a shovel. Now, you wouldn't have got the word chaos, you still have a good thing. But then you would use it to show us that different halacha, teach you only the way of teaching us shaving the beard. You're not allowed to shave a beard, and that's what something that's pulled it out, or scissors, you're allowed to shave the beard with scissors, or something that's pulled out the hair. So that's why the Torah wrote the word chaos extra to teach you that it's a full generation. Don't think that the Bnei Aharon by Tumah, which only on the Tumah it also goes on shaving, which is in the same process. The Gemara says that we find a place that says that if a lady or a student have a beard, it's got a beard. So what is it talking about? It's not talking about shaving because she's allowed to shave it in whatever way she wants. The Gemara answers it's talking about Tumah Negoim. There's a difference in halacha between Tumah and Nega, which is any other where there's hair. So if she has a beard, it's considered like she has a beard. Because being a Tumah Negoim, that has this unique halacha for a place with hair. Have a good day, Steel.
I just hung out with them. He came and stayed with me. And Andy Andrus and fucking Junior Stopka. Alright, they all came and hung out at my house. It was fucking hilarious. Those motherfuckers. Oh my god. Okay, if anybody out there has any entertainment, put a camera on those motherfuckers. They're all degenerates.
Kedushin Daf Lamed Vav. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. Sitting here on Tzim Gedalia. Hope it's a means fast for everybody. Is the Isser the Raisa of Karfa, which is if a person out of pain, losing a close relative or somebody that you know, rips out your hair from their head, you're over on the Isser of Karfa. This he comes up with a big picture and says this Isser doesn't apply to women. Why does he say that? Because they have a three-way machlokes. They also say because it says in the passage the word bottom, and bottom refers to sons, not daughters. The fact that the Torah says Amtish, the entire nation, is referring to another Isser called Gdida. Gdida and Srita are very similar. According to Isser, they're the same. Gdida is where a person takes a tool and rips his skin out of pain for the mace, and Srita is with his hand. Now, he holds that Gdida is in the entire body. Everybody holds it's on the entire body of the skin, whereas Karfa is only in the head. So therefore, he removes that Isser. Says that doesn't apply to women. Rabbi and Rabbi have different reasons. Rabbi and Rabbi both say that the word banim doesn't refer to sons, rather refers to children. It says, they both say that all of Klal Yisrael considers banim regardless. And we're going to get into it a little bit. So according to Abaya, this is going to hold as a Jewish Shava from Karfa from the Kahana. Now without the Jewish Shava, you would think that, as you see in the parasha, it says, in the beginning it talks about the sons of Aaron. Does it refer to the entire parish afterwards, including Pasuk Hey that says about Karfa? Because without the Gzir Shava, I would say the Pasuk Gimel makes a break. From coming to a sister who's never married, that applies also to women. Women should bury a sister that was never married. That's a positive. That's a mitzvah to say. Go ahead and bury them. So perhaps it's a hefsek with all the lois essays that come after that. So the Beit Iron doesn't apply to Pasuk Hey, correct? Plus you have Zera Shava, it does. According to Rabbi, this Zera Shava only comes to teach us that Karcha is not just being in Achem like the Pasuk says. It's referring to the entire head, all here, in the back, in the front, and the side. And if a person rips out 5 different places of his head simultaneously, he's chayav 5 times. And it only applies, you rip out your ear for a mace. Rabbi doesn't hold like a Bible. You can learn a second Zera Shava from the extra pay of Karcha. So Rabbi learned the Zera Shava, being in Achem from Tefillah. Just like tefillin, women are potter from wearing tefillin, so too they're potter from the issue of Karcha. When Rabbi uses the Zera Shava, being in Achem, teach us that tefillin must be put on the head where there's hair. And in fact, we brought in the shir that if you put your tefillin shorosh slightly below the roots of your hair, in other words, if somebody has long hair coming down, that's not the muffin. The muffin is where the roots are. If it's slightly past that, the shir says it's not yaitza, and it's a bracha of akala. It's possible a person wears tefillin his entire life, he's never yaitza. According to Yehuda, blind Yisrael are considered bottom only when they act like do the proper thing. According to the mayor, even when they act the shtus, or they're not loyal, aimon, or mashkisa, if they do have a desire, they're considered bottom. The person does tshuva after he does have a desire. Not only is considered a ben, but he's considered a ma'aliyah, a great son. The Mishnah tells us, Banu Mishnah, there's a pasuk that the following things don't apply to women at all. These are avodas in the Beis Hamikdash. First one is smicha, where when you bring carbon, you lean your entire body weight on the carbon. Something that doesn't apply to women. Nufa, take a mincha, and you shake it like a lulav. Forwards, backwards, up, down. Besides, a mincha saita and a nezira, which do apply to women. Women doesn't do the avodas behind doing malika, which is the way you chef a bird in the Beis Hamikdash with your thumbnail, hazah, sprinkling of the blood, even that of a bird, because it's not a flavor that you learn from an animal. An animal, you can do shechita with the Yisrael. Yisrael's covered with the shechita. From that point on, you can get over it. But when it comes to a bird, the meat is only the kind, so certainly from that point on, it has to be done with the and not a woman. The hazah of the paraduma is sprinkled before the Beis Hamikdash by paraduma, and harapini and kippy being a har. That's pasha. That's refers to something that's only the same day. You see the blood after only a kohen, not a woman. Hagasha, it takes the mincha in its pot and touch the southwest part of the mizbeach. That's not a woman. Mitzah, put your hand into the flour and grab 3 fingers worth of flour to make a mitzvah. That's only by a man. And Hashkara, I'm putting the carbon onto the mizbeach. You learn the idea of nuva with the kohen from the Saita, and the fact that it has to be the owner as well. We learned that from Shana. Make it Zera Shava. Yad, that the kohen together with the Bailon, even the Saita, the kohen does together with her, and that's what we do for Rabbi. Have a wonderful day. Kedushin Daf Lamed Zayin. How's everybody doing? And welcome to the 8-minute Daf. The Mishnah tells us that any mitzvah that's coming on the land, on the karta, or on the growth that comes out of the land, like Shemitah, that's a mitzvah that only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Besides 2 mitzvahs, Arla and Isser, to have any benefit, any hana from foods that are less than 3 years old, and Klayim, that's putting together 2 species of plants. And that's Allah Mishmesina that those 2 things also apply in Chutzpah. According to Lezer, the word Moishad means every single place. Therefore, the Isser of Kadosh, and that is that all grain that took root before the second day of Pesach is usher until Isser applies every single place, even a football is according to the Muslim. That's how most people in the passing today. Isser Chodesh applies a football as well. Rabbi Shmuel says that the word Moshe you inherit Eretz Yisrael and you settle in it, Yerusha and Yeshiva. And therefore, the Isser of Chodesh only applies in Eretz Yisrael and not above. In other words, according to Raza, when it says the word Bia and Moshe, and some say that it applies also when the word Bia, as we learned from Bikurim and the make yourself a king. And it's not considered Shnei Ksuvim Abanka, but typically speaking, when you have one halacha in the Torah, you take that one halacha, you learn the entire Torah from that one halacha. When you have two psukim saying the same exact thing, Shnei Ksuvim Abanka ain't melamdi. Because Baruch is saying it's only these two places. However, if each one of those places has a chief result, there's a reason why the Torah said this and this. So now you can learn from them. So what's the chief result? By Bikurim, the person has a hana, immediate satisfaction when he has fruit. So you think, why wait for 14 years until you inherit Eretz Yisrael and divide up Eretz Yisrael? Bring Bikurim right now. Does the pasuk know? You wait for 14 years. I think that Bikurim is like challah. Challah, the Torah says b'vayach, and immediately when you come to Eretz Yisrael, you chayav in challah. Bikurim is also something you give to the Torah. On the flip side, king, I would also think that it's something that you should do immediately when you go to Eretz Yisrael. The king leads the war. I need a leader. I need a general for the war. Mashal no. You wait 14 years. That's why that an individual who brings the suffering, who brings the carbon, the carbon is required to bring oil, to bring wine, the suffering, you bring wine. That only applies once you have Yeshiva 14 years in Eretz Yisrael. The point of it is that the individual was already bringing the suffering in the mikvah. So when the Torah says that when you come into Yisrael, what's going on when I come to Yisrael? What changed? I already brought this up. And the Kiva means that when you have a Bamas Yachid, you have your own private mizbeach in your backyard. When you come into Yisrael, what changed is now you start bringing the sukkah on that private Bama, whereas in the mikvah you did it. Any mitzvah that's dependent on the person, not on the ground, like Shabbos, Mila, etc., that you have to do all over the world. Zara, the source says straight out, all over the world. Now, it says, which we say that Moshe, by Shabbos, to teach us that this applies everywhere around the world. But that you don't need to do Kiddush, you don't have to do Kaddish. All other items, Rosh Hashanah, Kippur, Sukkot, it's dependent on Bezdin, the Kaddish, the month in Yehuda. Once you know when there's Kiddush HaChadesh, you know when Yom Tov. It's our thing that maybe every Shabbos is dependent on Bezdin saying, oh, the days of Kiddush. No. That Kosh Baruch was Mekadesh, Yisrael, and Shabbos. The issue that we have to eat fast, blood, today, not only in the time when it's Kurbanis, even though it says the halacha by Kurbanis, because we have this idea of Moshe everywhere. Matzah Mara, even though there's no carbon Pesach, same reason. Now it says the word Bia like tefillin and Petach HaMar to teach us that you're supposed to the mitzvah, supposed these two mitzvahs are Petach HaMar, which is to redeem firstborn donkey. Sheep instead of the donkey, if not, you have to cut its head off. Tell us that these two mitzvahs is why we were Zoicha beside having a full day. Kiddushin Daf Ches, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. We're discussing the issue of Chodesh, and that is grains, the 5 grains. After the second day of Pesach, it even took root after the second day of Pesach, is also to eat, even nowadays, even in Kutzlaret, until you bring the Omer on the second day of Pesach. And once you bring the Omer on the second day of Pesach, it becomes mutter. You can't bring the Omer, we don't have any second day. So the second day of Pesach is Mas. What remind the Omar that this Isser only started once Tais was in Yisrael 14 years after the Yerusha and Yeshiva? So why did they wait until the second day of Pesach to eat the new crop? The answer is, the month lasted them all the way from Zayin Adar, which was the last day that the Omer fell. That was the day that Moshe Rabbeinu was lifted. The month only came to the Shechus of Moshe Rabbeinu. So they had this month from Zayin Adar all the way to Ches Zayin Nisan. Moshe Rabbeinu was lifted with Tzei Eretz Canaan, and have a smile. And Ches Zayin Nisan, Yisrael obviously was already Eretz Yisrael, it was Eretz Yisrael. A total of 40 years, Yisrael had money. Because you're going to take into consideration the Udons that they took out of Mitzrayim that had the flavor of the month. Moshe Rabbeinu states, I'm 120, ben Esmi, May of Esmi Shona Anochi Hayoim, I'm 120 years old today. That's the exact day he was born on, that's the exact day he was lifted. Because it was filled the years of Tzadikim, not in the years. According to Shimon Bar Yochai, he says that take place everywhere in the Derbas. Arla and Klai. It says the word Moshe by Chodesh. And we make it a plain. If Chodesh, which is an easier Isser, you can bring a carbon Omer and it becomes mutter. You're allowed to feed the Omer even before you bring the Omer. You're allowed to feed that wheat, that grain to your animal. So certainly, Lion and Arla, which are also Bahana, you can't feed it to your animals. And they never have a heter. Also. So certainly, they should also put large as well. Arla, by the way, is Isser, is not an Isser Arla. In other words, this tree becomes mutter according to that. The Shimon Bar Yochai's son, the Lazar, he argues on his father. He says, Chodesh is mutter of Kutzlaret, just like all the other mitzvahs that the Christ only started keeping it after they came to their destroy. There's an exception to the rule, says the laws of Reb Shimon. The halacha about Shmotas Yisachar. You loan somebody money and Shemitah comes, she doesn't have to. Even according to Rabbi, that only applies in a time with his Shemitah. And Shiluach HaManim, you have to send off your slave. If you have a Jewish slave, you send them off. By Yovel, even though the minute of we're only night, only at a time when there is a Yovel and Eretz Yisrael. There's a Mishnah that says, anonymous, that Chodesh is also midday. Right? So, and we learn that Arla is a halacha l'mishmah Sinai, although there are those who argue that Arla is not halacha l'mishmah Sinai, rather it's being the Christ whole set of the lion is the according to the Manorah of Bel. Will hold both. Climb along your home. Therefore, when you have a suffix, is this Arla? Is this climb? The suffix inherits its souls. Also, as I'm asking you, Syria is Muslim. What's gets even better. When it comes to Arla, you don't. Nobody sees him. The guy picking the climb. You're not allowed to yourself. The voice side.
Yeah, and again, it was
Kiddushin Test. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute dive. According to everybody in Kutzlaret, when you have a sun Arla, you're not sure 100% that this is a piece of Arla, a fruit that grew the first 3 years of the tree. According to everybody, it's a multitude. The Rothschild, however, says that those who are not marked in Arla, Kutzlaret, they did not. And it's also to make a suffix be a dime. In other words, you can't go deliberately pretend that it's something and give it to somebody else to eat. The Lord tells us to grab the tree, take a branch and put it on another tree physically, so that you get malchus, even a foot large. This Isser is born from Eve before Matthew. They know that. And the reason is, we say it's just like Harvah, just like you can't put two animals together to create a third species. So two trees and put them together, it's the same issue from before Matthew. The verse says the word Pesach, your field. That's a field that received from Shemayim, from Yisrael. It comes to clay carrots. That's when you take seeds and you plant it in a vineyard. That's also close lush. What's also the Rabbana is only when you take three types of seeds. You take wheat, barley, and a grapeseed together, put them in the ground. That's also the Rabbana. Why? Because that itself also bahan in Eretz Yisrael. So we take it down a step. Round. And for his Bachman Yeshiva was garden of vegetables. And he planted them in individual rows. Why you build a bubble? Don't say it's because he's makbid on putting different seeds together in the large, but rather the reason is because he wanted to have a beautiful garden for Shiva, or that his job was to pick the vegetables. With this, our boy side, and right now we're on the second half of Shas. And we just read the simple words. It's difficult to understand. The mission tells us a person is one mitzvah. His work is going to be good for him, his work is going to be good for him, and he's going to have oilam haba. But the point is, the Gemara tells us, we're talking about an individual that he has 50-50, 50% mitzvahs, 50% averos. And with one extra mitzvah, now let's say it's 51%, whatever the percentage is, that tips the scale for the good. What about the famous mitzvahs that we say every day? These are very 5 special mitzvahs. To the point that the person is exactly 50-50. And on the side of the mitzvahs, one of those mitzvahs happens to be one of these 5 mitzvahs. Let's say keep it at 8. So even though it's only 50-50, not 51%, 50-50, that mitzvah has the power to tip the scale in his favor. Because Baruch considers him a tzaddik gomer. Whereas in other mitzvahs, he's considered a failure, an average. But there's a price. The Averis. It's Yisurim, punishment in this world. What is it? So according to Rabbi, the Pshat is, he receives a yom tov. You can call it any way you want. It be a young ra or a young tov. So the point is that it's a good thing because you do bad for him. Because through the bad, he receives his proper award in Olam Haba. By getting rid of the bad in this world, you free yourself up for the good in the world to come, and vice versa. If Russia gets good in this world, that's a young ra, according to Rabbi, because he's actually, even though he's getting good, it's bad for him. Because now, in Olam Haba, he won't have what he wants. According to Rabbi, the Bryce goes like Rabbi Yaakov. Yaakov is of the opinion that in this world, you don't get awarded for mitzvahs. There's no style of mitzvahs. Why? Because he himself saw a story that forced him into this. He saw a father tell his son, go climb up the ladder to the tower and retrieve the shits from that. He told him that the prayer said he gets Arichas. And on the way down, his son fell off the ladder and died. He says it's impossible. It's not a steer to the shot is you get Arichas Yamim in Olam Haba. And the fact is that even with all this, that a person thinks to himself, says, look, it can't be. If he's doing such a mitzvah, he won't even be able to be Bacharer in Avodah Zarah. So how did he die? Must be Olam Haba. Now, there's another issue. When a person does a mitzvah, he's a shliach to do a mitzvah, he shouldn't have any damage, even on the way back. But here it's a little different because we're talking about a ladder that's a broken ladder he used, and he shouldn't have been using that ladder. The Gemara tells us, Achet. He's a Russian. He's a Meir's Rebbe. He's a big bundle, but he went off. Why did he go off? So we learned different reasons. The Chagiga, I think it was. But the Gemara here tells us because he saw this story. And he had the question, how is it possible that a son is doing Tikkun Avayim, that Shilom HaKan, doesn't have a Rikas Yavas? And immediately he went off. The Gemara says it's also possible that he saw the tongue of Chutzpis HaMekurvim. Chutzpis was the recruitment of a young girl. He repeated all the Torah, and he said, how is it possible that somebody repeats Torah from the meal, the rolling in a kill him, and his tongue is on the ground, and pigs are dragging his tongue around and went off the ground? When a person doesn't do an Aveira, he has an opportunity to do an Aveira, and he watches himself and he doesn't do that Aveira. It's as if he performed the mitzvah, and not only that, he gets a special shmirah protection. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day.
This guy's right line up. I mean, he used to leave benches in his way and with boo and he is okay. And then movie just pop up like once every 3 weeks or some shit.
A lot of comedians, he disrupted their thinking.
Kiddushin man, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8th of the Gemara tells us that if a person is faced with an Aveira and he controls himself and doesn't do the Aveira, it is the greatest mitzvah a person can do for that. The greatest mitzvah. In fact, Gemara brings 3 stories, one with Rabbi Hanina, the other with Rabbi Tzadok, and Rothschild. All 3 of them faced a situation where a woman invited them to do an Aveira. Rabbi Hanina jumped into a bathhouse even though he was mazikim and he was saved. Rabbi Tzadok jumped into an oven in order not to be over down here. Rabbi Hana actually jumped off the roof. Rabbi Hana came and saved him. And the reason why he got into because I was selling baskets for women and she couldn't afford. So Rabbi Hana gave him money. The point is that when a person saves himself from doing an Aveira, it's a tremendous thing. Like he later on does music with such a person. The first Mishnah, even the Rothschild, the Gemara wonders why isn't Shidduch HaKen one of the mitzvahs in the Mishnah? Shidduch HaKen, as the Torah says, you get a Richus Yomim, you get a Mazeh, you get a Rabbi. And the answer is because the Mishnah is only bringing things that you're good with your Rebbeinu Shalom and with your fellow Jews. You do Kibbutz Avayim, you do Gvulus Chesed, etc. With Shidduch HaKen is between you and your Rebbeinu Shalom. The Gemara tells us that a mitzvah has dividends. Hashem pays it more than the actual value of the mitzvah. Whereas in Aveira, Hashem pays exactly as the Aveira is. There's one exception. If a person does an Aveira where other people learn from him, he's an important person, for instance, and other people do Aveira because he did it. So now that Aveira that he did has dividends. Other people are mimicking him, and therefore will receive a punishment for doing that. It says in the pasuk of Cheshbei Shemai that a mitzvah is who's mitzarev, machshava l'maisa. When a person thinks about doing a mitzvah and then he has some sort of oinus, he can't do it, Hashem will give him the safari. But in Aveira, typically speaking, if a person thinks about doing an Aveira and he doesn't do the Aveira, he doesn't get an oinus unless it's one of the following exceptions. If he follows through his machshava, he had a machshava, then he did an Aveira, he gets punished for the machshava. Or if he had a machshava of Avodah Zarah, even though he didn't do the Avodah Zarah, as we had yesterday, he gets an oida. And also, if a person does the same Aveira over and over, to the point where he becomes so used to it, he thinks that it's mutter. It's as if it's mutter. So just thinking about that Aveira, even though he didn't follow through, he receives the Gemara tells us it's better for a person to do an Aveira in hiding, where there's no chil Hashem, rather than do it in public. Person who controls the Yitzhak, who does that Aveira, and he's hiding, then that's a big slap in the face of Yahweh Rebbeinu Shalom. Because now he doesn't care about Rebbeinu Shalom. According to Rabbi, it's referring to the issur of looking at a rainbow. When it comes to Chil Hashem, the Baruch Hu doesn't wait and doesn't let the person build up credit, so to speak. The Baruch Hu takes care of the Aveira very quickly and swiftly. And not only that, if a person has 50% of Aveiros, 50% mitzvahs, then the Baruch Hu will use that Aveira of Chil Hashem and tip the scale in the wrong direction. The Lord gives us eight such. A person should view himself or the world as if he's 50-50. So anytime he does a mitzvah, he's tipping the scale in his favor, in the world's favor. And if Chas v'Shalom is an Aveira, he's tipping the scale in the wrong direction. A person who feels bad for the mitzvahs that he's done in the past, or the Averas that was done, he erases those mitzvahs and erases those Averas. It's a tremendous aside. The person goes his entire life doing mitzvahs, and the last minute he feels bad for everything that he did. Gets erased. Brand new Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that a person who has these three things, he learns Chumash, he learns Mishnah, and he has their Eretz, he won't be quite the Sultan. He won't sin that quickly. When a tzaddik has the Surim, it's as if he's a tree that's Makom Sahara, where branches go to a Makom Tumah. And when you cut off the branches from the Makom Tumah, everything in tree remains in a Makom Sahara. A tzaddik is complete Sahara, but he has a little bit of a travel, a little bit of Tumah. Hashem chops off that place so that he completely is gone. When it comes to Yisrael, it's the opposite. They're completely Tumah. You have a little of Sahara, so Hashem gets rid of their Sahara in this world, and gives them Sahara, so that when they come to Elam Emet, they don't have. The Parvin held that doing a mitzvah is greater than learning Torah. Nimni v'gamru. The Rabbi came together, and they said that Torah is greater because Torah brings a person to do mitzvahs, and therefore you have both. You have Talmud Torah and the mitzvahs. You would have Torah came 40 years before Kala, 54 years before Kings and Meisters, 61 years Shemitah, and 103 years for Yovel. That's Mishkan in the beginning. And when a person goes up to Sinai, the first thing they take care of, the first business they take care of, is have you learned Torah? How much Torah? Why did you learn Torah? And the first Sechar they give him is for why? Because Torah comes before myself. A person who doesn't have these things, Mikra, Mishnah, their Eretz, then he's not Yishuv. He doesn't belong in this world. He's just like a person who eats in another place. Similar to a dog. Have a wonderful day.
Rabbi was starting the second sentence of teaching. So the Rambam says, also the person who marries a wife of before, maybe her parents and father is that's like to her later on the after they have to come away. Therefore, you're going to go, not the first, from the three after it's important. A woman doesn't have to travel. If you're not worried when something interferes with your body, like later happy, whatever appears to her for them, she's trying to marry herself. Now, still the mission says, she should get married on her own is better than waiting for Shia. Halacha, when you do something on your own, you can do it on your own, but when you do it on your own, you get more reward, but it's better involved in time and mitzvah, the concept of mitzvah violation is better to do it on your own. You do it Shia, so it's not involving yourself in the mitzvah. Right? You do it on your own, also involve yourself.
Welcome, how are you? Hello, can you hear me?
The daughter beat the idol. So they were really meeting the father. Able to carry off his daughter under jail. She's waiting until the night was old enough to say, I want to marry the person, and only then marry her off. Again, it's not. There's a reason to say that. Using that just to make it earlier, may not be able to see it later. The man is allowed to marry her during his off. Now we're going to the next topic of coming to that. So how do we know this? It says by Ezekiel and the word Shola, is the Shishon. So he said the Shola from the word. Then that means that man is again, God, that's the hey, it's the cost. You know, the woman to go Shia, and the fact that the word is the wife, you know, the Shia, you know, the Shia for the things about the Shia. That's how we know how do you know that you teaching? It's not heck, you offer the right stuff, whatever. And you can teaching, and the other way around. So you say, you make a now, Pharaoh says also, if you can make a shliach by touching, like the woman, you can make a shliach, but you know, when this almost learns it from, is down, don't get down. It says that over Pesach, the Shofar to Oisho is called, all of that's what they don't like. So, one person checks the other, you see, you can make a shliach. So, that's how we know in touch. The Gemara says it from together, from touch and from eating. I can know also, the question is, I can also put a right and a single right specifically. The answer is that I will think. Because it's sweat. The answer is that the top is a good. That's what the person is saying, the voice can give his own shliach. Give his own shliach, I will think the same can be a shliach. And he can't be a shliach. Now, if there's an opinion, the voice can't give his own shliach. Therefore, he can say that he is shliach. So, if you look at say a prophet of shliach, the Gamatek, like if you say that he's fully shliach out of shliach. Why? Because prophet is Atem. The word Atem comes to sleep. That's not to see yourself. Giving Yuma, not your worker, not your partner, not the precious of your family, not whatever the reason that you're supposed to do, as it's only the Lord teaching. But to take Yuma, everything that you see, and nothing doesn't have to make it. Now, within it also, you can do a shliach. That's what the Lord is specifically that you could make a shliach by Yuma also. Now, when a person is a shliach by Yuma, what does he do? If he knows what that person is trying to use, if what person or person is shliach, because Yuma usually is this. If he doesn't know what he did, he can say it in 2%, 1 out of 50. And if he gave 1 out of 40 or 1 out of 50, that's what the person would want to give. Now, the is that it's also okay, but because that's what I thought, this is not okay, don't worry about it. Okay, one short thing about the kippur and then the kippur thing. So, Shugo is realizing that his number is not against him. Then, once it's not death, life, possible, and you give that the best 8 things. So, turn on the best advice, there are some things that 8 things. Life, how to live life, best life. And you realize the way you're coming back, saying Hashem, here, and then you say, and then you mistake, and then you mistake, and then you listen to you, and then listen to you, say the things, and then it's like, there's a mistake. I realize now that you want the best for me, you want me to succeed in life, you want me to have a good, happy life, I want to come back to you, you want me to have a good life on my butt, you want to make it good for me, I want to come back and regret some of the bad things I did against your will. I want to, from now on, do only what you want me to do. So, that's oh, that's why I love you. You have to believe that the person doesn't believe in the Chacham of the Kippur, doesn't get it. So, you have to believe, you have to know you weigh 6 tons less than what you weighed before, so you have been in the rock, and that's how we're going happy and Kippur. Last week, saying it, should all be righteous, like nothing to the flavor, very happy Kippur, happy life. This feeling of the soul, flying for personal joy.
Some places I went, they had a blanket. Yeah, man, they always got blankets. I had that fucking blanket. I had that blanket when I was living in the fucking market shop. I would take it back to the
Kedusha and Daf Mem Beis. How's everybody doing? Welcome to Late Minute Daf. It's Erev Yom Kippur right now. Just a few hours before Yom Kippur. I want to wish everybody a year of health, of nachas, parnasa, and all the best things. A year full of Torah. We're middle of a sugya of shlichus. Shliach shalom kamoisa. A person sends an agent to halachas. It's as if he himself did that action. According to Rabbi that learns from the pasuk in Pesach, the Shachatu, that the pasuk is coming to say not the idea of shliach, but rather that all of Klal Yisrael could be yotzei from one single animal, even though it's impossible to give each person his desires. So how did you know the idea of shlichus when it comes to korbanos? That he's not a shutuf with the other korbanos. We learned it from V'yikhu Lahem. It says it twice by Korban Pesach the idea of shlichus, and we know throughout Shas. They made an Yilin Zeh, they Indian Acher. I can't use this pasuk here because I already have another pasuk. Let me use it for something else, for other korbanos. The fact that the Torah says ish lifi aklon, he learns ish means an adult. That if an adult finds an object in the street, he could have in mind, let me be zoich on this object for my friend Shimon somewhere else. But a cousin cannot do so because it says ish, an adult. Pasuk says nasi echad nimate. That from each shevet they appointed a nasi, a prince, take care of the Yerusha, the Chalukas Haaretz. And the Gemara learns from here that Bezdin can appoint Apotropos to the son. So let's say there's 3 brothers who lost it. Then Bezdin appoints an Apotropos for each one of the 3 boys, divide up the inheritance, the Yerusha. Even though they intend for the good of that child that they're representing, nevertheless it's possible that it won't turn out so good. According to Shmuel, if they made a mistake in the side, in other words, one of the boys, let's say, inherited from his mother previously a field. Now, the Apotropos gave him from the father's field, he gave him in a different count. Now, even though it's the exact same value as his brother's field, it's not good because he wanted the 2 fields to be close to each other. So it's a mistake in ruchos inside. That's something that you can go back and annul. According to Nachman, you can never annul anything, even ruchos. Why? Because of the idea in pain may cut out Bezin Yafah. What power are you giving Bezin? Bezin has to have power that whatever they do, regardless if it's a mistake or not, it's a good division. Yet, if you made a mistake in value, they gave another person. So let's say the case was, you have somebody that borrowed money, and Bezin said he has to pay back, and he runs away. Bezin could take the lender's property, sell it off, and pay the lender. If they made a mistake in say dos, which is a 6th, but Nachman himself says that sale is off. But you just said that Bezdin has power. Well, that's because they made a mistake. By Yisraelim, they didn't make a mistake. It was a perfect division. Just one of the Yisraelim didn't like it. So that stays. Rabbi says that when Bezdin make a mistake, the sale or the division is good. It's a good division. It's kind of. Even if they made a mistake in more than a shtos, where typically the purchaser would kiss us. Rather, the brothers divide up properties, they'll have a halacha like a purchaser. The halacha is that if somebody purchases an object for more than a 1/6 of the market value, the halacha is it's a good purchase, but the seller has to give back that 1/6. And if it's less than a 1/6, it's a good purchase. So when it comes to brothers, it's exactly what the halacha is. Besides, if one of the brothers sent an agent, then he could say, no, even if it's less than a shtos, I don't want this. Because I sent the agent to I sent you, do good for me and not to harm me. Another very interesting halacha is that anytime you divide up a property with a measuring device, a measuring stick, you divide anything up with weight or even a count, 100 tissues for a batch, a dozen eggs, then the mekach is bottled even less than a shtos. There's no mechila on something like that. Even in real estate, where typically there's no halachas of enough. If you sold something with a measuring stick, you divided something up with a measuring stick, and it's off, you have to give back the karka. The Gemara tells us halacha that ain't shliach d'vayar. In other words, you cannot send a messenger to burn down somebody's house and say that the sender has to pay. Because there's no shliach d'vayar avera. There's a concept. When you're faced with a dilemma, Baruch Hu said to do one thing, but somebody else wanted to use the other thing. Of course, you're going to listen to Baruch Hu. Therefore, the person doing the act that's wrong, he has to pay, not the sender. But there is an exception to the rule. There's a number of exceptions to the rule. One exception to the rule is Mechila. If a person uses money from the Beis Hamikdash unknowingly, he's chayav and he has to pay a fine. If he sends a messenger to do it, then the messenger is not chayav. The one that sent him is chayav. So why don't we learn the whole prayer from Mechila? Because it's not just Mechila, it's somewhere else. It's shlichus yad as well. We'll explain what that is. But before we explain, Once you have Me'ilah and Shlichus Yad, it's Shnei Ksuvim. It's two Ksuvim that say the same exact halacha. They you can't learn out for the rest of the time. What's Shlichus Yad? Shlichus Yad means that if I give now to somebody to watch, he becomes a shomer, a watcher, and he's part of the Neva Aveda unless he uses that object without permission. Not only that, if he sends agent to use that object, then the shomer, the original shomer, he's responsible for Neva Aveda. So you see this idea, only two places, Me'ilah and Shlichus Yad. According to Mishana, they say that you're chayiv in Shlichus Yad, in the words of that you're chayiv even thinking about using that object. So now you can't use the Shlichus Yad as the same person. So they learn, and that is, if a person steals an animal, and he goes ahead and he shuts the animal, or he sells the animal, he's chayiv 4 times that animal, or 5 times that animal, depending if it's a sheep or not. But if you send somebody to shep or to sell for him, he's chayiv, not the shoichet or the seller, and that's the second part of the Ein Melamdin. Rabbi say, have a wonderful day, have a very meaningful Yom Kippur. Be'ezer Hashem will see you after Yom Kippur.
Well, I'm in town doing a benefit tomorrow. Actually, two of one that Wounded Warriors won at the Comedy Store early, and then my show at 10 o'clock.
Kiddushin Daf and Gimel, how's everybody doing? Welcome to Beit Daf. Yesterday we had Yom Kippur, have a good year. Rabbi Seal of Shalom to myself. I appoint a shliach, an agent. He just fits right in as if I did it. Statistically speaking, you cannot send somebody to do an avera, but there are exceptions to do it. And one of them is Me'ilah that we said yesterday. So today we're talking about Tifa U'Matzira. And that is, if a person steals a sheep or an ox, and then he goes ahead after he steals it and he sells it or he sheps it, he's chayiv 4 or 5, depending if it's an ox, if it's 5, if it's a sheep, he has to pay 4. The halacha is that a person who sends a shliach, you shep this ox for me, the shaycha doesn't have to pay, the ganav has to pay. Why? Because it's just like material. When you sell something, you need two parties. You need a purchaser, you need a seller. So too, by tvicha, with the concept of yesh shliach. Here is a case where I send a messenger and the sender has to pay. Shammai holds, and you say a lashon, and we have to explain it. If a person sends somebody, he hires a hitman to kill somebody. The one that hires is chayiv. What does he mean chayiv? So one shot is, Shammai will hold that it's shnei ksuvim ke'echad u'melamdim. Typically speaking, when we have two ksuvim that say the same halacha, in this case, Shammai will hold it Yehuda and melamdim. Me'ilah, two ksuvim halacha that yesh shliach v'vayir, and we learn from the rest of the Torah yesh shliach v'vayir. The problem is, there's another pasuk that speaks about that if you take a carbon, like the oil hatas, instead of shucking in the mismidas, shuck it outside of the mismidas, you are the sender. The sender is not chayiv. The guy that does it is chayiv. Why? Ein shliach v'vayir. So we have two ksuvim on this side, on the right side. We have one pasuk on the left side. Which one do we learn from? Well, Shammai won't learn from shlichut because they don't directly work with ahut. What does it do with ahut? We're saying that when two people shut the same animal, they hold on to the same knife, they shut the animal outside of the same English, they're potter. Also, they say that the shayk is kindness or a mistake, potter. You can also explain what Shammai meant to say, is that, yes, when it comes to murder, the sender is higher. It's a special halacha by murder. It says by David HaMelech, he sent Uri Achiti to the front line, and Nassan HaNavi accused him of murder, even though he didn't murder, David HaMelech didn't murder, the Muslim murdered him. Do the murder. According to Chachamim, David is not chayiv at all because Uri Achiti was a murdered the Malchus. He used the lashon of Adoni, not to the king. In front of the king, he said Adoni, my master, somebody else. So the guy alone was chayiv. He says so David HaMelech is potter for killing Uri Achiti. Another shot is that Shammai meant that if you hire somebody to kill somebody else, you're chayiv. What does it mean chayiv? They shall nice. So what does Hill say? Potter, obviously not. Hill would say, not for me. You're chayiv for something else. You're chayiv for Lomata murder. Chayiv for you get up with the mind, you're going to dine you as if you're a real murderer. It's a real strong Lord tells us, even if you say that according to Shammai, that he sends a messenger to an agent to do something, goes back to the sender, that would work in all the areas of Avera, like Shabbos and Gazelle. But that's for an Avera, like Arayis and Chayla. Because we never found anywhere where a person benefits and enjoys an Avera and somebody else pays for it. So there's a sheep in the Gemara that according to Vasila, if somebody sends 3 people to be Mekadosh a woman, they cannot be able. So this is a sugya of Shliach Nasa Egin. And an agent who brings Kedushin to be Mekadosh a woman, he's flipping to an aid and testify, yes, this woman received Kedushin. And yes, this malva was paid back by you, by myself. Could a Shliach become an agent? There's another Shliach in Beisil that says no, that a Shliach could become an agent. Bottom line is, we pass him Shliach Nasa. We know that Beisil, we always pass him Beisil. So either way you cut it, you have to say that Beisil holds Shliach Nasa, and he says Shliach Nasa. And Rab also, who's obviously not going to argue on Beisil ever, also holds Shliach Nasa. Nikiratin, the same halacha applies in Kiddushin, that Shliach becomes an age, and the same halacha would apply in Malvanis, by a Lev and a Malva. At the end of the day, there's a new concept that we haven't had in a while called Shvuas Feshes. And that is, in addition to the regular Shvuah, when a person admits a partial claim, he has to make a Shvuah. Chacham Rusakin, even if he denies the entire claim, he has to make a Shvuas Feshes. Therefore, an agent who brings money to a Malva, and he says, and later on testifies that he gave it to the Malva, we don't believe him because he's biased. Because if you would say that he gave it back to the Leiva will invoke the Shvuas Feshes. And now, a person doesn't want to make a Shvuah. He might be a Ganav, but he never wants to make a Shvuah. He'll always say that he gave it to the Malva, and the Malva can invoke, cannot invoke the Shvuas Feshes. Therefore, he's biased, and now we don't trust him. Derech Hagav, Rashi says this comes from the halacha of Ken B'di Alpin Kasser. And that is, a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. So if an employer tells the store owner, I want you to give my employees credit, that's how I'm going to pay them the salary. The store owner says, I gave them credit. The employees say, we never received it. So each one says to the other one, I have nothing to do with you. He's the boss. So they go to the boss, and both of them make a shvuah. And the employees make a shvuah, and the boss has to pay both of them. So that would be the same idea by us, that the agents have to make a shvuah, and at the end of the day, the leiva have to come in whole by a get of Naira Marosa. And that is, if there's a girl who's either a Kana, and even a Naira who's between 12 and 12 and a half, and she's only engaged, not completely married, the first stage of marriage, Naira Marosa. So, on whole, she could receive the get, in addition to her father receiving a get for her. Even though she's in her father's domain, she can receive her get. She takes that a step further and says, like you say, that she can receive a get, she can also receive her because conditioning, you are the same. You not to the high, so whatever you do by get, whatever you do by conditioning, do by get. According to Rabbi, there's a distinction between Shikha and Kedushin. That by Kedushin, Chacham will agree that only the father can accept the Kedushin. Why? Because this Kedushin takes you out of the father's domain and he doesn't allow the daughter to receive the Kedushin. Another halacha that any girl who's that young who keeps on going back to her husband after a divorce, you can't divorce her. It's a shalcha ba'ila chazer. So you have to give her a get, and she doesn't come back. If she comes back, it's not a good get. This holds that if father is able to prevent her from coming back, that's considered a shalcha ba'ila chazer, and it doesn't work. Rabbi have a wonderful day.
I mean, these guys are easy, crazy extra things. Those guys rather go right and they just breeze you right through. I fucking love the guys that do this for the league.
Kedushin Daf Mem Daled. How's everybody doing? We're in the middle of a machlokes. The halacha is by get that if he has a young daughter, and she's married, not only does he receive a get for her, but he can also receive it. And we had a machlokes between Shlokish. What about Kedushin? First of all, just says Kedushin and Gerushin are the same, just like she receives the get. She receives Kedushin, the Yotzev says the different. What if she's engaged? She receives Kedushin, her father receives Kedushin, and then her husband or husband dies without children. She falls deep on the other brother, goes one of the brothers, and wants to give her a ring called Maimah, because he is affected by your mom. For that, you need the consent of the father. But if she's a Nara, 12 years old, you don't need it. Why not? Why is it different? Because Midoright, she's a skuka. Skuka means a bond. She's attached to the Yavam it off with this ring. So for that, you don't need the consent of the father. He argues off of what he said before. The argument that the girl cannot receive it. Over here, I'll admit. Father by Maimer because we consider Maimer to be done even forcefully by father. Maimer is a regular aspect of Yibum. Just like Yibum, Hamse on the other hand, the act of Maimer is the regular act of Kedushin. And regular for that, a woman needs her consent. So too Maimer. Maimer goes on to tell us that our mission, even this part of the mission, is based on the end of the mission, which we're going to have on that. You see, this is machlokes. None of them involved. I'm just going back to the original machlokes. If a person has 5 collaterals for 5 people, and he swears that if he swore to one person, he is found to be a liar, he has to bring an asham, or maybe he swears to all 5, and he lies to them. Is it considered one shvur or 5? It's machlokes. In order for it to be considered 5 different shvurs, he has to say the word Shvur l'cha, shvur l'cha, shvur l'cha, etc. And according to the laws, as long as you say shvur all the way at the end, according to Tanakama, you can say shvur in the beginning. By us now, a person tells a woman, I want to be mishkadosh with this fruit, and I want to be mishkadosh with this fruit. So they're not mixed out. The value of the two of them are not mixed out because he said a lot of Kedushin. So that would seem to be Reb Shimon, and therefore the beginning is also Reb Shimon. The Lord tells us, Shimon, however, also hold of Rabbi Yehuda, which we mentioned, hold that a girl cannot receive Kedushin by herself. Only the father receives Kedushin for her. Now, it says in our Mishnah, Ish Mekadesh, Bitoy Naira. It's mashma from our Mishnah that only the Ish, only the father can be Mekadesh, not the daughter. At the end of the day, the Lord tells us the halakha is a Rabbi. How do we know this? Because Ravin came out of the Bismarck and said, they started everybody passing like Rabbi, and Rosh Hashanah stood up there and he screamed like a crane. And he was screaming, the Yotzev Haisi, you have to compare Kedushin to Gerushin. In other words, when it comes to Kedushin, only the father received the Kedushin, not the girl. The word goes on to tell us, a Nara, a girl who's 12 years old, it's the Kedushin of the father's hand. She's not a chotzer, yet. Why? Because if it's a chotzer, it only works if the person, the girl, will be sleeping, tied up, and you watch him like you have a slave. And obviously the girl is not any of those, and therefore she can't accept it as a chotzer. It must be she's accepting it again as a yad. However, even though she's an extension of the father's hand, she cannot make another shtiyah. Because a hand doesn't have the ability to make a shtiyah. You need das to make a shtiyah. We have a sukkah that we're going to go into tomorrow's daf. A minor that did not ask permission from her father to get engaged, became Kadeshas on her own. So the Lord tells us she needs a get because perhaps the father agreed to this condition, and she also needs something called niyum. She needs to refuse this condition because maybe she didn't accept the condition. So she didn't accept the condition. Why did she have to do niyum? Or I'm sorry, the father didn't accept the condition. The answer is because this act of niyum shows that it's real Kedushin. It's only the Rabbanim. And we want people to know that perhaps there's nothing going on here. And if this individual got engaged to her sister, people say, well, yeah, it's Raisa. That engagement to the sister is nothing. Anybody can marry her. In fact, no one can marry her, because perhaps the first girl is not Mekudeshes, and the second one, we need to show the first one might not be Mekudeshes, and therefore people are careful with the sister. And the Gemara tells us this whole halacha takes place by shittu. But there's a shidduch. In other words, then we could say that the father is rich. It's spoken about and it's discussed. According to Ula, the Gemara says, a girl who gets engaged without the father's consent doesn't need a get, it doesn't need a reveal, it's a big fat zero. And either the shot is thrown out no shidduch, or some say even Ula's talking about even in the case of a shidduch. Think that we found that she got engaged to herself, according to Ula, we must be saying. He's talking about a Yisrael B'chayah. In other words, she was already married once. Then, because she was married, she leaves her father's domain completely. The second time around, she got engaged to herself. This that we find that a father sells his daughter who's an almana. How's that possible? Must be talking about that he sold her as an alma, and her master married her. So he had some sort of consent for the marriage, but it's not really as if he married her off and never received anything, and therefore he's able halachically to sell her after she was already married. The boy side, have a wonderful day. Keep Kedushin Daf Mem Hey. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. We're talking about a case where a katana accepted Kedushin from her cousin without the father's consent. And then unfortunately the cousin passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kedushin was a good Kedushin, then she would fall Yibam. So the Allah that she is required to do Chalila, because perhaps the father agreed to this, and then Midaraisa she falls Yibam even though it's only Eris. But she doesn't have to refuse the marriage, because everybody knows that a sister of a Chalutza is only Asim the Rabbanan, and if somebody goes ahead and marries her, let's say the Yavam would marry her, everybody knows that the Kedushin is good Kedushin. And we'll explain. Because if this Yavam guy goes ahead and gives this Tana, the original Tana, gives her a ring, that's called minor. It's Kedushin over Rabbanan, and we require that her get for that minor, that becomes now people think, hey, they were married to their right, so why did they have to give her a get? And it's possible to be the right if the father agreed to it. It's also possible that they're not married at all, so they have no connection because the father didn't agree to it. So therefore, we require her to do meal. That meal shows that there's a problem. Meal is only the Rabbanan. So people will be concerned, and they'll think that if the Yavam got engaged to this kind of sister, instead of them thinking it's nothing because he's completely married to the first one and he can't be married to the sister, so maybe he wasn't married to the first one at all, and therefore she's the Ishisish, and nobody will marry. According to Ravina, we're not concerned that maybe the father agreed if they made a deal. If, let's say, two fathers had a discussion. I want my son to marry your daughter. Now, when it comes to a son, it's a lot worse than a daughter. My daughter, there's a possibility that a father sees his daughter get engaged without his consent, and he's happy with it because Kavla can't do environment. But a boy is always in a diet. He wants to make sure he doesn't want his father to marry him off. So therefore, in that case that a father marries off his son to somebody else's daughter, you don't even need to get. Another halacha, if somebody gives a young girl without the father's consent, gives her a bundle of vegetables in the Kaddish, according to everybody, it's not a Kedusha. That's a desire. If he's Kaddish in a marketplace, it's a desire. The Gemara tells us a story. There was a couple who had a big argument. The father wanted his daughter to marry his relatives. Oh, my relatives are the best. The wife says, no, my relatives are the best. I want her to marry mine. At the end of the day, the father, the Vater, would greet his wife, let her marry your relative, let's make it. Before they were even engaged in the party, the relative went ahead and was Makadosh. So Rabbi says, in this particular case, because they made a big party, nobody wants to lose a party like that, so therefore the Kedusha is not there. Rabbi says, no matter what, once the father told the wife, let's marry off our daughter to your family, She'eris Yisrael Yasu Avo. Jews don't lie like that. And he'll never intentionally agree to it behind his wife's back. We know that marriage has two stages, Kedushin and Nisur. If the father agreed to the Kedushin, stage one, the money part, the ring, and then he went off overseas to do some business, and the girl lost patience and she married the chassan without her father's consent. According to everybody, if she dies, the chassan doesn't get the inheritance. It stays in its place, goes to the father. However, there's machlokes whether she could eat, meanwhile, until the father comes back, if she eats truma, if she marries a klai, because midaraisa she eats truma anyways once she's engaged. Or perhaps, you have to be concerned that when the father comes back from his business trip, he'll disagree to this marriage, and retroactively she wasn't allowed to eat truma. But if the father is present,
Here he is.
and he doesn't say anything, he sees his daughter getting married, according to Ravuna, you don't eat. She doesn't eat truma. Why? Because even though he's quiet, the reason why he's quiet is because he's furious, he was angry. Other members says no. Why? The fact that he's quiet proves that he's okay with it. But what if even the Kedushin, the first part, was against the father's will? And he's here. He's watching it. Rav Huna says the opposite. Now Rav Huna says she couldn't. Because nobody's going to be quiet through two stages like that. And the reason why he's quiet is because he's mafshir his chus, as if he agrees to the whole thing. And Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day. Kedushin Daf Mem Vav, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. We're kind of got engaged without her father's dad, without her father's consent. Well, machlokes between Rav Asi and Rav, whether or not she could renege on this engagement. She accepted it, but her father didn't accept it yet. According to Rav Asi, she could not renege. According to Rav, she could. We want to call, maybe you could bring a writer from the father. The law is that if somebody seduces a girl, he has to pay 50 shekel knas to the father, even in a case where the father agreed that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want it. So isn't this similar to our case? Because over here we don't have the father's will to begin with, and she's against it. So you see that she could be Michael. The right to right. No, it's not a right. So we could say, like we always learned in Peder, that we're talking about people that the man didn't have das for Kedushin. You don't want to marry him. And even if you say that it was the Shem Kedushin, it would be necessary to do another Kedushin. Mari Moreno is to do another Kedushin because you didn't have the father's consent to begin. And now we're in a brand new Mishnah. If a person uses a lashon, it says, he takes a fruit, he takes a date, and he says, "This actually the Torah zoo," and then she eats the date, and then he gives her another one. So if one of them has a shavuot kuda, it's a good kedusha. We have machlokes. What exactly is this case? According to Rabbi Shmuel, at the beginning, where a person says a double lashon, "Skachli bezu," the "Skachli bezu." He breaks it up very strongly with the words "Skachli." And the chiddush is, even though she's eating something and she has an immediate satisfaction enough, nevertheless, there's no kedushin with less than a kosher. According to Rabbi, it's talking about the end of the day. It doesn't say sketchy, but rather it says sketchy bezu, ubezu. And all of the dates together. The Shabbat Kuta, then there's a kedushin. And the kedushin is, and if she eats it right away, then you need the last date to have a Shabbat Kuta. And from here, the Gemara says, you see a number. First of all, you see If somebody gets engaged, he tries to make a kedushin with a milva with a loan, it doesn't work. Because over here, you see, it doesn't work unless there's a full fruit at the end. You can't use the previous dates because they're already gone, they're consumed, they're a milva, they're a loan. Yeah, in addition to the forgiveness of the loan, there's a prutas. A guy forgives this woman $1 million, but he gives her one lousy date that's worth a pruta. Her das is on the pruta, and it's a good kedusha. What if the kedusha is nacha? What happens to everything he gave her to begin with? All the dates that he gave her, does she have to pay them back? Yes, because if it was matana, it would be a good kedusha. But obviously, it's only a milva, and that's why she has to give it. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister, he says, he gives her money. Now everybody knows you can't get married to your sister. So what is he trying to do? According to Rab, she has to return the money because all he's doing is he's trying to give her a pikadon. He wanted her to watch it, and he figured if it doesn't say it in a funny way, she won't accept it. According to Shmuel, if it's a gift, she doesn't have to return it. The reason why he didn't say, here's a gift, and he said it in a funny lesson, he didn't want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. The law is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's great, he gives it to the kohen. But what if he separates challah from flour? The law is the kohen must return the flour. And the Gemara wonders why. Why does he return the flour? So the Gemara tells us because of concern that the kohen is going to fall in a trap. He's going to forget that he's not going to realize that what the Yisrael is higher in more challah, and he's going to take that flour and add it to his own personal flour, and he's going to make bread out of it without being mafish challah. And it's tevil. It's also very nice to eat it. Another shot is no, a kohen won't make such a mistake. The concern is that Yisrael made a mistake. Yisrael think that what he did was fine. He was mafish challah from flour. Everybody knows he's supposed to take from dough. Oh no, that's just to make it easy for the kohen. If the kohen agrees to take from flour, you could take from flour, but the truth is no. Rashis arisei seicha. Challah is only given from dough, not from flour. Now, there's a number of things where it goes into it. Perhaps the kohen should keep the flour and just give a little bit of some icers from that flour that he gave. Why does he have to give back to Yisrael? You see something similar when a person takes truma from a pot that has perforation, which is midaraisa chayiv and truma semaisers, on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom, which is potem and truma semaisers midaraisa. Or if he say he should take truma, even though he took truma, he should go ahead and take truma again, like as if he took truma from a non-perforated pot, perforated. Pots is different. The Gemara says because pots, the person understands the mistake here. There's one that's high, one that's bottom. When it's one bowl of flour, he's going to be lazy. He's not going to want to take truma. In the case of a sour, spoiled watermelon, let's say. So over there we say Yachzer Yitron, we should take a second truma. But in fact, when the rice, the first truma was a good truma. Rabbi Isai have a wonderful and also a beautiful young. Welcome back to the 8-minute daf. I'm really excited to restart the 8-minute daf. Be'ezer Hashem, I'm a Kabbalah myself. At least do Mesachas Kedushin, whether it's myself or have somebody else do it. So please join me on this journey. And you know, the 8-minute daf is about the synopsis, the main points of the daf. If you're interested in a little more, there's a full share that lasts about 40 minutes, especially if you do it in 1.5 speed. There are more charts, animation, stories, jokes, etc. So let's get into it. And of course, I always appreciate feedback, so let me know what you think. The Mishnah tells us that a woman is nikna b'sholish drachim. A woman is acquired in 3 ways. Kesef, shar, ubiyah. Which means document, and the money in the document, you would say Hariyat Mukudeshes or write Hariyat Mukudeshes in front of 2 Edom and deliver it to her. and via relations, as long as the Edom see that there is yichush and he has kavana for the a woman acquires herself back. She can marry anyone she wants in two ways: with a get and with the death of her husband. The get the mitzvah is about how much is money, how much money do you have to give the woman in order to acquire how much value of money. According to the Shammai, the value of a dinner; according to the Yisrael, the value of a kruda. The Yivama, that's a woman who lost her husband and they didn't have children together. Her brother-in-law either marries her or she performs chalitza. The only way he can marry her is the dia, which is relations. Although Rashi brings he could acquire her with money, that's maimer, but that's only to make her usher on the other brothers, not to make an actual opinion. How does she acquire herself? She's mutter to marry anybody she wants with chalitza by removing the oven's shoe and going through the whole process, and with the death of the oven. In fact, if this Yavam did Maimer, which is giving the money or shtar or get, it only makes her hustle on the rest of the brothers. Now the Gemara is going to go into the Lashon. There are 4 words here, and each word the Gemara wants to know why were those words chosen. It says Aisha, why does it talk about the Meg? Nickness, why does it talk about Kiddushin? Like in the second pair, Shalosh is a Lashon Nekeva. Usually the Torah speaks in a Lashon Zachar. And why does it say the word Drachim instead of Devarim? So we'll start with the word Nickness. It says the word Nickness, which is a Lashon D'Oraisa. That's how the Torah speaks. Kiyika ish isha. We're learning Zeh Shava Kicha Kicha from the Ephraim that a woman can be acquired with money. And the word Kicha that the Torah uses is actually a Lashon of King. So that's why our Mishnah talks about King. The second parak, Oish Mikadesh, it's a Lashon Chachamim. Kiddushin is a Lashon Chachamim that he makes his wife usher on the rest of the world like Hegdesh. Why doesn't our Mishnah use a Lashon of Oish Kaina Umakna? He acquires and gives her over to herself, because one of the ways that a woman acquires herself is with the death of her husband. And that the husband doesn't do. He's not giving her anything. He's not giving her a gift. It happens in Hashemayim. Another reason the Gemara says is to teach us that a woman can only be acquired with her will, midaita, and not bakar. Move on to the word shalish. Shalish is a lashon nekeh, and the rest of the Torah is lashon zachar. Says the Gemara because it says in the Mishnah the word derech, the way. And derech is a lashon nekeva when we're talking about the Torah itself, when we're talking about women. But for instance, when we're talking about war, it's the way of a man to go to war. So over there we use a different derech is a lashon zachar. When we talk about a zav, it's also a lashon zachar because it's ziva to check how a person became a zav is only possible by a man, not by a woman. Now, why doesn't the Mishnah use the lashon davar? Davar is also a lashon zachar. The Gemara explains because we talk about bia relations, and that is called tzera, and chesed and shtar are there to achieve the bia. Another pshat the Gemara says is because it's the way of the man to go look for a wife. Like Adam Rishon lost his bone, so a man looks for what's lost, and he's looking for his wife. And with that, we finish the very first daf of Kiddushin. Rabbi, have a wonderful day, and I'll see you tomorrow, Lezer Hashem. Welcome back to another sikum, a synopsis on another beautiful daf Gemara, Kiddushin daf Gemara. We're talking about the language in the Mishnah, first 4 words, Isha, Niknas, Shalish, Ra. We discussed Isha, Niknas, Shalish. Why the word derech? The Gemara tells us either is derech we use for Lashon Zachar in a cave, depending on what we're talking about, and via derech. We're focusing now on Reb Shimon. Reb Shimon says because derech means the way. The typical way that a husband seeks out a wife, and not a wife seeking out a husband. In fact, that fits right in to Esrog. Now, this is very interesting. We're going to learn some beautiful halachas here. The Esrog tree cannot survive just on rainwater. It needs added irrigation, just like a vegetable. With other trees, it's enough just rainwater. And therefore, an Esrog tree is similar to a regular tree for 3 things, Arlo, Rabbi, and similar to a vegetable for Meiser. What is Meiser? We're talking specifically Meiser Sheni and Meiser Bunny. That is, if a person has produce, you should give approximately 2% to the kain, that's called Truma, 10% to the lady, that's called Meiser, and then whatever's left over, he takes 10% and either 1, 2, 4, 5 to the Shemitah cycle, or he gives the 10% to a poor person in years 3 and 6 in the Shemitah cycle. Now, a tree goes basar chanaka when it blooms. So we determine the year, how many years Arla is a 3-year period where you can benefit from the fruits. We determine the year by when it starts blooming. A vegetable we determine when you pick the vegetable. So an esrog goes by when you pick it. You pick it, let's say, in the 2nd year of the Shemitah cycle, then you give yourself the 10%. If you pick the esrog in the 3rd year of the Shemitah cycle, then you give the meiser to the ani, because when it comes to meiser, it goes like a vegetable, basar, with kita. So the word derech makes sense here because the derech, the way of the esrog tree is that it uses irrigation water, not just rainwater. However, the Gemara doesn't like this because when it comes to a kai is an animal, according to one cheetah, that had a mother who's a deer and a father who's a goat. And the Gemara tells us that it's similar to a behema in one way, similar to a kai in another way, similar to both, and that is, a behema, you don't cover its blood after shkita, but you're not permitted to eat its chayla of its fats. A chaya is the exact opposite. Venison, venison fat, and you must cover its fat. So we're going to go the chumrah and everything. We don't know what a chaya is. Is it a deer? Is it a goat? So you must cover its blood, and you cannot eat its chayla. So it requires shkita, like both of them. And you can't do harva and make them with other animals, not like a goat or a deer. So here, the word derech doesn't apply. It's not the way of anything. The same thing is that we have a derech, that a get of a woman is similar to the get shipper of a slave. There once again, the word derech doesn't apply. The way of a get is similar to a shipper. So therefore the Gemara goes into a whole other shot. When you have a distinction in things, like in our mission, a woman could be acquired in 3 ways, but not chuppah. So therefore we use the word derech. Now if it's similar in everything, then we use the word gover. The Gemara goes in and says, why does the Mishnah tell us a number? A woman can be acquired in 3 ways. You know how to count. It must come to exclude something, and it comes to exclude, to not acquire a woman for Averson. Chuppah is reserved only for this year. According to the Gemara, it comes to exclude Khalifa. That's clean sugar. If you do at a chasana, you lift up a handkerchief or something, and you make a king like that. Now, even though you can use Khalifa to purchase a field, but since it can be done with a handkerchief that's worth less than a shovel kuta, a woman will not be mekadosh herself with it, as Rashi says, she feels belittled by that. The Tais feels the Gemara had a havamina that Chalipin works as a Kenyan Pesach, and the fact that you see that it could be worth less than Torah food, you see it's not a Kenyan Pesach. What about the number that says the Kredas Atzma B'Shteitra? So Chalitza is how a Yavama get out of being the Yavam by removing the Yavam shoe. That doesn't work by a regular woman. Why? Because it says in the Pasuk, Sefer Krisus. The only way to divorce a woman is with a Sefer with a get. You think you're doing it from Yavama? We don't. How do you know they could acquire a woman with Pesach, with money? As we said yesterday, we learned from the Yotza Chinam in Pesach. Chinam, free in Pesach means without money, which is redundant. So since we have this redundancy, we have extra words. We learn when a Omer Vriya leaves her master, she leaves without money. But there is a situation where a girl will leave her master, meaning her father. The father does receive money. Now, certainly if she's a katana, less than the age of 12, then the money goes to the father. By a naira, a girl who's over 12 with simanim, it makes sense that just like when she leaves as an Amma, so too her father receives money. Now, when her father's domain, that is, she made vow her father when she was younger, he made her the other. Now it's engaged. So the father no longer is completely responsible for the hafara, for knowing the vow. He has to do it together with the chassid, the others. Now, from the pasuk of the new real base of you, that when she's in Naira, she's in her father's domain. That's said by Nagarim, and we cannot learn kedushin, mamanis, from Nagarim. So just because the father put a null and nether doesn't mean that the father receives the money of the kedushin. Why? Because you don't learn mammon from Isser. We also don't learn the fact that the Maisi is dying overnight. When she goes out and works, and she earns money that goes to her father. You can't learn that from the daughter. What about the fact that when somebody violates a girl, innocent family, he has to pay the father 50 pesos? That's a knas. A knas is a kiddush. It's not something that's self-understood, and therefore you cannot learn from there kedusha. The fact that the father receives the added voices of God when somebody violates his daughter, that's because it's his, because he could give her over to a mutashkin, somebody that doesn't look very good, and that's included in voices of God, and you see that he's in that parsha. And the voice side with that was finished. That Gimel have a wonderful. How's everybody doing? Welcome back. Kedushin Daf Dalit. We try to give the full synopsis of the Daf in under 8 minutes. Thank you for being here. We're in the middle of a sugya of a Yotza Chinam Ein Kaseh. You see, a woman has 3 stages in her life. Tana, that's the day she's born on 12. Naira is from 12. Simanim, 12 and a half. 12 and a half onward, she's called a big girl. When the Torah tells us Yotza Chinam, that a Amma Yivriya, a girl who's sold as a Jewish slave, she goes out Chinam for free, in kasef, without money, which is redundant. Mara learns from that Yotza Chinam, when she turns a Naira, she becomes 12 with Simanim, she leaves her master. Ein Kesef comes to teach us that she leaves the master when she's a Begaris 12 and a half. It's impossible to be a Begaris when you're 12 and a half if you're already left when you're 12. Mara teaches us an idea, something that Torah says 2 concepts, and the only way we know The original concept, Naro, is because it says Begeres. It doesn't say either of them, but it says Yotzachina and Pesach, and therefore we know both concepts. Now, a very similar thing we have, and this might explain it a little better, is by Kaishat and Safar. You see, when a Kayan has a Eved Kanani, a non-Jewish slave, that slave can eat Truma. But if he has a Jewish slave, he cannot eat Truma. It tells us that a Kaisha and a Safar cannot eat Truma. They're types of Eved Ivri. What's what? What does Kaisha mean? What does a Safar mean? Well, I believe in those. One of them is a typical Eved Ivri, which could only work for 6 years. The other one is the Eved Nir. It's an Eved that he wants to stay with his master, he recommends not to. And he becomes a Nirda. You take a ice pick or something and you make a hole through his upper ear on the door, and like this, he can work until the Yovel. Now, and we call him a Taisha because he's there, he's a resident, he stays there for a very long time. Now, if he can't eat Truma, certainly an Eved who's only there for 6 years can't eat Truma. So why does the Torah have to tell us both? Bozeh, believe in Bozeh. We don't know what a Taisha means, we don't know what a Safar means, but now that we have both of the words, we know we've covered all our bases. The same thing with a Naira and a Begeres. We don't know which one is what, but if we have two Nudim, now we've covered our bases, we're talking about a Naira and a Begeres. Now, what kind of Begeres means? It tells us we're talking about an island. That's a woman who has Simoni Islanders. She has a very deep voice. She has a different type of body that cannot have children, and therefore, the Chiddush is that an islandess can be sold as an Amma, even though she never comes to Narus, and she goes out when she becomes a Begeres. When does an islandess become a Begeres? When she's 20 years old, says Rashi. That's Machlokes. Some say 18. Rashi brings 20. Very interesting that the Torah sometimes says the word Me'ain without a Yud. Me'ain Hilam, Me'ain Yavami. And that comes to teach us that when the Torah says the word Me'ain, or Ain, which is not, with a Yud, you can take that Yud and learn something from it. So by us, Ein Kesef, we're going to learn from the Yud that the father gets to keep the money of Kedusha. We find something similar by the pasuk of Truma. It says, "V'zera Eina." Halacha is that a daughter of a kohen can eat Truma. Once she marries a Yisrael, she no longer eats Truma. If her husband divorces her or dies, and she doesn't have children, V'zera Eina, she goes back to her father and she can eat Truma. What if she has grandchildren? Is that considered as if she has children and therefore she cannot eat Truma? What if she has a child or a grandchild, according to Taishas, that's a man that considered a child, which would prove Truma. So the fact is that the grandchild, we don't really, the pasuk, we learn that grandchildren are like children and therefore she cannot eat Truma. It's as if she has a child. But the extra Yud teaches us that even if her grandchild is a mamzer, she can no longer eat Truma. Abaye argues. Abaye says there's a concept called Milsa Da'asa B'Kava Chaymer, something that you can learn out logically from B'Kava Chaymer. Nevertheless, the Torah will go ahead and write about it. This idea that Milsa Da'asa B'Kava Chaymer is only when we don't have a better answer to say, but if you do have something better to say, you don't say Milsa Da'asa. In other words, you say that the person is coming to say the better idea. Now, the Gemara tells us that we have to say that the Maisiyah Dai, all the earnings of this girl go to the father, and also the Kesef Kedushin go to the father. Why do I need both? The Gemara tells us because Maisiyah Daim is something that she worked hard for, and therefore I would think that she deserves it. On the other hand, she gets room and board from her father, so therefore he has das and he wants to take that money in lieu of the room and board. So I would think that's why he gets the Ma'aseh, but he shouldn't deserve the Kedushin. That's why I need a pasuk for both. You can't learn from a Kavachaimer from Amar Ria. Amar Ria is bought with money, so to a woman. Why? because she has something special. She actually leads master with money. If you pay up the remaining years, she goes free. It says Allah, and from there the opinion of Bia relations part of marriage. Now, you need a pasuk. You cannot learn it from a kavachomer from a yavama. The reason is because the yavama has something called zika. Zika is a bond that automatically happens when the Yavama's husband dies. She becomes Zafik. She's bonded to the Yavam until either is Miyavim her or performs Chalitza. And therefore, she's making a Bia, and you can't learn from her, the regular wife. The Hoysai, have a wonderful day. Welcome back to the 8-minute daf. We try to do the synopsis of the daf in under 8 minutes. If you're interested in a full share, we have a 45-minute share. Today we had over 30 charts, good stories, Ishmak. Check us out. Kiddushin Daf Hey. We're discussing the speaking Yom for Erusin, that's stage 1 in marriage. Kesef Shtar and Bia. Gemara says you cannot learn out the kinyan of Shtar from the kinyan of Kesef. Because Kesef, money, is something that you can redeem Hegdish and Meiser Sheni. Versus Shtar, you can't just give an IOU to the Hegdish and try to redeem something, and certainly not for Meiser Sheni. So how do we learn that you could be playing a woman with a Shtar who's a Hekesh, a violated seal? Hekesh is, anytime you have in a pulse of 2 words next to each other, it says V'yatza v'haisa. She gets divorced, and then she gets. So we make a comparison between marriage and divorce. Just like divorce done with a document yet, so too, marriage. Erusin is with a shtar. So, why don't we say that a woman can get divorced with money? Just like she gets married with money, with a ring, money, so too, she should get divorced with money. The reason is because the pasuk says, because of love. You write a get to her, you only get divorced with a get, and you don't get divorced with money. And the Gemara says when you're talking about divorce, we're going to learn a lima for divorce and not a lima for something else. Further, we learns from the pasuk something else. He learns this halacha from Paris Krisos. In other words, Torah says the word Krisos, but you could break it in half. Torah could have said Paris. The Torah extended the word to Krisos, so we learn 2 things from the same word. According to Abai, the reason why a woman doesn't get divorced with money because he has another spot. Ein sanegar nasik ategar shpedish elo. It's very appropriate for Elo for Rosh Hashanah. A bad guy can't be used for good, and a good thing can't be used for bad. And since you're using money to get married, which is good, you don't use money to get out. Shtar is different. Shtar is 2 different, so it's very different. You cannot learn one of the kinyanim from another, that we said. But how about learning one of the 3 kinyanim, from the other 2? Let's say, for instance, learn Shtar from Kesef and Bia. I says, no, Bia and also Meruba. The benefit is great, different than Shtar. What about Bia to learn from Shtar and Kesef? That's also different. Shtar and Kesef, Kinyana Meruba, you can purchase many different things, slaves, karka, Bia now. What about Kesef to learn out of Bia and Shtar? Also, we don't find anywhere the idea of Kesef by that you force a woman to get married with money. But Muna says, unbelievable thing. Although the mission says you can catch a woman 3 ways, I have a 4th way. How? With chuppah. Typically, chuppah is the 2nd stage. After you do Erusin, you do the Nisun with chuppah. Says we're going to know, even Erusin can be done with chuppah. Why? Because he has a kavachomer and a tzad hashava, the combination of the 2. The kavachomer is kesef, money. cannot do stage 2. You only do stage 1, which is Erusin. So certainly, Choppa, which could do the final stage, certainly should be able to do the first stage. Then we have a Tzad Shava, which is also called a Binyan Am. And that is, we find the halacha here, let's use the same idea somewhere else. So we have a Tzad Shava of Binyan Shtar, and we use the same idea that we have a Binyan Shtar, it's Kaina, and it does. Erusin should be able to do, Choppa should also be able to do Erusin. Abaye addresses 2 questions that Rava asked. And Abaye says, the fact that the Mishnah says a woman could get engaged 3 ways, and then see the 4th way, like Ravuna, that's not the question, because the Mishnah is only discussing those things that are said in the Torah, and not something that you learn from a Kavachaimer. And addressing the second question of Rava, that is exactly what Ravuna's Kavachaimer is, that Hesed could not complete the second stage, even though it was Kesef in the beginning, where Choppa could complete the second stage after Kesef in the beginning. Now, brand new sugya. If a woman takes a ring, money, and gives it to the chassan and says, "Arenis kadeshes lecha," or one of the lashonos, she gives an asina and an amir. It's just 2 things. That's 100% no good. What if she does one out of it? Let's say the chassan gives a ring to her, and she says the amira, "Hareini kadeshes lecha." So according to one Chandi Gemara, it's nothing. According to another Chandi Gemara, it's something to Rabbana. If a husband says, "Hareini Isha," I'm your husband, or "Eini Isha," I'm not your husband, so it doesn't work for Kedushin, and it doesn't work for Gerushin, it's not even a suffix, it's nothing. Why? Because it says in the Pasuk, Hiyika. The husband has to take, and he doesn't give himself over, and the Shilcha, he's the one that initiates the get, and it's such a zero that when it comes to a get, it doesn't even make a puzzle with the Huna. There's no reach I get. If a husband, a person says, "Hareat mikudeshes," and he misses out the final word of li, doesn't see li. Hareat mikudeshes. That's pretty obvious what he means. He means to him. But according to Shmuel, it says you need a yad mechia. You need a handle that's very clear and obvious. You can't make any mistakes. So this is not tradition because you missed that one word. Just like when a nazir walks by someone and that someone says, "Hey, I want to be like him," since he wasn't very specific, according to Shmuel, he's not a nazir. But boy sides, have a wonderful day.
Yo,
Kedushin Davav, another amazing classic daf. We're doing the synopsis in under 8 minutes, hopefully. We kind of learned 3 lashonos of Kedushin at work, repeated it, hazarded it, put it in his repertoire, then he added another 3. Harei Atishti, Harei Dorsasi, Harei Kmuili, it worked. Harei Atchali, Harei Tishusi, Harei Tkukali, it also works. The Gemara says, if he says Harei Atchali, that fits in with the pasuk Yikach, and it also works. But the Gemara has a suffix. He says Uchedeslim, Yuedes, Ezrasi, Nigdasi, Atzurasi. These are all the shoyness that are in the Torah. Tzalasi, Zgurasi, Tachtit, Kusasi, Charufasi, V'shivcha nechrefes leish. Says the Gemara that works only in Yehuda because in Yehuda they call an arusa a charufa. According to the Mandava that says that Shivcha Charufa is referring to, that's Rabbi Kiva, a Chatzi Baskar and a Chatzi Shivcha, so it's possible that in every place that Lashon of Charufa would work. If a person is talking to a woman about the Kedushin, and even a get, and then he gives her a ring without explaining to her what it is, she is Mekudesh. Allah is like Rabbi Yossi, that you don't have to say Aret Mekudeshes if you're in the middle of discussing the Kedushin. According to Elazar Shimon, even me'inyan le'inyan ba'oisay inyan, which means if they're talking about Kedushin and they went off to speak about how much money there is involved and how much this, and then he gives her the ring, then she is Mekudesh. And the Gemara tells us that you have to notify the Dayanim about this halacha, because the halacha is that if you don't know about Gittin and Kiddushin, the halachas, all the halachas, you shouldn't be a Masada Kiddushin or a Masada Giyah. This is one of the halachas, they have to know the halachas like Rabbi, because it is common for somebody to be talking to a woman about Kiddushin and then giving her a ring without saying Harei B'Kiddush. If a person tells his wife, Harei Bas Chayrin, which is a lashon that you use for a shivcha, it doesn't work by a woman. If a person says, Adam, he says this to a shivcha, it also doesn't work because the shivcha is also to Evet, she's not much to all people. The person says, Harei La'atzmei, it works by a woman because he meant you are completely to yourself, and the Gemara learns that out from a shivcha. The person says, I have nothing to do with you, I'm not dealing with you. That works by the slave. If a person tells a slave, I have nothing to do with you, he means that he's completely free. Now for the classic Yeshivish Sugya, Abai said, if a man loaned a woman money and then he forgives the loan, that's not enough for Dushin. But if he says, with the benefit, the enjoyment you have from the loan, the Hanas Milva, she is with Kodesh. The Gemara explains, Harvach Zimna, the Hana that he lengthened the loan, that would cost to do it otherwise, Hana, she's in the Kodesh. And it's also to do so because it's Haramas Ribis. It looks as if you're trying to round the halacha of Ribis is thought that she has money. On condition that works the regular sale, which you put in a bank, you give the claim 5 slime on condition you give it back, it works. But by Truma, it's also to do so because it looks as if you're playing them meaning a kohen cannot work and expect the return Truma. So over here, when you give the client Truma, you say, here's 2 apples, but on condition you give them back to me. It should work, theoretically. You're not allowed to do it because next time, this client is expecting Truma because he just helped you out by giving you back the apples, and that's all. When it comes to a woman, this is also awesome. You can't be Kaddish a woman on condition she gives you back the ring. Why? Because it's similar to Chalipin. Chalipin is a king sudar. I give you this shmata, this sudar, and you lift it up and make a king, and it looks like that, and therefore it doesn't work like Kedushin. The Hoysai have a wonderful day. Welcome back. Saving the daf. Teaching daf. Designing another incredibly smakedah. A bunch of members from Rava. Rava says that when you give a people to a woman, it doesn't necessarily have to be that the person gives the power of people. In fact, the person gives that people to somebody else because she asked him to, which is something he couldn't. Another halacha that the person himself doesn't have to give, it could be the person's friend that gives. And therefore, I think these 2 halachas come on. So the first halacha, the woman tells somebody else, the woman doesn't have to receive because of the foot. This we learn from a guarantor. A guarantor, he could mechayiv himself even though he didn't receive anything. Another halacha, if the shliach of the chassan gives a pruta, his own pruta to the woman, in other words, nothing came out of the chassan's pocket, he's also mekudesh. That we learn from an evet. Evet, go free even though you didn't give anything. If we take these 2 halachas and put them together, so we have like this. The person says, the woman says, you give of money, to the chassan, and I will become a kuddush to the chassan. So she didn't receive anything. The chassan didn't come out of pocket anything, and it's actually two things: the din of the art, the din of the heaven. She's made for the another chashav, a very important person who usually doesn't receive gifts. He could be mekadosh a woman by receiving something from the woman, because that I know that he accepted the gift from her. She's mekadosh because she's willing to pay somebody to convince him to accept it. Is Allah of Agav. Agav means that if you purchase real estate, and on the piece of real estate there's the calculate movable objects. Since you made a claim on the real estate, you claim that the other objects Agav. So it doesn't work in the reverse. You purchase movable objects, and there's karka, you're not kind of echo. If a person says, you become Mekudesh, half of me, half of the man, it's Mekudesh. Why? Because what he's saying is, I'm leaving room for me to marry another woman. If he says that same lesson on her, half of you woman. Because to me, that doesn't work because it says, so you have to marry a full woman, not a half a woman. If a person says half of you, Hala, on the Twitter, we don't say that the person spreads out their entire being. Why? Because it's something called Das Aferis Masa. Since we're dealing with another Das, therefore, she might not agree to it. Just like we have the same halacha by an animal that's owned by two partners. And one of them goes ahead and is Makadosh his half, and then he repurchases the other half from his friend, from the partner.
How old are you?
The other half, the Yusha is not dispassionate.
How old are you?
See from here, you see
How old?
the concept of rejection from his bad. Once an animal, even a live animal, is rejected, even for a moment, even though later on
how old are you?
Purchase the other half and try to manage that other half, it's rejected from the half, never can manage that part. You also see that the rejection can start all in the beginning. It doesn't have to be near in itself. It doesn't have to be a situation where the animal for him is bad, then it was rejected. Even if you start all over the beginning. And also, you see from here, when there's rejection on the monetary value of the animal, which is dumb, it doesn't necessarily have to be just like good. War brings a number of stages, things that we don't know, we remain with the suffering. If a person is in Magdish, a woman for half, and we call them at half share, and the Gemara remains the suffix. So, in other words, one suffix is two halves of a woman with one proof. Or what if a person tells another person, I'm a Kaddish your two daughters, I'm a shliach for my two adult sons, right? They don't want to be a Kaddish with two minor daughters. But we have one individual giving the truth, one individual receiving the truth. Is that enough to be Kaddish two girls? Now, what if a person says, I want to be Kaddish your daughter and a cow, your daughter and a field with one proof. We say that the entire proof goes to the daughter and the field, kind of the Pesha, the Chazaka, whatever. And we say, no, that he meant half of the puja for the field, half the puja for the daughter, and therefore it's not a good condition. Both sides have a wonderful day. And then I bring out mushrooms all after dinner. Fucking get you started, let the day go. Let's remember the Indians, natives. Alright, what about the Indians? Hey, how old the Indians? Are you kidding me? Don't bring the fucking Indians up. I love them. I tell you what Indians up, you gotta do better than I still do it with a tomahawk somewhere. Fuck yeah. No, I know. I said that kid to camp. Kedushin in Daf Ches. Welcome to another speaking Daf. The main part is the synopsis of the Daf. And if you're interested in a little bit more, check out the full share. It's approximately 45 minutes. charts, good animation, check out this video. I think you'll enjoy it. The Gemara tells us that if somebody's mekadosh a woman with silk, so there's a number of steps here as you can see in the chart. According to everybody, if the husband, the husband says, this is worth 50, and it turns out it's not worth 50, according to everybody, there's no kedusha. He says, whatever it's worth, so there is kedusha. Besides, Rabbi Yosef, in the second lashon, we learned from the Rabbi that cannot be bought with Ruah and Kalim, Ruvalah. According to Rabbi, this means chalipin. According to Rabbi Nachman, Herois don't make chalipin, so you can't say that it's referring to chalipin. So we're talking about a very interesting case. We're talking about that the fruit is worth less than a short. And I would think with Harvan and Yosef, in other words, even though it's worth less than a pizza, but since the enjoyment, the benefit is right here and now, perhaps you could make a payment for an Eved with that kind of hanah. It's worth sometimes more than a pizza of money because I'm having hanah right now. Nevertheless, this had to be not be nicked with Talmud Shofar. The machlokes between Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef is when a person says, this is worth 50. In fact, it is worth 50. According to Rabbi, there's kedushin because it is exactly what he said. According to Rabbi Yosef, even though it's exactly what he said, she's not saying that. She doesn't trust it. According to the second lashon, where there wasn't a professional assessment, just like by a cat. If somebody says, take this cat, it doesn't claim he has a firstborn son, you want to be pregnant with 5 swine, it says, take this cat for the pidyon haben of my son, and it's worth 5 slime, he tells him. It's a good pidyon haben. Because it's assessed, it was evaluated. According to Rabbi, when it's not worth 5, it's not worth 5 sell. And the coin accepted it as if it's worth 5. So the Gemara tells us, it's very interesting. If it's something like a sudar, a yarmulke, a head cover, and he's a very important person and he really needs it, so he can pick something that actually has a market value of, let's say, 2, and for him right now, it's worth 5 because he really needs it. Another case, where it says, if the person tells the Kawa, I'm giving you 100 for the kedusha. Instead of giving you 100, it gives you 1 dinar out of 100. 1%. The halacha is the kedusha takes place immediately, and he just has to give the rest because we say, hello, it's as if he said, on condition, I'm going to give you the rest. The kedusha is how right away with the first dinner. The rest is just a night, right here and now. If a chassan says, I want to be mekadosh with this 100 right here, both the chassan and the kala can retract until the end. But Rabbi says, even when he's counting, so it goes by the end. If the chassan gave her the money at night, and you find between the money, one of the dinarim is not worth the full dinar. The copper, not mekudesh. Now, if it's a bad dinar, what does that mean bad? That you could really use it, if you really push it, you can get it through, somebody will take it. So then kedushin is how, and he has to change out that bad dinar. If a person is kaddish with 100, he said, I'm going to give you 100, but never give 100. He gave her a security, a collateral. It tells us, money ain't mashkin. He didn't give her any money. He promised her money. The security, that's not what he's mekadosh with. It's just a collateral, a guarantee. The same thing is, if a person buys a slave, a shifcha, if he doesn't give money, he just gives security, and then she wants to take it back, she can. But if the person gives someone else's money, in other words, somebody owes him money, say he owes him $20,000, and The guy gave him as collateral, as security, gave him a Rolex watch. The Chassan take the Rolex watch and give it to the Kala, because right now the Chassan owns the watch halachically. The Torah considers it as if it's his, and therefore he gave him something, and there's a loan connected to this watch. So if the borrower comes and retrieves his watch and pays back the loan, at least she'll get the loan. So one way or another, she's getting something. She's getting something right now, and it's actually worth whatever the loan is worth. And the fact that the Torah says that the lender should give back the security at night, let's say it's PJs or whatever it is that the borrower needs at night, he gives it back to him every night. And the Torah says, it's considered as if you do tzedakah. Now you can't do tzedakah with somebody else's money, so you see from the Torah that the Torah considers that security. The person gives what he thinks is his colleague her money. He takes the money and throws it into the fire. No kiddushin. She's showing she doesn't want to be misguided, even though she's hired to pay for the money. Same thing would apply. She tells the chassan, do me a favor, take this money, give it to your father, give it to your father. Even if she says, give it to a poor person, that poor person is someone that she constantly supports, not a kedusha. But if she says, I want my father or your father to accept this money kedusha, even if it's a stranger, he should accept the kedusha. The kedusha is how? If she sees him holding a piece of bread, he says, I read the kedusha thing with his bread. She says, you know what? Give it to his dog. Not a kedusha. Give it or put it on top of a stone or rock. Not a kedusha. If the stone is hers, it's kedusha. What if both the chassan and the kala own the stone? If a dog is running after this woman, and she says, you know what, give the bread to the dog. She stops chasing the axe. That's what she meant. So the Gemara has a suffix whether or not it's kedusha. On the one hand, she has a lot of anah that he stopped the dog from harming her. So she says the dog wants to bite her. On the other side, he's anyways clear to save her, and therefore maybe it's not considered anah. And the Gemara remains in a suffix. Rabbi side. Have a wonderful day.
Sometimes I get a ride, but most of the times I take a bus at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and come back at 7, 8 o'clock at night. I learned about bureaucracy and our government don't work fucking well.
Kedushin Daf Test, how's everybody doing? Another 8-minute daf. The word tells us if a woman asks a merchant, can I have one of your necklaces? Can I have a wine? Can I have a date? Some fruit? And he says, yeah, I'll give you them on condition that you marry me. Just give it. The word tells us, even if she only have, halacha is, she's not the privilege people. What she's saying is, just give it to me, do your job, I'm not getting married. The word just tells us what halacha is. That's what he's sugya. When it comes to silk, you don't need shuma, you don't need professional appraisal. If somebody says, it's actually money, I want to be passionate with 100 and you only give to 1%, uses one dinner, she's in Sedeshas right away, and he has to fulfill his mission, which is to pay another 99 because Kalahim on the Nas. The person says, you come Kedeshas to me with one money and instead of gave her just security, what call this money income, mashkin income, you don't have money, you don't have mashkin, she's not with you. These are halacha Mishra Sinai. Mishra Rabbeinu came down from Sinai, and he told us that when you purchase real estate, the seller must write the shtar, not the buyer. When it comes to kedushin, the husband writes the shtar kedushin, and Chachamim brought an asmachta from Sukkot. When the daughter is a nada, and the husband wants to write a shtar, he writes the shtar even if he gives the shtar to the girl herself, and it's on the das of the father with the father's influence, he has to write B'chol. This is a Geras. He's more than 12.5 years old. He writes the shtar even if he gives the shtar to the father and the girl agrees that the father should accept it first, nevertheless he has to write Harei. The word tells us when it comes to shtar kedusha, just like it's that You have to write a get with Shema. You have to write an intent for this specific woman. So when it comes to Kedushin, it can't be written for another woman and then you just use it for this wife. You have to write it with Shema. Why? As we learned, the Yatsa v'Haisa is a hekesh between Havaya and Yitzia. Is machlokes whether or not she needs to know that you wrote it to begin with. You have to write it in her name with her in mind, but you need to tell her that you're writing it. Just like you get, you need das makna, which is the husband. Perhaps you need the das makna kedusha, which is the wife, or maybe you don't need that. Now, according to this that we don't write a star erusin and a suin. You need both of their das when you write it. You need a husband and a wife. You must be talking about shloif sikta, which today we call tonight, because this is something that's done with Amira when the two fathers make a deal. They say, I'm going to give X amount for the wedding, you're going to give X amount. You don't write it down because it's better for them that it should be a milval peh, which you don't go after real estate if you don't have. According to Rabbi Yochanan, how do you know that you can be Kaddish a woman with a deal? Not like you said on the Daladam base from Ubala, he learns it out from Bu'ulas about. What does he do with the word Ubala? Like the Gemara said about Daladam base. I would think that when you Kaddish with money, you need Bia as well. Mashallah, no. So if so, the story of a Naira Amulasa. This is an engaged Naira who the Torah tells us she's a psula. And if she's a Mizana, there's a different Misa. The Misa is skila instead of penning for regular usage. How is it possible for it to be a psula if there's Pesach and Bia together, as more is happening there? So that must be talking about shtar. That she got engaged with a shtar. And just like a shtar, but all you need for a get is one shtar, so for Kedushin, all you need is one shtar. The word Ubala comes to exclude Amma Ivriya. You think that maybe Amma Ivriya is Nikla Bebia, she's not. And we don't learn a hekesh. It says in the Pasuk by Amma Ivriya, like in a cheres, maybe she should be like a regular woman. Amma Ivriya is not. And Rabbi learns that exact halacha from the Lashon Allah. You could have said Ubal, Allah is another halacha from it. Rava, we learn also that you need Kedushin Yisurim L'Bia. Meaning, if somebody says one of the two sisters, one of the two daughters is in Kiddush for me, and we don't know which one, now the Kedushin is not halal at all, because he's not allowed to be with either of them, because each one might be the sister of your wife, and that's a position. They're both us with him. So therefore, it's a Kedushin that wasn't given to begin with to be, and therefore it's not halal at all. Rabbi said, have a wonderful day.
Some places you can sit behind outside, smoke a joint with the fucking, you'll fall on the fence and nobody sees me. There's some place and watch it. You stick out like a fucking sore down and watch it. What's my bleed? Nothing's the matter. Just make all the changes.
Kedushin Das Yud, how's everybody doing? Another wonderful day with the Hebrew God. How do you know that a woman is Nikna B'Bia? According to Rabbi, he learns it out from the word Uba'ala. And what does he do with the word Uba'ala spouse that the Yochanan learns it out of the woman that only for the beautiful situation with wife is considered a Bua, even though she has Psula, but she's Yidah Loika Dark. And that's when it comes to us, not. Skiva, it's not extra because the Torah says, Levada, only one person will create this. But according to our common, even when it comes to Skiva, they're all, everybody's tired of doing something. What is the word? Levada. And even in this situation, it's amazing how often, when this woman, not a woman, Anna, and he violates her, he's high Nisa, which is covered. And not like the man that says that he's potter because she's potter. The Rabbi comes to say that he's chayiv misa. Where's Rabbi Yochanan? The husband makes her a bu'ula because it doesn't say bu'ula stish, it says bu'ula. The more goes to the whole discussion, the more comes out that Sayyid is claiming that a person has das and wants to make the kingdom. So when it comes to the surah, for instance, the over on the right, the over as you see it, it's also the over on the first stage of it, the beginning of it. But when it comes to the king, it has to do with what he has in hand. Where's his das? His das is obviously married. Therefore, it comes out a tremendous afternoon. A Chayin Gadol, the only marry a psula, cannot marry someone through Bia, because since his das is on the end of Bia, and the beginning of Bia, he created a situation where she's no longer psula, she's a Bia, it's also for him to do with it. The person just did stage 1 of Bia, and she went ahead and she accepted Kedushin from another man. So she's been put to the second person. Why? Because the first person's Kedushin was only found at a later stage of Bia, whereas Das is. Gemara says we have to suffer whether or not Bia creates the swim or creates only the stage 1 of marriage, which is Aries. That's community. You married to somebody, you have a full swim, you inherit her nice medallion, the earnings are the husband has the right to return that there. So when it comes to 3-year-old, that is a time that she's loyal to Bia, and so yeah, for a whole school of halachas. Kedushin, Yibum, and Yavim Gevilas over 3 she's as a get. If she dies, the husband is playing Kama for another halacha is let's go into this. So there's a halacha that a woman who's in the Kama, you should have a moifat alien Kama. So she's sitting on a pile of mattresses. All the mattresses below her have a very severe illness. She is an Abakum. And all the mattresses are Abakum. And they don't lose any power in the thing. Everything's above her. She wears a bunch of cats' clothing. So they are just a Rishon. When it comes to the bite, the one who is with her, he acquires from a very severe thing. He's actually going for 7 days. And when he sits on, all the mattresses become coming as a Rishon, not out of and above him is also a Rishon. So that if this girl is above 3 years old, if she's less than 3 years old, then she's only coming from us until the night. If she's 3 years old and she had relations with the mamzit, it makes her puzzle. And as a side note, Chuppah only works for somebody that's ready to do it. So even if a half-year-old had a Chuppah, it means nothing. Even in Seder Pol, that a woman eats Truma when she's making dirty rice. From and he learns it from a climber, a shift that doesn't Truma. She only uses Truma, you pass it, and the master gives your money. So, in other words, you got 3 situations of this. Or, climber is from Bina and Chuppah together. I'm not told that because when you put the shine, you want to shine in the cream, you get everything you have, all the stages, money's everything. Actually, anything by a woman, there's 2 stages. There's payments and give money. According to Rabbi, everybody holds that the rights and the engaged woman are used to Truma. And the Machlokes says that according to the human zero, he makes a claim from the Shikha that we're not concerned with simcha. It simply means that there's something that comes at a later stage that cancels, let's say, this engagement. The person finds out that this Kala has a mom that he didn't know about, so retroactively there's never confusion. But what happens is that during this engagement period, she's in the Truma, and it comes out that she's also concerned about it. He's not concerned. But what we are concerned about is the zero Kula. Who is concerned that if you give an engaged woman Truma, and she's permitted the rights to it, and she brings it home, she shares it with her brothers, they might be over on this, but that's why you don't give an engaged woman Truma. Have a wonderful day.
I can see it in your face. I can see it. Your face is so fucking red. Shut up. You're thinking about it. Oh, sit there. You fucking brother.
Kedushin Achid Aleph, how's everybody doing? Another wonderful stop, synopsis in hopefully 8 minutes. According to everybody, when a regular Israeli gets engaged, it's a Arusa stage 1 of marriage, with the Raisa is engaged to a client she can eat Truma. Even though it's only engaged, so how come she doesn't eat Truma nowadays? Because it's a Xeris coming. It's not what the Xer is. According to the Yudah Xera, you basically have a claimant from the Shifra, so the Simcha. What's that? Cancels a marriage. It's called a Simcha. In case of, let's say, a woman, she's engaged, she's Truma. Is engagement, but between Truma and she's very answer. And by Shifra, the same thing applies. If you cancel the purchase, and she shouldn't be Truma that entire time. But according to Yudah Xera, the concern is not Simcha, the concern is food. The concern is that if she's living by her parents' house, and she receives them a pasta, which is too much. She might share it with her brothers and sisters. Nobody ever is good at it. Rabbi says no. There's no hashash for it. He says, let's figure this out ourselves. What's the concern? He sees the shifra and he sees that she has a mom. He'll retract the sale. So think about it. He saw what she looks like. If it was something visible to the naked eye, then he accepted it. If it's something he couldn't see, what does he care? He's not marrying her. Elamai, she's a Ghana, she's a kidnapper. She's useless, right? He says kidnapper, gambler. Well, guess what? Most avadim are ganavim, so that can be a good reason to cancel the sale. What about a person who they said he must die? He did something terrible. Said we have to kill him, cut his head, or he's a robber. That he didn't know, or he should have known. Everybody hears about these things. Now, but both according to Yudah Xera and Ben Baghdad, they both hold that nowadays she doesn't do truma. One for this reason, one for that reason. So, but where's the nafkamina between them? So the Gemara in two cases, Kibo, Masar, Pala. Kibo means that the husband accepted by himself no matter what. Any woman in the world is going to marry her. That gets rid of the problem with simply. Can't say, well, I saw a mom, I don't want to marry her. You already accept it. But the problem with being in her parents' house and feeding brothers still exists. The other two, though, Masar and Halaf, are very similar. When the father gave his daughter over to the shliach to go get married, she left the house, or the shliach gives over to another shliach, but this girl is out of the house. There's no concern that she might feed her siblings, but there's no concern that the husband sees her, will see a mom and won't want to marry her. That's the end of that sugya. Now in the Mishnah it says that a woman is nikna b'kesed. One of the communities today. How much kesed? It's will say puta b'sham say dinner. The question is, why do b'sham say dinner? Puta is everywhere. That's the shiri. But why do b'sham pick up? It says that a woman is makbid. It's not proper for her to say, I'm accepting I value myself at a puta. You value yourself more than that. But that's only when a woman accepts kedushin at night or through a shliach, then you need a dinner. But what if she saw what it is? She saw that her cousin gave her food and she said, of course, it's good kedushin. And that will explain also the daughters of Nana, a little bit of nothing we can call them. They only accepted 3 kav of gold points. Well, if they accepted blue, accepted it's a good kedushin. The guy said the reason is because when the Torah says kesef, Torah means kesef tsuri, which means silver. You're not going with the puda. Puda is nefashis, it's copper. So Shimulach says that we learned this idea from an Amr. A Jewish slave, the halacha is that if you purchase a Jewish slave, the Amr is real. Let's say you purchase her for 6 years, 600. So that means every year she costs 100. Now she wants to buy herself back after 3 years, so she prorates it and gives you back 300. You have to have the ability to do that. That's called the running test. And if you don't have the ability to prorate, then it's not similar to yield. Yield is that you can marry this Amr Bria, you can give her over to your son. If you don't have the ability to marry her, then you can't purchase her. How do you not have the ability? Let's say she's your sister, so you cannot purchase your sister. Now, in order to do the running test, you have to start off at a higher number. You can't start off at the lowest. If you start off at a puta, you can't go lower than that. There's no money lower than a puta. So you must start off at a dinner. But why a dinner? Maybe but why a dinner? She's rational. Once the Torah says we're not using puta, the Torah is telling us that we do something important like a dinner. Rabbi has another reason. The reason why he's trying to say you use a dinner, should allow you to Israel has. You cannot treat Jewish women as hefker. According to the Silla, any time Torah says a very specific amount of kesef, so it's sweet. It means silver. For instance, the 5 shekel of ben is 30 of a slave that is killed by a ox. Ravasi adds, he says that when it comes to the Rabbanon kesef, It means Kesef Medina, which is an eighth of what we're talking about, the eighth of a tzur. For instance, when a person blows his friend's ear off, he ruins his friend's ear, the Boishas, he has to pay him a seller. Gemara tells us, we'll talk about it here just for a moment. And when it comes to Shua of Moedim Mitzvahs, that is, a person admits the part of the claim. Somebody claims against him, you owe me 100, and he says, I owe you 5. How much does the claim have to be? How much does the commission have to be? So the Machlis writing Shmuel, if it's the commission that has to have 2 months, or the claim has to be 2 months. But it has to be 2. And that's very interesting. Because the Torah says, Pesach, but in this case, since it's Kalim, the Torah talks about Kalim, and Kalim is plural, so we say it's 2 Rabbi side. Have a wonderful day. Kiddushin Daf Beis, how's everybody doing? We're already 11 Daf. Kiddushin is flying by just like that. I hope you're enjoying. If you haven't tried out the full shir, please give it a try. It's only approximately 40-45 minutes. It's a whole different game. Stories, charts, more charts. We're talking about she does these still. How are you Mekadosh a woman? The kesef. How much kesef? It's also what does a pruta mean? There's 2 ways to understand it. Either pruta is the smallest denomination in that country. So say you live in America, in the UK, 1 penny. Or perhaps it's an amount that Moshe Rabbeinu had in his generation, all generations, a certain amount, half a barley corn, silver. But Yosef says that it's the smallest denomination. Why? He says because it says that if somebody's moil in Hegdish, that means if somebody uses something in his Hamikdash, even if it's 1 fruit, he has to pay 2,000 times the amount. He has to pay a Karban, a Sham, Ne'ilah, which is worth 2 slimes. It's worth 2 slimes. That means it's 2,000 people when you go into it for a second. You see from here, unbelievable concept. That how careful a person has to be from doing an Avera. He miles an Avera, and if he does an Avera, he might be liable for 3,000 times that amount. But Rabbi tells him that a pruta has a sheet. It's not sweet. Every pruta has a certain amount. It's not the small denomination. As we see in our Mishnah, it says in our Mishnah that it's echad mishmanim l'siyikal. So it has a certain value. Other items. So it's shot over here with the Ula, it's talking about a pruta. Because over there, it's close to 2,000. It's a little bit more than 1,500. And we'll explain. A dinner, everybody knows, dinner equals 192 fruits. And a sela has 4 dinars. So we're talking about 2 slime, that's 8 dinars. So, easy math. 8 times 192, new, how much is it? 1536. So why does the Gemara call it 2,000? Because anytime you go over a certain number, you're pushing the next number, you round it out to the next number. So over 1,500, now we say it's close to 2,000. According to Shimon Leo, a pruta is worth more because it's only 6 prutas in the Isser. And according to Tanakama, a pruta is always worth the same amount. It doesn't go more or less. A pruta is always 192 prutas per dinner. Just what changes is the Isser, another denomination for the Isser. Sometimes it's worth 24 per dinner, sometimes it's 32 dinner. Shmuel says it's tremendous thing. Anytime a person is Mekadosh a woman, let's say with a fruit, or even a branch of a Hadassah, and it's not worth a pruta in this city, we always have to be concerned that perhaps this fruit, this branch is worth more than a pruta somewhere else in the world. Who knows? Maybe it has a lot of value somewhere. And therefore, this woman might be Mekudeshes, so she's Mekudeshes to something. But of course, the argument says you don't have to be concerned that somewhere else in the world is worth more. Not only that, Rav Chiz himself wasn't concerned if somebody came along and said, listen, I know for a fact that day it was worth more money. Or if they say there's 8 that say it's worth more. Abai and Rabbi said you have to be concerned with 8. What about the case of a woman who was captured? Over there, we're not concerned what the 80 say. There's 8 that come later and say, yes, she's captured. We believe if they they said that they were captured, and the woman that's captured, the novel herself, she makes herself disgusting in the eyes of her captors, and therefore you don't have to be punished. And we explained that Rabbi Yosef was concerned for Shmuel. You wouldn't have to be concerned that even if you have something that's worth less than a pruta, and a person who's in touch with it, perhaps it's worth more than a pruta somewhere else. And also, he said that we have to give this person malchus. Why? Because in our case, the person kaddish a woman in the middle of a market with hadassah. A zilzal, it's putting redemption of kedushin by doing it in a public display of the market, and therefore he gets malchus. That is to be that Rav gave malchus on a number of things. One, a person that's a kaddish in the marketplace, a person that's kaddish a woman with the bia, it's also a zilzal. A person who kaddish a woman without shidduchim, a person who sent a shliach to divorce his wife and then he's mevatel it, a person who was forced to give a get and then later on said, hey, I was forced to give a get, he's being motzei shemra on the mamzerim, on the children, he's calling them mamzerim. If shliach bezin comes and summons somebody to the Torah, and that person beats up the shliach bezin, he shoots the messenger, he's to give malchus. And if somebody was in the Torah for 30 days and didn't do anything about it, he's to give malchus. A son-in-law who lives by his mother-in-law's house, since mother-in-laws like your son-in-laws, he gives the malchus. And if somebody has a special shame, like people know that this mother-in-law likes the son-in-law, just walking by your house, he also gave malchus. Some say the only time Rav gave malchus is on somebody who's kaddish or woman to bia, and some people say even if that bia came after shidduchim, he gave malchus. Rabbi said, have a wonderful day.
This guy had a complete different level. What are you doing? He was a hitman that I forget the whole fucking story. He was working on a portal.
Yeah, he was editing, he was making a portal. And the guy wouldn't pay him.
Kiddushin Daf Gimel, the 8-minute daf. How's everybody doing? If a person is mekadosh a woman with gezel, with neva, he stole it in front of them, behind their back, hamas, he stole it and paid for it. The kudeshas, it's a good kiddushin. What happens if a person grabs something out of a woman's hand and gives it back to her and says, I'm giving it back to a condition, they become kudeshas to me, and she's quiet. So it depends. If they were already talking about talking about getting engaged and he did so, then she's engaged to him. Otherwise, she can invoke the same in Shakri, the Shakri. She doesn't really have to say it, we say it for her. Yes, for you, but it took what was invited to be deserving something. When Rabbi was nifter, Rabbi Yassi, the Chacham gathered members that he said, so we have a lot of random halachas. We don't really have to do that with Sugi per se. But beautiful halachas. First halacha is that karka cannot be purchased bikini and kesef with less than a pruta. Just like a woman. However, if they use chalip and a clean sugar, obviously the sugar never has to be worth a pruta. Other halacha, if a person is not fluent in the halachas of Gittin and Kedushin, and he deals with Gittin and Kedushin, he's worse than Dar HaMabel. They didn't damage the fish of the generation, but this person is damaging the fish also deserves to die. Agriculture could be the raisa. Somebody has a shibud, has an obligation, and a Torah, he forced the inheritors to pay up the obligation. So we say that shibud is the raisa, whether it's a nuva that's in the Torah, in other words, something that the Torah says you should do so specifically. For instance, like the carbon of the Yulevis, one of the bird that's the bonus cuts an oil, where she brought the carbon but not the oil. Her children are obligated to bring the oil for her, even if she didn't designate a bird for that cause. And in addition to that, if there's a milval theft, a verbal loan, the person who lent the money to go after the inheritors, to go after those who purchased property from the borrower, even though it wasn't in a star, it was verbal. According to Rabbi Shmuel, you can't go after them. But the halacha is that shibuda is the iraisa to go after the inheritors. But you cannot go after the purchasers. Why? Because you can't fault them because they didn't know about it. Since it's a verbal loan, nobody knew about it. And you could say that he himself, the bird, ruined it for himself, and Takana made a special takana for the purchaser. What does that mean? He doing it for himself. He should have put it in writing and he did it. The Mishnah tells us that a woman acquires herself back when her husband dies. And the Gemara tells us a number of beautiful things here. First of all, we don't say that after the husband dies, it's possible to marry her with Isser as safe. In other words, since the Torah says the Yatz of a Haisa that he sends her out, gives her a get that she marries somebody else, so I would think that there's a mitzvah for her to get married, but that's only with a get. And if the husband dies, she has an Isser to get married, and the Isser turns into it's a lav that turns into an asay. So Isser asay. But the Gemara says, since it's in the pasuk, that if a person just got engaged, he shouldn't go out for war. Because if he goes out for war and he dies, somebody else will take her. So you see that she's allowed to get married to somebody else. And the word acher cannot be a yavam. So therefore it means that anybody can marry her. So here's your source that after her husband dies, a woman can get married to anybody she wants. Another thing you want to say. It says in the pasuk, the pasav, the user of get, and yamos. The Gemara says we have a hedge between death and a get. Just like Gerushin finishes off at 7th day tie, she can marry anybody she wants, so too the death of the husband. The Gemara just says that you can't learn all this out of logic. If the husband dies, she can marry anybody she wants. Why? Because the whole reason why she's an Ishasishin, she's also for the world, is because of the husband. Once he's gone, the Isra is lifted and she should be able to marry anybody she wants. We don't need a pasuk. The Gemara says no. Because when she gets married, it creates new Isur, new arise. For instance, she's also to her father-in-law. And even after her husband dies, her father-in-law is still usher to her. So you see that the death of the husband doesn't lift all these surim, so perhaps it doesn't lift her. So that's why we need to come out to the pasuk. Rabbi side have a wonderful.
Okay, and you gotta have fun. But now, you tell me to share, man. Tell me, man.
Turn the lights off. The rest of the podcast, just talk to each other.
Reducing Dafi Dalit, how's everybody doing? So we finished with the sugya of a woman, how you attach a woman. We're moving on to the end of the Mishnah, discussing a Yavam. Yavam is a woman who was married to a person and they didn't have children, and the guy died never. So she falls the Yavam, she must marry her brother-in-law, either the Chalitza or Yavam, in order to create a new name for the brother who is deceased. How are you trying to this Yavama? Instead of being kind of a Hesed for Shtar, it's only the Via. How do we know this from the pasuk Yavama Yavi Aleha? There's a double Lashon here to teach us that it's only the Via. From the extra head, Yavama Yavi Aleha, we learn that you carry Yavama about Karpa against her. And the Torah says the Mikra Shemai. You learn from me that everybody that's there, that's present at the Chalitza, says very loudly, Chalitza now, Chalitza now. From the time that it says Yisrael, we learn that once the Chalitza is performed, she's looking to marry anybody she wants. In the second Yisrael, we learn that it's not in front of the peasant of Geir, meaning Yibam is different than everything else. Typically speaking, as long as a mother is Jewish, even if the father's not Jewish, the son could be a Dayan. Not when it comes to Yibam. Even though by Chalitza, the word Chacham is very strong, it means it's essential for what the Torah says. Nevertheless, I would think that I could learn a Tavachimer against where it says it. And I need the word Chanal to teach us when we should learn Tavachimer from a woman that a Yibam should go out with it. Yeah. We see the same exact idea by Yom Kippur. By Yom Kippur, you know, on Yom Kippur, the Kohen Gadol makes a lottery to see which one of the two goats. These two goats are identical, and one you bring as a chatas and one you put. Which one is what? There's a lot. You think that on Kohen Gadol can verbally decide this one is a chatas, this one is a laza. No. Torah says it has to be exactly like this. I think that learn about the claimer that you could verbally change the designation of the card. Why would I think so? When the Torah says Kuka, it means it's essential. So you see from Yom Kippur that even though the Torah is very strong with this lashon, you can still have a type of primer to do away with it. Something by us, even though it says Kacha, I would think that the type of primer does away with it. We learned from the word now that the Yavam can use any person's shoe, it doesn't have to be his own shoe. And from the fact that the person is not aloy, the above teaches us that if it's a shoe that's too large that he can't walk properly with it, or it's too small that it doesn't cover most of his foot, or it's a shoe without a sole, it's a no-go. And now we move on to a brand new Mishnah. It says the Hilga Mishnah. Evidently, a Jewish slave is purchased and acquired with money. I know this is going to show the sucker from a slave that's a mitzvah slave that wants to stay longer. They take his right ear, they put it on the door, and they poke a hole through it. According to the Manualar, It says, the Lovan suffer from this nirtza, that is nikna b'kesef. We learn from V'chi Sasif. V'chi is a continuation from the parsha of a slave that sold to him. Over there, a guy can only purchase with money, all other slaves are purchased with money. A Jewish slave is also purchased for style. And how does he acquire himself? In other words, if you work off for 6 years, you sell a slave, or if you ever comes for 6 years, or if you rate the amount of money that he's purchased for, like you bought it for 6 years, for 600 years, if the slave gives back 300, he goes free. A Jewish slave woman has one extra way that she goes out, and that's she becomes a naira. With Simone, she goes out. And that's going to work in the 6 years because they poke the hole. He goes out, he goes 50 years, he got a yovel, or Misas Adai, the death of his master. Whereas a regular slave is only working for 6 years. If his master dies, the Yerushim inherit him. However, unbelievable machlokes. The Tanakama holds that if a slave sells himself, in other words, he wasn't forced to be sold through Bezin because he stole and Bezin himself. He decided on his own he wants to sell himself. He did not love him. First of all, you don't give it tzia, he doesn't get his cold poke on the door. You don't have to give him the gifts that you give regular evidence. You cannot give him a shit like Knanis like you give a regular evidence that's sold by the Bezin. In addition, he can sell himself to begin with for more than 6 years. If he decides he wants to sell himself 12 years, he sells himself 12 years. The Bezin is limited to selling the Evid for only 6 years. Now, the Gemara says it could be, you could have learned out from the Zereshah the suffering. But these particular things have a meal to have a limitation. It says in the Pasuk that we learn from here that not somebody who sells himself, Rabbi side, have a wonderful
When the last 3 weeks the park's been coming on, my all-time favorite, the kids believe. Oh, yeah? And he goes, give him the bucket. Give him the bucket. Where's the bucket? Over there. Give him the bucket. He's stuck to see the devil. That's the road.
Kiddushin Daf Kisvav, how's everybody doing? Another wonderful 8-minute daf. Yesterday we were discussing Zereshah. 2 words, soccer. One is said by an Eved Ivri who sells himself, and one is said about an Eved Ivri who's sold by Bezin. There's a comparison between the two. And the Gemara mentioned that there's a Manda Amar that doesn't believe in this Zereshah. And we're on a search to find who this Manda Amar is, and in fact, we never locate this Manda Amar. Can't find it. So yesterday the Gemara said, perhaps, seems like a common revelation. In regard to 4 differences between someone who sells himself and someone who's sold by a Bezin. Someone who sells himself can sell himself for more than 6 years. He does not get gifts when he leaves. He does not become a nirtzah. You can't puncture his ear and let him work at the yovel. And also, you can give him shifat knavis. Whereas the sold by Bezin has the thing. And what I want to say to Amanda Omar is whether you hold suffer, you compare the two, or do not compare the two. Which is not. In fact, everybody believes in suffer and Zereshah. But each one of the 4 things has a special pasuk that limits those 4 things. And we learned about the first one yesterday, the fact that somebody who sells himself for more than 6 years. And now, moving on, that someone who sells himself cannot do Ritziyah. He cannot puncture his ear because it says in the prayer Oznai, it's only the ear of that who's sold by Bezin, not someone who sells himself. How do you know? How does he know that the woman, Jewish slave, cannot puncture her ear? It says Evet, from the extra hay, this Tanakama learns that he must proclaim, he must say that he wants to remain Evet Nirtzah while he's still an Evet. But once he's set free, he can't say, hey, a week later I decided I want to remain an Evet. It's too late. And that he learns from the extra hay. A slave that sells himself doesn't get parting gifts. He doesn't get a gift when he leaves. Again, because his amiyot is light. There's a concept called Shibuda de Rabbi. And that is that if a borrower borrows money from a lender, and then that borrower goes ahead and lends money to a third party, the original lender goes directly to the third party and takes his money back. That doesn't work by another. If a slave, a Jewish slave, owes money to a third party, that third party cannot go and get his gifts instead of the evidence. Why? Because this man, the Omar, doesn't believe in the whole Reb Nosson concept in general. Now, finally, the fourth halacha, the difference between a Moicher Atzmai and a Moicher Bezin, is that a Moicher Atzmai does not get to have a ship of knives. And how do we know this? From the meal of blood. It's not because this man, the Omar, doesn't hold himself a suffer, but he has a special meal of blood. And the fact that a master could give the Shevitanis to a slave about karchaf against his will, that we learn out from the pasuk that says that a Eved works for you double the amount of time as a regular employee. How's that? How's double? Because at night he has a Shevitanis and he produces slaves. You see from here that it's against his will. The Rabbi Yaakov learns that all slaves, all three that we're going to discuss, all three slaves go out at night. Now, in fact, there's no raya that he doesn't hold of the Secretary Shava. He could hold the Gemara says that each one of the slaves has a special reason why we need a special custom. The slave that was sold by the reason why he was sold is because he stole something. So if he did an Isser, so I would think that he doesn't need the Yovel punishment. The slave that has his ear punctured, the Nirtza, also did an Isser. He's over on the hey, Hashem says, oh, you're my slave. You shouldn't be another human being slave. So why are you going to the master and saying, hey, you want to work extra years? That's Isser. On the flip side, he already worked 6 years, so the master doesn't really lose. Gemara says, perhaps it's Rabbi who doesn't cut for supper. Gemara says, Rabbi also holds of supper. What does Rabbi say? Rabbi holds a big figure that a Jewish slave that was sold to a non-Jew doesn't go out after 6 years of working for the non-Jew like regular Eved who works for a Jew. That only a slave that's sold to a guy can be redeemed by relatively, not a slave sold for a year. Now, the fact that he doesn't really hold that he doesn't read it after 6 years, he learns that from the word Ba'ila. It's like reading with Akiva, you take the word Ba'ila and they learn something completely different. They hold that a slave sold to a non-Jew leaves after 6 years. When you take the word Ba'ila, according to Reis Aglili, if a complete stranger redeems the slave, says Reis Aglili, yes, he's redeemed from the non-Jew. He has to go work for the complete stranger. See, it's a combination of Ba'ila, but he learns it with Svar, he learns it from Latin. He says, why would a stranger want to go redeem a slave if he doesn't benefit from it? And if the slave doesn't come work for it? Or Rabbi says, no, there's a complete opposite on it. It's only when a relative redeems and he goes works for the relative. A stranger redeems and he doesn't work for this. He's completely why? Because if you don't allow him to work for the relative, then he'll keep on reselling himself over and over, and he'll rely on the relative to redeem him. According to Rabbi, whether he's redeemed by a stranger, whether he's redeemed by his relatives, he works for himself. In other words, he's completely free. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day. Kedushin Daf Tezayin, how's everybody doing? So you're full of we need to figure out why is it that a Jewish servant slave is making the Kesef, Shtar, etc., etc. Then we're going to have a very interesting claimer that Rothschild says an Eved Ivri purchased the Shtar, or the Pasuk says Yuma Peres. You have a Omar Yivriya, girl who's a slave, and he marries her, and then he marries another. The Lord warns us that the second woman, the first should be equal. Rama should be equal. Don't take away from him. So there's a heket. So there's a comparison between a regular wife and a Rama. Just like the regular wife was out, Shar, so too, and look at the Shar, so too, and Rama. The point of Ravuna is beautiful because Ravuna holds that the master, the purchaser of the slave, writes the document. And that's similar to marriage, where the husband is marrying the woman, he writes the document. But because of Rafiza, who holds that the father writes the document, we have a problem. So therefore, he must learn out from different parts of the case that a non-Jewish slave goes out, the Shen Ba'ayin, and 24 up the Varan, the fingers and the toes, etc. So they make it easy to refer. Like takes a case A Jewish slave doesn't go out like a non-Jewish slave, but goes in like a non-Jewish slave, and therefore you see that just like a heavy Canaan shire, so too a Jewish slave. But you cannot purchase a Jewish slave for chazaka. What's chazaka in a slave? That you force him to do something. The Jewish slave goes out to Pesach. Why does the Pesach Nasa go out? Shabbat Pesach, the worst somebody has. The outfit, you're right, is prorate another time. He works and gets back, heads up. It goes out to Shtar. No work at the time. But look, just to say, I'm going to tell you that this Eved owes me no work. Why? And this is phenomenal Kiddush. If you're watching this just for this Kiddush, it's worth it. The Mark tells us that the thing of a Jewish slave is, in other words, you own someone of his book for Malacha. But nevertheless, it's not just a regular worker, you own his book. A Jewish Eved goes out to Shunim, 6 years, Yovel, 50 years, and an Omer Bria goes out with one more, she goes out with Siman. The Mark tells us that Simanim have a limit, a lower limit. Not an upper limit. We don't know when she's going to have some money, but we know that there's a lower limit. Another one. A girl under the age of 9, according to everybody, those simanim are shuma just the most. From 9 to 12, and the simanim are still there, then we have a mistake. And after 13, in other words, 12 in a day, then it's a simon, even if the simanim fall off. And the Gemara says, that according to the Shlokish, there's a phenomenal Kabbalah. It says, yes, we have all these ways that a Jewish girl goes out if she's a Hama. But I have one more, he says. If the girl's father dies, she also goes out and gets some money. The Gemara tries over and over to knock him off. And finally, the Gemara brings it to you that what? The Gemara says that Simanim are different. You can't make it have a claimer, Simanim, to Misas Av, because when it is Simanim, she becomes a different person. That's not the same person that's a master purchase. And Tysus points out, for a father, no matter what, he's still a father. So even if her body changes, he's still a father. The gifts that Eved Ivri, Amar Ivri receive when they leave, the parting gifts. So for the Eved Ivri, the gifts go to himself. And the big Kiddush is that if the whole picture like Rav over here, we won't do what she would do Rav. And that is, as you see in the chart, that if there's a Malva and a Leiva, the Malva lends money to Leiva, the Leiva lends money to a third individual, so the Malva could go directly to the third individual. In our case, if the slave owes money to someone, you cannot give that someone the gifts. Let's give directly to the slave. That's the Kiddush over here. However, when it comes to servant, her gifts go to her father. And when her father dies, then the gifts go to herself. Why? Because you don't inherit the spouse of the daughter, it goes to herself. The same thing applies to a mitzvah. She finds something. The only thing is that the mitzvah goes to the father, but the time that it took her to pick up the mitzvah, even if it's a fraction of a second, or whatever it took her to deal with the mitzvah, that you have to pay back to the master. Now, according to everybody, a slave that goes out after 6 years, you have to give him gifts. If he goes out, you have to give him gifts. If he goes because the master died, you have to give gifts. And if she's an Amar Bria, she goes out to Siman gifts. All my like it says, slave goes out, he prorates the amount of things that it's considered that you mishalech him, or perhaps because his own freedom, and therefore he doesn't get gifts. But according to every slave ran away, he doesn't get gifts, even though the immediate day afterwards is loyal. Why? Because he doesn't have to make it up, but if he did make it up, then you do give him the gift. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day.
Church communion over here for the first time. My tour manager Ben and it was smoking a cigarette, drinking water, get how I'm feeling about it. Don't wander.
Kedushin Daf Zayin, how's everybody doing? We're doing the 8-minute daf, the synopsis of the daf, in just under 8 minutes. When an Eved Ivri works for someone for 6 years, In the middle, he was sick. You have to make it up. Not. Rothschild, it says in the Torah that regardless of if he was well the entire time, not, he goes down to 7. However, if a slave was sick for more than 3 years in a day, he must make it up, unless he did a very minor type of work, like Maisa Machat, needle work. He did that, then he doesn't have to make it up. The Torah tells us that the gift that he gives to a departing slave, he gives him the tzayincha and the garner from the sheep, wheat, grain, and wine. So we have a place. How much do you have to give? The mayor hold, there's Rekam, 2 words Rekam, that was the story that he got from his Rabbi, that he continued with Rekam. Continuing on Ben, we all know, is 5 selah times the 3, something called Gun is 15. And since the word Rekam is in the previous process, before it's something called Gun so we say it's 5 of sons, 5 of Gun, 5 of Yaakov, a total of 15. Now, it doesn't have to be exactly 5 from each type. It could be a mixture. 3 from this, 7 from that, etc. The Yehuda learns that it's 30, and he learns it from the goring of an ox. If an ox kills a slave, then the owner of the ox has to pay the owner of the slave 30. And Xer Shabbat is seen in the from the Eved that was gored to the Eved that gets a gift. And the reason why he says 30 and not 50 like Erickson, because that's faster than the faster being grabbed. You grab the smaller thing, you have more of a chance of holding on to it. The other thing is that it's much better, says Rabbi to learn, Eved from Eved, the giving of a gift of Eved, and the death of Eved, than Erickson. What's the connection of Erickson? However, the Shimon says, listen, I don't believe in this, I didn't get a Messiah of your Xer Shabbat, I got to give him Xer Shabbat. My Xer Shabbat was Micha. And it says by Erickson, Micha, the word of mouth. And therefore, I say you have to give a slave 50. Why 50? Because Erickson is a scale, depends on how old you are, if you're male, female, someone who's 20. The most should be wrapped for the biggest problem. The reason why it's the word it teaches that it could be a living animal. Goren could be the type of food. Yaakov can exclude something that doesn't reproduce, or doesn't have bracha. So, according to Reb Shimon, a mule actually grows, it gets bigger, so that's considered a shvach. When it goes to Yaakov, money you can do deals with, you can grow your money. There's one sheet that says that you only give a slave these gifts if you saw a bracha in the house because of the slave. So you see that before he came in, you earned X amount. Now it's more, so you give him a special gift. And there's those who learn tiny, doesn't matter. No matter what, you give him the gift. But if you brought bracha to your house, give him an extra gift. Every only goes to the son of inheritance, and because the son goes instead of the father for you, or to be with the father for you, you don't learn from a brother who does yibum. Why? Because there is no yibum when there's a son. Because of this same svara that there's no yibum when there's a son, that's how we learn that when a son redeems a fear of a nachla, that it doesn't go back to the kahanim. And therefore, since it's this exact logic that teaches us that halacha, we don't consider the as something that will give us reason to go with the son brother, because it's the same. I'm not going to say it's 2 against 1. Oh, you understood that great, not forward. The Gemara tells us that a nirtza, a slave that you puncture his ear, and a slave, a Jewish slave that was sold for a gun, doesn't even work to the son of the master. And we learn in the same passage it says Ba'atla Moskva, and also, and furthermore, for that goes out the Mises Adam, but the word Kasa, you learn that you should give the female slave servant so time not to give her his gifts. Well, it tells us that he inherits his father Midori Raisa. And a Ger inherits his father only the Rabbanon because he's scared that if you don't let him inherit his father, he might become a guardian and leave the derech. Therefore, before it comes to the Ger's hands, he could switch off with his brother and say, listen, you could have a desire the Inessa and I can regular stuff. But boys, have a wonderful day. Kiddushin Daf Ches, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute synopsis. The 8-minute Daf, we try to do this probably Daf in 8 minutes, and sometimes a lot quicker than that. The Lord talks about the halachas of Yerusha. Does a guy inherit another guy? Does a ger inherit his father, etc.? What does it? A guy, a non-Jew, inherits his own father, Midai Raisa, one guy to the other. However, a ger, convert, does not inherit his own father, Midai Raisa, because he's a cousin Shenoiladam. Like a brand new baby, started a whole new life. Halachically, he's not related. The Rabbanan, they said, listen, if you don't give him the Yerusha, he stands to lose a lot of money. He might go back where he came from. We don't want him to do that. So Rabbi said, you know what? He gets the Yerusha. Therefore, before the Yerusha became his, before he took possession of the Yerusha, he's allowed halachically to switch with his brother different items. For instance, if they inherit Avodah Zarah, tell his brother, hey, you take Avodah Zarah, you take the Inessa, let me take the solid cash, the things that have no issues with it. And it's not as if he's dealing with Avodah Zarah because it's never his with their rights, it's only the Rabbanan. A ger, there's no Yerusha. Even the Rabbanan. In other words, let's say and somebody owes money to the father and the father passes away, that person doesn't have to give back the money to the son. It's not halachically related. Chachamim, the Gemara says, in other words, Chachamim won't give you a shayach, they won't congratulate you on the fact that you're giving back the money. Chachamim will be happy with you if you give the money back to a ger that is born into a Jewish family. In other words, his mother conceived his but she gave birth to him to Kedusha when she was a kid. Then Chachamim are happy because you don't want people to mistake and say, oh look, you don't have to return a letter. Chachamim is real. There's a halacha of Jew that is, a person sells his daughter as a servant to another Jew, that master can marry her without even giving her custody. Once he invokes her, he says, I want to marry you. He says, I reckon you everything with the money that I got. It's exactly the money or the hana that he has right now, she has right now, but she doesn't have to work. Then she no longer goes out with the ways that Amma goes out, speaking with grand test effective. The only way she go out is with the get. But if he didn't perform the year, she's a regular Amma. Then she goes out after 6 years, Yoivel, etc. Also, in addition to the regular man, she goes out with some money. Interesting enough, if the father of this Amma has money today, so he's forcing him to redeem his daughter. Why? We want bad name to the family. It's not nice that family has a daughter that was sold. If he's a slave, a male slave, because of the reason, he might go ahead and sell himself again and again. Because he takes the money, he's the one who's going to benefit. They'll lose. Amma, on the other hand, you can't sell it more than once. These directions, like see, the Torah tells us without a good, with Nekudas, the big guys, without a sense you could possibly use the bug. The difference is one is a lesson of beggar, marriage, one is a lesson of betrayal. So it depends. If it's a lesson of marriage, the Torah tells us in this passage you can't sell her after marriage. If it's a lesson of betrayal, then the Torah tells us you can't sell her after you sold her. In other words, you can't sell her twice. According to the Shimon, the is both. You can't sell your daughter after she's married, you can't sell her after she was sold as an Amma. For the Tanakama, it's only after Yishos, for the Rezer, it's only after Shipper. The Gemara has a discussion. What does Yud accomplish? Is Yud like the first stage in marriage, which is called Erusin? Or is it like the second stage, that accomplishes both Erusin and Nisuin, and she's completely married? The opinion is, does he inherit her? Does he come coming to her to go to the funeral? Does he make in the garden? So the Gemara proves from the fact that he could sell, a father could sell his daughter, he's an almana. I know that almana cannot marry Kangama. But he could sell his daughter as an Amma to Kangama. The problem is that in order to be sold as an Amma, you have to be able to invoke the idea of you. But a Kangama won't be able to invoke the idea of you because she's an almana. The answer is, he could, because Kedushin is Haifas inside the Lavin, even though there's an Isser Lav here, it'll still be a good Kedushin. But nevertheless, you see, there's a concept of almana. How is it possible that a girl is an almana and her father could sell it? You must say, the only way to explain it is only that she's an almana from you. She sold once before. and her master said, "Harezi," and then her master died. And it goes according to the Manual that says the first money that she sold with is not. Now, she is considered completely married, and her father wouldn't be able to, because once she's married once, she leaves his woman. However, according to the Manual, that the original money of the purchase of this Amma was given also with confusion money. We must explain this only according to the Lezer. The Lezer holds that a person can sell his daughter as a shifta after marriage. Both sides have a wonderful day.
Everybody's fucking looking at me, and I'm like, God damn it, don't come, Jesus. Oh my God.
Kiddushin Daf Test, how's everybody doing? The 8-minute daf. The Lord tells us that if a covenant is over in a right, is mizana, he's puzzled. It says it's the habit, and of course he's puzzled. You can't punish a puzzle. I would think that even though the woman, the goyla, dies because of him, perhaps like an animal or so animal, come on, so on that. If a woman is married to a couple, even if the couple was a yava, so that means that the right side is a zika, is about between the two, and his bia is considered a bia, so I would think that she's considered the wife of this couple, a real wife. Your partner is not over to see. What else is not being yai or Oma, your son is a couple. He has on the Rita, you gotta marry or give his son. If he's not done, it doesn't work. Because he only works by brother because he needs his dad, he needs his will. You need also the Kanala holds that the first money that was used to purchase the Oma Rita doesn't work for the Kedusha. The Kedusha money happens later on. In other words, the girl herself is accepting Kedusha. So, you see, you need her dad. You need her will. According to Yosef and Yehuda, he holds that Kedusha Rishonim, the money that was given to purchase this Amma, is not with Kedusha. He holds that you need that at the end, when the master's Miyai, the Amma, he's Miyai with work that she's supposed to work. He says, you know what, Amma, you don't have to work. You need at least a Shabbat Kufa. You need that work should amount to a Shabbat Kufa. Again, because he holds that the money that the father received has nothing to do with the Kedusha. You need something here that has value for Kedusha. According to Rabbi, even if you hold that the first monies are for Kedusha, or to start from new Kedusha, and if the yield, so it's as if the father already married her off, and the father has nothing to do, you can't say it. But since the Torah uses the words of the word Behefta means that you should be able to be Giroin Tessa, to be able to parade it and give money back to the master. So that has to be at least a Shabbat Fruta. Nothing to do with Kedusha, says the Gemara. This has to do with the halacha of Giroin Tessa. There has to be enough of Shabbat Fruta. The Gemara proves that a person could tell his daughter, who's a Kana, go out and accept your own Kedusha, without the father's will or anything like that. And the reason is, because in our children we see that the yield has nothing to do with the father. The girl herself is accepting the Kedusha. So you see that the father has the ability to tell his daughter, he knows that she's a Kana, she doesn't have the right to make the In this case, it works. What it tells us that if a person is accomplished alone, in other words, he loaned this woman money, and is collateral, you can tell the woman, you know, that money that you owe me, I want you to push, even though there's a master, even though there's collateral, it doesn't ruin it. The person says, I want you to come Kurdish to me, if you should work after 30 days. And the second individual came and was Makabish this woman, then she was Kurdish to the second person. We learn from our soldiers. In other words, even though you didn't tell her, by us, this guy since he could be Yair, because if he told her, you should be close to me after 30. He bought her 30 days ago. He never said he was going to marry her 30 days ago. It still worked. And nevertheless, the second guy comes along, is Makadosh this Amma, because he's the second person. So the same thing by us. But according to Chachamim, that you Makadosh the Amma with the first initial money that he's supposed to serve, it's as if the master said, it should work retroactive. And after 30 days, no one else can be Mikdash. And even if there's not enough time in the day to work out a fruta, you still do a review according to Chum because it works in the first week. The Gemara directions from the Pasuk, Yukar, and at the end it says, he sells his daughter for an honor. We learn from this that a person can sell his daughter on condition that the master doesn't marry her. And we don't say this is considered master not master plus the Selling the Torah could be the and we make a position against it because you have a special pasuk. And he learns also that you could sell a father could sell her to someone that's a pasuk like a mamzer. Why? Because the pasuk you know that the marriage is bad. A husband learned that you could sell her to someone who's pasuk like a mamzer from the word. And the Rothschild says that you could sell her to someone that's pasuk from the pasuk law, and you could sell her to somebody who's related to you. That you learn from La'ama, Rabbi side. Have a wonderful day.
Closing up to present.
Kiddushin Daf Chav, how's everybody doing? I'm here with my Rabbi, my Chavrusa, Rabbi Kramer, who Be'ezer Hashem is going to take over once in a while, hopefully at least once a week, do the Sikkum, and Rabbi Sai, here he is, Rabbi Kramer.
Thank you. Okay, Rabbi Sai, this will be Mufchus. All those who watch, cheer, minute. Okay, so today, Be'ezer Hashem, we're going to do the Chav. So in that test, we saw because the Machlokes moving into the Chav, there's a Machlokes whether the father can sell his daughter, his relatives, to claim. Now the Gemara brings a Machlokes whether
Where's this
he sell his daughter according to the Shita of Chachamis, that the person is allowed to sell his daughter to Koivim. The question is, can he sell her to his father? Why?
No one said Kiddushin.
Because when you sell it to your father,
This guy's
so
boring,
your
sucks, and looks like he's mean.
Kedushav Ches, welcome to another.
Hey, where's your beard at? You have a really great beard. Sight, you look like a fucking child. Hey, look, celebrate, I'm a grandfather. What is athleticism? Go fuck yourself. Yo, dog, what is this? Are you fucking doing that thing in your chair where it looks like you got to pee again? This is the worst. Kiddushin? God, I don't want Kiddushin. I want
Kedushin Daf Ches, how's everybody doing?
Kedushin? Oh, like douche? Douche. Kedushin. Douche canoe.
Kedushin Daf
Douche.
Chav, how's everybody doing?
Oh, what is
Welcome
this
to the
bullshit?
Daf.
Dog.
Assholes
Assholes develop this fucking software. It's the worst. This is the worst. Playlist. I want to hear about that fucking cat, the daughter of the black cat. The black cat that's a daughter of the black cat. That you got to see its afterbirth and burn it and put it on your eyes. Why? That smoky look. Smoky eye look. Shop's playlist. My pubes smell like fucking shit. My pubes smell like fucking shit. That's like shit. I smoke sweat. My pubes smell like fucking sweat. My pubes smell like fucking shit. My pubes smell like fucking shit.
that describe a person as he gets older. It says the pasuk that when a person gets older, his flanks, his ribs, his legs, everything deteriorates. His teeth stop grinding. His eyesight gets worse. His vision doesn't grind the food. An older person wakes up from the slight sound of a bird. Songs of the boys and the girls annoy him. Barzilai Giladi, who saved David HaMelech. David HaMelech tells him, "Come, live with me in Shalim." He says, "I can't. I'm tall. I'm 80 years old. See from here." But as a person gets older, he starts losing his mind a little bit. He loses his taste. in his mouth, his hearing goes. On the other hand, you see that Rebbe had a Amma who she was 92 years old and she was able to taste the food and tell Rebbe whether it was good or not. Says Rava, Barzilai was full of snus, so therefore you become old quicker. The Caesar told him, Shulchan Chananya, why did you come to Beit Ha'Adon as we had earlier this day? Come to Beit us. He says, Shulchan Chananya, I can't. The mountain has snow on it. Referring to his head, he has white hair. The surroundings have ice, meaning his mustache. The dog doesn't bark. He doesn't have a voice. The teeth don't grind. He's getting older. An older person bends over as if he's searching for something on the ground, but in fact, it's his spine that's deteriorating. 2 is better than 3, referring to 2 legs is better than walking with a cane. And it's a shame on the younger years that disappear and go away and don't come back. When you're younger, it's like good smelling roses, and when you're older, it's like disgusting smelling filfa, which is nettle. When you see your food, you still have a bounce in your step until 40. Food is good for the body. 40 on, means it's good. This debate, a Saris, one who can't have children, told, and he was a tznik as well. He asked his children, and says, from where I'm standing until the baldness, how far is it? In other words, he's poking fun as the True Karka, as his name indicates that he's bald. So Yeshua says it's as far as from here to Searsville. In other words, your Saris should be talking. So he tells him, a goat costs 4. In other words, the bald one, a goat is a bald sheep, only costs 4. So he says, you know what? A goat that's a Saris actually costs 8. So the Duke tells him, you don't have shoes, you're worth less than that person. So he says, back then, you know, I just want him to have simple in your life, to have a wife, and to have children. You don't have all 3 of these. Rabbi asked me, why did you come visit me on Yom Tov? Your forefathers did. And he said, the small stones became like mountains. In other words, I'm getting older, everything seemed larger and harder. The closeness seems like it's far. 2 became 3, I became. And I don't have height anymore, so I can't make up with my wife, and therefore I can't. When a person, I'm talking, gets older, he's supposed to be extra fast, extra safe, and when I'm a Haaretz gets older, he becomes more of a kipper. An older person, his hip is visible, it sticks out, it's a burden to him, he loses his taiva. As they were reading this specific to Rav let out a groan, oi! And Shmanina, see from here, she lost his taiva. You, all my Rabbi, was broken, commanded that she was taiva is nothing, even though logically it doesn't make any sense. It's a body full of waste and blood. They created, we have children, and children. That's why we have Taiva. I'll explain. The children are very difficult to rear and raise, and the Baruch Hu instilled in us Taiva for them nevertheless. Each person, when he comes up to Olam Ha'emes, has his place. That designated. It's not like we all get to sit with Rabbi Moshe Rabbeinu Rebbe. We sit where we belong. Like the prince who comes with all his servants, when he comes in together with them. He goes to the hotel. The king's the presidential suite. Everybody else goes to sit in the rooms. His nose, part of the face becomes darker as it gets older. A worm on a dead person, feels it as if he was poked with a needle. The soul of a person, the nefesh ha'adam, sits and has a virus on the body for 7 days. And the person that has someone, even not really a virus, died of any family, so it's a sick here in the place that he died of green country. People, but he did so, and the person came to him and said, you should have a nufus on that because you gave me the nufus on that. That person hears everything that's going on, until the one shita, until they put the dirt, the girdle on the coffin, and some people say, until the body decomposes, give back your neshama to the Rabbi Shalom, like he gave it to be nice and clean, marshal to a person, the king, who gave his servants, midday mela, he gave him his own clothing, the smart ones folded it up and put it away, and when his wife called them, they put it on, and it was nice and clean and iron. The not so smart ones, they wore their clothing and they went to work and it was filthy, and they locked them up. So called they lock up those Rishonim, the soil, the neshama that he gives them, put them in Gehenna. Tzaddikim, the neshama goes under the Kisei HaKavod, the Rishonim, they kapatela, they're thrown with a slingshot from one side of the world. They don't have lips on that. The Beinonim go to the Malach called Uma. He's in charge of the dead, just like the Russia goes to Duma. But a Beinonim in the middle, the average guy, even though he goes to Duma, he has Duma. But Mori says, so he can turn into dust. So what tells us a story that they dug in Rav Nachman's backyard and they heard somebody groaning. Rav Nachman came to check it out and he found out it's Rav Choy Bar Yoshim. He says, shouldn't you be dust? And he says, whoever taught you Koheles didn't teach you Mishlei. What causes dust? Jealousy. So he said, so come into my house, let's have a coffee. And he says, don't you know Navi? I see you don't even know Navi. And there's only one that decides to become out. We can't just come out of our grave. That beginning of but what about the Pasuk? Shouldn't you be dust? He says, yes. One more. Yes, I'm making the dust. But until then, I will have a wonderful day.
This is fine. If I didn't have coach, I'd take some of it. It's the same of the shit that fights the ISIS.
I'm going to talk about a topic that I think sometimes people are not in the mood to hear about, and that's why some people said, Rabbi, just don't talk about it. And then other people said, Rabbi, how could you not talk about it? It's by far the biggest topic of our time. And it's by far the number one issue on people's minds. And if we talk about it last week, and we talk about it this week, there's still room to talk about it next week. So we're going to try to talk about the topic that was requested of us by some of the rabbis to be addressed tonight. And we're going to talk about it, I hope, in a way that is clear and understanding, general and specific at the same time. What we're talking about tonight is technology. And like I said, some people who say, keep talking about it. And there's a few people writing, how do I get out of the room? Our hope is that by the time we're done, both sides of the room will feel that the lesson was tangible and valuable. I'm going to start by reading a Gemara at the end of my Kiddushin.
Are you fucking
I'm going to read
serious?
this Gemara, I'm telling you in advance.
Are you fucking...
It's one of the most unique sound stories you've ever heard in your life.
Are you fucking serious?
At some point in the middle of me reading this story,
Dog. 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 No one fucking cares. You could be in Boynton Beach, Florida, or fucking Brooklyn, or fucking Beijing. No one gives a flying fuck about you right now. The only thing about which anybody cares is whether I can find this fucking Shabbos pod playlist and get it to play in the right order, so I don't see these other fucking jackasses. No one gives a shit about you. They just care about... Prepare. How about you go fuck yourself? Or if you don't tell me what to do, knowledge. Kiss my ass, motherfucker. Dog.
Shabbos that Kufrim Beis, with the Pesukim of Koheles that describe a person as he gets older, says the Pasuk, that when a person gets older, his flanks, his ribs, his legs, everything deteriorates.
What in the fuck?
Grinding, his eyesight gets worse.
Dog, this is the worst.
Grind the food.
Worst
An older person wakes
stream ever. Look at this athleticism. Look at footwork. I think I just tore my ACL and my MCL. MCL cafeteria, girls. Why? Just as a, with the thing.
Shabbos that
Yeah,
Kufrim Beis,
What is this bullshit? Look, Eli Shafinsky, kids a shit about you and your baby face. The only thing about which I care is this mother. Why? Look at his body, girl. Oh, slight sound of the bird. What about the fucking black cat that's a daughter of a black cat? What about the fucking afterbirth of a black cat that's a daughter of the black cat? And burning that shit up and putting it on your house so you have smoky. Worst amazing ever.
And now we're going to take this journey 156 days of Shabbos. The Torah says also the Shabbos on Shabbos, and that includes 39
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
primary Yisurim. For that we have subcategories of secondary Yisurim. And the Mishnah that Ayin Gimel describes all 39 malachas. The last final malacha.
What should we call you?
The malacha that our Mishnah
That's what
Shabbos begins with. The malacha
by
of
default camp.
to carry from one domain
I don't give a shit about your fucking car. Or Popeyes. I don't give a shit about Popeyes. Motherfuckers at Popeyes should make Popeyes fucking
16 hours wide, and many people go by there every day. So Yachid is a private domain. Property that's
Why have
surrounded
they
by
done that? Why isn't Popeye the Popeye's mascot? Popeye instead does fucking spinach.
Transferring from one property to the other is
Like if the spinach company can
in order
fucking
to be
afford
greater
it,
that is
why can't Popeye's the fucking chicken company? No. What is Popeye? What does that mean?
And
A motherfucker like this? What is Popeyes? What is it? A nickname for somebody that's guys? What does Popeye mean?
But when we go from just a rabbit, that's called achnasa. Although our Mishnah describes both of those cases as
Exo
start saying
a deep sea
dying. They are two, which equal four. When a person stands inside or outside, it's two that is four for total.
Why is it called
The
Popeyes?
Mishnah starts off with
Louisiana
a person
kitchen.
that the Mishnah describes on not necessarily four, just a character to describe him so you don't confuse him with the person standing inside called the Balabais. Person inside, outside, Ronnie, lifts up an object. He doesn't have Kira, and he places that out from the Shizrab, he places it into the Shayafah. There's an enough over there, the sky over there. The second case regards this Ani that's standing outside in the Shizrab is he lifts up an object in the Shayafah and he
say
uses it
why?
himself in the Shizrab. Kira and Hanafa, but in the opposite direction as the first case, the
Why doesn't this shit
cases,
work?
which is only 5 in their own
Why is
number,
it called Popeyes?
are case number 5
Jimmy
and 8.
Popeye Doyle,
And that is when an Ani does
official New York City detective portrayed by
The
Jim
Ani
Hackman.
lifts up an object into Shayafah, and he bends his arm into Shayafah, but rather than doing another Shayafah, he lets the
Are you
Balabais.
fucking serious?
Now it's two
The
people
chicken
that
place
know
is
the
inspired by the French Connection? Worst
The 8 cases where the Ani lifts
Name
up an object into Shayafah,
ever.
but rather than transferring it into Shayafah, the Balabais sticks his hand out into Shayafah, and he does the transferring and the Hanafa.
Get the fucking
The
sailor.
next 2 cases in the ratio, case number 3 and 4, talk about a man who's standing in Shayafah.
So, do you know how many people would eat more fucking chicken if they got that fucking sailor instead of making a spinach? He just ate fucking chicken legs? It's just my father eat chicken legs.
Case number 4 is
Dumb.
he sticks his hand out,
It's embarrassing.
grabs an object, and
It's
brings it into
weird.
Shayafah,
It's
and the
the
rice
word.
of the Hanafa, and that's called Hanafa. The
What is
corresponding
this
2 cases
bullshit?
in this list in the Mishnah are case number 6 and 7, where the Balabais lifts up an object in Shayafah, and the Ani
The chicken and Popeyes. Oh, Popeye, but that has to do with like the South or something, or a sailor? No, the movie, the 1970 movie, The French Connection. Huh? Does that movie even take place in fucking New Orleans?
The final 8 case is weird. Sorry, the 7th case. The Balabais lifted up the object rather than waiting for the Ani to extend his hand into the Rishus Hayafet, he extends his hand into the Rosh Hashanah and places it into the Ani's hand. Rather, the Ani takes it out of his hand and does the Hanafa in the Rosh Hashanah. So here again, we have a case where two people did two halachas.
Dude, Popeyes did have the fucking sailor until 2012, and then they fucked
Both of
up.
the cases, there's a mission in the Sefer Shavuos that's very similar. It says two, which are four, and brings a number of cases. One of them is a shvur. Somebody takes an oath. The Torah
whole
describes it
fucking
as
chain
in the
is
future. He says he's not going to eat or he is going to eat. That's two.
Donkers.
We add.
Oh, we're not gonna have
rest
a because I can't afford
I
it.
didn't eat
Huh?
or I did it. The other case
Worst
is
name
Midarais
ever.
talks about when a person forgets that he is coming and walks into the Beis Hamikdash knowing it's a Beis Hamikdash, forgetting that he's coming. It's really carbon on the
I can just see that fucking
he's touching.
boardroom.
The other two cases that we have is when he forgets
Right.
that it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't
So we
realize
got a
that it's
chicken
the-
place,
he
yeah.
didn't realize that he's
Cool.
eating place. Megaim is when he has
What's
a
it
white
called?
spot on
Popeyes?
his skin. The Torah talks about a ace.
Have you ever seen the movie The French? No.
Two more derices. One looks like
There's a
the other one looks
detective
like
in it,
membrane.
and he's like Popeye.
when the Mishnah was Shabbos,
Well, you see
it
the
only talks
founder of
about
fucking
two, which
business
are
who
four,
was just off the
rather
rocker,
four
apparently.
that are eight like an hour.
But the,
Rav Papa attempts to make
that
it says
Popeye,
that is,
it's a hard-nosed, dirty attitude chicken establishment, which used to be
and
known as
therefore
chicken on the run.
it talks about things that are also positive, not just those. Whereas in Shavuos talks about.
So you named after a
We
detective?
have to realize that
Alright, but there's like this super popular cartoon named Popeye. He'd spin the change that around. I never saw Popeye eat chicken, but they could make it that way. Put it everywhere. They got fucking people. All their children from fucking bitches. Anyway, we move from Popeye. And we go with nothing. Oh yeah, and we can't afford the apostrophe. So we just look cheap as fuck. Oh, this motherfucker is gone.
Our Mishnah includes four additional mitzvahs.
This is an ass kicking.
Wonderful day.
Yeah, couldn't put a fucking dome on that in the fucking stadium, so now I don't even get to see that fucking game. This is the worst. Strong bitch. I can't believe I'm a bigger NFL fan than I am college football, simply because fantasy football. No. Now, if they had made fantasy college football, that would be baller.
I apologize if we fell behind the video because of poor image.
Can't stop it, bro.
Of course, anytime it says in our Masechta that a person that does malacha that has actions with his heart, it is us. Besides three first took action and
Two X stops.
And that is
Rabbi, why don't you just 2X stops? Why not?
By the door, he's tied with the right. Person B comes and company for a minute, and then person A disappears. Person B is completely putter because he didn't add anything to the trap. And if a person traps a snake because a non-poisonous snake will bite him and cause him pain, he's completely and mutter because he's not doing it to catch a snake.
Yeah, I saw your
and the third case is a person removes pus from within
and I thought it was amazing.
and mutter because he's not trying to make a hole in his body, he's trying to remove and relieve. Our Mishnah in the ratio where a person extends his hand,
Lisa, yes, it is just
somebody
jumping.
puts an object from one domain to another domain.
I don't understand. We can't.
It's
Welcome.
mutter and mutter. But the reason why it's not brought down
Hey, Brandon, what up, baby?
because
I don't understand why you can't get
passive, just standing
you in a fucking
in our Mishnah, we have 8 cases.
fountain.
The first 4 cases are cases where people are hiding with their rights on the Israel itself, and that is because they accomplished two things. They did an akira and a hana. They uprooted an object from one domain and placed it in another domain. The four cases in the Seifa, there was a question of two people, one did an one did a hana. Now, it's 8 cases, but if we have 16 cases, because we're counting 16 different individuals. Some cases, one individual akira, the other individual did a hana, and it's 2 different cases, 2 different isurim. That's 16 cases. Well, the first 4 cases you can't count as 8 cases because the second individual is completely fucked up. He's not doing anything. He's just standing like a stand, holding out his hand. So we're not going to count those 4 cases as. But what about in the second? That the 4th case are 2 individuals. One is doing an akira, that should be 1 halacha, and one is doing an hanacha, and that should be 2nd halacha. We should count those 4 cases as 8 cases. The answer is because we only counting cases that can lead to the right so that you would have to. The only person that in that case is the right person that starts the malacha. The person that does the akira, he can also do hanacha. But the person that does the hanacha can never get to Issa Deraisa because he didn't do the beginning of the case. He only did the end where you have to do an akira and hanacha in order to tie the Deraisa. Even though 2 people did one malacha, there's no reason to have them bring the Am Haaretz Ta'aseh So. One person the entire malacha brings Naim Shasua. There were 2 people that do malacha. Rab asked, what's that if a person doesn't lift up, rather his friend puts it on his and he starts walking. So he's ready. Walking is considered an akira. You lift up your feet and you move outside. However, a hand is not an akira. Why? Because the hand never moved. The hand is the body. It's moving. The body never moved anywhere. Rabbi, who is Rabbi, he tells Rabbi, I tell you many times, don't ask him in another missile where he's not holding. You might embarrass him. What if he doesn't know the answer and he might say something wrong? You're lucky that Rabbi is a gadol and he knows everywhere, and in fact, he said exactly like it says in the Bible. It says about it. You see from the fact that if an ani, a person is standing in Rosh Rabbi and extends his hand into Rosh Hayachid, and somebody removes the object from his hand, we don't view that removal of the object from his hand as if he removed it from Rosh Rabbi. Although the person's body is in Rosh Hashanah, but his hand is somewhere else. The flip side, if somebody's standing in Rosh Hashanah, extends his hand to Rosh Hashanah, and somebody removes an object from his hand, we don't do it as if he removed it from Rosh Hashanah, even though his hand is extension to his body. But asks about, you're right, the hand is not Rosh Hashanah, it's not Rosh Hashanah. It doesn't go by the body, and it doesn't go where it's at. It's something in between. Perhaps we should view it as a Rabbanon karma. In other words, it should be a penalty there. If somebody extends his hand out into another domain, he should not allowed to be able to bring his hand back into the original domain as a penalty. The Lord brings a contradiction from 2 prices and makes 6 shackles. How we could explain the contradiction? One price says that if you extend your hand into another domain, you're allowed to retrieve your hand and bring it back into the house. The other price says that if you take your hand from Rosh Hashanah and put it into Rosh Hashanah, you're not allowed to retrieve your hand. So number 1, maybe. The prices argue whether or not your hand is considered a carmelist, just like a bias question. If it's considered a carmelist, I can understand that you're not allowed to bring your hand back in, because you're not allowed to bring one domain into another. Another shot is everybody agrees that the hand is a carmelist. But we all know that above 10 tefachim in Rosh Hashanah is not considered Rosh Hashanah at all. It's a bucket too. So one Bryce is told that they extended his hand over and fuck it. Therefore he's allowed to because it's not going to under 10 tefachim, not allowed to bring your hand back. Another shot is, no, everybody's talking about, both Bryce are talking about below 10 tefachim. And the question is, one brought about that he extended his hand before Shabbos on Friday. Therefore, he's allowed to bring it back in. So Gemara, well, you continue the reverse logic. If a person extends his hand before Shabbos, perhaps he shouldn't be allowed to bring his hand back. Why? Because even if he would bring his hand back in on Shabbos, he wouldn't be over his Deraisa. Even if he put the eye holding his hand down. Wouldn't be like this the rest of why? Because he started that hero on Friday in order to be on Shabbos. Whereas if he extends his hand on Shabbos and he puts the object down, let's say, it was around going to be over their rights. And maybe in that case, well, if that's the case, you're using the logic. In a situation where a person puts in an oven on Shabbos, it takes a couple of minutes for the bread to bake. And he realized the Rabbanan. The guy was doing this Rabbanan to save his life. By the way, he just asked. Rabbanan didn't say a person should lose his life because of this Rabbanan. Another explanation explains the contradiction in the prices. One price that says you're allowed to bring your hand back is talking about that he did it by accident, but the price that says that you can't bring your hand back out is talking about he did it by mistake. Another shot is, both of them are talking that he did it by mistake. The question is, do we penalize somebody doing a shaydik because he might lie in the case that he did mezid? Anytime somebody does mezid, they'll say, well, I can bring my hand back in because I was a shaydik. And finally, the Gemara says everybody might agree that we don't penalize somebody shaydik up to mezid. So what's the question? The question is, in a case where a person extended his hand and put the object in his friend's chutzner, that's when it's up. But if the person brings it back into his own chutzner, that's when it's mutter because he didn't accomplish anything. He didn't remove something from his domain. Whatever he tried to do, it went right back to where it was, and therefore, that is mutter. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Dalet. Rabbi has an amazing question. The person takes a piece of dough, and in order to bake the dough, he puts it in the side of the oven, like they bake today in lashes. Now it takes a few minutes for the dough to bake. Once it bakes, then and only then will it be chayav and the rice of baking. Is he permitted to remove the dough in order to is the rice? But by the dough, he's over a bottom called the deer. And the question is, in order to prevent him from being chayav, carbon chatos, can we allow him to be over Israel? Now, a carbon chatos comes only for a shaydik. And a shaydik is only if a person is unaware of what he's doing from the beginning of his act until the end of that. So how is it possible that he had an awareness and he came to and he understands that he's doing Israel and therefore he wants to remove the dough? It has to be that we're not talking about him, we're talking about his friend. His friend wants to save him from the chatos. But that's also very problematic because in Oymrim La'adam Chakei, we don't tell a friend, you perform a minor avera in order so that your friend is not over a major avera of a chatas. Therefore, the Gemara explains, we must be talking about that we don't want this person to be over an Isser Mezid and did it on purpose. The only issue is that Rabbi, in his question, he uses the language of a chatas, which means shaydik. So we have to amend that and say he didn't mean chatas, he meant mezid. In fact, there's a brayso that says in the first, so that a person is allowed to be over the idea of removing the dough from the oven, which is the abundant, in order not to be over the raiso of skila. The Gemara brings the Mishnah, which says that the ani, a person is standing in the Rishus Harabit and extends his hand and takes an object, does an akir in Rishus Harabit, and places it in another person's hand in Rishus Harabit. Hanocha in Rishus Harabit. He's chayav the raisa haitzah. He's the akir and hanocha. The question that the Gemara addresses right now is why is the hand of the person standing in Rishus Harabit enough for the ani to be chayav? A hand is not 4 tefachim. And in order for a person to be chayav the hanocha, they have to place an object on an area that's larger than 4 by 4 tefachim. The Gemara makes 7 attempts to explain this. And the Gemara in the Maskana, the last shot, the 7th shot is, and that's what we go with, this Rabbi explains that a hand of a person is considered 4 tefachim. You're right, it's not physically 4, but it says if it's 4 tefachim, it's partially 4. But before we get to that answer, let's go through the different answers. Answer number 1 is that it goes according to the Akiva, who holds that you don't need 4 tefachim. Because the Akiva holds in a case where a person throws an object from a Rishus Hayachid, a private domain, to another private domain, but it travels over a public domain. So the Akiva is chayav for himself. It's as if it landed in the public domain. How could it land in the public domain? It traveled right over. The answer is because he wasn't a control. Consider it as it landed in the Rishus Harabit motion as it's passing over Rishus Harabit, and then it continued traveling to Rishus Harabit. And therefore, he's Mara pushes that logic off and says that he from the Rekiva that he only holds Kumshun Chadamir when it comes to landing, but not taking off. Because if he be chayiv for taking off, also you should say he should be chayiv once for taking the Shayachim and landing with the Sarabim, and then again, they have to take off in the Sarabim in order to get into the Shayachim and be chayiv again. You see, people hold that for landing you don't need 4 tefachim, but for taking off you do need 4 tefachim. Therefore, the Rekiva does not fit into our mission. As the Gemara is describing this concept of the Rekiva, the Gemara brings Rabbi. In the beginning, he had a suffix what the machlokes was, and at the end it says this far. But just to point out, the Rabbi brings something called a question. We learn Tzrika from Moshe. In other words, in the Midbar, the Levim would pass beams from one wagon to another wagon, which is one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, because these wagons had walls that were 10 feet high, and the wagons were larger than 4 feet. But as they were passing the beams from one wagon to the other, they were going across a Rosh Hashanah. In between them was a Rosh Hashanah. So therefore, it's usher to pass an object from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah if you're going above the Rosh Hashanah. And the question is, we learn throwing from passing. And Rabbi went through that question, but at the end he decided to repeat the whole Kuta Kamishon Chadamya, the low ten Fachim, he said Kuta Kamishon Chadamya. The Gemara makes another test. Perhaps it goes according to the Shita, our Mishnah, that says that if placing an object in somebody's hands, that's considered 4 tefachim. Why? Because it goes like Rabbi. Rabbi holds that if you throw an object in which is around them and it lands on a branch, even if the branch is very small, you're chayiv. The Gemara says, well, don't prove anything from that case, because the branch is actually 4 tefachim. Why? Even though you're looking at it and it's less than 4 tefachim. Because the trunk of the tree is more than 4 tefachim, and the branch is attached to the trunk, so it's as if the branch is 4 tefachim. So perhaps there's another Rebbe. Rebbe says in a case where a person throws an object from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah. You see the picture? From one highway to another highway, traveling over a private domain. Rebbe holds of the concept of the commission.
This one.
Traveling over the private domain, landed in the private domain, halacha. He adds another. He says, you are in fact chayiv twice. Rabbi, this is over Rosh Hashanah, so it's an Rosh Hashanah. And then there's halacha as if it took off again from Rosh Hashanah and landed again in Rosh Hashanah. So what happened was you had a hachnasa from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Then you had a haritzah from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Therefore you're chayiv twice. And the Gemara pushes this attempt as well. It says, only in that case, Rabbi say you're chayiv because the Yachid we're talking about has a ceiling. And if it has a ceiling, it's as if the whole Yachid is full to the top. And therefore, it lands anywhere it lands, it has 4 fucking things. But you can't say the same logic in Rosh Hashanah because Rosh Hashanah cannot have a ceiling. Because in the desert, we didn't have a ceiling when we were reading the Mishnah. So every Rosh Hashanah cannot have a ceiling. And therefore, it doesn't fit our Mishnah. And for the rest of how to explain a person's hand that doesn't have 4 tefachim, how does it work? That will see Beis Hashem on that page. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Hey. Yes, you heard right. We are holding to the end of the Zayin, but I'd like to go back to Daf Hey. One of the biggest concepts that we have in Daf Yomi is if you miss a daf, don't try to make it up. Jump ahead and use the daf that Yisrael doing. You fall behind the two daf and it might happen in our situation today, which is Corona. You might not be a regular shear. Don't give up. Just start where everybody else is. Write it down, and when you have the opportunity, come back and do the daf. So on that page, the Gemara is discussing the concept of yad. The Mishnah, where there's a poor person in Surah who brings an item into the Shayach and then places it in the hand of the Balabais, the person standing in the Surah. did an akira and then an hanocha. Why is he chayiv? The hand of the balabais is not 4 tefachim or 4 tefachim. And the Gemara makes many attempts until it finally comes to conclusion. The Gemara's first attempt is on that page. We have a halacha, if you take a ball and you throw it to the catcher, and he catches it in his mitt, you are chayiv because you did the akira by throwing it, and the hanocha, the catching of the catcher, that's your hanocha. You see from here that even though the mitt is less than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, you are chayiv. Says Gemara, you're right. That's a great raya for hanocha. But where does it say that the akira, if you pick up an item from the balabais' hand and you bring it into the Rabbi, you're also chayiv? It doesn't say anywhere that the akira could be from a place that's less than 4 by 4. In addition, how do you know that the catcher's mitt is not 4 by 4? So Rabbi has another attempt. Perhaps we're talking about baskets. When you put the item in the balabais' hand, it's referring to a basket, and you have to read it as basket, not hand. Well, that would be very difficult because the Yoshi Rabbi says if a person has a basketball hoop in Rosh Hashanah and he has a basket on top, and you throw a ball into the basket, it says you see a basket in the shoe. Perhaps this hand that Mishnah is referring to is not that hand that's really close to the ground. It's within 3 tefachim on the ground. You can invoke the concept of love of your hand is the ground. The ground is out of buffer. The issue with that is that it says the Mishnah that he's standing up. How does he leaning over? Perhaps he's in a pit and his hand is by the surface of the pit. Maybe you're talking about the water. He says, Rabbi, that doesn't make sense. The Mishnah is talking about all these different places. Therefore, Rabbi comes up with final check. A person's hand is considered halachically 4 by 4. So going back to that case that he said, a guy throws a ball into the catcher's mitt, he's chayiv. If the catcher gets up and moves towards the pitcher, then the pitcher is puzzled because it's shnayim shosu. All the pitcher did was that, but the hanocha is not where you wanted it to land. Somebody else got over there and made a different hanocha, and therefore they both did this hanocha in the both in their eyes. Ask with Leifman, an unbelievable question. What happens, and I saw a video of this being done actually, if a person takes a ball and throws it, let's say crosses the football, and he runs really quickly and catches his own throw. In a way, he's acting like 2 different individuals, and perhaps he should be talking. Or maybe no. He is creating 2 different blocks as one person, and therefore he should be chayiv. The Gemara actually remains in the case. If a person puts his hand into his friend's backyard and grabs water, and then he put it back, he's chayiv. And the issue is that water that's sitting on top of water is considered as if it's laying there, which is one. But if you have, let's say, a floating walnut, that's not part of the water, and that's not a hanocha, that's not it's resting place, nothing in that place. A person who received rain as it was raining in his hand, that's not considered as if he did an akira, because what's the difference if his friend put the item in his hand and we said that's not considered an akira? Or it came from the sky, that's not considered an akira. What if he pushes the water with his hand? That's also not considered an akira because it didn't come from a 4 by 4 place. Now, if, let's say there's a roof on a slant, so it sort of slows down the descent, but that's not considered a stop. Whereas if it's an item like a Megillah, that roll down the roof but it's into a stop, that's considered as a stop. But water that continues to move, that's not its resting place. The Gemara says, what about a walnut inside a small little boat, a fleet, a vessel? It's on the water. Do we use the walnut as if it's in its resting place in the vessel? Or perhaps because the vessel is still on the water and it's moving, they are both not considered in the resting place, the water remains moving. If you have oil that floats on top of wine, and somebody who's coming, who went to the mikvah, but he's waiting for the evening and was discussing truma, touches the oil. Is it as if he touched the bottom wine as well, this liquid that's above liquid? Or perhaps we view each liquid as an individual entity. The oil is by itself and the wine is by itself. So according to Rabbi and the Muri, they're both connected, and if you touch one, you touch them both, and they're both connected. And according to the Tanakama, no, they are not connected. If somebody has food on him, like on a napkin, and he keeps on going back and forth, he's not chayav until he makes it stop. One kind of stop, it has to be stopped, then he stopped for rest. But if it's stopped just to readjust the load, that's not considered a stop. That's not considered a stop. Then the reverse is true. You use that same logic, but is that, in other words, a person is chayav if he walks into surrounding 4 hours. What happens if he's walking 2 hours and he stops to readjust his load? Since it's not considered a real stop, so then when he continues and he gets to 4 hours, he'll be chayav, because what happened was he walked 4 complete hours. The fact that he stopped in the middle, but if he stopped to rest, then he's not chayav for walking down and into his level, because he didn't do it in one shot. The stop was a real stop. And the same thing Rabbi says in the name of Yochanan, that the person lifts up a faith, he lifts up an item, and his intent was to put it somewhere in his hand. And then he walked outside, then he never did an akira, because in order to be over an akira, you have to have intent to lift it up in order to take it outside. But over here, his intent was to lift it up and put it on the shelf. Therefore, he's not trying to have a wonderful, safe place.
That's right. I want to thank Rabbi, man. I want to thank the flying Jew. This is a hell of a podcast. See things through.
Shabbos Davo. Gemara brings an interesting case. A person who walks with an object from Rosh Hashanah to the Rosh Hashanah, but he travels through a Carmelis. Carmelis is not a Doiraisa. It's a Rosh Midrabanan. It's not a Rosh Hashanah and not a Rosh Hashanah. The question is, do we view this person as if he made a stopover in Carmelis, and he wouldn't be chayav at all, because in order to be chayav, you have to go from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah? Or perhaps we don't view his walking by the Carmelis as a stopover. We ignore it completely. According to Ben Azai, he's potter, and according to Chachamim, he's chayav. Now, it's very easy to understand Ben Azai. Ben Azai holds the mahalech koimim. A person who's walking, it's as if he's standing still. Every time he puts his foot down on the ground for a millisecond, that millisecond, he's in a standing position. Therefore, this person is potter because he walked from Rosh Hashanah, stopped completely in the Carmelis, and then continued on his journey to Rosh Hashanah. Since he stopped in the Carmelis, that causes him to be potter. The Gemara says we need to understand Chachamim. Where do Chachamim see that if a person makes a stopover, even though Chachamim hold Mahalach Lavcha, it's not considered as if he stood still. But where else do we see in Shas, the Gemara makes 2 attempts before its final 3rd attempt to resolve it. Perhaps it's as if a person walked more than 4 hours with an object in his hand. Now, a person is not chayav until he places the object down and moves around. A person who walks 4 hours, and he walks. He's not chayav until he places it down. But all the long that he's walking until he places it down, he was putter. So you see that even though he walked through a place that he was putter, he's chayav at the that's not right. But had he chosen to put the object down at any given time, at the moment he'd be chayav. Whereas if he's through a Carmel and he decides to place it down in the Carmel, at that point he'd be putter. No comparison. Okay, so we have another case. What if a person walked exactly 4 hours? If he decided to place the object down at Amma 2 or 3, etc., he'd be putter completely. So here's a case where a person through a place that he is putter. Nevertheless, he's chayav at the end. That would place the object in Amma number 2 and 3, etc., would be chayav. Because for them, that is more than 4 hours. Only this individual is putter. So the actual place is a mucking chiyuv for the whole entire world besides this person. Not a good example. What example? is if a person sees the Rosh Hashanah. For example, if a person's fence falls down into the Rosh Hashanah falls into the Rosh Hashanah, he is chayav as if he went from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Now, that fence, the Hashanah, is considered harmless. Exactly how it says. So here you have a case where a person walks from Rosh Hashanah and he's chayav even though he has fine harmless, and that's where Chachamim got their halacha. The Gemara brings a very long brayso. It goes through every single step of the brayso and takes about 4 dots to explain this brayso. We're going to go through it step by step. Very simple brayso, describing the 4 rishuyos, the 4 domains. These are Rosh Hashanah, the private domain, Rabbi, the public domain, a harmless, which doesn't have these different categories and statuses of Rosh Hashanah. And then you have Makom Tzur, it's completely possible. You can put an object in and take it out and you're not hiding. Rosh Hashanah is any place that's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim wide, with mechutzos, with walls that are 10 tefachim high, even if it's underground, in the ground, even if it's on top of a wall. Rosh Hashanah is a place that's 16 amas wide, and it's a highway, or it's a large marketplace where people do their business, there's a lot of people, and it's 16 amas wide. Now, if a person goes from Rosh Hashanah, by Atzim Yishayim, he's chayav b'chatas. Go by Mezid, he's chayav Haris, and if he was Edim and Asra, he's chayav here. Why tell us that the Haris is chayav because you do on the law on Shabbos, chayav Haris, chayav Stila? The answer is because we know that 139 Haris in the law is chayav 39 chayav. You can't be chayav more even if you do Haris. You can be chayav up to 39, but you're chayav 39. There's a Megillah started. There's a Megillah. In those days, they didn't write down the Torah. If somebody had a very, he finished with a shita, he was a das yachid, he was a person that said so. In order not to get a shita, they would write it down. In the Megillah, they put it away. The Megillah started with this Ben Yehuda that says, there's one out of the 39 malachas that's not chayav stila. Right? He's going to tell us, guess what? That one is not the malacha of itself. So you are chayav stila and the chayav. And that's why the Bryce tells us the entire school. If there are multiple yards, that belong to different people, communal yards, or a mavli she'enim mefulish, meaning streets that are not cut off, they go through and through. If they made, streets that are enim mefulish, mefulish means they go through and through. Enim mefulish means that it's a dead end. So you can make an Eruv here. If you make an Eruv, it's mutter to carry. If you don't make an Eruv, it's possible to carry. If somebody stands on the Shkufa is a threshold. It's a Makom Tzur. You could take an object from the Shusarabim, or you could take an object from the Shusayachid, but you cannot be the middleman. You can take an object from the Shusayachid and place it in the Shusarabim by versa. If he does, if 3 people do so, they are all Potter, but it's possible. Achayrim says that the skufa, this threshold, it depends. If the door to the house is open, then it acts as a Rosh Hashanah. If the door to the house is closed, then it acts as a Rosh Hashanah. If there's a house on either side, a person owns a house on either side of Rosh Hashanah, and he wants to make the Rosh Hashanah his own private domain, could he do so? According to Rabbi, he simply puts a beam from side to side on both sides of the houses. So this area between the 2 houses is considered a Rosh Hashanah, where he puts a lechi, standing beam, a vertical beam, on each side of his house, the corner of one house, 2 corners. They act as walls. So I'm saying you can't take a public domain and make it into a private domain. That's impossible. What's the condition? Why did the Rice use the Lashon that it's a Yachid Gemura? What's this Lashon? Gemura says Gemara, some hold, even if a person throws an object, into this area that a person put a lechi in a kara, he's not chayav from going to Rabbi. Even the former we don't say so. The Lashon of if there's a highway or a public plaza, Zuhi Rosh Hashanah. This is a Rosh Hashanah. Why is the Rice such a strong Lashon? To exclude a case of Yuma. Yuma is an L-shaped wall that's an Amma by an Amma. You put 4 of these L-shaped walls in the middle of the Rosh Hashanah, and you have a well in the middle. And they act as a Yachid. People could bring their pails, they draw water, they give water to their animals, and they're oil ready. Even if people are walking through it, there's a lot of Rabbi going through it, it's still considered a Rishus Hayah. In the time of Matan Torah, when Christ rolls in the Midbar, the desert is considered a Rishus Harabim. But nowadays, it's not considered a Rishus Harabim. It's a wonderful day.
So, you gotta use the Twitter page for your so a lot of people want to talk to you. I know he's a good question. It's great. Writing comedy is like I've noticed that I would become too exposed.
Shabbos Daf Zayin. We're continuing with the brisa that describes the four domains, the four rishuyas, which is Harab, Rishus Hayachid, Carmelis, and Makom. While describing a Carmelis, the brisa brings an example of a bika. A bika is a valley, a large field. So we're saying that a bika is a Carmelis, but on the other hand, the Mishnah tells us that a bika is considered Rishus Hayachid 3 out of 4 times, and the other time it's considered Rishus Hayachid. In other words, in the summer, we consider Rishus Hayachid if somebody carries from a bika into Rishus Hayachid, and in the winter, if somebody carries from there, it's Chayil. And when it comes to Tumah, a bika is considered a Rishus Hayachid, but in the summer, it's considered a Rishus Hayachid. What does that mean? Tumah has a special halacha that if you have a suffix Tumah, you have a doubt whether this thing is coming, you are coming, you look at where you are. Giving your Rishus Hayachid, you are Shahar. Rishus Hayachid, you are Shahar. And why is that? Because we learn from a Saita. Saita, a woman who's secluded with another man, there are no other people there. So if it's in Rishus Hayachid, there are people, and therefore Shahar. So in this case, only in this case, in the summer, there are some people that go off the beaten path and go into the field, and therefore it's not considered a Rishus Hayachid. For Tumah, it's rather considered a Rishus Hayachid. The question remains though, we're calling this bika a Rishus Hayachid, something Rishus Hayachid, but never do we call a bika Carmelis. So why does the brisa call a bika Carmelis? The Gemara brings 2 answers. Ula says, in fact, it is a Carmelis. Regarding Tumah, there's Rishus Hayachid and Rishus Hayachid, and that's why we call it Rishus Hayachid versus Rishus Hayachid. But halachically, the Carmelis, Rabbi doesn't like that. It says specifically Rishus Hayachid. It says Rabbi because we're discussing a specific case of a very large field that's enclosed with a fence, and that creates a Rishus Hayachid, the Eraisa. However, Mr. you're not allowed to walk in that Rishus Hayachid for Rambam because it's very similar to a Rishus Harabim. While describing this Carmelis, 3 cases plus a Carmelis, it says Yam, a bika, valley, Istavanis, benches, big Carmelis, but we are describing Carmelis. So what is this extra word that Carmelis can tell us? A special case of Keren Zavas for Rishus Harabim. There are houses lined up on the Rishus Harabim, and one of the houses is set back. Now, people would actually go from the Rishus Harabim into that setback, but they don't. They don't like using that. So therefore, that area is not considered Rishus Harabim, but rather is considered a Carmelis. The evidence says, in those days, in the middle of the highway, they would have a pillar, and people would hang their goods on it to sell. Says Rabbi, the area of these amudim, these pillars, is considered a Carmelis. It's difficult to maneuver between them. You could, but you don't. Says Rabbi Yehuda, the benches that are in front of these pillars, they are considered Carmelis, meaning that the beams are not a Carmelis, because you could maneuver if you wanted, but you cannot drive over a bench. Rabbi Yehuda says that the pillars are Carmelis, certainly we would agree that the benches are Carmelis. The Gemara discusses a case where a person takes a sticky object, like a wet fish or silly putty, whatever it is, and he throws it 4 amas in Rishus Hayachid, and it lands on a wall. He's chayav because he transferred an object 4 amas. Now, if it lands on top of the wall, on top of this mountain, you have like a stone in the middle of Rishus Hayachid. How do we view any object in the middle of Rishus Hayachid? Could it cancel Rishus Hayachid? If the stone is 3 tvachim by 3 tvachim, and 3 tvachim high, then it becomes a mokum p'tur. And if the fig lands on this object, lands on the side of the object, of the stone, then he's chayiv, because it's considered as if it landed in Rishus Hayachid. Whereas if it landed on top, it landed in a mokum p'tur, and he's potter. Now, what about thorns that are less than 3 tefachim. People don't like to step on thorns. Does it cancel out Rosh Hashanah? It's machlokes in the Gemara. What about waste? No one wants to step on dog waste. So the Gemara, it's considered by most as a muffin food. However, Rav Ashi says you can't start canceling out Rosh Hashanah when you feel like it. Says this item is cancels it, this doesn't, and therefore he says anything that's less than 3 tefachim high is bottled to the Rosh Hashanah, is part of Rosh Hashanah, and it doesn't cancel, doesn't become a muffin food. The Gemara says when Chachamim invented the concept called Carmelis, they took the best halacha from Rosh Hashanah and the most kula halacha from Rosh Hashanah, and they brought in the Carmelis. And they said, just like Rosh Hashanah, there's a special halacha that in order to be Rosh Hashanah, you have to be at least 4 tefachim. So too, a Carmelis must be at least 4 tefachim. Anything less than 4 tefachim is still considered a muffin food. And just like in Rosh Hashanah, it only extends the Rosh Hashanah up to 10 tefachim. Anything above 10 tefachim is a muffin food. So too in a Carmelis, anything above 10 tefachim is a muffin food. However, Rosh Hashanah, you know, extend all the way to the sky. You have a giant pole. The top of that pole to be 100 tefachim will still be considered a Rosh Hashanah. Gemara brings an interesting case. A person has a house. Some might call it a dog house. Very short, only 3 feet tall, let's say, less than 10 tefachim. But the exterior walls actually are 10 tefachim because if you count the roof and everything, you have 10 tefachim. Inside that house, everything is a carpet. Above the house, it's all a Rosh Hashanah because you have 4 by 4 tefachim, and you have lower walls, and we use a concept called gud hasikli chitz. The walls on the side extend halachically upwards and create a wall that is 10 tefachim tall. Now, what happened if that person decided he would like to use the house and he would like to dig down into the ground and create more than 10 tefachim height in the center of the house? But the side of the house, the side of the room, is less than 10 tefachim. Says the Gemara, the entire house turns into Rosh Hashanah because of the concept called Chayrei Rosh Hashanah. The holes in Rosh Hashanah are like Rosh Hashanah. The shelves that are in the walls of Rosh Hashanah have a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. So anything that's less than 10 tefachim is considered a shelf and therefore has a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. What about shelves in Rosh Hashanah? You build a wall to separate Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah, and there's a shelf in the wall. What halacha does that have? According to Abaya, it's considered a Rosh Hashanah. Why? Because people benefit from it. They like to use that shelf. According to Rabbi, it's not like Rosh Hashanah. And Rabbi asks Abaya, didn't we just say before that parents also in Rosh Hashanah, when there's a setback to that house that's considered a carmelis and not a Rosh Hashanah? Says Abaya, in that case, no one likes to use that setback. But shelves, everybody wants to use the shelves, and therefore it has a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. Now, going back to that case where somebody threw a sticky object on a wall, we're talking about a case where there's no hole in the wall. Because if there's holes in the wall, then even if you threw it above 10 tefachim, it should be considered Rosh Hashanah. And if you might tell me, well, it's not considered Rosh Hashanah, it doesn't have 4 by 4 at that hole. Well, there's a concept called Chagik. And we go according to the mayor. The mayor says that anytime you have a hole that's less than 4 by 4, I halachically carve out its 4 by 4 area. Have a wonderful day.
There you go, baby.
It's like a different thing. It's not just driving. It's not just getting in your food.
They're working.
Fine.
Shabbos Daf Ches, Achenu Kol Beis Yisrael. We're in very trying times. There are many of us that are in quarantine or something post-quarantine. I want to give you chizuk, have bitachon, learn a little bit more, dive in a little bit stronger, and retrospect. Let's think, why is this happening and what can we do to become better? If you are in quarantine, looking for a share, we are still live streaming 7:15 a.m. from Israel, and then it goes to YouTube, WhatsApp, all that, or anytime, and on our app at 8minDaf.com. The Gemara says an amazing concept. Take an entire Rishus, take a Rishus HaYochas and transfer it to Rabbi and Rothschild. How do you do so? You need an object that's 4 by 4 tefachim by 10 tefachim high. The best example would be if I take a basket, a cumberas. Now, a basket is typically round. And this rishus is 4x4 square. How do I get a 4x4 square into a round basket? Remember, it's very simple math. If I have a 1x1 square, the diagonal is 1.4 according to the modern math. Very simple math. So if I have a 4x4 square, the diagonal is 5.6. In order to 4x4 square to a circle, I need a diameter of 5.6, which is the diagonal of my square. So my basket needs to be 5.6, or Rabbi says, let's make it 6 tefachim to be certain that I have the right sheet. If I have a 6 tefachim basket by 10 tefachim, now my basket is in rishus hayach. Says Rabbi, I don't need 6 tefachim, because once you have a basket that's 10 tefachim, automatically it's more than 10 tefachim, because you have something called kulis. You have these little pieces of unwoven straw or whatever that sticks on the top. And it goes above my 10 tefachim to makom tur, and once it's in the makom tur, then my whole basket is considered in a makom tur, and I am. What if I take a basket, 7.5 tefachim, flip it over, and bring it within 2.9 tefachim of the ground? Now I can say lower. Anything within 3 tefachim extends my makites, it extends the walls of my basket all the way down, and now my basket is slightly above 10 tefachim. Once it's above 10 tefachim, once again it's in the makom tur, and then but let's say the basket is exactly 7 tefachim. I have to go a little bit less than 3 tefachim in order to get lower. Now my basket is slightly less than 10 tefachim, and it doesn't work. Ravashi says, even if I flip my basket over, I can't extend my mechisos and walls. Why? Because the basket is not meant to be flipped over. The usage of the basket is when it's flipped upright and I can store things in it. Therefore, there's no lover. Now, what if this basket that's upright is 2.5 tefachim away from the ground? I still don't say lover to extend the wall because there aren't any walls that are visible. All I see is a flat pattern. The other thing is, if I take an object and throw 4 ounces of Rabbi, I'm chayiv if it lands and it's around. What if I have a little bump in the road that's less than 3 tefachim? That's all purpose around is less than 3 tefachim per step up. What if it's 4, 5, 6 up to 9 tefachim? That's a makom because people don't still use it for anything. But anything above tefachim, people use to readjust their load, and therefore it becomes part of the Torah. What if I have a hole in the ground that's 9 tefachim? According to Rabbi, I say a beam that's 9 tefachim part of the Torah. So the ground is considered part of the Torah. Rabbi says no. The ground is hardly used, difficult to use, and therefore it's not considered part of the Torah. And I'll prove it. There's a mission that says later on in that book, if there's a stream of water that goes to Rabbi, and somebody throws it out into that stream of water, and that stream of water is less than 10 tefachim, it's considered as if I threw it into the Rabbi. Because people walk through it. The question is, why does the mission repeat itself twice? Well, the first part I can explain easily. The part that talks about the water, because some people use it in the summer to comes off. And I think in the winter it's not considered part of the Torah. That's why it's repeats itself the second time to say that even in the winter, when people do go into the water to clean themselves off, actually in the summer they don't. And therefore it says, why does it say it's just Rabbi Malech's book? Because Rabbi, I'll tell you what. It's the concept that when you walk, when people don't like to walk through the water, it's still considered walking, it's still considered but usage of use a hole in the ground, that's not considered part of Torah. That's why it brings the concept of a woman. If I walk 2,000 amas out of the city limit, I place a meal consisting of a bread and egg, and I say, okay, that's where I am residing on Shabbos. Even though I'm not there, so I walk towards my bread 2,000 amas, and from the bread I get another 2,000 amas. Says the Rabbi, so what happens if a person puts that meal in a pit? Now we must say the pit is less than 10 tefachim, because if it's more than 10 tefachim, then it's a Rosh Hashanah. And he, in his mind, thought he's going to reside in Rosh Hashanah. So his meal is not where he's residing. Therefore, it's less than 10 tefachim. But it's a question on Rabbi because you see people use it. People use holes in the ground. It's considered hard usage. Yet it's part of Rosh Hashanah. Says Rabbi, no. We're not talking about Rosh Hashanah. We're talking about a karmel. The reason why it says Rosh Hashanah food or Rosh Hashanah, because in every either have Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah, but he happens to be in the time. Another interesting comparison I want to say is that in fact the man himself is in Rosh Hashanah. His Eruv is in a karmel. And you ask if it's in 2 different domains, then he can't really use it. The answer is because since a karmel is only Issa Rabbanan, Rabbanan weren't mafid when it comes to Ben Hashmas. It's considered a shvus. A shvus is a Issur Rabbanan. Issur Rabbanan doesn't apply during Ben Hashmas. And since during Ben Hashmas, he had his ear in place. So that wasn't an Issur for him to go fetch it. So he was considered in the time. What happens if you have an object? Let's take an object, and it's in Rosh Rabbi, and he takes it and he goes like this, and he flips it over. Now, if you see this point is stationary. It never moves, flips. The Gemara says it was on an piece. He picked it up and he touched it. So he took this out and he rolled it. Then he starts. He dragged the pause, and he moved the entire object. He's dragging it. When he rolled it also, the entire object moved. Whereas if you just lift it up on its point, it never moved. When the Brisa discusses in his skufa, the threshold, Brisa says, Brisa is discussing a threshold of it's less than 4,001. And therefore, if somebody's standing on this skufa, he can reach into a Rosh Hashanah and grab something from someone, or he could reach the Rosh Hashanah and grab something from someone. But he cannot act as the middleman and bring something from the Rosh Hashanah all the way into Rosh Hashanah. More asks, what's the difference? Rabbi says if somebody carries something above his head in Rosh Hashanah, and above his head is above 10 tefachim, and above 10 tefachim is a much push. Yet, listen, if he travels 4 hours and he puts it down, he's tired. The answer is because he never rested, he never stopped. But when a person takes an object and places it on his skufa, he stops in a much push. Then he goes from the skufa to Rosh Hashanah, or back. So he made that stop in there. Tired. So you have to be healthy and have a wonderful day.
Killing too many rich folks. But I think the last one is a really dumb fucking constant gigantic explosion. Those people are dying, they're dying. These people are paying like $10,000.
Shabbos Daf Test. Please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can watch the full 45-minute shir. The end of the Brisa tells us, Acherim Omer. Acherim is usually where the mayor says that in the skufa can serve as the Rabbin and as the Rosh Hashanah, depending if the door to the Mavon is open, then it's the Rosh Hashanah. If the door to the Mavon is shut closed, then the skufa, the threshold, is part of the Rosh Hashanah. Now we need to understand, what are we dealing with over here? What kind of these skufa? We learned the concept of Torah and Lechi, that is, you have either a vertical or horizontal beam on top that make a distinction and tell us this is the end of the Mavoi, from here on out is Rosh Hashanah. Be careful. If this Lechi standing up is on the inner part of the skufa closer to the Rosh Hashanah, how can you use these skufa even if the door is open? And then you're going to tell me that the skufa is less than 4 feet. Or I can use the wall of the actual Mavoi as a Lechi. In order to use the rest of the Rabbi says, I need an additional Lechi on the outside of this. What are we dealing with? Says Rabbi, I'll tell you what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a Torah, not a Lechi. There's actually a horizontal beam on top of the door. That beam is only if the door to the Mavoi is open, then it serves the entire Mavoi, and we can view this beam as 4 tefachim. Once we view the beam as 4 tefachim, there's a new concept called the actual roof comes downwards. The edge of that board, we view it as it's coming down and creating a new pizza. And therefore, I can use the skufa that's underneath that carpet. Rashi says, I have a difference. We're not talking about a Mavoi, we're talking about a house. The threshold is the home. And on top of the threshold, there are 2 beams that are distant from each other in less than 3 tefachim. Less than 3 tefachim always tells me I can use lava to combine the 2. The 2 of those beams combined, the red and the blue, are 4 tefachim. Once I have 4 tefachim, I can use the concept and therefore I can use the entire skufa because I have an outer wall and the inner walls, and now the skufa is completely surrounded by walls. This is one trick. there's a door situated in between the two pyramids. When that door is closed, it causes separation between the pyramids where I cannot use lava. And if I can't use lava, then the pyramid is less than 4 tefachim, and if it's less than 4 tefachim, I can't see people in the second. Once I swing the door open, the two pyramids combine with each other, there are 4 tefachim. People are decisive. That's what Rabbi says. Sometimes I use the pyro. I use these skufa as a Rosh Hashanah, and I can use it. And sometimes it's like Rosh Rabbi, and I cannot use the skufa. We're going into a new sugya. The final Raisa, though, says one other. That if the skufa is 4 by 4 tefachim, 10 tefachim high, it's its own reshus. Like Rabbi said, even if you put a Rosh Hashanah within a Rosh Hashanah, you create a beam in Rosh Hashanah, you cannot use it to readjust your load, because you might come to readjust your load in the Rosh Hashanah. Says the Mishnah, we're going now to the Chesed Beis, brand new Mishnah, brand new suit. We're not even dealing with, we're talking about a week. What things are you not doing before you daven mincha? The Mishnah is referring to mincha g'dayla. That is a half hour after midday. Let's call it 12:30. We're talking about Thursday night. So divide the day to 12 perfect hours, not hour. You're not allowed to get a haircut. What kind of a haircut according to one shot? A very expensive haircut. The haircut of the Kohen Gadol, which means the bottom of one hair touches the top of another. It takes many hours, so you might forget that. You're not allowed to go into the bathhouse. We're talking about a very long bath with the schwitz and the sauna and all the good stuff. You're not allowed to have a big meal, like a wedding. You're not allowed to go into your factory of Bursiki where you can't hide or something similar to that, because you might forget about mincha. You're not allowed to start it in Torah. Now, before mincha Hana, which is 6.5 hours into the day, the Shulchan Aruch says, even if you're not allowed to taste anything, and if you start the meal, you must stop immediately. Now, another shot the Gemara brings is, we're not talking about big meal. We're talking about a real meal. We're talking about a regular bath. But each thing, a regular haircut will concern that in the middle of your haircut, the barber's scissors will break, and therefore you'll forget to go to the. When it comes to a bathhouse, perhaps you'll faint if you have daven. When it comes to, you'll find out that you have lost. You'll be too pain to daven mincha. When it comes to a small meal, you might get involved in the meal and do more, and then forget daven mincha. Understood in Torah, perhaps you'll find some other reason, some other lag, and it will cause you to forget it. Once, for Kriya Shema, since Kriya Shema is very right, so you have to stop right away. When Esrei, you can accomplish and do the 2 things. Let's say, eat your meal. And then when Esrei, once you start, you don't have to stop. But what does it mean once you start? So Gemara says when it comes to a haircut, it means that you put the apron on. You don't even have to cut it. When it comes to a meal, it means you either wash your hands in a Yisrael or you undig your belt in bubble. When it comes to the bathhouse, it means once you remove one article of clothing, the first article, then that means you started the bath. When it comes to the Torah, it depends. If there were no other day that occurs that day, the Gemara on Daf Yudam says it means once the judges put on their clothes. But if they're already wearing their clothes, it means once they start saying. Rabbi says where the minute was to strap on a tight belt and do it for the meal. It depends. If you hold up marriage as a it's not obligatory. Then once you open your belt, we don't force you to daven marriage. But if it's obligatory, if you hold it obligatory, then we tell you must daven marriage. Now, what's the difference between marriage and mincha? Mincha, we said that once you open your belt, you don't have to daven mincha. 2 answers in the Gemara. Either mincha time is not a time to get drunk. People don't get drunk in the afternoon. Usually they get drunk at night. So at night, it's more of a concern to forget marriage. Or the shot is that a person doesn't have that much time to daven mincha compared to marriage. Only 5.5 hours. So a person is always concerned they'll forget, and therefore we are not concerned that we'll forget. But by marriage, people procrastinate and say, wait, I have the whole night, and they'll come to forget, and therefore we tell them, daven right now, having a wonderful day.
That's just the shit on the surface, man. There's still power technology as badass as it is. He's 30 fucking years old. I think a lot of what they're doing
drones, man. There's a fast people that this is before they shut it down. These people were watching like from some parts the stage flying through the air. You never see anything like that's normal. It's probably because there's no people. It's probably a drone. They're called drones. It's exactly like this, but smaller.
Shabbos daf you. How are you supposed to look? And what are you supposed to wear when you daven? Says the Gemara, you claim the class of the Yisrael. When you daven Hashem, wear the clothing that you wear in front of the king. In other words, if your belt is undone, make sure you tighten your belt. The Mishnah says you shouldn't wear pajamas, don't wear boots. Maybe nowadays don't wear flats. Rabbi Bar Huna had special shoes that he wore for davening. Rabbi would take off his cloak, the one that made him important. He's so important in front of his Baruch. Took that off, and then he would clasp his hands as so, like a eved, like a slave in front of a man. Rabbi Kahana did both. Listen to this lashon of the Gemara. When there's pain in the world, I myself can't remember a period of time that much pain with so many people like today. 106 countries, from Iran to the United States to Israel, all over the world is pain. So when there's pain in the world, Rabbi would remove his important clothes. Rabbi Kahana would remove his important clothes and he clasps his hand. But when there's all in the world, Rabbi Kahana would put on his coat, put on his palace, and claim the class of the Rabbi absorbed Rabbi Nuna davening a very long davening. And he said, what are you doing? Torah is the most. You should be learning Torah. It's the world to come. Tefillah is for this world. We're down for his Rashi, and we're down for health, for parnasa, for shalom. But that's only Chai Yishar. That's for this world. Rabbi Nun himself held you right. Torah is more important. Once you daven, Matfilu you continue davening. Rabbi Yiri was talking and learning with Rabbi and he's in a rush to get to daven. Rabbi Zera pulled out a beautiful pasuk on it. It says in the pasuk, Meser Ozni and Shmai Torah. You want to take your ear away from listening to Torah? What's going to happen? Then your tefillah ends up in abomination. It's no good. The Gemara now discusses the importance of being a dayan and being a Torah. Machlokes is how much you should do every day. Rabbi and Rabasi, they would make a noise on the door, telling people, come, do the Torah by us. In other words, the Torah is more important than Torah itself. But Chizn and Rabbi, the Gemara says, they were doing the Torah all day long to the point where they became very weak. It says, repeat to them, you learned the wrong kind of it. It says that Moshe Rabbeinu stood on Chayis from an Aboiker there. Doesn't mean that he necessarily did Torah from day to night. What it means is that one who doesn't do Torah, it's that important as if he's a partner that was powerful in my separations, which over there it says those words in Aboiker does. Another shooting the Gemara is that a Dayan who's doing Torah all the way to 6 hours a day, to midday. And what uses a lashon that the Dayanim, they are dealing with the Gvura of Torah, whereas other people are drinking and getting drunk with wine. The Gemara tells us a list. The Ludim, the cannibals, they need to eat all the time, to the point where they eat humans. So they eat by sunrise, the first hour of the day. Listing the robbers who are up all night to take a quick nap, they need to eat in the second hour. Yorshim, the trust fund babies, they don't have to worry about parnasa, they eat in the third hour of the day. All other people eat on the fourth hour of the day. The fifth hour of the day is for the workers, and the sixth hour of the day is for the funding. They push it all the way to the sixth hour. But if you eat after that, it's like throwing a stone in a barrel of wine. It looks like there's more wine, but there's no more wine. Unless you eat hashakas, you eat during the meal, then even if you eat after the 6 hours, then the food will be beneficial. The bathhouses in those days, 3 rooms. The bath itself, where people ran out to get dressed, and some people are dressed and some people aren't. And they have the front room where all the people are dressed. In the first room, you can say Kriya Shema and Shemon Esrei, you can say Shalom Aleichem to your friend, and you can even put on phone. In the second room, you can say Shalom Aleichem, but there's no Kriya Shema and Tefillah. You don't have to remove your tefillin, but you're not allowed to put on phone. Third room, there's no Shalom Aleichem, there's no Kriya Shema, obviously. There's no Kriya Shema and Tefillah, and you must remove your tefillin. Now, the reason why you can't say Shalom Aleichem is because Baruch's name is Shalom, and because it says Hashem Shalom. But the word Ne'eman, faithful, that's not Hashem's name. Hashem is faithful, but that's not his name, so you're allowed to mention that in the base of it. If a person designated bathhouse. He's never used as a bathhouse. You're allowed to dive inside the bathhouse. But if a person designates a bathroom without using it, that thing might have a touch. Once you use the bathroom or the bathhouse, even if you clean it out completely, it's also not in both. The Lord brings 4 different sayings from Rabbi Bar Machasi. If a person is a present to his friend, he must notify him that he's about to give a present in order that the friend shouldn't be embarrassed. You see, if Baruch Hu gave people present, because Baruch says, I have a ton of taiva in my, I have, and I want you, my baby, to tell him the Saharas. In other words, Baruch Hu notified the recipient of the present what the present is. If you were to give a piece of bread to a child, make sure you notify his mother so that there's peace and harmony between people. How do you do so? Not recommended to do so today. But you paint his face with some glue, with some oil. If you're concerned about witchcraft, you then sprinkle his head with whatever item you gave some bread, sprinkle some crumbs on his head. Present that's eventually going to be known who gave it to you. Like when Rabbi gave the glow to Moshe Rabbeinu's forehead, he didn't tell Moshe Rabbeinu they gave it to him, but someone from Christ will actually know to Moshe Rabbeinu said, hey, your forehead is glowing. And Moshe Rabbeinu realized that it was Shabbos, that the Sachar wasn't going to be known, but both had to notify Christ. The Chizda said the Gemara had Makis Tuna, had Zloy L'chaim Keto that it's saying that. And he said, I will give this, I'll distribute this to someone who will give me a fire from Ras. Comes along, Rabbi Machasi, and he said, I'm not my son, it's up to idea, I love him to say, you have to notify him. The Chizda, beautiful, spirited, says, Rabbi Machasi, you love these Torah? He says, of course. Rabbi Machasi, you're like a person who wears these fine garments, only he enjoys it, only he likes it. You are so used to Rav's Torah, you love them. Who said this? Rav. He was very impressed. He said, really? That's what Rav said. I like the second saying of Rav more than the first one. I wish I had more matnas to communicate with you. Another saying that Rabbi Machasi said is, don't treat one son differently than the other. Don't give him more Yerusha. Don't give him more presents. Look what happened. The Yosef Tzaddik Rabbi gave him nothing, just a little garment, and ended up that he had to go to Mitzrayim and the whole girls. And one other Allah says, if you're choosing a city, a newer city, because the time of the city accumulates, look, the government says, let's run away, like it says, to Mitzvah, to Tzoya, which is younger than Zdain. Zdain was 52 years old, and Tzoya was 51, as the Prophet says, Malta, no. But one last thing, Zdain sat in peace for 26 years, whereas it was in turmoil for 6 years, had a wonderful day.
I never want to go up in space and look at the feet of the past. Years. And that bitch is fishing next to grizzly bears. And I just want the grizzly bear to go fuck you up, you and your grizzly bear movie. I'm gonna hit your ass. I'm coming in just attack.
Shabbos Daf Yud Aleph. Yesterday we had 4 sayings from Rabbi Machasi, and today we have 5. The first one is, always make sure that your shul is the tallest building in the city, because otherwise it causes the city to be destroyed. That does not include towers and forts which are not built to live in. Rav Asher's the Shiva in Machasi said, I saved the city from being destroyed because of the saying. I never allowed anybody to build above the shul. The city was later destroyed, but for different reasons. If a person says Rabbi Machasi has a choice to be a servant, show him the following order. First, he should serve. He should be my agent. If that doesn't work out, go for a Roman. If that doesn't work out, go for a Chabad or a Parsi, or Iranian. If that doesn't work out, only then serve a Talmud Chacham. Because if you set a Talmud Chacham, the consequences can be disastrous. And the worst than a Talmud Chacham is a Yosem al-Machana, a widow or an orphan, but his book is very close to and listens to their crying. Another saying says Rabbi Machasi, the worst disease is the disease, short-term pain to the heart. In A, the worst one is a headache. And the worst thing that a person can have is a bad life. Rabbi says, and we're trying to explain what this one means. Rabbi Makashi says, if all the oceans were ink, and all the heavens were paper, and all the reeds and wood in the world were pens, and all the people were writers, they wouldn't be able to write down all that is going on in the king's heart, because he has so much to deal with that it's impossible to write down. And so I'm trying to explain, it means that you should never judge the government, so there's things going on, you should die for the government. Rabbi Makazi says, if a person has a very bad dream, there's nothing like a good fast to get rid of that dream. Just like fire destroys linen, or fast destroys a bad dream. In fact, Gemara says you should fast immediately, don't push it off, even if that means to fast on Shabbos, which typically you're not allowed to do. What tells us that Yeshua went to visit Rashi, and he brought out in front of him the best deal possible. People are tilted. And he refused to eat. He said, I'm fasting today. He said, well, you could always push off a fast. Be mashal on it, do it on a different day. He said, not a tainis chalalim. Tainis chalalim you have to do today, even if it means to fast on Shabbos. We had in the mention of the person started taking a haircut, he went to the bathhouse, or he started his meal. He doesn't have to stop to say Shemona Esrei from them. But Kriya Shema, he doesn't have to stop this. And then the Mishnah finishes off, but he doesn't have to stop for Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? We already said that one. So the Gemara, we're talking about somebody who's learning Torah. You don't stop learning Torah to daven. And that is if you are extremely by your Torah, you're wrestling with somebody whose job it is to learn Torah and never stops learning, and he doesn't stop for davening Shemona Esrei. But he does have to stop for Kriya Shema, which is the Eraisa. The only time they don't stop for Kriya Shema is when they're debating whether or not to add another month to the year, a Hebrew Shana. The Mishnah says that a tailor should not walk out with a pin, just like a writer should not walk out with a pen half an hour before Shabbos, because he might come to forget that it's Shabbos and he'll walk down so he'll breathe. There's a mission in Eruvin that says that a person should not stand in one domain and drink from another domain from a cup. So you shouldn't stand and say, Rabbi, you over to Rabbi and drink, or vice versa, because you might bring the cup back into the other Rishos, you'll be over and it's up. And then the Mishnah finishes off, the pain, the gas, and the same Allah applies to a wine press. Abaye learned that a wine press is a carmel. In other words, we discussed already Rishos Halachot and Rishos Rabbi. Now we're talking about a third Rishos, which is the Rishos with the Rabbanos, like a sea, a valley, a smaller street, not 69. This is telling us, don't stand in a carmelist and bend over and do some yachid or vice versa and drink. Rabbi says no. That would consist of zera, and we don't do zera. It's a double safeguard, meaning a carmelist is a safeguard that you might carry into Rabbi. So that's one safeguard. Now I'm telling the person, don't carry something before Shabbos because you might carry it on Shabbos. That's a double safeguard. We don't do it. So what is the mission talking about? Meiser. Before I drink wine, I have to take 10% and give it away to Meiser. That's only if the wine is a finished product. But if you use it from the wine press directly, his whole body is in the wine press, then it's a non-finished product, you don't have to pay for Meiser. That's what the mission is talking about. We have a similar Mishnah that says the mayor that if you dilute wine, it doesn't matter if it's with cold water or hot water, and you drink it casually, meaning it's a CSRI, you're leaning over into the wine press. Rosh Hashanah, most of your body's in the wine press, you don't have to take money. The Rosh Hashanah says no. Once you dilute the wine, that's the finished product, you have to take money. And Chacham make a compromise. They say, it depends. If it's diluted with cold water, I can always pour it back into the wine press. It's an unfinished product, I don't have to take money. If I use hot water, then I can't put it back in the wine press, it'll spoil the rest of the wine. Then I must take money. There's a Brisa that says that a person should not put a pin and put it in clothing and walk outside before Shabbos. Unlike our Mishnah that we can't prove exactly what it's talking about, maybe he's holding it in his hand, and walking with a pin in your hand would be a Daraisa, putting a pin in your clothing is only the Rabbanah. So here it says there's a zera. Don't put the pin in your clothing, that's one zera, walking with that is only the Rabbanah. And the second zera is you might forget. So tomorrow we must say, in order to explain Rabbi, we said there is no zera. Because according to the Yehuda, that holds that a professional, a tailor, since it is the way for him to walk out with his pin in his clothing, then that's not considered a zera anymore. Now we're down for one thing. Similar to what we have in the Brisa. it says that a tailor should not walk out with a pin in his clothing, nor should a carpenter walk out with a pencil or a piece of wood in his ear, or a money changer that used to walk around with money in their ear to show people that they're money changers. And if he does so, he's putter, but it's awesome. That would go according to the name. But the Buddha says that a professional person, that's his profession, it's only everybody else who is. And there's a contradiction in the Brises. One Brise says that a Zov that has emissions, and here's a pouch, a kiss, a diaper, to see whether or not he has additional emissions. It's also for him to walk out Shabbos because it's not the way to walk the pouch. And if he does, Aval Asr. It's Asr. Not only is it Asr, it's Haibachakis. Perhaps we can reconcile the Brises and say, the Brise that says that it's Asr goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. This particular person, it is his way to wear a pouch. And therefore for him, it's also considered the derech to wear it. The other Brise goes according to Rameir that says, since most people don't wear pouches, it's potter. Says Abaya. Even Rameir agrees that it has to be that no one wears it like this. Where if some people wear it and some people don't, the professionals do wear it, Rameir will agree that it's also. Baraya, if somebody drills a hole, that a professional usually drills a larger hole, and he drills a smaller hole, you think this guy is potter? Of course not. Therefore, Rabbi says we're talking about one brisa, a Zov only saw 2 sightings. And in order for him to be a Zov Gomer, he has to see 3 sightings. So for him, it's necessary to wear the pouch, and that's why he's chayav. The second brisa is talking about that he already had 3 re'iyos, and it's that day. So therefore, the pouch doesn't really accomplish anything, and that's why he is potter. The fact that the pouch prevents his clothing from becoming dirty, that's not considered enough of a usage of a tzarech, and therefore he is potter. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Yudbei is continuing with the contradiction we had yesterday in the Brises. One Brises says that a Zav who walks out with his pouch is only over this is the Rabbanon. The other Brises says he's over this is the rice, and if he didn't declare that he's chayav achad. The Maskana says the Gemara says it depends on the famous machlokes with the Yehuda and Shimon. On the lacha she'in tzrichos, on the lacha that you don't need to do the actual melacha, you want the outcome. For instance, if a person this is the whole Shabbos, he's over this is the rice. But if he wants only the sand, he doesn't want the whole. So according to your Shimon, he's popular. According to your Yehuda's count. And now since Rav doesn't want the couch, doesn't want to walk, just doesn't want to get dirty. Therefore, according to Yehuda, it's still according to Shimon. Allah says that one is allowed to walk before Shabbos. We're not concerned that he'll forget and go into another Shulchan Shabbos. Of a climber from the tzitz of the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol's tzitz only has one mention of the Kohen Gadol's name. Nevertheless, he has an obligation to constantly feel his tzitz and make sure that still on his feeling that have the name of the Baruch many times. First, in fact, he has to check his feeling and make sure they're still on his head. And we're not concerned that we'll forget that it's Shabbos and walk outside for 1 week. The famous Anan Yoimer. The person has to check his pockets before Shabbos to make sure he has nothing in them, because perhaps he'll walk outside with something in his pocket. Or it says, like you say, this is a very important point when it comes to religion Mishnah. That it should not remove lights, and the Gemara explains it means to the candlelight. Just like one is not allowed to read in front of the candlelight because he might have just lit, so too he shouldn't remove lights. Small lights. He says that in certain situations, a person is not allowed to pick his clothing from within his wife's clothing, because it's so similar in those days. Men would wear skirts. Well, it depends. If he's a guy that doesn't really work, so his skirts are different. They are wider. They're different than his wife. Or if they're young women, they have wider skirts, so it's easier to differentiate. Older women, they have narrower skirts, harder to differentiate. The Gemara teaches us proper etiquette. It's also to read in public to be gross other. The same will apply to causing one to vomit in public. The question is, are you allowed to kill according to the Silo, the incredible halacha, they say you're allowed to kill outside time. And according to the Shana, you're not. So one of the Gemara is very difficult to read. They still say that anything that's not part of the Rabbi is created through the sweat of the king, you're allowed to. And there are those who explain it is so small that it's hard to see it's allowed to kill on Shabbat. The Gemara goes on to say that Abashol would just take the louse and toss it. He won't squeeze it. But the Tanakh says you let it squeeze it and not kill it. By squeezing it, you cause it to get weak. And Rava, with the water, was not going to go further. And he tells them, I want to hear my enemy die. I want to hear them pop. I want to hear that sound of death. Some explain because he wants to show that he's not being over into the ranks by killing. You're actually his enemy, and that's why you're allowed to kill him. Unlike the popular song the shaman holds, you're not allowed to do a shidduch on Shabbos. You're not allowed to teach or kinnuk the lamdei sefer on Shabbos. You're not allowed to send your kid to the tutor or to teach them a profession. Because it says in the pasuk, you're not allowed to do your personal needs. And these are your personal needs. In addition, says the shaman, you're not allowed to do about the koilo or use my veins because you'll cause the other person to think. You still say no. When it comes to mitzvah, that's not your own personal needs. For all these things, shidduchim, teaching his kids a profession, that's all part of the mitzvah. It's not considered except for the life you do better than anything else. What if you tell a sick person on Shabbos before we have Tanakh says the famous Shabbos in Yeliza, not screaming, crying, being pain on Shabbos. The healing is coming through. Shabbos itself could cause the healing if you are not in pain on Shabbos. Shevna Ish Yerushalayim would say, when you walk in, you'd say Shalom. And when you leave, you'd say Shabbos in the and then you would add the word. The Rachamah Merubah to Baruch Hu, the Rachmanis is much. You should say the Shalom and you should sit at peace. Rabbi says, anytime you mention the sick, you have to mention all of the sick of clients. Put them inserting within that, and therefore you'd say, Hamakam Yerachem Alechem, Hashem should have Rachmanis on you, the Sayyid Sha'ar Chayla Yisrael, within all the other sick of clients. Rabbi Lazar would sometimes say his sayings in Russian, sometimes in Aramaic. He would say, Hamakam Yifam the Chazashalayim, or he would say in Aramaic, Rachmani Kedina Kushalayim, Hashem, be in peace. And the question is, Malachim don't understand Aramaic, so how are they going to be people up there? The answer is that he's probably down here below together with the sick, as the pasuk says. Hashem is working, his beard, he supports the sick, and he feeds the sick. Right there, right above the sick person's head, it's also to sit on a sick person's bed, or to sit next to him, rather it's to sit in fear with his talons and sit opposite of him. Now, one of those you cannot read the light of a candle. We don't differentiate. Even if the candle was 10 stories high, it's still us. Yet, if you read with another person and you're reading the same as read, the light of a candle, the other person will remind you not to adjust for it. If you're bonfire with people sick at a distance and they're worried about the fact you're young, then it's to read, even if you're reading the same material. Rabbi says, an important person who never readjusts the wick, even during the weekdays, is allowed to read the candle on Shabbos because he won't readjust. You want to ask a question from Rothschild. He said, I'm not worried about adjusting the flame on Shabbos. And he sat down and he read, and in fact, he readjusted the flame on Shabbos, and he wrote down in his notebook, when the Beis Hamikdash is rebuilt, I owe a nice carbon tax. And the Gemara tells us that when it came to Torah, he acted like a simple person.
How are you?
Adjust the wicks himself, and wouldn't ask for certain things.
I'm doing good.
The Gemara has a contradiction. On the one hand, it said,
and then that he's doing good, he's sleeping now.
That's excellent to hear. All right. I would like to use the restroom, and then we'll play. Is that okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Excellent. I'll be right back.
She was like, don't do that, don't do that. But you didn't say it. You know, I hope y'all come. I said, I hope y'all come. If you don't come, who cares? But I said it in a bad way. She'll be all over her own ass because she wanted somebody to do it anyway. So, and I hope y'all like it because this is her program. Because it ain't. Right now, how you want to run because it's so goddamn broke. She was big versions and one, two versions of some little don't I don't give a fuck. But goddamn broke. She's learning how to run. She wanted her to learn how she runs.
All right, Mr. Aquarius, you ready?
All right, I'm ready.
Excellent.
I'm ready. I'm ready, sweet.
He's doing his thing.
Oh, yeah, he's sleeping. He's gonna pass me out.
Yes, he is.
One of his accounts at work put something here. It's okay. Okay.
And he has multiple accounts. Has me at a certain rate.
What?
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
This is a tough split.
This can't be number three of this. That's good. Come on, Rabbi.
This is also a tough split. I think all splits are generally pretty tough. All right, here we go. Oh, no.
I think you did that too fast, but the thing is slip.
I tried. I was trying to get fancy. Oh, look at you. Look at this girl's comeback, folks. Look at this girl's comeback. Give it to me. Oh, man, another split. Another split. Ooh. All right, Miss Aquarius. About to put the smack down. All right, here we go. Folks, she's got the lead. No. Okay, I've got to get those pins in the middle. Perfect. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's okay. Come on, Rabbi. You lead it. You got it.
Give it to me. All right. Give it to me. I'll take it.
Yay. Good job.
Woot, woot. All right. Your turn, Miss Aquarius.
It doesn't matter. Because we both win, okay? We both win. It doesn't matter.
That's right, Miss
They
Aquarius.
both
That's right.
I did too fast. I definitely did that. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi. You're distracted. Maria.
What up, Leia? How are you?
Oh,
Leia, can you hear us? How was your day, Leia? Well, we hope you had a good day. We're just playing a game together. Feel free. No. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl. Oh. All right, I'm going to get these 3 on the right. And hopefully it gets the 1 on the left. Oh, man. Nice spare, Miss Aquarius. That was big time. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi, you got it.
Oh, for sure. No doubt. Oh, come on. I win, you win. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Hey!
I got to sleep with hands, but he's in.
Sounds like a plan, man.
It says that his servant is allowed to look at his dishes to the light of a candle in his
And then it became hip hop, and everybody was going out for dollars. And they made a lot of shitty music and stuff. And Jay-Z
maybe Nas.
Ralphie May dropping rap knowledge. Ralphie May's in the house, ladies and gentlemen. This is our guest. He's very disruptive in the world of rap music, and I know if you're concerned as well. This show and all shows are sponsored by the Fleshlight. Ralphie, you ever felt the Fleshlight, sir? No one has fucked this. Well, a lot of people have figured it. Well, you know, this Fleshlight is not a virgin, but it's like a slutty junior high school girl. So you gotta figure it out. Isn't that amazing? Feels great, right?
Pretty creepy.
Do me a favor. It's way better than just regular jerking off.
And the best thing is that they have somebody else hold it and fuck you. It's even more detached from your own body, so it feels like you are actually having sex. Have you done that, Joe? Have you had somebody else hold the fleshlight for you and fuck you?
No, it's like I'm gonna fuck them.
Yeah.
Unless it's a boy. Why is he holding it?
Well, it's like the hand job. It's the newest hand job. I mean, the girl's gonna give you a hand job nowadays. Hey, give me a hand job with a fleshlight instead. It's way better than a regular hand job.
Is it?
Yeah, well, do try it. How
about if it's a girl's hand? A girl's hand is always gonna feel better. It's a shit person touch. Ralphie says no.
But I mean, free. Can you come and
ask kids? I'll fuck everything with it.
No, man, what's wrong with...
Can you come if girls give you a hand job? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I can. You're thinking. I can't.
Ralphie, you need some more stimulation.
I need pussy. Okay. I've never even come to a blowjob.
What?
I know.
I'm the same way, Ralphie. Same way. I do not like blowjobs.
I know.
It's the way girls are blowing you too.
That's great. I love the option. I'm married. I'm single, man. I like all that shit. I just stay on the screen there.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is even her. Even the old.
Oh, yeah, man. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, my wife can't hold a blowjob. Let's be honest. I mean, she's a Gemini. It comes with the territory. You know, they nag, but they're good with money. They get great kids.
Those Jewish girls, that was the reputation that they liked to get blowjobs.
Not this one.
Back in Boston. Yeah, that's what I always thought. Yeah, if you go for
stereotype. Never heard of that one ever. Oh my God. Really? That's some shit you can keep. Yeah, I've heard that. Man, Hanukkah. Finally, something good for the Jews. I light a candle just for that one today. We got a menorah that we've had for seriously 9 years, 10 years. I found it in the garage. I went and got a candle. Right? And the kids just gonna sing happy birthday because that's all I know. I don't know any Hanukkah songs. I don't really think about it. My wife's not a good Jew. Alright? But I'm like the candle just for that one. Just letting my daughter know she got a good rep.
I always heard that Jewish women are just the craziest in bed. Anything, they're just this crazy sexy shit.
She is. And he did fuck me, so that makes her fucking crazy. Yeah, she's black chick.
I need to try it once.
You never tried a black girl? No.
I get De Niro, son. There was this like bingo. You might get De Niro, so you're not even into white chicks anymore. You might start talking like Rob.
I was at BW.
You might start gangsta out.
Can I get?
Come on, baby.
No, there's a black chick at BW3's last night.
That next move was so beautiful.
Dude, keep on going at you.
You don't have to tell them that, man. That's what white dude likes black chicks.
Yeah,
just believe, son. Embrace your inner love of black chicks. That's the next move for you, sir. Yeah, I see. Some hard-ass black chick that fucks the shit out of you and tells all your ex-girlfriends to step.
That's like little Kim.
Well, so if you have any issues with ex-girlfriends, they're scared of that black bitch. They're crazy, right? So big blue nails.
The girl at BW3's in Irving, the bartender, you are cute.
Whoa. And are you a fucking 5-year-old? Don't tell her in person. This is a faggot train. I don't even know that word anymore.
Check one, yes.
I want to take you to the Olive Garden.
God, talk to you to Olive Garden. Jesus Christ. This is their sponsor. Prime Star.
How dare you? How dare you come off like a 12-year-old on the show? I like you. Do you like me?
Check one, yes, now.
Please, AIMC. Just give out your AIM. I know you got one. You're a fucking weirdo. Ralphie May rocks it so old school, he doesn't even have a Twitter. How do you like them apples?
It's almost non-existent. I mean, I do it once in a while.
You text on?
Yeah, I'm sick of
Ralph, let's just text out. You gotta get on the Twitter. There's people out there, Ralphie, that want to talk to you, man. You're on the show,
me, and they go to my shows and they say, "What's up?" Oh yeah, there's a lot of people actually. They today I got got a lot of phone messages of people saying, "Just look at the comments." Yeah. So, yeah. So let me go back a little bit. Like you shooting a gun and it's right. You hit me. I don't like to dig around it while we're mentioning the podcast stand, folks. Microphones down. Yeah, so you gotta use the Twitter. It's very important. There's a lot of people who want to talk to.
Not only is it good for promotion, it's great for writing comedy. It gives you like show beginning of the show
Talking shit about things. It's fun. Yeah, but I'm nervous that I would become too exposed. What are you talking about? I would become too exposed as like a go-to guy for free. You know what I mean? It's like, I write hours and hours of material. Right now I have 3.5, maybe 4 hours of quotation that I do separately. And it's all different stuff, and it's all the same basic thing. And so I found myself just writing the same thing over and over again in a different form, in a different subject. You know what I mean? The same formula. And I'm nervous that I would get polluted by other comedians. I just don't want to open myself up.
Polluted by other comedians. You don't follow anybody you don't want to follow, and you can some people like out there. CK for the longest time didn't follow anyone.
Ray Olsen, 0 followers.
Really? She's
Never replied. Has never replied to anybody. 0 followers. You try to make her reply, she will not do it. She almost seems like she's like an app. Like type in, it just automatically puts a sequence with something.
You might be absolutely right about that because I read some of those that she writes as they like featured on websites and shit. They're crazy. Yeah, they're all like, I'm gonna go down to this high school and try to get 5 dudes to shoot loads in me.
Right. I'm at the airport right now. I have Dryden.com in my face.
But if you watch her videos, I'm like, well, she's obviously for real.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with who y'all are talking.
Ray Olsen. She's funny, very popular young porno star. Oh, man, with a wonderful personality.
I'm sure.
Excellent sense of humor.
She gets it. She embraced you. She gets it.
She can take me. It's weird, man. We've talked about this on the podcast.
Was she one of the girls that in like the biggest slut contest?
Maybe, yeah. I think you're wrong.
I think so, yeah, man. She was talking about it. She fucking retard. I love it. Fucking retard. That's awesome.
Those girls that do those gangbangs, man, that's a different species.
That's a weird thing, man.
That's another human, bro. That's another kind of human.
Speaking of another human, I saw Jay London picking up trash on Laurel Canyon. Creeped me out. When he was picking up trash
For somebody who's working.
And he had an orange jacket on. An orange vest on, like Sammy vest.
Something to get arrested.
I don't know.
Is that what usually that is?
I think so.
Guys get arrested sometimes.
I think so, man. It was crazy. Because that guy, let's go extend. No, like the next one.
Was it the next one? Jay and I were on the first TV show I ever did in 1992. It was on Spotlight Cafe, this weird show in New York. Jay was on it with me. And I always thought, wow, this guy's so quirky and interesting. He's a famous comedian. And he got on Last Comic Standing, and I'm like, wow, here it goes. We had people start recognizing him at the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
And then nothing happened.
And then it all stopped.
You have done the best of anybody of capitalizing on that Last Comic Standing crowd and running with it. You ran with that shit, dude. There's a lot of guys who, like, John Heffron ran with it pretty well, too.
Yeah.
But I think you ran with it even better.
I'm still running.
Prolific.
Well, it highlighted you more than anyone. And that you were the only person on that show that when I watched you when it was really on, I saw you blow up audiences. I mean, you just destroyed on that show. You were like a regular Last Comic Standing person. You were tearing up rooms.
What came to me and told me and showed me the minutes from
We're not worried it will readjust it. On the other hand, it says certain should not.
And he told me that they were nervous having someone my size on NBC.
Worried about, like, dying or something?
No, just the image it would put out there. They were embarrassed by my size.
One answer is that the president says you're allowed to.
It's crushing. But I use it as motivation. And he goes, the only way they're not going to get you off of this is if you get a standing ovation every show. That's the only way they can't deny it.
Check the dishes, the light of the candle, because home at a servant was not.
And fuck is this shit?
And he goes, we won't be able to, if every joke kills, we won't be able to show you bomb.
Not a permanent servant. A permanent servant is so worried about losing.
If every joke of yours kills, then we won't be able to show that you bombed. To tell you that you lost. To show the audience that you lost. So you have to get a standing ovation every show. And every joke be your hardest that you've ever delivered. That's the only way these people are going to get you out of here.
Wow. So we're plotting to get you out from the beginning because of the way you
Losing his job, that he'll readjust the plan of shop. Another answer is, we're talking about a permanent servant in both prices. Just one price is talking about olive oil, we're worried we might readjust it. And the other price is talking about neft, kerosene, where we're not worried since it smells so bad, we won't readjust it. Rabbi says that a servant who's not can check with olive oil. But don't tell people this halacha, we don't say this halacha in public. And Rabbi says, you do tell people this halacha in public, have a wonderful day.
You wouldn't throw me in your Acura and there was no fucking getting in?
sex was not happening.
It was sick. It was a sick car, but there was no way I was getting there. And I'm like, I'm not even doing it. I love your car.
You have to be careful what cars you get.
Not anymore. Not anymore. No, pretty much. You know, I mean, listen to them. I got into a ridiculous $600,000 Mercedes-Benz.
Shabbos after Gimel. We are hunkered down here in quarantine or Ramat Shemesh, but nothing's going to stop us. We have Torah. The Mishnah tells us that about Torah who has to lane the following morning, we'll walk over to the children that are reading from the Torah to the candlelight and peek inside. The pshat is that he's only looking for a Russian prophet. The beginning is Torah, and that will remind him and make it easier to follow. What about the children themselves? How are they reading from the Torah to the candlelight? The answer is either they are only reading Russian prokim as well, or since the Rebbe is standing over them, they'll be aware and they won't readjust the flame. When Nisim Gain says on the side of the Gemara, he says a beautiful pshat, children, they rather the flame go out. They don't want to readjust. They want to run home. The Mishnah tells us that a Zav should not eat a meal with his Zava wife because he might come to an Avera. So the Mishnah doesn't say anything about a person whose car should not eat with his wife's Tmeya because that we don't have to make it zero. People are very makbid on Tumah and Tahara. Another halacha, a person who's a Zav party, a person who's makbid to eat food in the Tahara, he should not eat together with a Zav who's Amar. Rabbi says the shot is
Who you be with?
the Amar is my feeding.
This athleticism, folks. I've never
So
really
just one thing.
been able to
that later on when this Zav becomes starved, the Amar is
Look
feeding
at
food that's we know the answer to this question. The Gemara asks, husband and wife, the wife is a leader, and that is fully clothed. The answer is why? Because the Torah tells us talks about an Eish, and right afterwards, an Eish, just like an Eish, cannot be in the same bed with her because it says it's just logic. So two, Anida does also. The Gemara says perhaps we should bring a raya from the fact that they still say it's also to eat chicken when on the same table there's cheese. Chicken and cheese is only the Rabbanon, nevertheless we say it's. The other reason is because it's only one person. There's nobody there to remind you. Whereas with your wife, she'll remind you. Whereas you bring a raya from two people that are eating on the same table, if they don't know each other, they're allowed to eat even meat and milk. If they do know each other, it's awesome. So here's a case of two people that know each other and can remind each other. The answer is, it's different. In our case, since they're both wearing clothing, that's a hecker, that's something different, and perhaps it's different than you would be like. What about our Mishnah? We learned a Zav and a Zava should not be able to eat a meal together. And the answer is, there is no hecker there. Yes, it's two people, but there's nothing different about them. The Das, he's Mechot on the sofa. He says the only Issa Deraisa is Gila Deraisa, Hashma. Everything else, especially if you're wearing clothing, is not even an Issa Derabbanan. The Gemara tells us that when Ula came back from learning from the Sanhedrin, he would kiss his sisters on their chest, and some say on their hand. But Ula himself is Mechut on himself, because Ula holds, just like we say the famous saying, tell him Nazir, Leich Leich, Amir Lenaziro, Sachar Schar. person who has to abstain from alcohol, from wine, from grapes, you tell him, don't go through the vineyard. Go all the way around because you might come to an issue. So too, when it comes, Harai is the concept of harchaka. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. Hanan de Eliyahu is once a Talmud who was a tremendous Talmud Chacham. He learned all day Mishnah, Torah, and his Mishamish Talmud Chacham. Yet he died at a very early age. His wife was very upset. She took his tefillin and ran around the Beis HaMedrash, and she asked, it says in the pasuk, "You are Torah is your life. It gives you longevity." Why did my husband die? Nobody knew the answer until Eliyahu told her, "Let me ask you, how does he treat you when you're in Nida?" She said, "Chas v'shalom, doesn't even touch my small finger. But how does he treat you when you're Shiva Nekiyim, the second 7 days?" And he said, "Oh, he eats with me, he drinks with me, and we sleep with Kiru Basar." He said, "If so, he didn't do our cock-up. It's a good thing he died. He deserved to die." And Tyson points out that in those days, perhaps, after 7 days of Nida, a woman would go to the mikvah once, and then do Shiva Nekim and go to the And he held that she was tired, and the righteous she's tired, it's only coming down one, it's okay. The Gemara says, Rabbi says, he had a very large bed, and there wasn't any cure. And there's totally that what's going on, that she was wearing pants, sort of pants, so there's no pure bus. We learned in the Mishnah that a person is not allowed to blouse his clothing or read or sefer while in there the candlelight. It says that these two halachas are from the 18 halachas said in the act. What happened was, the Rabbi Shammai got together, and we got together. There were more Talmidim than Rabbi Shammai. There was one, and they made 18. And those are two of the 18 things. Hananiah ben Chizkiah, he wrote a brayso called Mitaimus. It goes through the calamities of Klal Yisrael, the terrible nisim, the terrible tragedies that happened in Klal Yisrael, and then the nisim, the gula that happened to Klal Yisrael. Rashi says we could also write a sefer like that. There's so many tsaras and gullahs that Klal Yisrael went through, and we're not going to write. Or the pshat is, the Gemara says that a shaita, a crazy person, can't feel pain, doesn't know that something is wrong. We don't know all the good that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does for us. Or the Gemara says a person who's alive, who has dead flesh, could run a knife through it and he won't feel anything. By the way, the Gemara feels just like a worm that goes into his, she's like a needle into a live person. Hananiah also gave for us Sefer Yefaskim. Someone wanted to discuss with too many contradictions, and he gave him 3 in his attic, and he rectified all the contradictions that are in Sefer. The Gemara continues, and we're going to learn in great detail what the rest of it is. Sandwich. The OG's on the sativa on the top, and OG finish. Okay, yeah, that's it. I was one of the most fucked up I've ever been. And I'm walking, and so much as people prepared to the edge, overhead helicopters, and see a cop on the fucking horse. And I'm like, and he was within 20 feet of me, and I'm like, Shabbos Daf Yudalet. We're discussing the 18 halachas that Bishamim Beisil agreed upon. 9 of them have to do with Sulei Truma. That's exactly what we're going to be discussing today. It's very relevant to the current events today. When then Corona, you could have a better appreciation for Truma and Tahara. How you have to distance yourself from the Truma, how spit could be Matana you, etc. Obviously, Truma means you designate food for a Truma if the name the righteous the food, you have to burn it. Chachamim instituted another 9 things that could pass the truma. Passel, Lashon of Psul means the truma becomes usher to eat, but it doesn't have power to become something else. It's possible. It stops right there. What are these 9 things? Well, yesterday we discussed 10. The Gemara in our daf removes 1, a tful yoim, somebody that went to the mikvah and is waiting for shkia to become completely tar, that is the rice that he touches fruit, truma, it becomes puzzle. So we remove that guy from the list. We start off with two. Somebody that eats a rishon l'tumah. Rishon l'tumah means, the way it works with tumah, you have an abat tumah, let's say, if it touches a fruit, it goes down one level, it becomes a rishon. If that fruit touches something, it can go down to another level, to a sheni. If a sheni touches something, it could possibly go down, not always, to a shlishi. And if shlishi touches something, it could possibly go down, depending on what it is, to a revi. It always goes down one level. So if he eats a rishon, if he touches it, nothing happens. If he eats it, ingests it, he himself, according to Yeshua, becomes a sheni. It goes down one level. Here's a big chiddush, according to Yeshua. If he eats a sheni, rather than going down one level, he remains a sheni. Now, can't go according to Eliezer, who said, you are what you eat. If you eat a rishon, you remain a rishon. If you eat a sheni, if you eat a shlishi, you remain a sheni. Every single goes, according to Yeshua. Says Yeshua, a person eats a rishon or a sheni, and then he touches truma. The Rabbanan, he makes that truma puzzle, and you have to burn it. That's a big chiddush. You have to burn it. It's like a good rice. Why is it? Why do they institute that? We were worried, Chacham said, that maybe he'll eat something that's coming, and it'll be, let's say, hot in his mouth, and he'll try to rinse it down with wine of truma. Only wine is what we're discussing here. Truma. That's the only thing that you have to take truma you can possibly ingest. Why? Because now you're making the wine that's truma coming. So they instituted every time a person eats something that's coming, even a rishon or a sheni, and then he goes out and touches truma and makes it truma. The third thing on the list is, and it's the same kind of zera, somebody drinks something that's coming, a liquid that's coming. And why is it? Because perhaps he'll drink something that's coming, and then he'll put something in his mouth that's truma. So why do I have to say it? Isn't it the same as 1 and 2? No. Most of the time when people eat something that's hot, they'll try to wash it down with some cold liquid. But most of the time, rarely ever do people drink something and then they try to stuff something in their mouth. So that's a big shit. The fourth thing on the list is, let's say somebody went to the mikvah and he was a full yard, he has to wait until the night. And then he rinsed himself off, he took a bath, or he poured water on himself, he becomes hungry. Why is that? Because what happened was people used to go to the mikvah and the water was very dirty. So they rinsed themselves off with clean mayim. And eventually people started thinking that the way they became tar was from the clean water. They didn't realize it was the mikvah. So in order to prevent that, when people not going to the mikvah just pouring water on themselves, they said, pour water on yourself, you become tar. And in order to make sure that this zera holds, they instituted another zera, and that's number 5 on the list. That even a completely tahar person that clean mayim shouldn't pour him, he becomes tar. Otherwise, the first zera will fall apart. And the sixth thing on the list are all Sifrei Torah and Nevi'im and Ksuvim. All parties, they themselves are coming that if they touch truma, the truma becomes puzzled. And why is that? Because people would hide their truma right next to the Sifrei Torah. They said, the Torah is covered, the truma is covered, let's keep them together. Mice would come to eat the food, and by doing so, they destroy the Sifrei Torah and Nevi'im and Ksuvim. If you have hands that weren't washed, they are covered in the common truma. Why? Because your diamond study is your hands touch all over your body, like corona, they keep on touching it. And people might touch truma and get disgusted by the truma after you touch a certain part of your body. So they instituted if you don't wash your hands, truma becomes possible. Rabbi Parnov says, hands that touch the sefer, they pass it. The Gerland says that if you touch a sefer, with your bare hands, you will be buried naked, meaning without that mitzvah that you were dealing with. So let's say you were learning from the Sefer Torah, and you touch the Sefer Torah, so all you're learning that you do with that Sefer Torah flies away, you don't get that mitzvah. And what came first? The chronological order is, says the Gemara, first they made a gzera on hands that touch the Sefer Torah, and only afterwards they made a gzera on regular hands that they are coming to. If it was vice versa, then there's no need to make a gzera on hands that touch the Sefer Torah. They're already coming because regular hands are coming. Number 8 on the list is food that became coming from liquid. The gzera is because we might have liquid that touched a sheret, which is Muhammad Midoraisa, and it also that everything that touches even hands, which is the Rabbanan, is also common. Number 9 are vessels, kalim, that became common through liquids that touch the sheret, because Midoraisa, the liquids of a zav, the spit of a zav, is common Midoraisa. So he said that the liquids that touch the sheret are medicated. Gemara says that shloim your hands for touching. Later on, Hillel and Shammai instituted the concept you have to wash your hands for truma, but nobody accepted it. Probably didn't accept it until the Talmidim, Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel came along, and they instituted the Gzeira. And then they even said, Hillel and Shammai originally said that it's so strong the Gzeira that you have to burn the truma, which typically you don't do. You typically you let it stay there and go to waste. Gemara tells us that there was a Zugais, the first Zug, was Yosef ben Yoezer's Shreda and Yosef ben Yochanan Shushalayim. And they instituted a number of Gzeiros. One of them was that dirt from other nations is metal because the other nations weren't careful and didn't mark the graves, and their dead are Tanim B'Rabbanan. So they said that the dirt is also Tanim. And they said that even glassware is metal, becomes Tanim. And so too King Matkos, which we're going to go into. Shimon ben Shadach said, until that day, the ksuba of a woman was put aside. I didn't say, here's the ksuba that's in this bag. They didn't get really mad at her and say, take your ksuba and go. Because you had nothing to do, it was already designated. So he said, no, a woman can go after any of the husband's money anywhere. She can go after his business, whatever. So therefore, a man will think twice before he divorces. And finally, Shmuel tells us that Hillel only argued about 3 partnerships, whereas the Talmud and Beis Hillel argued about many things. Including every one of the honesty and second having wonderful ability.
Yeah, that is not a big commission. And that is, I mean, the fucking government uses every the 50s. They're gonna drop, $800 billion in federal bucks on that gym and just like, fuck it, we're out. They're doing something. A lot of times it's just not enough money to run shit if they don't think they're gonna get a direct.
Shabbos Daf Tesvav, we're discussing the 80 machlokesim between the Shammai and the Hillel, but the halacha is like the Shammai. Even though they still argue with the Shammai with every single one, once they passed in halacha like the Shammai, the following day the Hillel agreed that they were right, the Shammai was wrong. There are 300 machlokesim between the Shammai and the Hillel, but there are only 3 machlokesim between the Rabbi, Hillel, and Shammai and the Hillel. The first one is, how much dough does one have to make in order to be chayiv in a freshest challah? According to Hillel, it's 2 kav. According to Shammai, 1 kav. They're machmer even in a lesser amount. And according to Chachamim, it's 1.5 kav. The Torah says you bring challah on a omer, which is asir sal ephah. It's 1/10 of an ephah. An ephah is 432 eggs. A tenth of that is 43 eggs. How do you remember that? Challah, ches lamed hey, 43. That's 18 kav. 18 kav is 432 eggs. A tenth of that is 2 kav. How is a tenth of 18 2 kav? Well, because we're going millibar. In other words, in Gemara math, you take the final number. 2 plus 18 is 10. 10% of that is 2. Chachamim say, well, let's talk about Beis Hillel and Shammai for a second. They both agree it's 2 kav. But the Shammai say that the 2 kav is for 2 meals. So we're dealing with 1 meal. 1 meal is 1 kav, and 2 kav is on 1 kav. Chachamim say we don't go millibar, we go milligar. We do 10% of 18, which is 1.8. In addition to that, we're not talking about the shvirim of the midbar, we're talking about the shvirim of Yerushalayim, we took 6 and made it 5. Later on, when they took, again, 6 and made it 5 in Tzipari, the shear changed again, and Rabbi said you have to add a little bit more because the eggs were larger in the desert than they are now, and he added another 5%. Second machlokes is mikvah. A mikvah needs 40 saw of rainwater. Let's say you fill up a mikvah with rainwater, and then you decide, that's not my list, you decide to put in a little extra water from the sink. It makes the mikvah, but how much water do you use? According to Hillel, you use the word in like this red, which means 12 lugim. According to Shammai, it's 36 lugim. And here's an amazing thing. Chachamim paskin like 2 weavers that live next to Sharash. Rashi points out Weavers is the lowest profession possible. One cannot be a king or a kohen gadol if he's a weaver. And the worst neighborhood in the world is Shara Ashbos. Yet, asking like these two weavers that testified in the name of Shmai and Italian that it's preload. Why? Because they don't play. And the third machlokes is regarding a woman who sees dam. Any food that she touches becomes tummy. Dam takes time to emerge. Once it leaves the womb, she's tummy. Yet Shammai says she's only the time from here on out. Even though she touched food 10 seconds ago, and it's impossible for the dam not to be the tamer. No, Dayan Shatan from here on out. Hillel say that it's me'es from the last time that she, in other words, from the last time she did a bika, could be months ago. Everything in between is every food she touched. Others come along and say the tender. It's me'es lays 24 hours. But if she did a bika less than 24 hours, then we go to the bika. Whatever is less, the bika or me'es lays. There's seemingly a fourth machlokes, and that is a person brings a carbon ion. Is he allowed to do simin on the head with all his might? According to Shammai, no. The reason why it's not included in the we only have 3 machlokes, not 4, is because this is a very old machlokes. This is actually the first machlokes, and Shammai and Hill just repeated the machlokes. There's another machlokes for wine. Some of the grapes leak wine or grape juice could make grapes susceptible to tumah or not. According to Shammai, yes. According to him, not. But since Hillel later on agreed to Shammai, this is not considered a machlokes. The Gemara just tells us there's 3 stages when it comes to dirt that comes from chutzlaretz. As we mentioned the other day, dirt that comes from chutzlaretz, since the Goyim don't mark the grapes, it's possible that in the dirt there's fragments of bones and therefore it's metama. There's 3 stages. Yosef and Yoezer, Yosef and Yochanan, the first zug, they made the first stage, and they said that if that dirt touches truma, you cannot eat the truma. You don't have to burn it, but you can't eat its full place. And the ear space, they didn't do any kind of xera at all. They cannot say that they said that you have to burn it, because the only thing that was burned right away is something that was truma that was touched by somebody that had hands that weren't clean. Later on, the Rabbanim of Shemini Shana, meaning 80 years before the Korban Habayis, they added, and they said that the ear space is also toilet. It also has tumah. The burden, but it's tummy can't eat the tumah. And Usha, the 6 zeros that they made in Usha was that the dirt from chutzlaretz that touches tumah, you must burn the tumah. But the ears remain the same. Just Rabbi said that 180 years before the Korban Habayis Sheni, the Romans came in and started to conquer. And 80 years beforehand, that's when the Rabbanan of Husha, the Rabbanan of the Rabbanan of 80, which they called, they said the Tumah, and he said what we said before. And the guys are also on last 40 years before the Korban, the Sanhedrin moved from Mishkas Hagazes to Hanuyas, and he stopped doing capital punishment. The way it went, it was 4 generations, 100 years before Korban Habayis. It went Hillel, Shimon, and then Rabbi Gamliel, and Reb Shimon. In Usha, there was 6 sfeitos. We have Beis HaPras, that means, according to Rashi, if there's a grave that's in a field and we don't know where the grave is, so any truma that touches that field has to be burned. As we discussed, the second thing is dirt from chutzlaretz. Third thing is holding of an amaret that his wife neither might have sat on them, and was the time of the medrash. If you find it clean in the street, you have to assume it's tummy, his tummy touched it. If you touch fruit to spittle, you have to assume that it came from a zav, and you have to burn the truma. And finally, may regline. Yossi says that you burn this truma in the shayachid, even if you're not sure that you touched it, even though it's a spec speaker. So let's say it came, you're not sure if it came from a chutzlaretz, you're not sure if there's a bone in there, and you're not sure if you touched it. Double speaker, since it's in shayachid, you burn it. Chavam say shayachid, you don't eat it, you don't burn it. And Rabbi, it's tahar, because Safekum Rabbi is tahar. Now, why did they make a xera on glassware? Because glassware is created from sand, and sand is similar to what we create earthenware from. If so, how can you put glass in a mikvah and be mechayiv? The answer is you can't. The only time you put glass in a mikvah is if it has a hole in it and you fill the hole with lead. Now we're looking at a key that's made out of lead. Like Rabbi says, anytime you have a maimed, something that makes the key function, over here it is the lead, then the whole key turns into lead, and therefore that's the only time you put such a glass in the mikvah. Have a wonderful day.
It's a million miles an hour. It's a million miles away. I know what you're saying. It's just bouncing off there. The idea behind it is if you think of the future fast as we have light, what happens back here moves at a much faster pace. Yeah.
What I'm saying is that the light that bounces off the Earth, okay, has an image, and that image is the same traveling off the Earth at the speed of light. You can go out into space.
Shabbos Daf Zayin. We're discussing glassware and how in some ways it's similar to earthenware and how in some ways it's similar to metalware when it comes to tumah. There are 5 differences between metalware and earthenware. The first one is you take kliferes. If the kliferes is flat and the metalware is flat, kliferes is not mekabel tumah, metalware is mekabel tumah. In this case, glass is similar to cheres. Earthenware. Second thing is that earthenware is not mekabel tumah from the outside. If you touch a shirt to the outside of the cleat, it's not mekabel tumah. Whereas metalware is mekabel tumah. In that, glass is similar to metal. And we will discuss why that is. Third halacha is that if earthenware or metalware have a hole in a tummy cleat, that makes the tumah go away. What happens is the hole, if it's earthenware, the tumah does not come back. If it's metalware, the tumah comes back. And by glass, the tumah does not come back like earthenware. Fourth halacha is tefillah. If you take a cleat and put it in the mikvah, if it's earthenware, it does not become tar. If it's metalware, it does become tar. When it comes to glass, it does not become tar. And finally, the fifth halacha, the amazing concept of aver, the ear space of a earthenware cleat is mekabel tumah. If you put a sheret without touching the cleat into the ear space of the cleat, the earthenware becomes tar. Whereas metal does not become tar. Another halacha, once a cleat is tar, you put a fruit that's tar into the ear space of the earthenware cleat, that fruit becomes tamei. Metal, it does not become tamei. Glass is like metal. It does not become tamei through the ear. Now, why is it that glass is mekama migabo? It's mekama if you touch something from the outside. If glass is similar to earthenware, it should not be mekama migabo. The answer is glass is similar to metalware in the fact that if glass breaks, you can melt it back and make a new glass, just like you do to metal. You melt metal and make it. So in some ways, glass is similar. Now, why is it that if you repair a hole in glass, it does not become tamei? That is like earthenware. Shouldn't be similar to metalware. And the answer is because the concept of repairing and recapturing tumah is d'Rabbanan. And the whole idea that a glassware is tamei is d'Rabbanan. That's 2 d'Rabbanan. That doesn't go. We don't do 2 d'Rabbanan on one item. Now, why is it that glassware, if it's flat, is not mekabel tumah, just like earthenware is not mekabel tumah if it's flat? And the answer is because the Chachamim wanted to make a distinction and show people that glassware is d'Rabbanan. And therefore, if glassware touches tumah, do not burn the tumah. Just let it change. As is, let it destroy itself, but you don't go with your hands and burn it. There are only 6 things that you burn, like we discussed yesterday, such as dirt that comes from chutzlars, that you burn truma, even though it's d'Rabbanan. Rav Ashi says, glassware, in fact, is exactly like earthenware. Besides one thing, besides the fact that glassware becomes tamei if you touch the outside of it. Why is that? Because glass is see-through. So the outside has the same halacha as the inside. And just like the inside is mekabel tumah, so too, the outside. Nusud, midoraisa, metalware is mekabel tumah. That's in the first halacha. Shimon Shadach came along and said that metalware, if it has a hole, midoraisa becomes tamei. But if you repair the hole, Shimon Shadach said, it recaptures the original tumah and remains tamei. There's a story with Shimon Shadach's sister, who was Yana Melech's wife. She made a big feast for her son, and during the feast, all the dishes became tamei too much late. Perhaps somebody died at the meal, and they all became tamei through oil. Instead of waiting 7 days for all the vessels to become tar and go through the whole process of sprinkling them the 3rd day and on the 7th day with kakas, she had a great idea. punch holes through every single one of the vessels, send them to a professional to repair. Says the Shem Shach. That's enough. People are going to forget the concept of sprinkling the mechanis on the vessel. So instituted a kana that even if you repair a kli, it recaptures the tumah. Now, what if Shimon Mesedach said at that time that all tumas, even tumah sheretz, for instance, and you repair the kli, the tumah is recaptured. We don't have the idea that people might forget about mechatas. There is no mechatas on tumah sheretz. Two answers. Abai says, because perhaps we're concerned that people won't put a large enough hole in the kli instead of it being the size of a pomegranate to do less than a pomegranate. Rabbi says that we're concerned because even if you put a kli in a mikvah and it's tarred, you still have to wait until nightfall. Whereas if you poke a hole in a kli and then you repair it, you can use it immediately. So people might come to think that if you put a kli in the mikvah, you don't have to wait till the night. You can use it immediately. So Shimon Mesedach is masakim that no, if you repair a kli, it's not even tarred at all. What's the difference between Abai and Rabbi? In a case where a person broke the kli completely, flattened it out, and started from it. In that case, nobody's going to confuse that and say, oh, you don't have to go to the mikvah, you don't have to wait until nightfall after you go to the mikvah. Because people see you're dealing with a brand new kli. But people might think that you don't need a full share of a pomegranate to make a hole. When we're discussing the 18 halachas, that the halachas like Bishamai versus Beisil, so we discussed so far the 9 that have to do with Sulei Tumas, and 2 in the Mishnah where you shouldn't read the candlelight and you shouldn't be loud from clothing. And now the Gemara continues with number 12, and that is the concept that a mikvah needs to have 40 saw of rainwater. And yesterday we discussed that you have 3 of mayim shuruvim, run water before you get to the 40, and you use those 9 shuruvim to the rainwater, it passes the rainwater. Now we're discussing what constitutes mayim shuruvim. Machlokes B'Sham Yisrael, a person takes any type of vessel, a very large vessel, a very small vessel. In other words, vessels that are not mekabel tumah at all because they're so large and so small, or they're made out of material that's not mekabel tumah, such as mud. And you put it under a downspout to catch water. You do it on purpose. You want to catch the water, even if it didn't rain immediately. But you see that there are clouds in the sky, and you think it's going to rain, but it didn't rain immediately. And you went to work and you came back and then it rained. According to everybody, that's considered mayim shuruvim, and that makes a mitzvah possible. If there are no clouds in the sky, everybody agrees they're not considered mayim shuruvim because you have to have gas. You have to think, I want to capture the water. Where is my focus? In a situation where there were clouds in the sky, those clouds went away and new clouds came. According to Bishamai, since I had the problem of trouble, you're right, it's on the wrong cloud, but my machshava remains, and therefore this water is mayim shuruvim. According to Beisil, it's not considered mayim shuruvim, and the halacha is like Bishamai because they counted how many people there were, and there were more Bishamai than Beisil. The halacha is like Bishamai. The Beisil says no, that's not one of the 18. In fact, the halacha is like Beisil. What's one of the 18? The fact that all who see girls, even one day old, are considered legal. Why? Because people don't believe that a girl under the age of a doila can become a nidai. So we cannot trust the kusim, and therefore they instituted that all kusim are nidais at a careful day.
They escape at 18, rape and steal a girl out at night. And the people had to be like that at one point in time for us to get to today. They had to be strong. They had to be able to fight off fucking hordes of invading tribes. They had to be strong and stay alive just a few thousand years ago. Crazy.
Shabbos David Zayin. If a person were to take any vessel, any kli, and hold it over a dead body, that kli becomes tamei as oil. But that kli doesn't have to have a shear to be the size of the thing. However, if you want something in the room to become tamei because of oil, in other words, anything under the same ceiling as the dead person is tamei, the ceiling must be at least a tefach wide mid'oraisa. As one of the 18 halachas that we pass like Bishamai, according to the Shura, is the halacha that the ceiling does not need to be a full tefach if you're holding on to the ceiling. In other words, a mardeya, a goat, you fried an animal. The shear in the time of the Gemara was exactly a third of a tefach wide. The diameter, that means the circumference, was a full tefach. Since people might confuse the circumference with the diameter, therefore they instituted that the person is holding onto the mardea rather than making him come until the green, because the mardea was over the dead body. The dead body is Rabbi was the tumah. The mardea becomes the avatuma once the place, and the person holding onto it becomes a rishon. A rishon, that's in dead. But people might get confused and they'll say, wait, even a full-fledged 7-day coming only has to go to the mikveh that same day. There is no such thing as 7 days. Therefore, the East was supposed to be 1 day, they made it for 7. The Targum says, I'll curse my sons if this halacha is true. It's impossible. It's a mistake. What happened was once a farmer that he was walking with his goat on his shoulder. He's touching it, yes, but he went over in his mouth over a grave. And that in return made him a rishon. But he thought that he's coming for 7 days. It was a mistake. There's no reason to institute a son, and nobody's getting confused and mistake a circumference with the diameter. So according to a Targum that doesn't hold that this is one of the 18 Lachanas, we have to institute another one. So he's going to hold, like we said the other day, the nice Kusim. The Kusim is the 18th one. That all daughters of Kusim, even if they all have Kumas Nida. There's another halacha that they instituted that day, one of those two, and that's Haboitzer Lagas. If you harvest grapes, wine, and some of the grapes, they choose out grape juice. That grape juice is enough to be considered extra tumah. Now the grapes can become tumah because, say, Beishamai was concerned that perhaps harvest them in a waterproof container, and I'll try to save that juice. Since you that juice, as if you can use that juice. It tells us that day that Shammai convinced Hillel, who happened to be the Nasi, and they forced him into agreeing to their halacha. So it was like the day Klal Yisrael did the Chet HaEgel. They should have listened to Aaron before, but they didn't. So here Klal Yisrael should have listened to Hillel, who's the Nasi. Yet they embarrassed him, they put him like a student, and they forced him to agree to their halacha. Another one of the 18 halachas, where it says the name of Tavi Yishba, Tavi the hunter, he says the name of Shmuel, that if you take truma, that's tumah, you give it to the kohen, and the kohen, instead of burning it, he takes it and he cleanses it. He won't gain anything, because the truma that comes out will have a halacha of coming truma. Why is that? We're concerned that instead of him burning it, he's going to keep it. Now, he would be allowed to, with the right to plant it. If they use it the wrong way, burn it right now, and don't wait. Another 18 halachas is like Bishamai. If a person is walking here at Shabbos with his wallet, and all of a sudden he stops. The deraisa, he's allowed to walk less than 4 amos, and stop. Walk another less than 4 amos and stop. And do so until he reaches home. But we're concerned that he might take more than 4 hours. We'll be over there, right? So the thing is, give it to a guy, let the guy carry it. Usually you're not allowed to do so, but it's better to give it to the guy than to walk 4 hours with you. Another one of the 18 halachas says that the guys are on fast action, on the bread of a guy, on the oil of a guy, the wine of a guy, and the daughter of a guy. In other words, is this or you for guys. All these 4 halachas are considered one. According to the guys had yesterday, he doesn't hold that one of the halachas is catching rainwater in a tree and creating mayim. So we say that the nice person is one of the 18. He's still missing one. This is one of the 18, and not Shuvim. How does he get the 18? The word tells us it was a zera on all non-Jewish boys that they had a halacha of becoming zav. Although a goy never become a zav, but they instituted that goyim had a halacha of zav. So we don't want our children playing with their children the shash of mishpat zav. Now, according to Meir, we must say that the 2 halachas of food that becomes coming through liquid and vessels that become coming through liquid. Those are 2 out of the 9 halachas that we learned from Suda. They are considered one, and I think it has a total of 18 halachas. Now we are done with Tumah, and we're starting with Suda. Says the Mishnah, and we're dealing with Shas Kelim. That is the concept that you're not allowed to have your property do malacha on Shabbos according to the Mishnah. And therefore, let's say you take your ink and let it soak before Shabbos. That's a malacha on Shabbos that would be also the raisa, malacha slisha, you need it. And so too, to soak your veg, different rashim and different vegetables. That would be needed. According to Shammai, if you want to do so, you have to make sure that the malacha is over before Shabbos begins. According to Basil, it's not a problem. As long as you put it in 1 minute before Shabbos, that's okay. According to Shammai, you cannot set out a trap before Shabbos unless you have enough time for that animal to be caught. In Brazil, you can't. You're not allowed to put in wool into enough before Shabbos. That's illegal. That's also a deraisa, making the wool white unless you have enough time to make it before Shabbos. And finally, the Mishnah says you're not allowed to sell something to a guy before Shabbos unless he has enough time to get to his house. You're not allowed to load him up before Shabbos, according to Shabbos. So as long as you have enough time, 1 minute before sundown, that's enough. But you don't have to finish the milah. According to Shammai, you're not allowed to give your clothing to cleaners before Shabbos unless there's enough time. According to Basil, you can't. Shimon Gamliel says, Shimon Gamliel was descendant of Hillel. He says his father used to give white clothing, which takes a long time to launder, 3 days before Shabbos. There's one halacha that everybody agrees upon is that a malacha that you're allowed to do on Shabbos. In other words, you're not over this is the rights on Shabbos, such as putting a weight on your grapes because the grapes are already crushed, but you want to piece them. You want to make the piece come out quicker, so you put a big stone on them, a pyra, a pin. That you're allowed to do according to Shammai before Shabbos. You don't have enough time because if you do so on Shabbos, it's a wonderful day.
A while ago, man, we kind of forgot why, but China is in the position to be that again. Yeah, they are ruthless people. They're ruthless, and there's so many of them. They look, if you watch like some of the HBO specials, some of the shit that's going down in China right now, you know what's really popular? What's happening online? People selling their kids. People are having their kids and selling them. They're like 5 and 6 years old. It's so hot right now. It's terrifying, man. There's a whole show on it where this brother, his brother was 5 and his brother was kidnapped, and they kidnapped his brother instead of him because he was 8 and he wouldn't know how to get home.
Shabbos Daf because we're discussing the Mishnah that according to the Shammai, you're not allowed to take ink and soak it in water before Shabbos unless the process is done before Shabbos. Obviously, the Shammai hold the only thing that's also to do before Shabbos is something that's also to do on Shabbos. Now, soaking ink doesn't involve any hand movements. You don't have to knead the ink. Therefore, the Gemara assumes, this goes according to Rabbi. Rabbi holds that the Israel Risha, kneading on Shabbos, applies even if you just introduce water to flour without kneading it with your hands. Even if you introduce water to ashes. According to Rabbi, Risha is when you do it with your hands. You knead the dough. Take the water and the flour and you knead it with your hands. So our Mishnah doesn't go according to Rabbi. The Gemara says, no, perhaps even Rabbi Yossi would admit in an object, in an item that doesn't require knead, such as ink and such as ashes, you don't have to knead it. Just introducing the water is enough. So why does Rabbi Yossi say that you have to knead ashes? The answer is perhaps he never said ashes. He said alpha, and we're reading it aether. You can confuse the two. Gemara tells us there are other halachas of things that you do before Shabbos. You're allowed to a dish to bring water from a water source to your field, even though it's continue on Shabbos. You're allowed to put fragrance under your clothing before Shabbos, even though it continue on Shabbos. You're allowed to put sulfur under your silverware in order to create some coloring silverware, even though it will continue on Shabbos. What you're not allowed to do is put wheat in a watermill. There are 2 reasons given according to Rabbi, because a watermill makes a lot of noise, and that's not nice for Shabbos. That's designed for Shabbos. People will hear a machine working on Shabbos. Another reason the Gemara gives, according to Rabbi Yosef, is a concept called shvisas kelim. You have to have your utensils rest on Shabbos. Now, according to Rabbi Yosef, even Beis Hillel agrees to the concept of shvisas kelim. So then, why isn't the Mishnah of Beis Hillel say you're allowed to put flax in an oven? You're allowed to do all these things because all those things, the machine wasn't moving. The oven doesn't move. There are no moving parts. You put fragrance under the clothing. It's It's in a vessel, but the vessel's not moving. What about trapping on Shabbos? Rabbi still say you're allowed to have a situation where you traps an animal on Shabbos. We must say that we're talking about traps that don't move, like a hook for a fish, or like a kupuri, like a certain basket that's shaped in a way that a fish goes in and gets trapped, but the basket doesn't move. That's what they still allows on Shabbos. According to Rabbi, the concept of Shvisas Kelim is only according to Beis Shammai. And Beis Shammai hold in our Mishnah, even if the vessel doesn't move, like an oven, like a vat for dyeing wool. But we need to explain, how do Beis Shammai allow one to light a candle, which will last into Shabbos? How do Beis Shammai allow to make food, which cooks over Shabbos? Or make beer, which takes 8 days, even though the vessel is not moving? You need Shvisas Kelim. We must say, Gemara, that in all those cases, the person is mafkir his candle, is mafkir his barrel, he's mafkir his spit, he is mafkir. The Gemara tells us that it's also to cook beans that take a very long time to cook. We also put them on the fire before Shabbos. And if you do so, it's also for you to eat them until the amount of time that it takes you to cook. So if it takes you 12 hours to cook beans, you have to wait 12 hours after Motzei Shabbos in order to eat these beans. The same would apply for cooking up a very large amount of hot water. You can say that this is also even according to Beis Hillel, because of a new concept called Shema B'Chatas. The problem, you might soak the coals, you might stir the coals on Shabbos. Now, when it comes to the fragrance and sulfur, there is no problem of Shema B'Chatas, because if you stir the coals, it will create smoke, which will look what are you trying to do? What about flash in the oven? Also no problem. Because if you open up the door to the oven, you'll ruin your flash. That's the concept of the ear. Dyeing wool. Dyeing wool, we do have an issue of Shema B'Chatas. So there's a way to get out of it. If you remove the pot from the fire, from the flame. But there's another issue. Even if you remove the pot from the flame, there's a problem of hadassah. You might stir the pot. The way to get it over that problem is if you seal the pot with cement or something else. Now, this halacha of not being allowed to put beans, that's only meat. But meat, you are allowed to put meat on the oven before Shabbos. You're not learned that you're not able to eat it. You are not to stir the coals and you'll eat it. And this is why if you have food that's completely cooked, so you're allowed to put it right before. You're not allowed to do it if it's semi-cooked food. You look on before Shabbos. Unless you use the semi-cooked food, a piece of raw meat, then you won't touch that pot for a while, and we don't have an issue of that help us with. One is if there's ear that ruins the coal or ruins whatever food you're doing or any molecular. And the other is if you seal the oven, you seal the pot, then you don't have a problem of Shema B'Chatas. So if you have both of those reasons together, let's say you have a young goat that introducing ear to the cooking is terrible, and you seal the oven according to everybody, that's not easy. What if you have one out of the three reasons? According to one lashon, that's exactly the place for Rashi and Miriam. According to Rashi, it's mutter, and according to Miriam, it's also. What if you don't have any of the reasons? Both reasons don't exist. According to the second lashon, that's where the machlokes for Rashi and Miriam exists. Rashi, it's mutter to put food in the oven because you're not going to come to people to the you have to serve the door to the oven will be reminded. However, if Rashi it's on directly on the coals, then that's a concern that you might stir the coals. Mishnah is saying in the Mishnah, and adding to the Mishnah, the Gemara brings that you're not allowed to lend something to God, you're not allowed to sell something to God, you're not allowed to give a guy a present if the guy won't make it to his own home before Shabbos. It will look as if he's doing something for you. Amir he's your shliach. You still say, as long as he can get to the house that's next to the wall of the city, in other words, he has a place where to place his items, that's okay. And Rabbi Kiva says, well, we still need to say your house. From that point on, it's Yana the Shammai hold that your heels could be Nevara promise to destroy promise exists, even if you sell it to somebody else. Even if you sell it to the guy, you have to make sure that the guy eats the promise. Amazing. You know for a fact that God won't consume the comments, you're not allowed to sell it. They still say no. As long as you can't eat the comments, you can sell the comments. And you holds like Rabbi Shammai, so you can't sell comments to God as long as you don't, as you know that he's not going to consume it. He says that's only 30 days before Pesach. But more than 30 days before Pesach, I'm not concerned. Have a wonderful day.
Possibly, if they were all online at the same time. There's some questions you have the population. You definitely get good answers to a lot of shit. And if you're an interesting person, you're into things that, fascinating things about science and space, I know you are. When you tweet those, if you find something online and you find some story like, whoa, check this shit out, they get some bam, and you put that link out for a bunch of dudes who retweet that link, and then they'll start sending you shit. Hey, Ralphie, I know you're into this space shit. Check this out. You just discovered this. Boom. And that's what's going on. Right? The heart. Sure. The heart. Yes. That's fucking amazing. What have you heard? What is your
Shabbos Daf permitted to feed your own dog on Shabbos, and you're allowed to give a poor non-Jew food enough for a meal. We're not concerned that they might take the food out of your shus, out of your domain, and it'll look as if you're doing your shlichus, and you don't have to prevent it. You're allowed to rent your kalim, your different tools to a non-Jew on Wednesday, Thursday. You're not allowed to do so on Friday because it looks as if you're renting it specifically for Shabbos. Sending something with a guy, sending a letter is much different than sending anything else. Because a letter, as the Mishnah explains, has the writing of the Jew, and everybody can tell it's coming from the Jew. Therefore, there's the following Allah. If you're sending it on Wednesday, Thursday, it seems like for most Kohanim, that's mother. Although Rabbi Yossi HaKohen, or some say it's Rabbi Yossi HaChassid, he's reminded himself, and he never sent a letter in the hands of a non-Jew, even on Sunday, Monday. If you stipulate a fee, and now the non-Jew is acting on his own terms, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to send it even on Erev Shabbos. According to the Shammai, you're not. Now, on Erev Shabbos, if there's no fee stipulated, and there's no daya, daya means the mayor of the city, but it really means that the receiver of the letter has a permanent address, where the guy will most likely find the receiver won't have to travel any further distance. If you don't have those two reasons, then it's also to send the letter out. However, if in a case where there is daya, the person does have a permanent address. Now you didn't stipulate the fee. According to the Shammai, it's okay as long as the messenger, the guy, reaches his destination. According to the Hillel, he doesn't need to reach his destination. As long as he reaches the first house by the city wall, that's okay. Because you put it down there, and if he decides to go on his own any further, that's on his own terms. The halacha is one should not embark a ship 3 days before Shabbos. There are 5 reasons given. Shabur brings them down in Rishon test. 2 of them are brought here. Places says because it's similar to swimming, and Rabbi Yochanan says because it takes 3 days to overcome seasickness, it's not proper to go to Shabbos while one is sick. But by mitzvah, it's mutter to embark the ship even less than 3 days before Shabbos. According to Rabbi, you must go over to the captain of the ship and stipulate with him and say, I'm only embarking the ship on condition that you stop on Shabbos. And the captain says, okay, and of course he laughs at the guy and doesn't stop, and that's as well. But Shimon says you don't have to do the whole stipulation process, it's good without talking to the captain. A very short trip. If you know you're going to reach your destination before Shabbos, you're allowed to embark the ship even on Erev Shabbos. You're not allowed to make a siege on a city less than 3 days before Shabbos, but if you start, you're allowed to continue. Shammai says the reason is because how do you really try until you decimate the enemy? That means even on Shabbos. There's once a launderer who wanted to charge a buyer the same amount of money for colored laundry like for white laundry. There's a buyer I know what tricks you're up to. I look. Shimon said that his father never gave white laundry the launderer less than 3 days before Shabbos. In other words, it's much more difficult to do white laundry than colored laundry, and therefore the price should not be the same. Rabbi says before laundry, the launderer always measure before and measure when it comes back in case he decided to shrink your clothing or stretch your clothing. We learned Rabbi Shammai hold that you're not allowed to start a process before Shabbos. It's something that's also in the rice to do on Shabbos itself. Therefore, when the Shammai say it's mutter to crush your grapes on Shabbos, to put heavy loads on them, the heavy beams and stones on your grapes and olives on Shabbos before Shabbos, that is because on Shabbos it's not a considered rice. Who does that go according to? The Gemara brings two shittas. So you need to go according to Rabbi Shmuel who holds. But once you start the process of crushing non-mature grapes before Shabbos, you're allowed to continue on Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva argues that's problematic because the Rabbi says that Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel both agree that since it's missing crushing, it's also to do on Shabbos. So there's another shita. The Gemara brings the Amoyra Rabbi Elazar says in the name of the Shulchan Rabbi that once you start crushing a honeycomb and the honey starts oozing out, you're allowed to continue the process of Shabbos and benefit from the honey. We're not concerned about speed on Shabbos. As in our Mishnah, once you start crushing the grapes, it becomes allowed to continue on Shabbos. Although it's slightly problematic because honey starts out as a salad and ends up as a salad. They're both fruit, whereas grapes are a salad and you make them into a liquid. However, that's not such a problem because Rabbi Elazar himself was brought down in a brisa saying this exact same halacha, as he said, by honey, he says it regarding grapes as well. Yosef Hanina says that Allah is like a Shmuel that says you're allowed to put a heavy beam or a stone on grapes and olives that are not completely ripe and on garlic. There's a famous machlokes in Masechta Shabbos. In Yesh Muktzah or Ein Muktzah. Rabbi Shimon holds Ein Muktzah, meaning you don't have to be so stringent on the Hilchos Muktzah in certain regard. And Rabbi Yehuda says Yesh Muktzah. Rav paskins like Rabbi Yehuda, there is Muktzah, you have to be more stringent. And Shmuel paskins like Shmuel, you don't have to be stringent. Gemara brings here four nafkaminas. One case is if you have these reeds that you use in your olive press. The olive press doesn't work on Shabbos, so these reeds are muktzah according to Rav, and they're not muktzah according to Shmuel. If you set aside olive oil for your worker, it's his salary, so according to Rav, the olive oil becomes muktzah, and the Shmuel it's not muktzah. A tart for your merchandise on your boat, according to Rav, the tart is muktzah, according to Shmuel it's not muktzah. You're allowed to shut an animal on Shabbos, on Yom Tov. What if the animal is designated for milk, for eggs, for plowing, or even fruit? You have dates that are designated for commerce, for commercial use. So you set it aside before Shabbos. According to Rav, they are muktzah, you're not allowed to change your mind and try to shut this animal or use these dates on Yom Tov. You set them aside and you didn't have the mind to use them. When Shabbos came in, you're not allowed to use it for the rest of the Shabbos. There's a Talmud that decided to paskin the halacha like Rav Shimon, even though the halacha is like this. He passed like Rav Shimon and they put him in fair. And why? Because the story happened in the city where Rav was the Rav, and therefore they put him in fair. This is machlokes, and two Talmidim decided to paskin on their own. In what way do you save food from a fire when you're in a place that has a eruv katzera? One paskin that you have to take you can take as many meals as you want, as long as you put it into one vessel. And the other one said you can take as many vessels as you want full of food as long as they fit into one vessel. And then tomorrow we're going to discuss the Mishnah of Ein Psoilin Basar Batzal Tetzah. Have a wonderful day.
I simply go back there. I say the place would be the shower curled up in the fetal position. Yeah, I'm going to kiss it in my mouth. Kiss it in the cheek before I drive off in the background.
It will get very within days. Metropolitan areas will be with an interruption for basic service.
I'd probably go right to Yeah, that's the problem. Just it only needs to be out for a couple of weeks. What happened? Fucking horror. That's terrible, man. I watched documentaries on that.
Shabbos.com, we learned from the Mishnah that Erev Shabbos, one is not permitted to roast meat, eggs, onions, unless you're able to roast it before Shabbos. What does that mean? Machal ben Yusoid, it's a shear, according to Rashi, means a third done, according to the Rambam, 50% done. Once we're going back to Machal ben Yusoid, there's a few tools. Number one, once the food reaches Machal ben Yusoid, according to Rashi, it's a third done. There's no more issue of Rishul Akum. It's going to take on the cooking from that point. According to Hananya, there's no Isser Shihiyah. Once your food reaches a third done, you can leave it on the flame when Shabbos comes in, and we're not worried about Shihiyah, even though you don't have roof of Puma, you didn't remove the coals, and you didn't sprinkle the coals with ashes. We learned in the Mishnah you don't put bread into the oven before Shabbos, unless Harba Panel has a nice color. According to Danakam, it means the outside of the bread. According to Lezer, it means not only the outside, but also the part that lays on the oven. As we learned yesterday, a young goat, if you introduce air, oxygen, into the oven, it will ruin the meat. So therefore, we're not concerned they're going to open up the oven door and stoke the coals. Yet, when it comes to carbon pesach, we say that you are allowed to put a carbon pesach on a spit into the oven because you are part of a group. And the group is going to remind each other not to stoke the coals. But what happens to the reason that oxygen is not good for the meat? The answer is because carbon pesach is a whole goat. It's not cut up into pieces. It's sausage. So therefore, the air and oxygen doesn't cause any harm, and it would be a concern. But because you have other people there, it's not a concern. There's the Mishnah that in Beis HaMikdash, there's a fire to warm the Kohanim's feet. You're allowed to start a fire right before Shabbos, even though you don't have most of the wood burning. But outside of Beis HaMikdash, that's not allowed. What is the reason? So one reason given by Rabbi is because it says that there's no Isser to light the fire on Shabbos in the Beis HaMikdash. Gemara has a bomb kasha Rabbi. This says because Kohanim's reason. Beautiful Rashi here, the Kohanim are all b'nei Torah, and they're very careful with the mitzvahs, and we're not concerned. And the pasuk, this very Chumash V'Zevim, is referring to Haktar Sevarim Chalamim that you're allowed to burn. They're allowed to burn on Shabbos on the Mizbech. But outside of the Beis HaMikdash, the shear is that it has to grab most of the wood. What does that mean? According to Rav, it means most of the pieces of wood. Every piece of wood, you have to have a majority of that piece on fire. And according to Shmuel, it just means that they caught on enough. They don't have to bring small pieces of wood to create a flame. Now, we have a great riot for Shmuel because it says by the menorah that you have to light the wick enough that the flame should go by itself. In other words, that it doesn't have any help from the outside. If you're lighting one piece of wood, so according to Rav, it has to be that the fire catches on most of the circumference. Another pshat is most of the actual piece of wood, the thickness through the wood. So the Rabbi says, if so, let's do both. Most of the thickness and the circumference. The Yakim burns Megillah Seicha, and it says in the pasuk the Esfa'ach in front of Meveres. Rav says that means an araba tree, and Shmuel says they were together. It's a lashon of achva. So we have a three-way machlokes here. Reads that our individuals, they don't need roiv. They're easy to catch flame, according to Ravuna, and if they're in a bundle, they need that most of the majority of it should light up. This is the exact opposite. Instead of individuals, they need the roiv, and when they're together, it's easier for them to catch on flames. When it comes to pits, Ravuna says the same thing by Kanim, that they're individuals, they don't need roiv, and when they're together in a soul in a basket, they need roiv. This is the exact opposite. And Rav Kahana in this case says, like Rav Kahana. These are things that don't need roiv, majority fire. We're talking about zefet, which is pitch, tar, buffers is sulfur, vina, cheese, ravav is grease, hash, straw, and bava is stubble. The Rebbe says that the trees above it don't need. And what is that? Rabbi says, as we're going to see later on, it's a branch of a cedar tree that's dry and thin, and it has like a woody substance that can catch flame. So it doesn't mean that it's cut into small pieces, because Ula says that even a Shabbos candle, you have to light it and make sure that it's lit, the majority of it, and therefore small pieces doesn't help. And Rami Barabba says this is referring to Zaza. Zaza is moss. And with that, we finish the first parak of the Sefer Shabbos. Tremendous mazel tov Hajjan Allah Yitzim Shabbos, and now we're going to start Perek Bamemadi. You cannot light with the wick of lech, which is, like we just discussed, the wool that is found in a cedar tree. And you can't light with poison. According to Rabbi Yosef, it's the small pieces of flax. According to Abaya, it's flax that wasn't combed. And Rabbi Kala, so Shmuel asked them, he asked them, what is it? They call it kucha. So woolly substance, sasaros, something like that. The reason why Zira says it's kushkira, it's a very inferior type of silk that comes from a silkworm. They call it floss silk. Robin says no, it's a good grade of silk. It says the Mishnah of Seidan, which means achadina, which is like the woolly substance from a willow tree. And Robin showed Abaya. Abaya says, that tree, a willow tree? Yeah, no, but he pulled it apart and showed him, look, there's a substance, like almost like a wool in there that catches on fire. It says, Shavra, nettle grass. They brooks out of it. The loibi and roidal pnei, that's not moss. Now, some people added hair and wool, but our Tana says that hair and wool are not added because wool actually shrinks and hair burns. Now, from here on out are the oils that you're not light with. You can't light with tar, which is pitch. And shava is wax. But if you make a candle out of the wax, since this is in the category of oil, but not the category of wicks, so you're allowed to, and you're permitted to use, as we do today, make a candle out of wax. Have a wonderful day.
The punchline, right? The employees were talking about. There was no gas. Waiting in line, giant lines,
and as soon as you said people were going on their CBs and internet and looking for trucks. I mean, any tanker that was going through was being diverted. It took less than 8 hours away from total catastrophe at any time.
God damn it, Ralph, why are you bringing this to me? I'm just trying to say positive. I'm trying to be positive.
I'm just trying to tell you that you're right to train and be UFC and be fucking, close to your chin.
Shabbos al Chofalot. Rather, listen to the Mishnah, different wicks that are also used on Shabbos. These wicks are only also to make a candle out of them. If you use it to make a bonfire or for heat, it's mutter. You can't use shemen kick. 3 opinions. Shmuel says it's the name of a bird. Rizok says it's a cotton seed. And Rosh Hashanah says this is the kohen. Kick is the kohen of Yoina, the leaf that protects Yoina. From all these 3 things, you cannot make oil. The isser of using wicks on Shabbos is because these wicks flicker and you might fix it. This is to use the oils in the Mishnah because these oils are not very absorbed into the wick. And again, you come to fix it. Now, if you added olive oil and now it works well, it's still also because you might forget to use the olive oil. Rav Shimon Gamliel says the whole list of wicks that are also to use, if you use them for flotation devices, the only time it's also is if you use it to be a wick and use it for the actual fillet. Says Rabbi, melted fat and melted fish innard are also to use. Now, if you add oil, it's mutter to use. The reason is because now they are absorbed well in the wick. However, by themselves, they're also because you might not melt them. But you don't make a double clear. You don't say, well, with olive oil, you might not use the olive oil and you might not melt them. That's 2 zeros, and we don't do that. All wicks that are also to use for Shabbos are also to use with the Semitos. So it says the possible highlights that come it has to be a flame that goes by itself without any help. In the Samigosh, made the wicks out of the wool. How did they do so? The answer is because it's only on the spaces Sha'eva where the mitzvah is not the rice. However, there is a brisa that says that they made wicks for the menorah, which isn't the rice, out of the leftover clothing of the Shain. And the answer is over there it was only from the Shainas, which is made out of linen. So from here on out, for the next 3 daf approximately, we're going to be discussing Hanukkah. This is the sugi of Hanukkah of the whole Shas. 3-way machlokes. Ravuna says all the oils that you're not permitted to use on Shabbos, you're not permitted to use on Hanukkah. And the weekday and on Shabbos. Because on the weekday, the concept called Hafsa, if the flame of the menorah is extinguished within of time, let's say you have to light the candle, during that half hour is extinguished, must relight it. So perhaps he won't light it, he'll use inferior product and he light it. We have another reason, and that is because since you are permitted to use light, you might read to the light, and then you'll come, you'll fix the candle. Rabbi says, in a weekday, you could use that oil because Chafsa ends up with oil. You don't have to relight. But on Shabbos, we still have to fix the candle because you have to read to its light. It says you use it for weekdays and for Shabbos, these oils that are possible. Because Chafsa ain't we're not concerned that he might be Kosher, that he might not relight it, because he doesn't have to relight it. And on Shabbos, it's also to use the candlelight, and therefore we're not concerned of Shemayata. Abaya heard this pshat from Rabbi Yirmiyah, and he didn't accept it. So later on, he heard this pshat in the name from Rabbi in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, and he accepted it, and he felt bad. He said, "I wish I would have heard this when I was younger." Because when he was younger, there's a concept called Dush the Youngest. So prayer that you learn when you're young sticks. The mitzvah of Ner Chanukah is from Shkia until the Karmudaim leave the marketplace. Karmudaim are people that sell firewood, and they stay in the marketplace last, and therefore that is revealed. In other words, if you didn't light your candles, you have all the way up until they leave to light. Or another shot is how much oil should one put in his menorah, enough to last from Shkia until these people leave the marketplace. There are 3 levels of Mahadrin in Ner Chanukah. The basic level is 1 candle every single night for all the people in the house. That's all you need. On the 8th night of Hanukkah, 1 candle is enough for everyone. The next level is Mahadrin, and it's 1 candle, but for every person in the house. And the 3rd level is, according to the Shammai, the Rabbi, according to some of the places and the Rambam, is this in addition to every single person in the house, or it's only the Balabais. The Shammai say, you start out with 8, and on the 2nd day, you go down to 7, and on the 6th day, you go down 6. Still say you start with 1 and you go 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 2 small Shammai, 2 Beis. The more Shammai, you light as many as you have left in Hanukkah. So on the 2nd day, you have 7 days left, you light 7 candles. The second Shammai is because on Sukkot, they started out with 13 cows they would bring for Karbanis, 13 cows the first day of Sukkot. The second day was 12. So 12 Hanukkah, you go down. Beis as far as that you light as many candles as days that went by. So on the 2nd day of Hanukkah, it's 2 days that went by, you light 2 candles. Another China is Malam B'Kodesh, you always go up and do stuff. So you start with 1 and you go up to 2, etc. If your house is open to a front yard, and that front yard is open to the Rabbi, you light by the front door, outside of your front door, in your chutzner, or by your house by the door. If you live on the 2nd floor, you should light by the window, facing your Rabbi. If it's a time of Tachana where you're not allowed to light outside, you go to the mitzvah lighting inside on your table, says Rabbi, provided you make a hecker that this is your Ner Chanukah and not your lamp for regular usage. Now, if you have a bonfire at home, you don't have to make a hecker. Obviously, that small little candle that you lit is for Hanukkah, unless you're other Fashik who never uses a bonfire. Lord tells us on the 25th day of Kislev, 8 days of Hanukkah, which you don't do a hesped and a levaya, and you don't fast. What happened was you run one into the heichal, and they were mekama all the oil, and then when the Chachamim beat them, they found only 1 pach shemen, the seal of the Kohen Gadol, which should have only lasted for 1 day, but lasted for 8 days, and therefore, made Hanukkah where you say hallow and set up my daughter with both. The halacha is, if you cause spark and that spark makes a fire, you are fire. What is it with cotton and goes into a store, is on fire, and your camera creates that's your. It caught on fire outside of the store owner put his fire outdoors. That's the store owner's responsibility. So when you need us, Hanukkah, since you have a mitzvah to light outside, and it's not the store owner's responsibility, it's the camel owner's responsibility. Says Rabbi. And here you see that the field of Ner Chanukah is from between 3 tefachim from the ground, shouldn't be lower than 3, but not higher than 10. Otherwise, you would tell the store owner to light his candles above 10 tefachim, so candles will go by. Says the Gemara, that's not a good raya. Perhaps you could be yaitza above 10, but we don't tell the store owner to do so because it's a tzirpa, and you might not want to do it. wonderful day.
Monster likes to eat dinosaurs and mud.
Like bear, for instance. Here's a perfect example. It's very difficult to find dead bears. We know bears die all the time, but you don't really run into their bodies that often. That's because they eat them. And rabbits eat them. And some people don't know it's a coyotes eat them, and the bones get crushed out. And
They don't keep on it within like a week, 2 weeks.
I don't know what it takes, but
Sometimes I walked into the woods in Arkansas and walked up on a deer carcass. Where a whole deer,
Shabbos Daf Chavbeis, Rabbi Tanchum says that just like you're not allowed to build a sukkah that's over 20 amas and you can't have a mavoi across Bima Kaira above 20 amas, so too you cannot light your menorah above 20 amas. Another famous saying that Rabbi Tanchum says, when the Shvatim threw Yosef HaTzadik into the pit, the pasuk says, "Habor reik, ein boi mayim." It's empty and it doesn't have water, which is a double language. Where it says, yes, it didn't have water, but it had snakes and scorpions. Rabbi says that when you light the menorah, make sure that you put the menorah 1 tefach within the doorway, not further away, because people might confuse and they won't realize that you are the one that placed it there. Rabbi says you put the menorah on the right side of the door. Rabbi, this you have the mezuzah on the right and the menorah on the left. Rabbi Yosef says you have to treat the menorah with respect. Even a very simple task as counting money should not be done by the light of the menorah. Where do we see this from? From Kisui Hadam. You're obligated to cover the blood of a chaya and a bird after you shecht it, not a behema. And you should do so with your hand, the hand that shechted the animal, rather than with your foot. Kicking dirt is a bezai. Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Shua ben Levi asked, how do we know that you cannot benefit from sukkah decorations? Let's say you hung a fruit, you can't eat it. You learn this from the menorah. Says Rabbi Yosef, Marida Avram, as we would say nowadays, Rabbeinu Shalaylam, the master of Avram. It's a mafurish brayso that you can't use sukkah decorations. Chanukah is not. Rather, the makar of this halacha is from Kisui Hadam, and we learn sukkah and Chanukah from Kisui Hadam. In all of Shas, when Rav and Shmuel argued halachas like Rav and Isur, but the following 3 halachas, Abayi's Rabbi, Rabbi Ben Haskin like Shmuel, and that is that you are permitted, according to Shmuel, to light 1 candle to another. You're permitted to untie your tzitzis and place them in another beged. And the halacha is like Reb Shimon, according to Shmuel, the greira, that you're permitted to drag a heavy object on the ground, even though it might create a furrow in the ground, as long as you're not having to make that furrow. Now, what is the issue with having a ner ner, lighting one wick from the other? One man, the Omar, says this is a design of the mitzvah. You should not be using a mitzvah to light a match to light another candle. And the other man, the Omar, says it's a kushe mitzvah. You're taking away from the original mitzvah. It looks as if you're using some of the oil of the first candle. What is the difference between these 2 shatim? In a case where you go directly from wick to wick, in that case, there is no design mitzvah because you're going directly to another wick rather than going to a mundane thing like a match. However, there's still a kushe mitzvah. It looks like as if you're using some of the oil of the first wick. Now, the Gemara asks a question from Ma'aser Sheni. If a person has a lot of fruit, which he needs to bring to Yerushalayim to eat because it's Ma'aser Sheni, he's permitted to redeem all of his fruit onto a coin. The coin becomes kaddish. Now, I want to take that coin that's kaddish and use it as a counterweight to weigh another coin in order for me to use that other coin for Ma'aser Sheni. I want to do a mitzvah with it, but right now I'm doing a mundane task. I'm weighing with it. The halacha is you're not permitted to do so. We must explain, in order to explain Shmuel, that the reason why it's usher is because we're worried about the outcome. What if you find out that the weight of the second coin is not adequate? It doesn't weigh enough or weighs too much. You're not going to use that coin. Therefore, you weighing it the first time, you're using a kaddish coin to do a mundane thing that never had a good outcome of a mitzvah. But in our case, when you take a match and you light 1 candle, perhaps that's okay because the chances that you're not going to use that to light another candle are very slim. The Gemara tells us that the 40 years that Klal Yisrael was in the desert, HaKadosh Baruch Hu lit up and created life for Klal Yisrael. Therefore, it doesn't make any sense that we're lighting a menorah to help HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. We benefit from his light. He doesn't need our light. The menorah is a testimony to the nations that because Baruch Hu is Shechina and Shreir on Klal Yisrael. And how does he testify? How does it work? Because we use the Ner Ma'aravi, like all the other candles. It depends. The menorah is east and west. The second candle coming into the Heichal, that's the one light. If the menorah faces north-south, according to one man, then the center one, the Emtsai, that's the Ner Ma'aravi. At any rate, we use that Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles, and that's the last one that we clean out. We must explain that the way it works, it was not that we took a match and went from one to the other, because that would be a problem of using mitzvah. We must explain that the wick was long enough to reach the other cup. Each cup's wick reached the other one. Yet the only issue that remains is if you hold a kushe mitzvah, it looks as if you're taking and diminishing the oil from the first cup. Over here, we still have that problem. Rabbi Rothschild says, if a cheresh shaita b'katas, people that are not able to light Hanukkah candles, if they lit it, are you yotzei if you pick it up and place the menorah after they lit it in its proper resting place? If you hold hadlaka is a mitzvah, that the mitzvah is when you light it, then you would be yotzei the mitzvah. But if you hold the hanacha is a mitzvah, then it's fine. Doesn't matter who lit it. The point is, you have to place it in the proper final place, and you are yotzei. Therefore, the Gemara says, I could bring a raya perhaps. If a person lit the menorah but kept on holding the menorah throughout the whole duration, he's not yotzei. Why not? He performed the hadlaka. Shouldn't he be yotzei? You see from here that hanacha is a mitzvah. The Gemara says no. Perhaps the reason why he's not yotzei is because other people don't see the pursuit of mitzvah. They're going to think that you lit it for your own good. So the Gemara will have another raya. What about a case where a person lit it indoors and he brought it outdoors? The halacha is he's not yotzei. But why not? If hanacha is a mitzvah, I put it in its final resting place, it should be okay. You see from here, hadlaka is a mitzvah. Gemara says the same answer. Perhaps people will say that you did it for yourself. And finally, the Gemara brings a raya. If a person lights a very large glass bowl of oil from Friday all the way to Motzei Shabbos, and he wants to light candles, what does he do? He extinguishes the candle and he relights it. But if hanacha is a mitzvah, he should have to lift it up and put it down again. That's one raya. Second raya is, from the fact that we say, B'tzivanu lahadlik ner Chanukah, you see from here that the mitzvah is in the hadlaka. We don't say B'tzivanu lahaniach ner Chanukah, but rather lahadlik. So from here you see that the mitzvah is lahadlik. Now the Gemara says, since we proved that the hadlaka is a mitzvah, therefore, if a cheresh shaita b'katan light it, you are not yotzei even if you place it in its final place. And a woman certainly could be yotzei with the mitzvah, as we're going to see tomorrow. She could also be yotzei to your husband, because afhein hoyu beis hanes. Yehudis was the one who cut off the general's head, and it was a terrible decree tibal lehegmon tila against all women, all brides. Therefore, they were in the nace. They could certainly light Hanukkah candles. Have a wonderful day.
But not finish your cycle. So when you take it for a couple of days and I think I feel okay. You have a control because of it. And then you someone else, So are we, by fighting things off, we're creating even stronger things, and by our own stupidity, negligence, and using drugs correctly.
Yeah. And not just giving a shit.
Shabbos Daf Gimel. A guest must light Ner Chanukah. And if he wants, he can participate by giving money to the host and being part of his candle. If he's married, he could be soymach on his wife. Women are mechuyev in their Chanukah like men because afhein hoyu beis hanes. Yehudis is the one who killed the general, and they had other xeris against them. Therefore, a wife could be mighty a husband. The Shuma lady says the best oil is olive oil. It's clear and it's very bright. It's actually better than sesame seed oil, which lasts longer, but it's not as bright and clear. When you make ink, there are two processes in the making of the ink which require oil. Process number one is you burn oil and you capture the smoke in a glass, and that smoke is soot. You peel that smoke off and you mix that smoke with step two with oil. To make the soot, it's best to use olive oil. But to mix the soot, some say it's best to use olive oil, some say it's not necessary. There's another ingredient in ink, which is the sap of trees. The best sap is a black thorn gum. But the Gemara says you can use any sap you want. As we know, and this comes from Rav, the first night of Hanukkah we make 3 brachas. L'hadik ner Hanukkah, she'asa nisim l'avoseinu, and she'achiyanu. On the second night of Hanukkah, we don't say she'achiyanu. But on all nights of Hanukkah, you say she'asa nisim l'avoseinu because there was a nace on every single one of the 8 nights. If you know for a fact that you are not going to light Neris Hanukkah, you're on a ship, you're on a plane, you see from a distance, you say a bracha just for singing. You don't say l'hadlik because you aren't lighting. But you say she'asa nisim l'avoseinu. And on the first night, you'll also say she'achiyanu, but on the second night, all you say is she'asa nisim. The question is, why do we say in brachas that are on mitzvahs d'Rabbanan, like Ner Chanukah, why do we say v'tzivanu? You, Hashem, commanded us. Chachamim commanded us. You might explain Kaira Lo Sasu. You can deviate from what Chachamim tell us. So therefore, anytime Chachamim give us a mitzvah, it has of a da'iraisa. Another pasuk is Sha'al Aviyayim Lulach. The Zekain will tell you, and you must listen. When it comes to the mai, these are fruit that you buy from an Amaretz. You're not sure whether or not he performed Trumas Amaisrus. He separated Trumas Amaisrus. Chachamim are mechayev you to be mafresh Truma Amaisrus. Why do we make a bracha on that? It's a Rabbanan. We should make a bracha just like we make on Ner Chanukah. In fact, the halacha is you can take this mai and make a bracha on it, make zimun on it, use it as an erev chatzeros, as an erev tafshilan, as a sheet of mavais. You could also be mafresh the Truma Amaisrus unclothed. That shows us that there's no bracha. And the answer is, says Rabbi, because it's a suffix of Rabbanan. The Rabbanan are not sure whether or not the Amaretz is mafresh Trumas Amaisrus, whereas by Chanukah Zavada, Rabbi says even more. Not only is a suffix, it's not even a suffix. It doesn't start at all. Because most Amaretz do perform Trumas Amaisrus. It's a chumrah. And on a chumrah, you don't make a bracha. Ravuna says that a house that has 2 front doors, we're not concerned that some out-of-towner that's not familiar with your house will think that 2 separate families live there and will wonder how come one of the families didn't light Ner Chanukah. Therefore, all you need to do is light 1 candle. However, if you have doors on 2 sides of your house, let's say on the front of your house and on the side of your house, you're mechuyev to light 2 candles. We are concerned for the people that live in the city. They might think that since you didn't light on one of the doors, you didn't light at the other door. Where do we see that you must be concerned with what other people think about you? In the Torah, by Kaya. The Torah says that you have to leave the corner of your field for the poor. And you must leave it all the way at the end when you're finished harvesting. Why is that? Why all the way at the end? Why can't I leave the corner in the middle while I'm harvesting? There are 4 reasons given. Well, the reason that's important for us is that we are concerned that other people might think that you and they'll curse you, and we want other people to think bad about you. Because if you could give it whenever you want, you'll wait until the poor people leave, and then you'll make a phone call to your best friend and have him come down and take it. Or we don't want the poor people to waste their time. They don't know when you're going to give it, so they'll sit around for days. Like this, they know exactly when it's going to happen, and they won't waste their time. And the 4th reason is, Torah says, Al T'chalo. You have a field to take payoff, and we don't want you to lie and say, yes, I gave it yesterday. We know exactly when you're giving it. You're giving it all the way at the end, and like this, you won't come to lie. A candle, a lantern that has 2 wicks coming out of the 2 sides. The Mishabur says, even if it's 1 long wick, but you don't see it, you just see the 2 ends of the wick. 2 people can be yod to the field of Ner Chanukah. If you have a bowl with many wicks in it, many people could be yod to the field of Ner Chanukah. However, that's only if there's a cover to it. If there's no cover, then it'll be 1 large flame, and 1 large flame is a dura, a bonfire, and that's puzzle for Nerois Chanukah. So Gemara teaches us that Shalom Bayis is the most important. If you have a choice whether to buy a candle for Shabbos, which is considered for Shalom Bayis, or a candle for Chanukah, Shalom Bayis comes first. If you have a choice between the candle of Shabbos and to buy a cup of wine rather than making Kiddush on bread, Shalom Bayis comes first. The Gemara just wonders, what about Kiddush, which we do every single week? Does it come before Ner Chanukah if you only have money for one? since the one you do more frequently first. Says the Gemara, our Nerachana comes first because Pirsumei Misa, to publicize the Nesa that Baruch did for us, comes before Tadiris. The Gemara tells us that a person who's careful with Shabbos candles and Hanukkah candles will walk by Rabbi Oven, the carpenter's house, and he noticed that he's careful with candlelight. And Taisus points out that it wasn't just him, it was him and his wife. And therefore, he said, you'll have two children that are Talmidei Chachamim. In fact, he had Idi bar Oven and Ki bar Oven because him and his wife were careful. Then the following story is that Rav Chizda saw that Rav Shizvi's wife was careful with candlelight. And in that story, only one out of the two parents were careful, and therefore Rav Chizda promised her a son Talmid Chacham, and she had Rav Shizvi. If you're careful with mezuzah, you'll have a beautiful home. You're careful with tzitzis, you'll have beautiful clothing. If you're careful with kiddush, you'll have many barrels of wine. The Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi Yosef's wife wasn't very careful with Shabbos candles. She would light very late, not after Shkia, but at the last moment. So he gave her a hint. He said, it says in the pasuk, we had the leading cloud and the leading fire at night. Because the Torah doubles its language, the Torah is telling us that the fire came into being during the daytime. So she took the hint and she tried to light candles way before Shabbos. Came and Rabbi told her, too early is also not good because it's not noticeable that you're lighting the candles for Shabbos. Rabbi says if a person loves Talmidei, he'll have sons Talmidei Chachamim. If he gives other Talmidei Chachamim, he'll have a son who is Talmidei Chachamim. And if he fears Talmidei Chachamim, he himself will be a Talmidei Chacham. And if he cannot be a Talmidei Chacham, so at least his words will be listened to like Talmidei Chachamim. Shemen Sreifa, says the Gemara, means truma that's tamei, that you must burn, and we're concerned that you might want to burn it on Shabbos and Shemiyata. Because it says we're not concerned that Shemiyata. The concern of Yom Tov will fall out on Shabbos, and you're not allowed to burn Kach like we'll see tomorrow on Yom Tov. Have a wonderful day.
Still, when you hear about it, he had like 100 different fucking things. Well, he was constantly admitting. They said he was like autistic. Oh, yeah. Well, I talked about that with a friend of mine that I have that has autistic children, or a diagnosed autistic kid. And he's like, the aptitude that these kids have for learning things and for holding information and for dispensing it and spitting it back out. Like, he's like, it's shocking. It almost makes you think, I wonder if this is like some weird hiccup up to the next stage of evolution. Exactly.
Shabbos Daf of Dalet. Please join us. Our live Zoom share today, we had 110 people that joined the live Daf from all over the world, from New York, from Brooklyn, from Los Angeles, from Melbourne, from South Africa. Please join us, 7:15 a.m. Israel time. The halacha is that we say Ala Nisim in Shemona Esrei because Ala Nisim comes to give praise to Baruch Hu. Where do we insert it? In the part of Shemona Esrei that's praising HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But in Birkas Hamazon, it's not necessary to say Ala Nisim because Hamazon is the Raisa, Ala Nisim, the whole concept of Hanukkah is the Rabbana. If one insists on saying Ala Nisim in Birkas Hamazon, you should insert it by the Chaydah part of Birkas Hamazon, by Noidel Hashem. And not, we insert Yalav which is by Bnei Yerushalayim. Bnei Yerushalayim is a bracha that Baruch Hu should build Yerushalayim, and we should have the Beis Hamikdash, we should be able to bring Karbanos, and that's the tefillah of Yalav. Rav says that on Rosh Chodesh, you say Yalav intention. That's what we do today. Why is that? Because it's the Eraisa. Rosh Chodesh is the Eraisa. Rav Chaim says, no, you don't say Yalav. Since there's no Isser to do Malacha, you have to work on Rosh Chodesh. The halacha is like Rav because it's a brayso that Rabbi Shai says, and it goes as follows. There's two categories. There's the category of days, like Rosh Chodesh and Kol Hamoed that you bring a carbon muscle, and there are days like fast days that you don't bring a carbon. The days that you bring a carbon muscle is Rabbi Shai in the brayso in Birkas Hamazon, and that's exactly what happens. In addition to that, you say Yalav Shemona Esrei by Ripsei, and if you forget to say Yalav, you repeat Shemona Esrei unless it's the first day of the night. And there's no kiddush, you don't take a kiddush cup and make kiddush on the Seder Kalama. The days of a fasting, on Sheni B'Chamishi, that we fast for rain, or the Mamados, and that is There were people that were Yisraelim that were designated from Klal Yisrael to represent the entire Klal Yisrael when they brought korbanos of the tzibur. Half of them, or part of them, went to the Beis Hamikdash, and part of them remained behind and fasted Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and they said sukkim and they davened that the korban to work for Klal Yisrael. That's not Monday. Those days, we say our name. When does the Gemara say our name? We say Oshman Esrei, Shachar Mincha. Rashi brings the Go'onim, but we only say our name in Mincha like we do today. And the reason is that we shouldn't look like we are lying in Oshman Esrei. Perhaps a person will have an oinus and he'll eat by mistake, and it'll be a lie. However, Tosfos points out that the Shliach Tzibur should say our name because it's impossible that the entire Tzibur there won't be at least one person who's fasting complete fast. Rav Huna and Rav Yehuda hold that you don't say Alanisim and Musaf and Shabbos and Rosh Hashanah. Since Hanukkah is not the cause for Musaf, there is no Musaf for Hanukkah. The other Shita is that you do say Alanisim because all the other Shemoneh Esreis have Alanisim in them, and we don't want to make Musaf different from the other Shemoneh. The Raya for Rabbi is from a very similar place. Yontif that falls out on Shabbos, you don't mention Yontif in the Haftarah of Mincha. In those days, Rashi says they would say Haftarah by Mincha until they got Sinterklaim and they did away with that Mincha. But nevertheless, even though it's Yontif, you're not mentioning Yontif because there is no Haftarah before the Yontif. Even though Yontif itself invokes Haftarah, but not today. So that's a good raya. What's not a good raya is from the other case that Rosh Chodesh that falls out on Shabbos, you don't mention, and that's only today, we don't mention Rosh Chodesh in the Haftarah brachos of Shabbos. And the reason is, Gemara says this is not a good raya because Rosh Chodesh never invokes Haftarah. There is never a concept of Haftarah Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh just happens to be today, which is Shabbos. Gemara says that Allah is like Truma Levi. Another similar place. Yom Kippur that falls out on Shabbos. By Ne'ilah, we mention Shabbos, even though we never have any Ne'ilah on Shabbos. The whole Ne'ilah is only because of Yom Kippur. Nevertheless, we mention Shabbos. The halacha is that we mention Hanukkah. Now, on Shabbos, Rosh Chodesh, according to Rashi, we do mention Rosh Chodesh in Haftarah, but as Tosfos points out, and we don't. And the halacha is that the halacha is not that we don't say Yom Haftarah Mincha Shabbos, but Leil Shabbos, Friday night is the Friday night when the Shliach Tzibur says Chazor Shas Me'in Shabbos, and it's Yom Tov. Why? Because the whole Chazor Shas by Meir of Shabbos is because of Sakhan. The shul was always out in the field, and we're concerned about somebody coming late for shul, and we have to leave after everybody left, and he'll be by himself, and the Mazikim will get him. So if we're long, the Meir. On a weekday, people didn't go to shul those days. So because it's a sakana, we say Chazor Shas, but it's only because it's a sakana. There's no reason to mention. In the Mishnah, there are two shittas that say the same exact thing, that you should not light from trailer from fat, whether it's cooked or uncooked. One of the shittas, though, is different. One of those shittas hold that if you add olive oil to the mix of diluted fat, of melted fat, it's actually mutter to you. Says the Mishnah, you don't use shemen sreifa on Yom Tov. As we explained yesterday, shemen sreifa is truma oil that became common and you must burn. Allah, you have to burn. You cannot burn it on Yom Tov, as we had done. Now, shemen sreifa is because you cannot burn that oil on Yom Tov. Even though you have a concept of asay, the asay of burning the oil to push off the loisas of you should not make a fire on Yom Tov, which is not the case. There's three reasons given. Either because it says Ad Boiker twice, and the second time it comes to tell us the second morning you have to wait to burn it until Kalamah. Rabbi says, or Rabbi says, Oilas Shabbos v'Shabbat. You bring the oila on Shabbos. You don't bring the oila of the weekday on Shabbos or on Yom Tov. So certainly, if you cannot bring the oila on Yom Tov, so certainly you cannot bring oil that's possible. And Rabbi says, we learn from the Pasuk, you cannot make machir, you can't make knives on Yom Tov. Levado, you cannot make a bris milah for a child that's not on his 8th day. 9th, 10th day, it's already put off. You don't make a bris milah, even though it's a kind of timer that you should be able to. So if you cannot do a bris milah, we learn from here that anything that's pushed off, you push it off on Kilat Yontif, including this one. And Rav Ashi says, even though we have an essay that should push off a lois, but Yontif is actually an essay and a lois essay. And one essay does not push off an essay and a lois essay. Wonderful thing.
As far as names go, it's just all worked up. Like, you're a thing. And if you didn't learn that the N-word was something that's supposed to be offensive, it would just be another two-syllable word. And by calling it the N-word, you just involve that word and keep it in our vernacular. And if you use the word like groovy or far out, or, why do these words and phrases, leave our vernacular and become uncool? Groovy's still awesome. It's still good. I'm still down with groovy. And if I'm still
Shabbos Avchavei, Rav says, just like there's a feel for you to burn kachim that became tameh. Let's say you have meat from a carbon that became tameh, you must burn it. So too you have a feel to burn truma that became tameh. Rashi explains, there's two reasons. Truma is very similar to kachim. And second of all, because of what they call it. We don't want you to, by mistake, use the truma that's tameh. That is a very big difference between the two. Kachim, when you burn, you cannot benefit from them. Truma, when you burn it, the kind can benefit light from the seed. But how do we know this? The Gemara gives us 3 reasons. The Truma, it says, Mishmeres Trumoisai, plural. The safe keeping of my Trumois means Truma number 1 is Truma that's tar, number 2 is Truma that's tameh, and we could benefit, the kind can benefit using the fat, the heat, and the light. But the other one says that says by Sheni, which Yisrael could eat in Yerushalayim, on the 7th year, there's a field to devour it, to destroy it. And when he destroys it, he says the famous I didn't destroy it when I was coming or when the Ma'aseh Sheni was coming. Where's the diet? Only Ma'aseh Sheni you cannot benefit while you burn it, but there's something else that you could benefit. And it could be one of two things. It could be either kachim or truma. So why do I pick truma as the lighter one and say you could benefit from truma? Since kachim has 6 things that make it chomer, whereas truma only has 4. So it makes more sense to say kachim I cannot benefit. What are these 6 things and what are the 4? By kachim we have pigul. If a kohen thinks in his head while he's doing one of the 4 avodas, shchita, kabbalah, hilachas, and he's going to consume this animal, this carbon, outside of its allotted time. In other words, it's a carbon to eat. But then at night, he thinks himself, I'm going to eat it in 2 weeks from now. And he eats it then, this type of noisar. If he leaves over from his carbon, past the allotted time, the fact that it's called a carbon, very interesting. Just the name is a chumrah. Me'ila, if somebody benefits from kachim, he has to pay back the principal. Karetz, he eats kachim when he's tameh. He gets karetz, meaning Hashem will take away from his life and his children's life. 2 things. And kachim is also to a person that's between a person who lost a beloved one that day. Whereas truma is only 4 things. If somebody eats truma ischayev misa b'dei shamayim, it doesn't have the karetz part where it kills his kid. Chaimesh, he has to pay a 5th. You cannot redeem truma, whereas you could redeem kachim. Let's say the carbon becomes a balmum, you can redeem it. And truma is always also to Yisrael, whereas kachim there are times that Yisrael could participate in his carbon if it's shlomim, tais, etc. Carbon, kachim's house. Another reason the Gemara gives is that kachim is more chomer than truma, because kachim has karetz, which is the 2 things that kills his children as well, whereas Mishneh Shemayim is only we're not mitzvahs. When it comes to being mafresh truma, the Torah tells us don't use truma that's tameh and try to get away with using it to alleviate the chiyuv that you have on your truma that's tar. Don't use tameh for tar. And the Torah tells us give something to the kohen that he could benefit from it. Loy. Not that he should heat it up and use its light, but that he actually could consume it. But from here the Gemara infers that you could use. You shouldn't give it to the kohen, but if he already has it, the kohen could use it for his own benefit and use the light and the heat. Rav says that lighting a Shabbos candle, have light in the house, is a mitzvah. As we say, it's a chayva, but it's a mitzvah. And we say bracha. Whereas washing oneself before Shabbos, according to Rav, is only a ritual. It's not obligatory. Rabbi Nachman argues and he says that bathing oneself before Shabbos is a chayva. It's a mitzvah. And in fact, it proves it from Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi, the famous Rabbi Yehuda in our Mishnah usually, that he would wash his face and his hands and his feet, and he would adorn himself with a talus that had tchelis, and the Gemara said he resembled Malach. A Malach. And the Gemara adds that his Talmidim were embarrassed from him. He would tuck the corners of their beged, of their clothing inside, so you wouldn't see that they're missing the tzitzis. And he asked them, why aren't you wearing tzitzis? Are you concerned about shatnas? There's no concern because we hold like Beis Hillel. There's machlokes Beis Hillel and Shammai. You put tzitzis of tchelis, which are centered, they're woven together with a beged of linen. We hold like Beis Hillel, then you can't. Neither of Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi were concerned of Eksus Laila. At night, you do not wear tzitzis. You can't wear shatnas. And you might leave that beged, you might wear shatnas at night. It says, Yirmiyah Novi said, he was complaining that he lost his hope, he doesn't have hope, he doesn't have the peace of his neshama, of his nefesh. Noshisi Kaiva, forgot the goodness that he used to have. What did he forget? What is he missing today? Says Gemara, according to Rabbi, he's missing their Shabbos. He doesn't have light. Noshisi Kaiva, according to Rabbi, means I don't have a bathhouse. Or Risa Nafka says, I don't have a nice bed with nice linen. Rabbi Abba says, I don't have a made bed with a woman who's adorned with jewelry for it to talk. So just thinking, we should be grateful. We have all these things. Yes, we're quarantined, but we have, based on marathon cycles, we have a shower, we have great wives, we have light, Ner Shabbos. We're doing great. Who's considered wealthy? Rabbi Meir says somebody who appreciates his wealth. Rabbi Tarfon said, if a person has 100 vineyards, 100 fields, and 100 slaves, he has way too much. That's an usher. Rabbi Kiva says, who has a good wife, but Isha Noah the Mason, she has good midos. Rabbi Yossi says, someone who has a bathroom in close proximity to his table, meaning he has good hygiene, he has good health, have a wonderful day.
I don't know. Sam died in 92. That made me cry this one. That made me cry. When Power Star talks about such a way, a connection with a couple radio guys like that. He talks about we knew he was out of control. We knew that he was fucking, he was crazy. And he was out of control. We knew he was going to die, but he was on the road. We wanted to give him a good meal, so we brought him home from radio. We just never could. And I have a friend of mine, Callahan in Tampa, that's just like that. And the fact that he died at 38, and I'm at my level, my confidence.
Shabbos Dav Chavav. I hope you're all staying safe and healthy. And let's daven one for another. You're not permitted to use sari, which is balsam oil, for Ner Shabbos. Since it smells so wonderful, one might come to remove some of the oil and try to use it somewhere else. And that is an Isra of Mechaba. He's causing the flame to extinguish earlier than it was supposed to. And another reason is because balsam oil is very flammable, and it might burn the house down. The Gemara tells us one of the craziest stories in Shas. There was a mother-in-law who hated her daughter-in-law so much so that she convinced her to use this balsam oil. It smells really good, she tells her. So she sprayed it on herself. Then she tells the daughter-in-law, hey, I need this candle. Can you please light the candle? And she went up in flames. When Buzar done, the Torah tells us that he sent all of Klal Yisrael to Golos, besides the Kermim and the Yoivim. Kermim, says Rav Yosef, are those who know how to harvest Afar Simon. And they were able to harvest it from Ein Gedi all the way to Ramasa. Yoivim are those who know how to trap the Filazon, the snail that makes Tchelas, from Sulamois Tzur till Tchelas. We cannot use white neft, even in the weekdays, because it's so flammable, it's dangerous. It's certainly not on Shabbos. We can't use oil that's tevel. In other words, from fruit that you didn't remove trumas and maestros. You can't use it not on the weekday and certainly not on Shabbos. How do we know this? Because the pasuk says mishmeres trumoisai, as we had yesterday. Trumoisai is plural. 2 trumas. Tar truma and tamei truma. And just like in tar truma, you can't use any of the fruit until you mafresh the truma. If it's tevel, it's also. So too, if the truma is tamei, tevel is also also. There are some who are machmer than our Mishnah. Rabbi Shimon Elazar says you cannot, as we had before, which is balsam oil. Rabbi Shmuel says you can't use any oil that comes out of a tree. Rabbi Shmuel ben Brocka says only that oil that comes from fruit. Says you can only use from zayit. Says Rabbi Yochanan, he got up and he was upset. He said, if so, people in Bavel who only have sesame seed oil, how can they light candles on Shabbos? In Moda, they only have nut oil. In Alexandria, they only have radish oil. In Kapoitikyo, they only have kerosene. The halacha is everything that it says in the Mishnah is also. Those are the only oils that are oil of fish. According to Rashi, the innards, made from the innards of fish. It's the oil from the eye of a fish. And itron, which is from pitch, that is from Sumchasin says all oil that comes from the flesh of an animal, meaning from chayla, from fat, you cannot use the oil of it. Now, what is the difference? Simchas and the Tanakama? They're seeing the same things as the Gemara we had earlier. But over here it means slightly different. In other words, according to one of the two Tanoim, we don't chaylev, fat is mutter if you add olive oil to it. And fish innards are mutter even without adding olive oil. But according to the second Mandorma, we take it down one step. Chaylev is never mutter, even if you add olive oil, and fish innards are only mutter if you add olive oil. And then Rabbi Shimon Shizuri says, and we're not clear why and how he adds anything, he says, takuois, which is calcineth, and neft, which is kerosene, is mutter. And now the sugya of Tumah. We're going back to the sugya of Tumah, and I'll make it very simple. When it comes to the Tumah of Nigayim, first let's talk about the size of the cloth, and then we'll talk about what it's made out of. Even Shesi Veir, in other words, a string that you were about to make a cloth, and it's as long that you can make a 3x3 finger breadth cloth, that's Mikabel Tumah. Certainly, a 3x3 Sachim cloth, which is appropriate even for rich people, as a beged, as a fabric, is Mikabel Tumah. 3x3 finger breadths of a beged is a Shesi. Now, the Torah says by Negoim, the word beged, and the Torah explains it's made out of semer upishtim, either wool or linen. So now we know that anywhere in the Torah that it says the word beged, and it says it many times, by tzitzis, by tumas meis, by sheret, by shifazera. We know in all these places the Torah is referring to semer or pishtim. But what about other clothing? Or pishtim, no matter what size it is, even a string, or 3x3 fingers, and certainly 3x3 tefachim, what about other clothing? According to Abaye, other clothing are not Mikabel Tumah at all, any size, anywhere, everybody agrees to that. From Elazar and Rishon. But according to Rabbi, yes, Rishon Elazar says other clothing are not Mikabel Tumah in all sizes. However, Rabbi Shmuel holds that when it's 3x3 tefachim, then other clothing, not semer pishtim, and other tumais are Mikabel Tumah. Have a wonderful day.
That place was chaos. It was nuttiness to the extreme. That's what you need the real comedy to develop, especially developing comedy. There has to be chaos. It has to be like the Comedy Store. It has to be like that place, like the last. I get stifled if it doesn't. Like, I didn't grow as a comedian. I mean, I grew to a certain level.
like I said, rock and roll, but I had to do it.
Shabbos Daf Chav Zayin. I hope, my friends, you're all doing well. A continuation from yesterday's sugya. According to Rabbi, in Rabbi ben Elazar, the Torah says by nega tzoras, the word beged, and then explains us semeru. It has to be wool or linen. What size that beged is, it's mekabel tuma. Whether it's a thread, 3 fingers wide, 3 tefachim wide, they're all mekabel tuma. And Rabbi holds that there's a binyan of, we learn from tzoras to all other tumas in the Torah that they're mekabel tuma when they're tzemeru pishtim. But if they're not tzemeru pishtim, they're not mekabel tuma. The Rothschild says, however, if other begadim are 3 by 3 tefachim, then they are mekabel tuma. Where does he get this from? So the Gemara gets it from in the pasuk of Sheretz. It says oy beged. From those extra words, I learned that if a beged is 3 by 3 tefachim, it's mekabel tuma, even if it's not tzemeru pishtim. Abaya argues completely, says according to everybody, other clothing is never mekabel tuma, even 3 by 3 tefachim. So what does Abaya do with the words oy beged? Rabbi says that we don't have a flat out binyan for all tumas in the Torah. I cannot learn Sheretz from Nagaim, nor can I learn out Nagaim from Sheretz. And therefore, I need a beged to tell me that a beged that's 3 fingers by 3 fingers. Tzemeru pishtim kabel tuma by Sheretz. Nagaim from Sheretz, he has a kuna that the other one doesn't have. A Sheretz. Whereas tzoras is mekabel tuma, which is 9 times this. On the flip side, tzoras is mekabel tuma even if it's a thread, and sheretz is not mekabel tuma. There's a seeming contradiction in Rabbi Yishmael himself, and Abai says yes. In fact, it's a major contradiction. It's mekatza like katza, where Abai learned in Rabbi Yishmael yesterday that no clothing that's if it's not made out of tzemeru pishtim can be mekabel tuma at all. Over here, Rabbi Yishmael says that every clothing is mekabel tuma, whether it's made out of camel hair, goat hair, silk, inferior silk, it's all mekabel tuma. Rabbi says a pshat that perhaps Rabbi Yishmael is saying that there's no tuma sheretz in other clothing when it's 3 by 3 fingers, but it's 3 by 3 tefachim. It is mekabel tuma, and that would be different than what Rabbi said the other day. Rabbi took it back. Another pshat is that it wasn't Rabbi that said so. It's Rabbi's Talmud Rav Papa. Sometimes Talmudim got confused. They weren't told what Rav Papa was saying. What was he saying? His own Torah, or was he saying over from his Rabbi? And Rav Papa says that Rabbi Yishmael wasn't discussing him. Rabbi Yishmael was just saying the halacha that there's no shatnez on clothing that are not tzemeru pishtim. The fact that the Torah tells us tzemeru pishtim by shatnez, the Torah is talking about wearing it. But if you just put it on, I would think that there's shatnez, and that's why the Torah comes and says there's no shatnez even if you put it on. And the Gemara says, "Bedusehi, it's completely wrong." The opposite. If we know that when you wear clothing, it must be tzemeru pishtim, then certainly when you just put it on, it has to be tzemeru pishtim. Rabbi Yitzchak says that Rabbi Yishmael wasn't talking about tuma. Rabbi Yishmael, the second Rabbi Yishmael in the contradiction, is talking about tzitzis. And Rabbi Yishmael holds that the only garment that's chayav for tzitzis is a garment made out of wool. If you wear a beged made out of wool, then you have to put on tzitzis. If you wear a beged made out of cotton, you don't put on tzitzis. In fact, that's how the mechaber has his la'alacha, and that's why Sfardim wear a beged made out of wool with tzitzis made out of wool. Ashkenazim paskin like the Ramah, and therefore we wear cotton with wool tzitzis. Although the Mishnah says that a Yerei Shamayim can wear wool and wool tzitzis. According to Rabbi Yishmael, we just said, he learns from Oy Beged to include all begadim for tumah. So why don't we include from tzitzis? It says Asher Dechasim should include all begadim for tzitzis, and the Gemara tells us that from the words Asher Dechasim comes to include a blind man's clothing, this chayav tzitzis, because other people can see it. Where Re'isam Oisam, though, comes to exclude something that you don't see. What those things? Night clothing. No one can see at night, or Laila is utter from tzitzis. Abai says a statement that Shimon ben Elazar and Sumchos agree to the halacha that you're not allowed to use pishtan. In other words, something that's mekabel tuma for your schach. Shimon Elazar, we said, and Rabbi Yehuda holds that pishtan, flax, even if it wasn't spun, it just came out of the oven, the process that causes it to whiten, that itself makes it possible for schach. This is machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Meir about shasi. Shasi, it says, only becomes possible for schach out of the kettle, and it says it's like erev, it's possible for schach immediately. The Mishnah says, on Chav Zayin on the base on the bottom, anything that's a derivative of a tree, you cannot make woods out of them. Says Rashi, for instance, cotton and hemp. And Taisus doesn't understand. It says, cotton, what's wrong with cotton? The whole point is, according to Rashi, that it doesn't carry the flame well. What better wood do we have than cotton, says Taisus. And anything that comes out of a tree, says the Mishnah, does not become tamei tuma soil. In other words, if there's a dead person in the room, the roof, the ceiling does not become tamei. Unless the ceiling is made out of cotton, then the ceiling will become tamei. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Chav Ches. Rabbi say, I hope you're all doing great. What a tremendous opportunity is right now to add Torah to our lives. If you're not part of a shir, please join us today. We had over 200 people live watching the shir on Zoom and on YouTube. If you can't catch us live, you catch us afterwards on YouTube, on Torah, or anytime on our app. When there's a dead person in a room, the ceiling is not, it's attached to the ground, wood, etc., not mekabel. However, if the material is identical to the Mishkan, such as flax or the hair of goat or different type of hides, they are mekabel tuma. The Gemara learns that out from Xer Shabbat. That's only the material, but it doesn't have to be done exactly like the Mishkan. The Mishkan, for instance, took the flax and they did 6 screens. It doesn't have to be with exact details, it just has to be the exact material. Even though the Mishkan was built with crushing with wood, wood is not mekabel tuma. Why? Because the Torah says, crushing la Mishkan. The wood is for the Mishkan. In other words, it's not the essence of the Mishkan, it's just for the Mishkan. The essence of the Mishkan are the Urios, are the layers on top of the Mishkan. The 3 to 4 layers, depending on who you hold like, and each one is mekabel tuma because there's a hekish one to the other. The bottom one was made out of semer pishtim, wool and flax. The middle one was the goat hair, and the upper one is elam and tachash. Now, Rabbi Lazar had a suffix. What about non-kosher hides? Leather made from non-kosher animals. Are they mekabel tuma ba'ayah? What was his suffix? The suffix was, did Moshe Rabbeinu use non-kosher hides to match? What was the tachash? Rabbi Yosef says it's impossible because only something that's tahar can be used to build a Mishkan. So what is this tachash? Gemara tells us if you hold like Rabbi Yosef, you must say the tachash. There's a language there, tala ilan, which means one of the wild cats. So it has to be that it looked like a wild cat. It had beautiful coloring to it, but it wasn't made from the hide of a wild cat. Rish Lakish says that this tachash is a one-of-a-kind species, only existed in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu. In fact, it had a single horn, like a unicorn, but it was kosher, like a unicorn that we're familiar with. The carbon, the bull he was makriv, had a single horn. The Torah says, "Mi karen." It was a one-time thing. It was nizdam lefishah. It was necessary for that time, but after that, it was nignaz. We don't have tachash anymore. That the Gemara is still mesupik whether tachash is a chaya or a behema, because even though the animal with one horn by other Mauritian was a behema, was a bull, yet it's possible that it's a chaya because there's something called a keresh, and a keresh is a chaya. If I remember correctly, when we were learning chulin, there are some shittas that hold that a keresh is a giraffe, because there are some giraffes that have a single horn. Rava says, since I can make a tzad shava, you take two things. You take sheretz and saras. Both of them have a chumrah to themselves. Saras has the chumrah of shesi, it's metama even a thread. Sheretz has a chumrah that it's metama with a very small amount of kadashim. But the tzad shava, the common denominator between the two of them is that they are mekabel tuma. In other words, if you have a non-kosher hide, let's say a tiger's hide, it will be mekabel tuma if saras develops on it, and it will be mekabel tuma if it touches a sheretz. So says Rabbi, you can take those two and have a common denominator and say, therefore, hide from a non-kosher animal is mekabel tuma ba'oyel hameis. Comes Rava Mebarnish and says, no, sheretz and negoyim and saras have something in common that mace doesn't have. They both are mekabel tuma, are metama with less than a kezayis, where a mace, in order for it to be mekabel tuma, to give off tuma, but oil, it has to be at least a kezayis. Therefore, Rabbi Bernish says he learns the kal vachomer from the izin. As we mentioned before, one of the layers in the Mishkan was the hair of a goat, and it's not mekabel tuma from saras, as we said the other day. Saras, when it comes to beg, not goat hair. Yet, at the same time, it's one of the materials from the Mishkan, and one of the materials in the Mishkan is mekabel tuma by laves. So, the hide of an animal that's tameh, which is mekabel tuma from saras, that's in the Torah, or mekabel tuma from saras, certainly it should be mekabel tuma ba'oyel hameis. So now we have to understand Rabbi Yosef's statement from before. It says when it comes to meleches shamayim, it has to be from a kosher animal. What is it coming to? So the Gemara is coming to add that the ritzuos of tefillin must be made from a kosher animal. Yes, halacha Moshe Messina says the ritzuos have to be black, but the halacha Moshe Messina doesn't tell us from what material. That's where Rabbi Yosef is coming to Mechadish. To tell us that the parshiyos of tefillin have to be from a kosher animal, we don't need Rabbi Yosef. Yes, it fits into Rabbi Yosef's klal, and his klal is perfect for everything, but it's not needed for all these other things. The parshiyos of tefillin, it says in the Torah, Teres Hashem beficha min mutar beficha, whatever you could eat, that's what you can make tefillin from. That the box of the tefillin has to be from kosher animal, that we know from halacha Moshe Messina, because you have to make shin, and that's halacha Moshe Messina, so the hide has to be halacha from kosher animal. The fact that you have to choose with the hair of a kosher animal or sew tefillin with kosher sinew, halacha Moshe Messina, that you have to make square tefillin, also halacha Moshe Messina. And now the Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that if you make a wick out of clothing, you fold up clothing, you make a wick out of it according to the Rezer, it's tameh. Why? Because it still remains a beged, the best tameh. This is Rabbi Kiva. When you fold it up, you take away the name beged from it, and it becomes a wick, and therefore it's no longer tameh. Since this wick remains a beged, and there's a 4-step halacha. Therefore, if this beged is exactly 3 by 3 meters, and it happens to be Yazan on a Friday, and we hold like Ula, that once you light it a little bit, that's not enough. You have to light the whole thing. But once you light it a little bit, you just broke the wick. You ruined it. And by ruining it, you cause noilad. And if you cause noilad, Rabbi Yehuda says that it becomes muktzah. So it's also for you to light this on Yom Tov Shechal B'Erev Shabbos. Now, according to Rabbi Kiva, when you fold up this wick, it's no longer a kli, so you're just lighting wood, so you're not over anything. And Rabbi Yosef says, now I understand. I always heard this halacha about being exactly 3 by 3 fingers. I never understood what it meant. Based on this halacha, now I understand completely. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Chavtes. I hope you all have a wonderful Shabbos. Please keep safe and healthy. Going back to the mission that we had yesterday, Silas Habeget Kipla, V'loy Hivava. You take a garment, you fold it up, you make it into a wick, but you didn't singe it. Yesterday we had one pshat in Machlokes Rebbe Eliezer and Rebbe Kiva, why it might be tomei or tar, and why you can use it or can't use it on Shabbos. Today we have another pshat. Rabbi says, the Rebbe Eliezer says you cannot use this wick on Shabbos because it's unsinged. You must black where the fire hatch nicely, and you won't have issues with it. Otherwise, we're concerned you must it on Shabbos. How do we explain Rav Yosef's halach that he heard and he wasn't sure where to apply it? There's a concept: 3 fingers by 3 fingers that are exactly 3 fingers by 3 fingers. Yesterday we said one pshat. According to Rav, we have to say another pshat. He's talking about tumah, and his machlokes. What constitutes a beged? Is it 3 fingers by 3 fingers exactly, or 3 fingers by 3 fingers plus the hem? Says Rav Yosef, it's exactly, not without the hem. Rav says we have a machlokes Rav Yehuda and Rav Shimon we mentioned the other day. Somebody takes a pot on Yontif and he burns the pot. The pot just changed from a pot to a broken pot. A broken pot is noilad, who was burned today on Yontif, and therefore it's according to Rav Yehuda, according to Rav Shimon, it's not. Says Rav, it's not only a pot, it's even something like a date, where from the moment it was created, it has a pit inside. Nothing was created on Yontif. But when you open the date on Yontif, you discover the pit. That's noilad. And he takes it one more step. Not only a pit, but even, let's say, a walnut, where there's the fruit inside and the wood is on the outside, where you could visibly see the wood, yet it's not wood until you crack open the walnut and you extract the nut. Then you're going to use the wood. So it's noilad on Yontif. Rabbi Shin says in all these cases, there is no noilad on Yontif, and you're allowed to use all these items. The Gemara tells us, Rav never said this halacha before. Rabbi Yehuda heard a story. The Reb Chia, who was Rav's uncle, told Rav, he saw him eating a date, and he had a pit. He said, listen, if you threw that into the fire on Yontif, you'd be over on noilad. And Rav didn't answer. Gemara says, well, he didn't answer. Did he agree with his uncle or not? So Gemara brings the story. Rav was eating a date on Yontif, and he took the pit and threw it to an animal. Now, if he held that the pit was muktzah, he wouldn't throw it to the animal. Says Gemara, wait a minute. It's possible that Rav was eating a very inferior date, and that date had fruit on the pit. A good quality date, when you open it up, there's no fruit on the pit. But this date was inferior, and since it had fruit on the pit is not muktzah. It's considered fruit, and therefore he allowed himself to take it and toss it to the animal. If a branch falls off a tree on Yontif, that's called noilad. If it falls off into your oven, how do I use it on Yontif? If you add more wood that's not muktzah, I can use it on Yontif. The same thing would apply to our case of a pot that was burnt or there was a broken pot. If I add more wood to it, I can use that pot on Yontif to make a fire. Now going back to the Mishnah, the case of folding up a wick, a garment and making it into a wick, according to Rabbi Eliezer, it remains tamei. Says Rabbi Amnuna, let me explain to you pshat. We're talking about a situation where there's a garment that started off as a garment. It was from the measurement of 3 fingers by 3 fingers all the way up to 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. It was a garment, and the owner of the garment took it into a shmata. He took it, and he wants to use it either to plug up a hole or to clean or to hold a hot pot. Whatever the reason is, it's a shmata. If he takes it, folds it up nicely, puts it in a drawer, into a box, then he's showing that he wants it, and it's 100% tamei, according to everybody, even Rabbi Kiva. If he takes it and tosses it out into the garbage, and you found it in the garbage, according to everybody, it's not tamei. It's not a bad. Machlokes is when he takes it and hangs it up on a peg or hangs it up behind his door. Rabbi Eliezer says he still likes it, he still wants it, it remains a beged, remains tamei. Rabbi Kiva says he showed that he doesn't want it, it's not tamei. Says the Mishnah, brand new sugya. We know that if you have a bowl of oil and you light a fire in Shabbos, you take some of the oil out, you're over on the chaba. You're making the fire last less. That's mechaba. What if I have an egg full of oil with a hole in the egg and it drips out into my bowl over the entire Shabbos? By me removing oil, I'm over on the same mechaba because this candle is supposed to be lit for X amount of time because I removed the oil from the egg. Now the candle lasts less. If I do so, even with something that's disgusting, let's say instead of an egg, I have earthenware, most people won't use that oil, still awesome. If I do so with a bowl side by side to the other bowl, still awesome. Rabbi Yehuda says in all these cases is mutter. However, if that egg is permanently affixed to the bottom bowl, let's say my klicheres is fixed, that's how I created, or later on I glued it together, then it's mutter because now I know it's one and the same, and I'm not going to remove the oil. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda was in Beis Nitza. It's the name of a place. And they gave him this egg, and he filled it up with oil, and he used it over Shabbos. So the Gemara is different because in Beis Nitza, there was reason, they were very careful. It seems like the Gemara wasn't so happy with that. The Gemara says that Rabbi Yisrael ben Elazar gave Musar, who's Moichiach, who's Moicha, to Rabbi Oven. The famous Machlokes, are you allowed to drag a bench on Shabbos, knowing that perhaps you might create a groove in the ground? And that's the Isser Harisha. Shimon says it's not a problem. I don't have kavanah to do it. It's mutter. Rabbi Oven, who's dragging a bench over a marble floor, it's impossible to make a guma, impossible to make a groove. Yet Rabbi Yisrael was moicha, and he said, listen, maybe today you won't, but tomorrow you might forget and do so. And therefore it's awesome. The Gemara tells us a three-way machlokes. What happens if I have a very light bench? I can lift it up easily. It's efshar. The concept of efshar. I can lift it up, but I don't want to. According to Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Shimon only said Lachman is very heavy and you can't do it otherwise. But if it's light, you have no one dragging it and perhaps create a group, and therefore, in that case, he says. And we have to explain when Mishnah talks about a pisei, the safsol, that mentions a chair, talking about a very heavy chair. Ula says no. The machlokes is even in a very light object like a chair. The Rabbi Shimon is going to say it's mutter, but in a very heavy bench or bed, the Rabbi Yehuda would also agree that it's mutter. So why does the Mishnah talk about a bed? Talking about a very light bed. Rabbi Yosef says no. The machlokes is in both cases. Even if it's very heavy and light, Rabbi Shimon says mutter. Very heavy and light, Rabbi Yehuda says it's possible. Gemara asks a bomb question from a person who's selling clothing in the street. Says the Gemara, if he's just putting it on him and he's not having any benefit from it, he's not saving himself from the elements, from the heat, from the rain, it's mutter. But a tzanua, a tzaddik should put it on a stick and not hold. See, it's efshar. It's possible for him to get away from Brown Shabbos, yet we mutter for him to carry it on himself. That's a kasher Rabbi that says that in a situation where you're not allowed to do so. Have a wonderful day. Have a great Shabbos. We'll see you tomorrow. Shabbos Daf Lamed. We're going to start from the Mishnah on the bottom Daf Chav Tes. If a person extinguishes a flame because he's fearful of the goyim or the robbers, or he has a person who's very ill, he's potter, meaning it's completely mutter. Our Mishnah goes according to Rabbi Yehuda that holds melacha shein sricha lekufa asur, where Rabbi Shimon holds it's mutter. What does that mean? The best example is if a person extinguishes a flame because he wants the flame to be extinguished. In other words, it helps him burn the wick, and he wants that charcoal on the wick. That's a melacha shetzricha. He needs it. Another example is, let's say he prefers that the candle wasn't lit to begin with. A robber is coming. He doesn't want the candle to be lit. By him extinguishing it, he gains nothing. That's melacha she'ein tzricha. Therefore, if a person extinguishes a flame because he wants to save the pot, he wants to get the oil, grab the wick, then he's chayiv. On the other hand, if he extinguishes a flame because he has a chayil shem b'sekan, or just in general, according to Rabbi Shimon, it will be potter because he's extinguishing it not for the sake of the extinguishing, but because he just doesn't want the flame. It's usher to do, but he's potter. Gemara tells us, he asked for Tanachum, are you allowed to extinguish a flame if you have a chayil shesh b'sekan? And he went into a huge tangent of Agadata. The next 4 daf are full of Agadata. And he started by saying, there seems to be a contradiction in Shlomo HaMelech between himself and his father. On the one hand, Shlomo HaMelech says, I have to give praise to the dead. And he says, a live dog is better than a dead lion. David HaMelech says, Lo Yamesim Yalu. The dead can't do anything. They can't praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Says Gemara 3 Pshat. When a person is alive, he could learn Torah and he could do mitzvahs and he can accomplish. Once he's dead, he's free from mitzvahs and Torah. On the other hand, when Moshe Rabbeinu davened on Klal Yisrael by Chet HaEgel, he davened and HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't listen to him. But when he mentions his Chus HaHavos, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you see that the dead are greater than the alive. Another pshat, decree in our days, people listen, sometimes they don't. But when Moshe Rabbeinu made the decree thousands of years ago, he made decrees to learn the halachas of Yom Tov 30 days before Yom Tov. Or in benching, the first bracha of benching, he decreed. That lasts forever. A third pshat, David HaMelech asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu that he should show him a sign that Klal Yisrael should know that he was moichelim on the Aveira of Bashan. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I cannot give you the sign when you're alive, I'll do it after you die. In fact, when Shlomo HaMelech did Chanukas HaBayis and he tried to bring the Aron into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, it was too wide, he couldn't fit it into the door. So he davened 24 prakim of the Tehillim and he wasn't answered. But when he mentioned his father David, then the doors became wider and Klal Yisrael realized that HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgave David. But it says there, the famous pasuk that we say in Shir HaYom, Sushar M'Sheichem, the Yavai Melech HaKavod. The doors thought that Shlomo HaMelech is referring to himself, Melech HaKavod, the king, and they want to swallow him up alive. So Shlomo HaMelech says, no, Hashem Izus V'Gibor, I'm referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David HaMelech says the Gemara, when they finished the Chanukas HaBayis after 8 days, it's a very long pasuk, and the Gemara dashes the pasuk, Vayichol La'aleim, Klal Yisrael went to the tents, they found their wives B'Tahara. And then it says, Smeichen, they had Hannah from the Zivah Shechina. V'toy v'leiv, each and every one became pregnant with a boy. And then it says, L'David Avdoi, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgave David, L'Yisrael Aman, HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgave Klal Yisrael for eating that Yom Kippur that was so simply ate. In fact, they got awarded Gan Eden for eating on Yom Kippur. David HaMelech wanted 3 things from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He wanted to know how his life is going to turn out, what year is he going to die on, and what day of the week is he going to die. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I cannot tell you when you're going to die and how your life is going to play out, but I'll tell you the day of the week you're going to die. You're going to die on a Shabbos. He said, can I die on Sunday? It's better for my family. He said, no, Sunday's already Melucha of Shlomo HaMelech. He says, every day that you're alive and you yourself said it to him, better than 1,000 oils that Shlomo HaMelech is going to bring. So every Shabbos David HaMelech would learn Torah, pasuk Megir say. He wouldn't stop learning because he knew that the Malach HaMavis cannot kill him as he's learning Torah. So Malach HaMavis made a lot of noise in the backyard. David HaMelech, as he was continuing to learn, went to see what the noise was, went down the stair, and the Malach HaMavis took out the stair, he fell, and from falling, he got scared, he stopped learning for a moment, and that moment, the Malach HaMavis killed him. So Shlomo HaMelech said to the Chachamim 2 questions. First of all, my father, the king, is lying in the sun. Can I move him on Shabbos? Second of all, can I feed the dogs? Is it mutter to feed dogs in Shabbos? And he said, yes, you could give the Neveila, which is typically muktzah, but since it has a purpose, you can give the corpse of an animal to a dog. On the other hand, you cannot touch the dead person unless we make a special heter. If you put a loaf of bread or a baby on the dead, then you can carry the dead agav the bread. So you see that a live dog has more importance than a dead king. Finally, the question that they asked Rabbi Tanchol, he said, as a mashal, because we have a pasuk b'chai b'hem, obviously you're allowed to extinct for Chodesh Yishbis, but he said in of Agadah, because there's women and Amaratzim, so he wanted to open their hearts to Torah. He said, a person is like, the neshama of a person is like a candle, like Hashem's candle. So of course Hashem's candle comes before a human candle, and therefore you can extinguish the candle so that Hashem's candle can live longer. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to bury Koheles because of the contradictions, the seemingly contradictions in Koheles. It says, but however, since Koheles starts with Torah and ends with Torah, so they decided not to. How does it start with Torah? It says, says the Gemara, person has no purpose of being hard and toiling for the sun, but above the sun, before the sun, meaning the Torah that came before the sun, that is very important. And finally it says, Gemara says 3 pshatim. First of all, the whole world was created for this individual, or he's equal to the whole world, or the whole world comes to serve this individual. But what's the contradiction in Koheles? It says, Toiv kas mitzchayik, anger is better than laughter. And then it says, laughter is great. It says, so the Gemara says that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when he's upset at tzaddikim, that's a good thing. He gets rid of the averos, and when he's happy with Rishayim, that's not a good thing because then he gets rid of their mitzvahs in this world. But in Olam HaEmes, Like Baruch Hu is going to be happy with the tzaddikim. Shabakti Anisa Simcha is referring to Simcha Shal Mitzvah, like dancing by a wedding. Simcha Mazza Oisa, what am I doing with the Simcha? Why are you so happy? When a person is happy on something that's not a mitzvah. In other words, it comes to teach us that the Shekhinah doesn't rest on a person that's sad or lazy or mitzchayk, levity, and kalas roish, litzanas, or sicha, just talking, things that are important, things that are not important. Only simcha shal mitzvah. When a person is doing a mitzvah, then the Shekhinah is shayra. And when you want to learn Torah, it should be besimcha. And when you want to dream nice dreams, it should be besimcha. Elisha, who was angry, he said, "Bring the musicians, because there's a mitzvah to have this shriyas Shekhinah." Tulashinas, one says the Rabbi should be besimcha, but his talmidim should be in fear. Another lashon is the Rabbi should start off besimcha, and the talmidim should be in fear. Like Rabbi, every shir he would start off with a milsa de b'chusa, with a funny joke or something to get everybody into the mood. They wanted to bury Mishlei, but they said, "Look, you wanted to bury Koheles and you saw that you were wrong. Let's look into Mishlei." It says in Mishlei, "Al tanksil, don't answer a fool," and then it says you should answer a fool. When it comes to Torah, you answer. When it comes to Dvarim Acherim, you don't answer. For instance, Chacham said that a woman is going to give birth every day. Fruit, the trees are going to bear fruit every day. There's going to be bread growing from the ground. Some of them laughed and they proved to them, look, see, the chicken lays an egg every day. There's a slav that gives fruit off, etc. And then when the fool said to the Chachamim, your wife had an affair, you're a mamzer, so they didn't answer, but they gave him a cup of wine. Here, drink a cup of wine. And they exploded. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Lamed Aleph, the Gemara tells us one should act with humility like Hillel and not be kabbadonos with strictness like Shammai. There were two people that made a bet. Which one should upset Hillel? One of them took the bet for 400 zuz. He went to Hillel's house on Erev Shabbos while Hillel was in the shower, and he screamed out, "Mikan Hillel, Mikan Hillel." It's a lashon of Bezoy. That's not how you talk to the Gadol Hador. Hillel comes out, wraps himself up, and says, "How can I help you, my son?" And he asks him, "I would like to know, why are all the Bavlim's head round?" Says Hillel, he asked me a beautiful question. I think the answer might be because the midwives, they deliver them in a certain way where it causes their head to be round. Oh, goes back inside, and as soon as he gets back into the shower, the guy screams out again, "Is Hillel here?" Hillel comes out, wraps himself up. "How can I help you?" "I'd like to know why the Talmudim's eyes are round." Hillel says, it's a great question. It's because they live with a lot of sand, and it helps to keep the sand out. He gets back into the shower, and the guy once again screams out, "Hillel!" Comes out, wraps himself up. "How can I help you?" "Why are the Afrikim's feet so wide?" He says, "Ooh, that's even a greater question." And the answer is because they stutter and they need wide feet. He waits until he gets into the shower again, and he calls him out, and he says, "Listen, I have a question." He says, "Well, Shal ben Ishal, ask me whatever you want." And he says, "Are you Hillel the Nasi?" He says, "Yes, I am." He says, "Alavai, there shouldn't be anybody like you again." He says, "What did I do?" He says, "Because of you, I lost 400 zuz." He says, "Hillel, it's kedai to act like me. You should lose 800 zuz rather than one should lose their cool." The Gemara tells us 3 goyim came to Shammai and Hillel at 3 different times. One asked Hillel to become a ger, but he doesn't believe in the Torah Shabbat. Shammai was upset at him and shoot him out of there. He went to Hillel, and Hillel taught him, he made him a ger, taught him Aleph Beis. And the following day, instead of teaching him Aleph Beis Gimel, he taught him Tov, Shin, Reish, Kof, etc. He says, "What's going on?" Yesterday he taught me Aleph Beis Gimel Dalet. He says, "Well, if you trust me for that, you have to trust me for everything, and I'm telling you, there's a Torah Shabbat." Another guy came to Hillel, and this is the famous story. He came first to Shammai and said, "I want to be a ger. Teach me the entire Torah." I'm standing on one. In other words, give me all in one sentence. Shammai took a stick and shoot him out of there. When he went to Hillel, Hillel was Megayer him, and Hillel told him, "My da'alo sani, chaver chol have it." What you hate, don't do to your friend. Rashi explains it could be Baruch Hu, and it could be an Adam Chaveroi. If you don't want people to steal from you, you don't want people to do other sorts of Averos, don't do it to them. And the rest of the Torah says is just an explanation and to explain how that all fits in to that one line, the 5 words. There's another guy who heard a Rabbi teaching his children, his Talmidim, about the Big Day Kahuna. And he found out that for the Kohen Gadol, he says, tell Shammai, I want to become a ger so I can wear the Big Day Kohen Gadol. Shammai took his stick, the Amas, Abinyan, and threw him out of there. But he went to Hillel, and Hillel was Magari, and then Hillel said, listen, you want to become a Kohen Gadol, you have to learn the halachas first. He learned the halachas, and he got to the pasuk by Azar, Karav Yumas, and he made a kavachomer. If David HaMelech cannot be a Jew who's born as a Yisrael cannot be a Kohen Gadol, certainly I, ger, cannot be a Kohen Gadol. He went back to Shammai and said, why did you tell me the pasuk by Azar, Karav Yumas? And he went to Hillel and he said, because of Yanava, I was miscarried by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. What does is the 3 games got together one day and they said, because of Shammai, we almost lost out on this opportunity, but because of Hillel, we're recorded to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. What does is the Shisha Sidrei Mishnah are hinted in the pasuk of V'haya emunas itecha. Emunas is right that you have emunah, you believe that the person took meiser. Itecha is times referring to all the mayadim, Sidimayit, the Yom Tovim, the common certain time. Chaysim is a lashon of Yerusha, that's Nashim, comes from Nashim, that's how you have the Yerush. Yeshuas is Nezikin, they will salvage you from having to pay money if you don't. Chachmas is Seder Kachim, it's Chachma, and Das is the Haris. And that, the Gemara says, the situation of the pasuk is Yiras Hashem here Yitzaroi, but Yiras Shamayim will bring you to the Yitzar Torah through that. Rabbi, when you get up to Shamayim, they ask you, is Nosatov and Nosatov Emunah, did you do business with integrity? And that comes from the same pasuk, Emunah. Emunah is Itecha. What's Itecha? Chavato Itim. You set time for Torah. And then the following word is about Kuruvu, and then comes it's a piece of the Yeshua, choice, and then when you fall from the Chachma, you understand government to government, it's all about Torah. And then Yiras Hashem Yitzaroi, and the Gemara tells us that if a person, it's a mashal, if a person says to somebody else, take this wheat, bring it up to the attic, and then he asks him, you put in the preservative, he says no, he says, so why, whatever you did wasn't good enough. In other words, you need Yiras Shamayim in order to learn Torah. La halacha, you're allowed to add preservatives to the wheat and charge the person for the weight of this dirt that's a preservative, because without that, the wheat will be spoiled. Torah without your Shamayim is as if somebody gave you the Yitzar HaMelech for all the jewels, but you don't have the key to get into the building. You have the key to the safe, but not to the building. What good is it? You need Yiras Shamayim. It's another Gemara gives that somebody builds a doorway in the middle of a field and it doesn't go anywhere. What good is it? Where it says that Rabbi Simon and Rabbi Lazar, they saw Rabbi Yaakov walking by. One of the two said, let's stand up for him because he has Yiras Chait, he has Yiras Shamayim. The other said, he's a big Talmid Chacham. So the other said, what good is Talmid Chacham? I'm saying Yiras Shamayim. It's much stronger. The Gemara said that must have been Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi Lazar holds that Hakadosh Baruch Hu doesn't have anything in this world besides Yiras Shamayim. Going back to Gehelas, there seems to be a very puzzling passage. It says, Al Tirsha Harba, don't be a big Russia, meaning you could be a small Russia. Says the Gemara, no, a tremendous Yisrael. If a person doesn't have Aveira and it happens, don't despair. Don't say, oh, I already was over on this Aveira. I was Mechal Shabbos, so let me just throw away the entire Torah. It doesn't work like that. A person can do an Aveira and do tshuva for that Aveira and be a great Yid. Rishayim, not only are they not scared and don't think about the day of judgment, Yom HaMisa, but they live without any fear and they have no humility. Says the Gemara, it's like as if they have this chaylev on top of their kidneys that prevents them. It's not that they don't know, they know, just don't care. We learned that Rabbi Yossi says that if a person extinguishes a flame to save, he's not chayav, but the wick is chayav. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Yossi, like Rabbi Yehuda, the malacha shein tzricha l'gufa. If you don't need the actual extinction of the flame, you are chayav. But he holds that if you are soiser, in order to build, you demolish something in order to build, and it's in the exact same spot, and it must be in the exact same spot, you are chayav. So extinguishing a flame is soiser. You're demolishing, you're ruining. However, it's in order for you to light it up again. And the wick is considered a spot. Even if you move a wick somewhere else, that's its spot. It doesn't matter where it is. The spot is wherever the wick is. Whereas a lamp, the lamp has to do wherever the wick is. So if you move a lamp, but it has the same wick, it didn't move a spot. But if you remove the wick, then you move the spot. So that's why in a lamp, Rabbi Yossi holds your potter. But when it comes to the wick, you're chayav. Another pshat Rabbi Yochanan says is that he's extinguishing the flame because he wants to singe the wick. In other words, he wants the extinction of the flame. And therefore, it's called Mesaka Manis, fixing the wick. Fixing the wick, he's chayav. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Lamed Beis, the Mishnah tells us that there are three causes that women die during childbirth because they aren't careful: the nida, chala, and adlakas haner. The Mishnah explains, since a woman wasn't careful with the inner body, so she gets punished with something from her inner body, childbirth. Lila explains, Baruch Hu gave humans a minimum of a revi's dam. He says you have to be careful with that revi's dam. Chala, Baruch Hu calls it rachis arisi seichem. He calls us rachis. So we have to be careful with chala. And there, the neshama of a person is considered a candle, and we have to be careful with that candle. Lokas haner. The Gemara gives us 5 mishal, 5 parables. There are sayings that people say. People say when a bull falls to the ground, go ahead and sharpen your knife quickly. In other words, when a person is in a situation of danger, it's more likely that additional danger will occur to that person. So, when a woman is giving birth, it's a time of danger for her. Second thing people say, if you're going to beat your slave, you wait until it accumulates and then you let it all out. So, too, by a woman, we're punishing her for the chet of chava. So, once you're punishing, you add to it. Third saying is, let the drunk fall on his own. The fourth saying is, if you have a shepherd who's crippled and can't catch its goat, he waits by the doorway to the barn and then he catches the goat. And finally, if we're in a situation where things are going well and people are giving out food, everybody's friends. But when the situation is not good, there's not a lot of food going around, people aren't friends, the situation isn't good for a woman, she's giving birth, she's in pain, then how do we check men? Check men when they are in a situation of danger, when they go on a bridge, on a rickety bridge, or anything similar to that. Gemara tells us the Rav wouldn't go on a boat that had a guy on it. That guy deserves death, and the boat will go down and he'll die because of the guy. Shmuel on the boat because of Baruch Hu. 2 nations at the same time. Rabbi Yanai would check the boat to see that there are holes. He didn't want to be Samech Hananes. Because if you are Samech Hananes, there's a concept called Menakim Tzviyosef. Baruch Hu uses your Schusim to pay for those Nisim. And that's not a good thing. Rabbi Zera wouldn't walk below palm trees during high winds for fear that the branches would fall on him. Rabbi Yitzchak says, and this is a big insight in life, don't wait until the tzara happens. Don't wait until a person is sick. Daven that a person should not become sick. Because once they become sick, it's harder for the refuah to come. Then you have to use a lot of schusim. As it says in the pasuk, Yipol hanoifel mimenu. The person himself, mimenu, you need his schusim. But another drush the Gemara gives us from that pasuk, Yipol hanoifel, the person who falls had already fallen. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows from day one, from Sheshis Mei Bereshis, exactly what's going to happen. And the only difference is, HaKadosh Baruch Hu decides who is going to cause the harm. In other words, the person who causes the death is a bad guy. The person who causes good is a good guy. But death is going to happen. If a person knows he's about to die, he should say vidu, just like a person who's out to death because he on Israel that there's a chi of misa. He says vidu. So a good person who knows if a goes into a place where there's danger, like the market, there are a lot of fights. So that's similar. Imagine to himself, it's as if a cop, a police officer grabbed him. Once he feels a headache coming, it's as if they're already handcuffs. He's in chains. And once he has to lay down in bed, he's that sick that he has to go into bed. That's bad news. That's as if he's going to be judged in a life and death matter. And if he has a good lawyer, meaning has good schooling, he'll be saved. A person has 999 malachim that's saying bad about him, but there's one malach, echad mini elef, 1 out of 1,000 will be saved. The Gemara says, there's another man that says 1 out of 1,000. In other words, 1 out of the 1,000 malachim, 999 reasons in that one malach are against him. And he has one reason for him, 1 in a million, that will be malach. Rabbi said the women die when they're younger. Racha says because they do laundry on Shabbos, they wash the dirty diapers on Shabbos. And some say because they are not careful and they use a lashon kodesh, they say closet. As Rabbi Shmuel would say, Amaratzim die because they call her in kodesh Arno, which is a closet, and they'll call. Rabbi Yossi says there are 3 checkpoints that a woman goes through to see Taiv Misa, Nida, Chala, Alogasan. Some say there are Debek, there are 3 glues, there are 3 causes to make her earlier, Chala, and Alogasan. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel says that Hilch Egdish and Mishumas and Maestros, Gufei Torah, that is the center of the Torah, and we give a certain Nemanos, we believe, Amaretz, that he took Mishumas and Maestros, Midaraisa, although Midarabanan, there's a concept called Mai, we don't trust him, and we trust Amaretz that he wasn't Magdish this object, and therefore you could use that object. Rabbi Nosson says that because of the Aveira of not fulfilling a neder, a monetary obligation, let's say tzedakah or any neder, a person's wife will die. Rabbi says his own children will die. Now, Rabbi said that his own children said B'tul Torah, but once he heard that he said children, took it back. If a person's children die because a person is not careful in mezuzah, or it's because he's not careful in B'tul Torah, and the machlokes is based on the question: could you learn a pasuk, one pasuk back, or even 2 pasuk back? Because the pasuk says, "L'man yir b'yimeichem." If you want to live longer, what the pasuk right before is uchsafta, mezuzah. It's talking about mezuzah. 2 pasukim before that is talking about mathematics. B'neichem, to teach Torah to your children. You go all the way back and say even Torah and mezuzah. The machlokes remain. If it's mezuzah that causes the child to die, the Shlokish says that someone who's careful with the mitzvah tzitzis, loss of love, will have 2,800 slaves. It's 10 per nation. There's 70 nations on each corner. That's 700 times 4 corners. Rabbi Nechami says because of sinas chinam, there's a midah keneged midah. Person will fight with his wife, with his children. His wife will miss them. And a person who is not careful with challah won't see a bracha with his oil and his wine, and he'll plant, and other people will eat from it. And a person who's not careful with truma meiser, there won't be any rain, and he won't have any profit, and he'll run after parnasa, and he won't achieve it. And Shmuel says, if you're not careful in the summer, in other words, the truma meiser will be punished in the winter, but a person does truma meiser, he'll have a lot, like the pasuk says, and we learn, until your lips are numb from dying. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Lamed Gimel. The Gemara gives us 6 categories of different averos and what the different punishments for those averos are. Starting off with gezel, stealing, locusts will come and devour the entire crop. If there's no crop, people get really hungry quickly. They'll end up chas v'shalom eating their own children. Pasuk says, Harais habasha, the fat cows. It says, Rabbi, this is referring to these women who don't have jobs, and all they do all day is shop, shop, shop. And this causes their husbands to go into debt and not have enough money, and they'll have to steal in order to pay their credit card bills. The Avera of Inudin, meaning if you are a judge and you have the judgment and you don't give it over to the Baldin, you torture him a little bit, or a corrupt judgment, or Kilkuladin means you don't look into the case deep enough, perhaps you'll find a heter or something for the guy, and you don't, or for the Avera of Bidul Torah, all these, there's chereb, this sword, this war, and the enemy comes and takes the booty, there'll be famine, you'll eat, you won't be satiated, and you'll buy bread by the way. For the Avera of Shua, Shav, and Sheker, meaning you swear falsely you did something in the past or you're going to do something in the future, or you say that right now it's night when everybody knows it's day. In the pasuk it says the word chilul by Shua. It also says chilul by Chilul Shabbos and by Chilul Hashem. So all three are the same in terms of the punishment. There'll be wild beasts that'll come and eat the livestock. There'll be less people, and therefore the roads will be desolate. Because of the Avera of Ritzicha, of murder, HaKadosh Baruch Hu was machre the Beis Hamikdash, and the Shekhinah was removed from Klal Yisrael. For the Avera of Gilai Rais, Avodah Zarah, and not keeping Shemitah and Yovel, there'll be dullest to the world, and we will lead our country, and others will take over. For the Avera of Nivel Peh, the Lashon of the Gemara is this Tsaros, Rabbis, Gzeiros, Kashos, terrible decrees. Young Bacharim will die, the orphans and the widows will cry out to Hashem, and He won't answer them. Everybody knows why a Kala gets married, but if you talk about it, you're Menabel Peh. Even if you're supposed to live 70 years in peace, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Chas V'Shalom flips it over. It's not only the person talking, it's the person that hears and doesn't make a machav, also gets punished. They deepen the Gehenna for both of these people. If a person sets aside time to do an Avera, what will happen is he'll have welts and wounds on his body, and he'll even have this disease called hidrokain. Hidrokain comes in three varieties. One of them causes the skin to be puffed up and tough, and that comes for arayos. That's usually when the Gemara says Avera, it's referring to arayos. When a person is in a starvation mode, then it swells, and when it comes from kishur, from sorcery, then a person gets skinny. Shmuel HaKatan had it broken, and he was worried that people will be chayshish that it's because of he was over the arayos. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu healed him right away. Abaya had it broken, and Rabbi said on Abaya, I know that Nachmei, otherwise known as Abaya, he fasts a lot, and therefore he has a broken. Rabbi himself, who knew how to get broken, the reason why he got it is because he didn't relieve himself in the bathroom when he had Talmidim. He was a oinus because of the Talmidim. If a person has in a skin, you could tell that if he has jaundice, he has yellow, that is because of skin. If a person has gasach, the simon for that is that it becomes poor. Simon for a person that talks lashon hara is askura, is the restriction of the esophagus when he can't breathe any longer. The Rabbi Yossi says askura comes because it eats tebel without some isers. When Karen Biavna, so Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai were sitting there, and they asked them, why is it that askura starts from the intestines and works its way up to the throat? Rabbi Yehuda is Reish HaMedarim with Chol Makom, and he starts answering every place as the Gemara is going to describe later on. And he said, even though the kidneys give the advice and the heart understands and the tongue articulates, but it's the mouth that finishes it off. And that's why it finishes off by the mouth. Rabbi Yossi says because people eat tevel. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai says because of a bittul Torah. But women who are not mevatel Torah, why do they get asked? Because they're mevatel their husbands. Goyim are not mevatel Torah, they are mevatel Jews. What about young children? Says the Gemara, because they're mevatel their fathers. Says Rashi, when they come to ask their fathers for candy while the father is learning, that's their avera, and that's why they get punished. When kids that are learning in school don't have the time to bother the father. Why is it? Because when the dar has tzaddikim, the tzaddikim take the brunt of the averas of the dar. When there are no tzaddikim, then it's the children that take the avera of the dar. Why was Rabbi Yehuda Chol Makom, as we mentioned before? Because that was Rabbi Yossi and Shimon Bar Yochai. And Rabbi Yehuda said that we have to give praise to the Romans because they made us marketplaces and bridges and bathhouses. Rabbi Yossi was quiet, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai didn't like it. He said the reason why they make marketplaces is to put zaynis in there. The mechatzais is just for themselves, and the bridges are to collect. There was a person by the name of Yehuda Megerim, which Rashi is supposed to say that he was a chashuv person, he's a Tana. And he said it over to his friends, and eventually traveled his friends all the way to the Romans, and the Romans put Rabbi Yehuda because he gave praise to the Romans, because he didn't make a macha, they feared, and they wanted to kill Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. The famous story of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai he rented the Beis HaMedrash where his wife would bring bread and water. He said if they went to the cave, carob tree, which usually takes 70 years to be, actually grew there, that's nice, number one, and it bear fruit, and there was a spring of water there. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai and his son, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, were both there, and they went into the mud, they took off their clothes in order to save their clothing. They would put their clothing on for davening only. The Caesar died, Rabbi came, and he notified them it's over. They were in the cave for 12 years. They came out of the cave. They saw people plowing the field, and they couldn't believe their eyes. How could people waste their time with mundane things like earning a living and not spending their time with Chaya Olam, learning Torah? And they started burning everybody that they saw. And the Baskel came down and said, "What are you trying to do? You tried to destroy our world, my world. Get back into the cave." So they went back into the cave, and they made a calculation. They said, if a person could only be in Gehenna, Russia, for 12 months, we shouldn't be in our cave for more than 12 months. And they went out, and as they were coming out, a Baskel said, "Yes, you can come out." Wherever Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon destroyed, Rabbi Shimon would fix. And Rabbi Shimon told his son Rabbi Elazar, "What are you so worried that there's not enough Torah in the world? Between me and you, we have all the Torah the world needs. Let it go." And on Erev Shabbos, they saw Ahu Saba. Many times it says where it says Ahu Saba means Aliyah Navi. They saw an older person carrying 2 bundles of Hadassah. And they said, "What are you doing with this?" He said, "I need it for Shabbos." "But why 2? He said, "One for Zachar and one for Shamar." And here's the concept of lighting 2 candles for Shabbos, Zachar and Shamar. And he said, "Kama Chavivim Yisrael, look how beautiful Klal Yisrael is, or the mitzvahs, Kama Chavivim, the mitzvahs." And he calmed down Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Says Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair, who's either his father-in-law or son-in-law, his mechutin, he said he couldn't believe, he gave him a massage, and he couldn't believe the welts, the scars that he had on his body from the mud, and he started crying, and a tear went into the cut, caused Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai to be uncomfortable, scream. And Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair, believe that I see like this, and Rabbi Shimon told him the opposite. It's because you see me like this, because of what I went through, I became who I became, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. And the Gemara just tells us that before they went into the cave, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai would ask Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair a question, and Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair would answer him 12 answers. But after he came out of the cave, Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair would ask Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai a question, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai would answer him 24 questions, 24 answers. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Lamed Daled. Due to Erev Pesach and Pesach Chalamayid, we're falling slightly behind on the 8-minute Daf. We're doing everything we can in order to record and edit Daf Lamed Daled, and hope Daf Lamed Ches, and the same thing for tomorrow. We'll try to do 2 Daf. The Gemara tells us that when Yaakov came to Shechem, the Torah says he was shalom, meaning he was healed from his limb, even though he spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esau. He didn't have any monetary loss. And even though he's traveling, he didn't forget any of his Torah. He said, "Let me give back to the community." And he created a new coin for Shechem. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai as well, when he came out of the cave, he wanted to give back to the community. And he found out there was a certain path that they had a suffix whether there were bodies buried there, and Kohanim wouldn't walk on that path. And it caused him a lot of aggravation to go all the way around. There was an older person who told him that back in the day, Ben Zakkai took Trumasim, a certain type of bean, and he cut them, even though they were Truma, even though Ben Zakkai was a Kohen, he wasn't concerned about the Truma there. In other words, that place was not a cemetery. And therefore, halachically, he could exhume bodies. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, although he never exhumed the bodies, but he did the same thing. He imitated that act. He took Trumasim and he spread them around. And by nace, the bodies would rise up and soften the dirt. And anywhere the dirt was soft, he marked it off as a place where a Kohen can't walk. Anywhere where the dirt remained hard was a place a Kohen could walk. That Saba that older person that told him about Ben Zakkai made fun of Reb Shimon Bar Yochai. He said Reb Shimon Bar Yochai was Matar of Beis HaKfaros, the graveyard. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai took offense. He said, how could you talk to me like that? Even a Zaina treats her friend with respect, she'll do her here, even though they're in competition. A Talmid Chacham should certainly treat another Talmid Chacham with respect. He looked at him and he killed him. He saw Yehuda ben Gerim, the one who caused the whole story, which caused him to go into a cave. According to Rashi and Taisus, he's a Talmid Chacham. He looked at him and he turned into a boat. The Mishnah says that Erev Shabbos came to his house and asked his family, did you take Meiser? The Gemara says you must say it in Chusa, you should say calmly. If you want people to listen, you don't yell and you don't dictate. You talk calmly. Rav Sheshes says this is common sense. The other thing the Mishnah says, he asks them that you make an Eruv Techumen. That is, you place a meal somewhere, and from that place, it's as if you're kind of shvisa, as if you are dwelling there on Shabbos, and you're allowed to walk from that spot on another 2,000 miles. The one shita, Erev Tchum is the Reisa. Even if you don't hold Erev Tchum is the Reisa, at least it has a smachta there, there's a mekarfer in the Torah. And finally, he asked them, Hadliku is on there. The Shabbos candles for bias. Beina Shmashos, which the Gemara is going to describe what it is. Time we don't know if it's day, it could be day and night, it could be day before, it could be Friday, it could be Shabbos. Therefore, you don't remove meiser from the fruit that is a certain tevel that you must take meiser. You are fixing the fruit. You also can't remove tumah from a kli by immersing it in the mikvah. And you certainly shouldn't light a candle because if it's already Shabbos, your oiva is a deraisa. However, you're allowed to take a meiser from demai. That's fruit that you buy from an amaret, that it's only a chumrah derabara that you have to take another time meiser. And you're allowed to do eruv chatzeres, which is not in the Torah. Eruv chatzeres where two people, let's say, share a common yard, so they participate in a meal, and it's as if they both own that yard together, and they can carry their own Shabbos. And you could bury and hide a hot dish. It's not considered mevashel. The Gemara says that the same person, a person does two acts, and we treat Ben Hashmashas as 2 different days. How? For instance, a person makes an Eruv for his friend. Now, an Eruv must be done before Shabbos, and it must be during Shabbos as well. It has to be at least a moment into Shabbos. He made the Eruv on Friday, and during Ben Hashmashas, a dog came and ate the Eruv. No more Eruv. We say the Eruv lasted into Shabbos because Ben Hashmashas is considered Shabbos. On the flip side, that same person made an Eruv. He started it on Ben Hashmashas, but the Eruv must be on Friday. So we say, no, Ben Hashmashas is considered Friday. And it goes into nighttime, and then a dog ate it. So here we say Ben Hashmashas is Friday, and Ben Hashmashas is Shabbos. Which one is it? We say it's both. Ben Hashmashas is a suffix. And since this is Erev D'Rabbanan, we say this is okay. Rabbi says, you cannot bury your pot with material that doesn't add any heat on Shabbos, because you might find that your pot is not hot enough. You might light the fire. But Ben Hashmashas, it's okay. Like the Mishnah says, Taimnin, you do so in Ben Hashmashas. Because usually people have really hot pots. Now, on Friday, it's also to hide something with a material that adds heat to it. I'm concerned that you might use ashes that have coals, and you might come to stoke the coals. Now, as we said before, Ben Hashmashas is suffix day, suffix night, suffix 2 days. The Gemara says in the Shita of Rabbi Yehuda, 2 Shitas. According to everybody, if the horizon is dark and the top of the sky is dark, that's 100% night. If the top of the horizon is red and the bottom is dark, according to everybody, that's Ben Hashmashas. But if the horizon is red and the top is red, that's where the machlokes is. That time to be completely red and then to go to the bottom horizon dark and only the top red, that's a difference of 1.5 minutes. How good danka? That's the whole machlokes. Nehemiah says that Ben Hashmashas lasts from Shkia until it takes a person to walk a half a mile, which is approximately 9 minutes. Yossi says Ben Hashmashas is terrifying like the blink of an eye, and nobody knows when that exactly occurs. Now, when it comes to a Zav, is someone who sees in a minute. It's not Keri, it's a special old Ziva It comes from a disease. If he sees one emission, he has halacha of a carry, he goes to the mikveh that day, becomes tar at night. If he sees two emissions, he becomes a zav. He has to wait 7 days of not seeing any emissions. These 3 emissions becomes a zav that has to bring a carbon. Now, the 3 emissions by a zav can happen on the same day, as long as there's a break between the emissions, or if it's days. But if there's a day with no emission, then emissions don't make him a zav that requires a carbon. Says the Gemara, very interesting. What is Sunday night? Is another emission Monday night Hashmoshes. Well, it's possible that Ben Hashmoshes is only Sunday, and Ben Hashmoshes is Tuesday. Therefore, he's not a real zav that saw 3 consecutive riyas because the middle day he didn't see a riyah. It's also possible that Ben Hashmoshes is both Sunday and Monday, and the second Ben Hashmoshes is Monday and Tuesday, and therefore it is consecutive, and therefore he has to bring a carbon. Therefore, this person has to be machmer and bring a carbon, and he's tameh, and he should wait 7 days. The same would take effect if a person only saw 1 riyah Ben Hashmoshes. Perhaps he saw that 1 riyah which lasted from Sunday into Monday, and he's also a zav. He doesn't have to bring a carbon, but he's a zav that has to wait 7 days. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Lamed Ches. They ask Rabbi Rabbi, what's the halacha if somebody forgets a pot of food on top of a kira from before Shabbos into Shabbos, and in the kira there are coals? It's Eina Grufa Ketuma. He answered them very vaguely. He quotes a Mishnah in Trumos that says that if a person cooks on Shabbos, depends. If it's on purpose, he cannot eat the food. If it's by accident, he could eat the food. And in our case, Rabbi Rabbi says that a person forgot. There's no difference between accident and on purpose. Now, what did he mean? Are both mutter or both asur? In fact, it's a machlokes. Rabbi Yosef said he meant that both shagig and mezid are mutter to eat. Why is mezid, when you leave it on the fire, different than when you cook on Shabbos? Because mezid, by cooking on Shabbos, you're taking action with your hands. You're leaving it on, didn't do anything, you just didn't remove it. The only issue is that there's a bright differentiation between shagig and mezid. It says mezid, if you leave it on purpose, it's asur for you to eat. That would be a major question on Rabbi reviews. But Nachman Bar Yitzchak, on the other hand, says that what Rabbi meant is that both shagig and mezid are asur to eat if you left it on the flame from before Shabbos into Shabbos. Why is that? Because we're concerned that people will be tricky and they'll say, "Oh, I forgot the food on the flame," when in fact they didn't forget. So they said even when it's by accident, asur to eat. The problem is from that brisa that says that by accident you are allowed to eat. And the answer is, there were 2 periods of time. The Chachamim made a gzeira, and they said, since people are tricky, it's asur to eat food that was left on a flame. And the brisa that says you're allowed to eat food by accident was before that gzeira. We need to understand yesterday's daf Lamed Zayin. There's a machlokes between Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda how to explain Beis Hillel. According to Rabbi Meir, they still hold you can do shihiyah, you can leave a pot from before Shabbos into Shabbos only with hot water. Saying according to Rabbi, it's even a tafshil, even cooked food. You need to explain that on the Lamed Zayin we're talking about lichatchila. If somebody comes to ask why, what can I leave? They'll only hot water. But if he went, he did so without asking them, they'll allow him to eat even a tafshil like on today's day. Now what about Rabbi Yehuda? Rabbi Yehuda said in Beis Hillel, you can do shihiyah even in a tafshil. And today we're saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds, according to Beis Hillel, only hot water. We need to explain that on Daf Lamed Zayin we're talking about rufa ketuma, when somebody removed the coals. There are no coals. So therefore, if there are no coals, allow him to eat even cooked food. Today we said we're talking about there are coals in the kira. Since there are coals, only hot water and not cooked food. The Gemara has a suffix. What if a person went ahead and didn't listen to Chachamim and was over and he did shihiyah? Do we penalize him and not allow him to eat the food? The Gemara wants to bring a raya from Rabbi Yossi. He said that somebody had water that that was left on from before Shabbos into Shabbos, he said you're allowed to use it. Whereas somebody had shriveled eggs, really cooked eggs, and he said you're not allowed to have it. So you see that Shehiyah is also. Says perhaps what he meant to say is next week will be also. In other words, don't. Since you did it already, you are allowed to eat it. Gemara says that Rav Shishis holds that according to Beis Hillel, we're going to the sugya of chazara, putting the pot back on the flame. According to Beis Hillel, say you're allowed to do chazara, you're allowed to put the pot back on the flame. It's even on Shabbos morning, where it's not. You can't see from his action that he wants to put it back. Friday night, if somebody takes the chunt off the flame, for instance, we know that he's going to put it back on. He needs it for the next day. But Shabbos morning is different. Perhaps he doesn't want to. Nevertheless, you're allowed to put it back on the flame. Comes Rabbi Tadai and says, I need to qualify that. That's only if he continuously holds it in his hand. But once he puts it on the ground, it's also to put it back on the flame. Says Rabbi Yochanan, I disagree. Even if you put the pot on the ground, you can put it back on the flame. And there's a machlekes what Abaye says. According to one lashon, Abaye says you need two conditions. You need to be holding it in your hand, and you need to think in your mind that you're going to put it back on the flame. If you're missing any one of those two conditions, let's say you think in your mind you're going to put it back on the flame, but you put it on the floor, you cannot put it back on. Let's say you're holding it in your hands, but you never thought that you want to put it back on the flame, you cannot put it back on. Another lashon in Abaye is that Abaye said it's one or the other. Either you're thinking in your mind, in other words, I can put it on the floor, but I thought in my mind the entire time I'm going to put it back on the flame, you can put it back on the flame. Or, even without thinking, as long as I'm holding it in my hands, I can put it back on the flame. Gemara remains in a suffix, in a teiku, these following questions. What happens if you didn't put it on the floor? The Gemara mentions floor. What if you put it on a table, on a bed? What if he hung it on a stick? Is that considered as if he's holding it in his hands? Another question the Gemara asks, what happens if he takes something off the flame and he pours it into another pot? Does that restart the whole thing and say that you're not allowed to put the pot back on the flame or not? Take it. The Mishnah talks about a tanur. Until now, we're talking about a kira that has two flames. A tanur is narrow on the top, and therefore it traps the heat in a lot more than a kira. It's much hotter. The Mishnah says that whereas a kira, if you use kashub vava, straw, and the bottom of the straw, that's nothing. It's not a problem. You could put a pot on top. When it comes to a tanur, you cannot, because it has so much heat. It has the same halacha as real fuel. Rav Yosef says that with a tanur, I could place food up against the wall of the tanur. I can't put the food inside the tanur or on top, but I can put it on the side. Rabbi argues and says tanur is so extreme, the heat is so strong that you're not allowed to even put the food on the side of the tanur. And in fact, there's a brayso that says exactly what Abaye says, that it's also to be soimach on a tanur. A kubach. It's in between a kira and a tanur. It's just like a kira, but only has one flame. It's large enough for one pot. So it's hotter than a kira. It retains the heat more than a kira, but less than a tanur. And therefore, if you use straw as the fuel, you're allowed to put, if you use real fuel, wood, or the leftover olives, their pit, it's also to use. Halacha is always in Tumah, take a kli and you break it, it becomes tar. You have a kira that's split in half to its length. It becomes tar because now you just ruined both of the burners. But if you split it to its width, you just created two burners instead of one large kira, and therefore it remains tumah. Whereas a kupach only has one burner. So regardless of what direction you break it, you just ruin that burner, and therefore it becomes tar. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Lamed Tes, the Mishnah tells us that it's also to cook an egg, even though it won't be completely cooked, by putting it by the side of a very hot pot. If one does so on Shabbos, he's over Issa Derais and he's Chai V'chatos. Similarly, to the case of somebody that takes very old herring or tuna, and some people just eat it by rinsing it off. If he rinses it off, it's considered a Gemar Malacha. Even though it's not completely cooked, that's the way they cook it. So too with this egg, even though most people won't eat a semi-raw egg, but some people will, and therefore it's considered that you cook the egg on Shabbos and you're Chai. Any salty food, salty fish, that you soaked it in hot water before Shabbos, you're allowed to soak it again on Shabbos because ein bishul achar bishul. You cannot cook food that's already cooked before Shabbos. And to rinse it off is also mutter. But it would be usher to soak it in hot water if you didn't do so Erev Shabbos, because that would be considered bishul. Mishnah says it's usher to take an egg and put it on a very hot piece of clothing, and Rabbi Yossi says it's mutter. So the Gemara qualifies this. If you cook in the sun, according to everybody, that's mutter, because that's not the derech bishul, that's not how people cook. And nobody's going to confuse this with cooking on top of a flame. If you cook it on the tolda of fire, meaning you take a hot cloth, you put it by the fire, you heat it up by the fire, and you cook on that cloth, according to everybody, that's asur. Asur deraisa. It's a tolda of fire. The whole machlokes is the tolda of the sun. Now, the cooking in the sun we said is 100% mutter. But if you take clothing and you warm it up in the sun, this is machlokes, because perhaps people get confused and say, if that piece of clothing that was warmed up in the sun, you're allowed to cook, they'll come confuse it with clothing that was warmed up by the fire. So Chacham say, make a gzeira. Rabbi Yossi says, there's no gzeira. Yossi agrees that it's usher to bury food in hot sand, cooked through the sand. Why is sand different? This is machlokes. According to Rabbi, Rabbi Yossi is concerned might come to bury it in ashes with coals, and Rabbi Yosef says we're concerned that if you bury it in sand, you might dig deeper, and your chayfer guma, you'll be digging on Shabbos, and that's Issa Derais. What's the difference between the two svaras? What if you bury it in very soft sand, like beach sand? There's no digging really, and according to the shita that it's about digging, you don't have a concern here. According to the Ran, we're not talking about sand. We're talking about something very soft, like ashes. You put the egg down, and it just buries itself. That's how soft it is. The Brisa says you let to boil an egg on a rooftop, because most rooftops don't have sand. That is, if it did have sand, according to Rabbi Yosef, it would be a problem of perhaps you're going to be digging a hole on Shabbos. Mishnah tells us there's a story in Tveria where people took a pipe of cold water and they heated up the cold water by putting the cold water into the hot springs of Tveria. And Chacham said that's asur. L'chayra, that's a raya to Chachamim that say that a tolda of the sun. The Gemara understands that how did the hot springs become hot? Through the sun. You see that a tolda of the sun is asur. Says Rabbi Yosef, no. The water of Tveria, the hot springs of Tveria are a tolda of fire, because the water heats up by going right past the opening of Gehenna. It's a real fire, and no raya from the Mishnah. Chizah says, Chachamim said in the Mishnah that Chamei Tveria is asur. We learn from this that hatmana the daba meisavelo, hiding, burying food in an that creates heat, additional heat all the time, like the springs, the hot springs of Tveria, is even if you put it in there before Shabbos. Ula argues. Ula says that the hot springs of Tveria are mutter. Says Rav Nachman, what are you talking about? Even the people of Tveria broke their pipes. In other words, they took it back and they don't do so anymore. When bathing yourself on Shabbos, it goes like this. If you are washing your face, hands, and feet, according to Beis Hillel, it's heated up, and according to Beis Shammai, if you heated up the water for food, then you're allowed to add a little bit on Yantav for washing yourself, hands, feet, and face. According to everybody, if you take a bath with the water, a real mitzvah, it's also to bathe yourself even if the water is heated up before Shabbos. Machlokes is, we have a three-way machlokes. If you're allowed to shower with water, not bathed with water that was heated up before Shabbos. So we have the two extremes. You have Reb Meir that says you're not allowed to shower yourself even with cold water on Shabbos. You have Reb Shimon that says you're allowed to shower even with hot water on Shabbos. And you have Reb Yehuda that makes a compromise. He says hot water is asur, cold water is mutter, and the halacha is like Reb Yehuda. Our Mishnah must be talking about like Reb Shimon, because you can make a dig in the Mishnah. Since the Mishnah says that it's asur to use this water, it says if you heat it up on Shabbos, and it's asur to bathe yourself with this water, meaning that if the water was heated up before Shabbos, it would be mutter to use hot water on Shabbos. That could only go like Reb Shimon that says you're allowed to shower yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. The whole machlokes is water that comes, they take from the ground. But if you have the water in a vessel, according to everybody, that's asur, because people might come to say, they'll think that you heated up the water on Shabbos. The halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Typically, we have a rule. The Rabbi says, anytime you have a three-way machlokes and one man Omar is a compromise, we go like that man Omar. However, it's possible that that rule is only in the Mishnah, and our three-way machlokes was in a brayso. Nevertheless, the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, like the compromise, since we heard so specifically. The only time we don't have this rule that if you have a three-way machlokes, you go like the compromise is like the we had earlier in our Masech, the Kuli Matlani guys. A person takes clothing and he declares it to be a shmata. Rabbi Kiva took the no position. Nevertheless, Allah is not like Rabbi Kiva, because Rabbi Kiva was the Talmud of the other two, Rabbi Shua Lazar. And later on in life, he also took it back and he admitted that Allah is like Rabbi Shua. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Mem. There are two versions in Rav. Rav says that if you heat up water before Shabbos, you're permitted to bathe in that water, provided that you only bathe one limb at a time. The fact that there are two brises that seem to contradict that, they say the only way you can bathe yourself is if you wash your face, hands, and feet. Seems like any other limb would be also. Rav will explain that the brise is just telling us how to do it, just like you wash your face by itself, your hands by itself, so each limb must be washed. The other version of is Rabbi. The way to use hot water that was heated before Shabbos is to bathe your entire body besides one limb. You must leave one limb out. The problem is those two brises seem to contradict Rabbi, because those brises say the only way to bathe yourself is hana the other raglav, face, hands, and feet, not your entire body minus one limb. And that's a good kasha. Rav Yosef asked Abaya, who was brought up by Rabbi Bar-Nachmani, he said, the Rabbi, in fact, used Rab's shita that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your entire body, minus one limb? He says, Abaya, I never saw, I don't know. But the question is, why did Rav Yosef ask Abaya? It's obvious that Rabbi always did exactly what Rav said, besides three things. You had in the beginning of the Sechta, that you're not allowed to take tzitzis from one beggar to the other. Rav says you can. Rav says you could light a ner Chanukah one from the other. Rav says you can. And Rav paskin like Reb Shimon B'Greira that you're allowed to drag a bench, provided that you don't know for sure that you're going to make a groove. Rav says I don't hold like that. But in everything else, he did exactly like Rav. The answer is because this is a kula. Perhaps in kulas, Rav didn't act like Rav. To say that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your whole body, minus one limb, that's a kula. In fact, Allah is not like Rav. Allah is like Shmuel, who says that the only thing you're allowed to do on Shabbos is bathe your face, hands, and feet. Before Shabbos, it's just like Shmuel that says, even if you bathe each limb individually, that's awesome. You can only do panav, yadav, v'raglav. If you have a bathhouse that they plugged up the holes that steam out, or another shot that let the heat out of the heaters before Shabbos. In other words, you trapped the steam bathhouse, but it's not providing additional steam throughout Shabbos. So when Matzah Shabbos comes along, you lose the bathhouse. You don't have to wait the amount of time it takes to heat up the water. If you're using the steam, the zayah, the sauna part, that you could do even on Shabbat itself and on Yontif itself. In fact, there's a story in Bnei Brak, Rabbi Akiva, the famous, like we said in the Agadah, Rabbi Akiva, Joseph and Azariah, they sat in the steam house on Yontif, and they even took a shower with hot water, according to Rashi, but they made sure that hot water was covered with wood. So you don't need to cover the hot water with wood. Now, the Gemara tells us there are actually 4 steps in the Gemara that says that you're not allowed to bathe with hot water on Shabbos. The first step was that it was mutter to bathe yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. But then the Balanim, the people in charge of the mikvahs, they started lying and started doing shtick, and they would heat up on Shabbos. Some say, Yerushalmi explains, they added extra coals before Shabbos, but there's a problem of chitui. So they said, you know what? No more bathing in hot water, but you're allowed to use the steam. The Abaryanim came along, the people that are Oiva Averis, and they started lying. They said, we're using the steam, but in fact, they were bathing. So they said, you know what? You're not allowed to use steam, but you're allowed to use Chamit Tefera, any natural hot spring you're allowed to use. Then came along the third Gzeira. People were lying. They said, hey, I just came from the Chamit Tefera, when in fact, they were coming from the bathhouse. So they said, Chamit Tefera is also awesome, but you're allowed to use cold water. But they realized, Chachamim, that people cannot be oimed. They can't stand the Gzeiros. They weren't able to accept the Gzeira. So they said, Chamit Tefera is mutter. Let's take it back a step. You're allowed to go to a natural hot spring. But you're not allowed to use the steam. You're not allowed to use the Zayah. And you see from here that a person who's over on a Derabanan, on this Gzeira, is considered an Avarion. You're allowed to call him out in public and call him an Avarion. The Gemara tells us you're allowed to walk through a bathhouse that's very wide and large, because we're not concerned people are going to think that you bathe there and you're not going to benefit from it. But if it's a smaller one, like in a small kfar, in a village, it's inevitable that if you went, that you won't benefit from it, and therefore it's awesome. You're allowed to heat up your own body and then pour cold water on it. But to do the reverse, pour cold water on your body, then heat yourself up in front of a fire, that's also because now you're bathing yourself with hot water. Similarly, you're allowed to take a hot towel on your stomach to relieve pain in the stomach. You're not allowed to take a small pot of hot water. Number one, it fills out, it's a very dangerous, and that's also to do in the weekdays. But there's an additional problem, that if water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in hot water. The Tanakh says that you're permitted to take cold water on Shabbos and warm it up, make it lukewarm. It's also to heat it up to the point where it's yatsi ledes, where your hand takes it back, or better yet, the Gemara describes it as an amount of hot water or the heat that could burn a baby's stomach. That's a universal stage. As the Mishnah says, it's 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 104 Fahrenheit, and Shlomo Zalman says 46 degrees Celsius, which is about 114.8 Fahrenheit. That you're not allowed to do. Now, what about oil? The Tanakh doesn't mention oil. So this is Rabbi and Rav Yosef say that according to the Tanakh, it's 100% mutter. There's no such thing as cooking oil. Therefore, even if you bring it up to Yatsi Ledes, mutter. Rabbi Yosef takes it to the other extreme. It's 100% usher. Even to warm up oil, that's the way you mavashal. That's people use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's also usher. Mar brings another 2 shittas Tanaim in oil. According to Rabbi Yehuda, to warm it up to a point that's Yatsi Ledes is usher. To warm it up to a point of lukewarm, that's mutter, because that's not how you cook with it. And Shimon Gamliel says that is the way to cook with it, to make it warm. Therefore, you can only put it on your hand and put your hand in front of a fire. But what is the difference between Shimon Gamliel and Rabbi Yitzchak? They're saying the same thing, basically. You're not allowed to warm up oil, even lukewarm. The answer is because according to Rabbi Yitzchak, it's also to warm it up lukewarm, even with a shinoi, even hilachar with the side of your hand. But according to Shimon Gamliel, that is mutter. La halacha, there's no difference between oil and water. Both of them, if it's yatsi ledes, it's asur to warm up, and if it's not yatsi ledes, it's mutter. The Gemara does is Rabbi Yitzchak bar Avdimi went into the bathhouse. And he's trying to do, I want to take a flask of oil and put it in the bathhouse of Chamit Tefera and up. And Rabbi said, you're not allowed to do that. Take kli sheni, once into another kli, fill up another kli, put into that. So the Gemara says, first of all, you learn 3 things from here. You learn that you could cook oil, like the sheet that says oil is cookable. Second of all, you see that water out of the Chamit Tveria and you make it into Klisheni, that does not cook. And second of all, you see that just warming up oil, that's also considered cooking. Now, how did Rabbi tell him these halachas? He was in a bathhouse. You're not allowed to even think in Torah in the bathhouse. That's really to prevent somebody from doing it. You're allowed to, like we see, that a Talmud went behind Rameir into a bathhouse and he wanted to war for him. And Rameir said, it's usher, that's a Shui Gumas, that's considered Baina. He wanted to prevent him from doing it in Isser. Wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Memal, the Gemara tells us 3 stories with Reb Zera. 2 of them had to do with Reb Zera and Reb Avo. First one is Reb Zera saw Reb Avo swimming in his own private pool in the backyard. It was full of Chamei Tveria, which we said that you're allowed to use on Shabbos. He says, I'm not sure though if Reb Avo had his feet on the ground or he's floating. Floating in the river would be usher because of Chavesh Shel Shayatin. Concerned that you might make a life preserver. But in your own backyard, if the Gemara says it has Gidudei, it has straight walls, which resemble a swimming pool. They're different than a river, which goes in a gradual incline. So it's obvious that that's mutter. Or another Pshat in Rashi, Yedudei, it has a lip. It looks like a swimming pool. It doesn't resemble a river. A different time, Reb Zera saw Reb Avo covering his privates. He says, I'm not sure if he's touching himself or not. The Gemara says, touching is usher. That is the Avera of the Dor HaMabul, as Rashi explains. However, Rabbi explains there are circumstances you're allowed to touch. Kibaleshes. Kibaleshes is if a person has his mind on something else. For instance, the soldiers, Baleshes, the soldiers that come in, if they're friendly soldiers and they're not in a time of war, we have to be concerned that they made your wine yain nesach if the barrel is open. If they are enemy soldiers, the only thing they have on their mind is to save their own lives. They don't think about making somebody else's wine yain nesach. So there's no concern. So too over here. Rabbi was walking on the bank of the river. He was concerned that he might fall into the river. Therefore, his mind was somewhere else. He didn't have a concern that he might come to Hirurim. The third story about Reb Zera is Reb Zera tried to avoid Rabbi Yehuda, who held that it's usher to make aliyah from Chutz La'aretz Eretz Yisrael, as the pasuk says, you should remain in Chutz La'aretz until I redeem you. Zera says no, that pasuk is talking about Klei Sharetz. He was worried that if he bumps into Rabbi Yehuda would make a gzera on him and say, you must stay here in Chutz La'aretz. But he said, let me hear one last Bar Torah from Rabbi Yehuda. And he finds Rabbi Yehuda in the Beis HaMerchatz. Beis HaMerchatz, you're not allowed to talk and learning. So Rabbi Yehuda gave a speech in medicine, different good advice for one's body. And he started talking in Lashon Kodesh to show that when you're trying to say mundane things, you're allowed to talk in Lashon Kodesh, even in the Beis HaMerchatz. And he said, tells his Gabbai, get me my comb, get me my shampoo, my neser. Then he tells the guys, open up your mouths when you're in the Beis HaMerchatz, inhale the steam, because the steam will cause the bad sweat to leave the body. And this is the halacha that Rav Zera was very impressed with. Not a halacha, but advice. He said, if I came just for this, it was worth it. Drink from the dirty, doesn't say dirty, but drink from the water of the merchatz. And what's the reason the Gemara says? It's similar to somebody trying to heat up an oven and he heats from the outside of the oven instead of from the inside as well. You want the benefits of the Beis HaMerchatz, you have to make sure that the body's hot from the inside, and you do so by drinking hot water. If you don't have hot water, drink from the merchatz itself. Other things that the Brisa says, that if you wash yourself with hot water, make sure that you rinse yourself off with cold, similar to iron. You cook it, you bake it in hot, and then you harden it in cold water. If you bathe yourself and you don't anoint yourself with oil, it's similar to a barrel that the water can't penetrate. You want the benefits of the merchatz, you need to let it penetrate with the oil. Different halachas about eating. If you eat and you don't drink, that's like losing blood, and that's where the intestinal disease starts from. If you eat and you don't walk for amas, then your food starts decaying in the body, and that's where a person gets bad breath from. If a person needs to go to relieve himself, needs to go to the bathroom, and he eats on a stomach like that, it's similar to trying to start a fire in an oven with ashes that already did their purpose. You don't put food on top of a cover. And this is the beginning of the cause of just bodily odor. Says the Mishnah, there's a vessel called a muliyar, and that is, it contains water in the outside, and you put coals on the outside. If one removed the coals, he did rufa. Therefore, this vessel is not bringing any heat to the water. You're permitted to drink from this vessel on Shabbos. There's another vessel called antichi. One pshat in the Gemara is that it's like this kira oven that we discussed, but it has a compartment for water. You would have this compartment in order to ensure that the kira doesn't explode, similar to what we have in a car today. You put some water to cool off the engine. That water is moisef hevel. Since this kira is on 6 days a week, it adds, the coals are so hot and the walls are so hot, it adds heat to the water. And therefore, it's also to drink on Shabbos. Another pshat is, it's a double-decker dud, similar to the muliyar. Just one layer is the coals, the upper layer is the water, and therefore it adds hevel to the water. It's also to drink on Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, and according to Rabbi Barmas, the pshat of the Mishnah is that if you have a small pot that you removed all the water from it, and it's still hot, you shouldn't put a small amount of water into it, because that would cook the water. You can put a large amount of water, because that just makes the water warm, and that's okay. According to Shimon, we say that Davar She'enim Skaven is mutter. Therefore, even though this water causes the pot to harden, since you don't have intent to harden it, that was just to warm the water, we hold like Rav Shimon that it's mutter. As long as it's not a psikration, in other words, it's definitely going to happen. We don't know that's definitely going to happen, therefore it's mutter. According to Abai Shatas, you didn't remove the water. You removed this kettle from the stove. And now to add a small amount of water is also because you're boiling up the water. To add a larger amount of water is mutter, because it's just going to create lukewarm water. However, if water left in that pot, any amount of water in that pot would be awesome, because hold like Rabbi Yehuda, Davar She'enim Skaven is. Rav says this whole halachas are only when the amount of water needed not being inside. In other words, in order to harden the kli, you have to fill up the kli all the way to the top, says Rav. So this would be mutter if you put less than that amount. Shmuel argues, says even if you fill up the kli all the way to the top, it's still mutter. Now typically Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. In another halach, in a malacha shein tzrich legufa, as we discussed, if you have a piece of wood that's a coal, glowing red, and you're concerned that somebody might step on it, it's also to extinguish it. Even though it's a malacha shein tzrich legufa, you don't need that piece of wood as a coal. You just don't want the fire. It's not a creative act.
Okay, so it's like
Rav Shimon says it's mutter, and Shmuel holds that it's asur. So you see, Shmuel doesn't hold like Rav Shimon. So Gemara says yes. In Melacha Shein Tzrich L'Gufa, he doesn't hold like Rav Shimon.
this guy,
Davar She'enim Skaven, he does hold like Rav Shimon.
and he gets his call.
And therefore, the Gemara finishes off by saying that if you see thorn, or let's say in our days a piece of glass in the Rosh Hashanah, Midrabanan, you're not allowed to walk less than 4 amas. Stop and walk again less than 4 amas. That's his Rabbi. But since this is a danger, you're allowed to do so. And in the Carmelists, where the whole Isser, the whole idea is only the Rabbanan, you're allowed to walk all the way to the garbage can and throw it out, even though it's a lot more than 4 amas. Have a wonderful day.
And is that how it was? But she didn't have anything to do with this. She was just she had 4 babies at once. Something like that. Maybe not. Anyway, it was like somebody was reenacting a picture of her having 4 babies at once. And this guy gets a call.
Shabbos Daf Mem Beis. Yishamai say that the bottom water always wins. So therefore, it's better to pour on Shabbos cold water into hot water than cooking the cold water. But pouring hot water into cold water, that's mutter, because you're not cooking in the cold water. They still say it doesn't make a difference. Even pouring cold water into hot water is mutter.
Now, one of
A
them
bath
is like
is a
accepting
kli
it,
rishon. It's heated directly
the
from
guy
the
gets
flame,
the call,
and
but you
therefore
didn't think it.
cold
He
water
kinda
into
looks
hot
like
water is also, and hot water
pretty
into cold
masculine,
water
but then when he
is
talks, he's
mutter.
like acting like
Shimon ben Asya says, and Allah is like him, that even hot water into cold water is also awesome. There was a Havamina that Reb Shimon ben Asya wasn't talking about a bath, he was talking about a cup.
Wait, and then he.
And what he was saying is that in a cup, there's no machlokes between the Beis Hillel and Mishama. Even Beis Hillel admit that you cannot pour even hot water into cold
like
water.
a baby.
Abaya says that a seifel, which is a wash basin, even though it's for washing, and you need really hot water, it doesn't have halacha like an abatya of a bath that is a kli rishon. It's in fact a klisheni. Since it's a klisheni never cooks. Even if you have it at Yatsi lettuce, even if you have the temperature of 104 degrees like Chazanish or 114.8 degrees like it can't cook. And therefore, I could pour cold water into the bottom, hot water, and it won't cook it. And that's Rav wasn't makbid klisheni. And you could pour cold into hot. And he has a raya from the Paisa. The Rabbi says, Ma'ara Kita, you could pour from a flask cold water directly into klisheni hot water. Says the Mishnah, if one removes a large pan or pot from a flame, now a kli rishon removed from the flame, and you're not allowed to put spices into that dish because you'd be cooking the spices. The spices cook in a kli rishon. Once you take it, you put it into a bowl or into a serving dish, you could add spices. It doesn't cook. Yuda is more maker. He says spices don't cook typically in a kli rishon. The only way a spice can cook in a kli rishon is if you have vinegar or fish brine, which are very sharp and they cause it to cook. Rabbi says that salt is not in the category of a spice. So there are two explanations. Either he is saying that salt is much more sensitive than spices. It will cook even in a klisheni. Or Nachman says no. Salt is like bull's meat. It's very tough. It takes a very long time to cook. So Reb Nachman argues on that. Or Reb Nachman agrees to Reb Chia in the second lashon, and that's why this says the halacha is like the second lashon, that salt is very tough to cook, and it won't even cook in a kli rishon. It takes a long time for it to cook, like bull's meat.
And they.
The Mishnah says that one is not allowed to bring a kli on Shabbos to catch oil that's dripping out of a candle, because that oil is muktzah ben hashmashos, and by it falling into a vessel on Shabbos, it makes that vessel muktzah. And now you're bringing you're taking a kli out of service for that Shabbos also.
Where they can
find. You're allowed to put that kli there, the candle, before Shabbos, as long as you don't use it on Shabbos. The Gemara says something similar when it comes to a chicken's egg. Now to take a kli and put it below the chicken to catch the egg on Shabbos, because you've been about to the kli made on Shabbos. You're not allowed to use it anymore. However, you're allowed to, if the chicken already laid the egg, you're allowed to take a kli and cover the egg that people won't crush it. Gemara says though, the only time you're allowed to do that if it's hatzolam and tsuya. It's a common way to save the egg. Typically, a chicken will lay an egg in a heap of trash, so you're allowed to save it on a heap of trash. If a chicken laid it on an incline, you want to make sure it doesn't roll down the incline, that's not a hatzolam and tsuya. You're not allowed to save it like that. The Gemara brings a lot of questions from different mishnayos, and basically we'd have to say on these questions that they're considered hatzolam and tsuya. For instance, the Gemara asks, the halacha is that if a barrel breaks and it's full of wine, tevel, that you didn't do trumas and maasros on, you're allowed to save it on Shabbos by putting another kli, another barrel underneath. But a barrel typically doesn't break. To say that it's talking about hatzolam and tsuya, that it's a barrel that does typically break by using a brand new barrel. Brand new barrels are sensitive; they break.
It's not like I'm in the fucking.
Another mission that we have later on in the
It's like I'm watching it on social media.
You're allowed to take a kli to catch sparks that come out of a candle. So we must say that the sparks are hatzolam and tsuya. It's common for things to have sparks. Have a wonderful day.
I like this song, but that one fucking barbecue sauce should take this song and go sweet baby Ray. I just think that's how it should work. Anyway, unrelated to this thing. So then the postal worker like calls Selena Gomez, or I forget. It's like somehow she contacts Selena Gomez, and Selena Gomez is like, oh, it's on. Like
Shabbos Daf Mem Gimel, we're trying to catch up and make up the lost daf that we had over Pesach. This is from 4 days ago. Daf Mem Gimel. We had the shita of Chisda,
like she's all in it.
That you're permitted to cover an egg to protect it, but you're not permitted to put a cleat under the egg to catch it. What's the difference? Rabbi Yosef says because you're you're canceling a cleat. You can no longer use this cleat once the egg touches it. But when you cover an egg, cover it whenever you want. So the Gemara brings all the brises and shnais that we had on the starting with, if you have a barrel full of teva, full of wine that you never took trumas and from, and it breaks. You got to take another vessel, catch the oil in the wine, but that vessel should, because wine that's teva is muktzah, or it's not muktzah, because if somebody was paper and took trumas and on Shabbos, he'd be yaitzik.
Anyway.
So what about the fact that it says in the Mishnah that from Zayin that you're allowed to put a vessel underneath a candle sparks? You must say because the sparks are not visible, so the clean never becomes muktzah. We learned that you're allowed to take a bench to support a broken beam in the ceiling. Again, we must say that the bench is not in there completely. You can remove it easily. What about the fact that you're allowed to take a bucket to catch the rain that's coming off the roof? Rain, that is not muktzah that you could drink. There's not halacha that you're allowed to take a basket in order to help the young chickens go back into the chicken coop. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to move that basket unless those chicks were on the basket during Ben Hashmashos.
It was a fucked up dream.
Then we say Migud is Katsoy. In Hashmashos, it's Katsoy the Kuliyayma. Rabbi Yitzchak argues with Rav Chisda, and he says not only is it usher to catch an egg on Shabbos, but it's also usher to cover and protect an egg on Shabbos. Why? Because he holds that you're not allowed to move any kli on Shabbos if it's for the tzorech, for the use of an item that's muktzah. But what about all these brises and mishnayos that we just mentioned? You're allowed to move a bench that's not muktzah. Hold up a beam that's broken, but the beam that's broken is muktzah. You're allowed to take a basket that's not muktzah for chickens that are muktzah. You must say in all those cases that he started out carrying the bench and the basket and the bowl and all those other things with a heter. It was with tzorech mekayma. He had to pick up the bench because he needed it for the place. He needed the spot that the bench was fitting on. Once he was holding it in his hand, we allow him to continue and support the beam. We allow him to continue and put the basket down for the chicks. More ask a question from an egg that was born on Shabbos. It says you're not allowed to cover a vessel with it. And a very interesting halacha, you're not allowed to support your bed. There are people that would support beds with eggs. It could carry a lot of force, a lot of pound. You're not allowed to do so. However, you're allowed to protect the egg that was born on Shabbos. Again, we must say, protecting with the kli, they started carrying it with a heter of the tzarech mekayma. It says, you're allowed to take a machzelas or reed and put it on top of small stones, but the small stones are muktzah. We're talking about stones that are not muktzah, stones that they use instead of toilet paper. What about the fact that they take a machzelas and cover bricks from a building site? We're talking about that the building is already done, the kitchen is over, and now he's using those bricks for a heter. The non-muktzah, he's using them to lean on. What about the fact that it says you're allowed to cover a beehive with a machzelas? You're allowed to cover a beehive, but you have to make sure, and you're covering it, you're protected from the rain and from the sun. Gemara understood it's probably talking about the winter and the summer. Provided that you look for the bees to escape, you don't have them. You don't want to be over unsafe. If there's honey in the beehive, then the beehive is not muktzah. You're eating from the honey. If it's in the winter, where there's no honey, you have to say that he left over 2 hives to sustain the bees over the winter. And he thought to himself that he's going to eat from that honey, and therefore it's not muktzah. Or another shot is that we're not talking about the winter or the summer. We're talking about in Nisan and Tishrei when there's rain and sun and honey. So therefore the beehive is not muktzah. All this is going according to Rabbi Yehuda, who holds there is a concept of muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, the beehive wouldn't be muktzah. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, davar she'ein miskaveh is also. In other words, if you cover the beehive and you trap the bees in there by mistake, you're over. We must say he left a nice gap in there so the bees can escape.
No one knows.
Rav Huna also agrees with this concept of Rav Yosef that if you're not allowed to carry a kli that's mutter, that's not muktzah, for something that is muktzah. He says this in another Halacha
to this
completely.
dick.
He says by a mace, you have a corpse, you're not allowed to cover the corpse from the sun. Unless you're covering the mace because of people that are alive. So how do you do it? Two people sit on either side of the mace, and they become really hot from sitting on the floor. So they bring benches. They sit on the benches, and they're really hot from the sun. So they bring reed, they bring oil, and they hold it over the mace. Then they lift up the benches to make it a little higher, and then they walk away, and the mace remains protected from the sun. If a dead person is laying in the sun, what do you do? So you design a mace. The first eitzah is to use kippur, use any item that's not muktzah, a loaf of bread, a carrot, whatever it is that's not muktzah, you put it on the dead person, on the bed of the dead person, and then you baby and the loaf of bread, and then there agav you have to be moving the dead person. If you don't have any of those items, according to Shmuel, you flip over the dead person from bed to bed until you get to the place that you need to get to. That's he holds that's not considered carrying. Rav holds that is considered carrying, therefore that is awesome. What if there's a fight? If you have a keynote, that's not a problem. If you have those items, well, there's a Manda Omer that says that you're allowed to save the dead person because the person is Baal al Mesa. He's going to be so about the dead person, he'll be on the eraisa of extinguishing the flame. So we rather him just do tiltum in the Rabban and not be item. And the halacha is like Yehuda ben Lakish that says you're allowed to do so. Shimon says,
Shimon can suck
you have
this
leftover
dick.
oil, and we're going to see this later on. If you have leftover oil in the lamp that was extinguished, according to Reb Shimon, he doesn't hold Migdus Katzoy ben Shmoshes, it's Katzoy L'Kuliyayim, and therefore that oil is mutter on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
Yo, look at this. Oh, are you fucking serious? What is this bullshit? So none of that recorded? Worst stream ever. Look at this move. Look at this move.
Shabbos Daf Mem Dalet, the Mishnah tells us that both the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda hold of the concept called Muksa Machmas Mius. Something that's disgusting. For instance, a lamp that has oil residue and ash residue is disgusting, and therefore people don't touch it, and you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos.
Normally I don't see cell phone.
It's not disgusting. So you're allowed to move it on Shabbos. Rabbi Shimon doesn't subscribe to the concept called Muksa Machmas Mius, and therefore he allows you to move this lamp on Shabbos. However, if this lamp has an existing flame right now,
let's see how we did.
Then he says that it's also to move. Rashi explains the Havamina of the Gemara later on, because I'm concerned that you might come to extinguish the flame. The Maskon of the Gemara later on is that it becomes a basis l'davar also. It supports a flame. The flame is mukta, so the bottom part, the lamp, is also mukta. Rameir doesn't either hold of mukta machmas mios, but he holds of the concept called mukta machmas isur. Since the flame is also, therefore, Migu dis katsoy ben hashmasho is katsoy l'kuliyim. We have the concept. Since it becomes mukta during ben hashmasho, it's lit. So even if it extinguishes later on, this remains throughout the Shabbos, since it was mukta for the moment of ben hashmasho. A very large cup, a container that contains a lot of oil that can last for the entire Shabbos. According to Ula, even if there's no flame on it right now, it's muktzah according to Yehuda, because the concept is katsoy ben shmashos, it's katsoy l'kuliyam, but according to Reb Shimon, it's not muktzah. The issue is the wording doesn't fit so well. It says avol. A small candle is also avol. Even a big one is. It should say small, large. There's no difference according to Reb Yehuda. Why does it say avol? Marzutra prefers to say that it goes according to Reb Shimon. A small candle is not muktzah. Avol, but a larger candle that contains oil for the entire Shabbos is muktzah. Typically, Reb Shimon doesn't hold of the concept but in this case, since there's enough oil to last for the entire Shabbos, in his mind, he forgot about it. He doesn't want to use it. He thinks that it's going to last the whole Shabbos, so he set it aside. So even Reb Shimon agrees in this case, it remains muktzah, even if there's no flame right now, according to Reb Shimon. Rabbi Lazar, the son of Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, holds like his father, Reb Shimon, two things: that there's no muktzah machmas mios, and there's no muktzah machmas isur. But he argues on his father in one thing. His father holds that while the candle is lit, you cannot benefit from the oil. He holds you could benefit from the oil if it drips out, and it's not in a way that will cause the flame to diminish. If it doesn't cause any kiboy, then he says you're allowed to use the oil. There says that if you have a metal candelabra, which doesn't absorb oil and ashes, so it's not moles, it's not disgusting. According to everybody, if you lit it ben hashmashes, Reb Meir and Reb Yehuda both agree because it's ben hashmashes, it's katziliyah. But if it's not lit during ben hashmashes, then according to them, it's mutter to be metallic. Mar talks about a bed, similar to a table. One wants to put money on a bed. Mar says as follows: if a person designates this bed and says specifically, "I want this bed to put money on it," all in his head. But in addition to having it in his head, he had condition number 2, that he actually put the money physically on the bed. Even though he removed it before Shabbos, the bed remains muktzah. It's a bed meant for money. Money is muktzah machmas gufay, and Taisus points out it's even usher to move. Typically, a muktzah, for instance, a hammer, you can move if you need it to sit down on its spot, or you need to use the hammer to open up, to crack open up a coconut or whatever. But money doesn't have any other use other than to use it in a store. And therefore, even if you need its space or you want to use the actual money, it's muktzah machmas gufa. Now, if a person either designated it, the bed, for money, but didn't put money on it, or you put the money in it and didn't designate it, then it's not muktzah. However, if he didn't designate it, but he had money on the bed during ben hashmashos, then the bed remains muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. Even if a child removed the money, it remains muktzah. We're a very interesting halacha. If you have a candle, you have a lamp, even if you lit a candle on it, but you didn't designate it, it's not muktzah. You have to designate it and light the candle in order for it to be muktzah. Gemara's question is from Muchni. Muchni is a wheel from a wagon. We'll go into all the halachas, but the question from that sugya is, they see that if there's money in the wheel before Shabbos, during ben hashmashos, and you remove the money, you could move the wagon. Why do we say that if the money was on the bed and you remove the money, you cannot move the bed? And the answer is because Muchni goes according to Reb Shimon. And what we're talking about goes according to Rab, goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. What is a Muchni? Muchni is a wheel that's attached to a wagon. If the wheel detaches from the wagon, then we view the wheel as an independent vessel, kli, and it has no connection to the wagon. And therefore, if Tumah, let's say, goes under the wheel, it doesn't transfer to the wagon. If Tumah goes under the wagon, it doesn't transfer to the wheel. Although they're touching, but Tumah doesn't transfer from one kli to another unless they're one. And since they're independent of each other, it doesn't transfer. Another halacha. If a wagon or any kli is larger than 40 sa, it's not mekabel tumah. How do I measure this? According to Beis Hillel, you measure if from the outside it can displace 40 sa of water. So when you do so, you put it, let's say, in a swimming pool to see if it can displace 40 sa of water. You cannot count the wheels as part of the 40 sa because the wheels, since they detach, are not part of the wagon.
What does that mean?
Another halacha is that if you have a tool on the wagon and it is mile, it creates a tent over, let's say, basic fars over a caver. If there's a wheel there and the wheel is not part of the wagon, it cannot save that tool from tumah. And if there's money, and that's the halacha that the Gemara brings as a question, if there's money in the wheel, because the wheel has a base kibble, it's a kli. If the money's still there, and the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot move the wheel on Shabbos. But if the wheel is part of the wagon, you could move the wheel because you're moving the wagon, and the wheel is bundled to the wagon. We see, as we mentioned before, that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. There's another halacha that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, and that is that if you have a lamp, Erev Shabbos, you're allowed to hang it on a tree. And we're not concerned that you might climb up the tree on Shabbos because you know that this lamp is muktzah for the entire Shabbos. What's around? However, on Yontif, You're not allowed to hang it on a tree because a lamp is not muktzah, and we're concerned you're going to go up the tree to retrieve your lamp. Have a wonderful day.
I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty sweet and just no way knows. Now it's easy to pretend. I know you're not.
Look at that rope, bro.
Should've known good to cheat again. Wasted chance when I have been given. So I'm never gonna dance again. The way I
Shabbos
dance
Dafrin
with
Hey.
you.
Rabbi, the whole that's Rabbi Huda Muktzah, and the candle that's extinguished on Shabbos remains Muktzah for the rest
His
of the
hair
Shabbos.
looks fucking
However,
amazing.
we get a dispensation when it comes to Hanukkah and times of the Chabar. Chabar were people that didn't allow candles lit. Therefore, if someone wanted to light the menorah and was scared that Chabar will catch him, after Beresh Moshe, when during the Shabbos and the candles go out, you take the menorah back into your house. The Shas Chak is halal. The famous saying, "Dayu Rabbi Shimon listen with all of Shas Chak." When it comes to an emergency Chabar, then we can rely on Rabbi Shimon that there's no more. More hold in Rabbi Shimon.
I love to tell you
Only things that become raisins and chicken or something right. They have
the cat ass over here.
in order to putting something aside with his hand saying, I don't want to use it anymore.
Get on my
And
boat.
that's
Get
not
that
going
ass
to
over here, bro. Dance
Raisins
with
are
you.
supposed to
Oh,
be
well, I love the tree.
and by putting it in the sun, you're doing it back and sending it off to the side.
Dude, it's the 21st night of September.
There's an additional
Do you remember?
which Rav Shimon subscribes to. And that is, let it handle the Shabbos. That's a mitzvah. That handle becomes mitzvah for the time being.
Here
Therefore,
we go, girls. I love
let's
this.
say the sukkah, the walls of the sukkah
It's
stop.
singing so loud. I
Become
wish
mitzvah
that we
because they were
could
set aside for the
use
mitzvah for
this
7
crowd.
days.
Maybe
throughout the
it's
entire
better
Holocaust.
this way. We
According to
heard
Rav
each other with the words we wanted to
Unless
say. We
somebody
could
made a
have been
specific night
so
and said, I want
good
to use your
together.
what? I want to
We
use your
could have
decoration.
left this dance forever. But
What if somebody
love is
planted
gonna
kernels,
dance.
or you put an egg under a chicken,
Please
set it aside?
say,
Well, it
and
doesn't
I'm
have the
never
conditions we
gonna
need. It's not
dance
a
again.
mitzvah. According
Guilty
to Rav
feet have got
they are not
no
mitzvah.
rhythm. No, it's easy
Going back
to
to
pretend.
sukkah
I
wood.
know you're
If
not
you have a
a
sukkah
fool.
that's standing during other Yom
Should've known,
Tovim, like
should've
Pesach and
known,
Shavuot,
cheated,
you're not allowed to take wood off the
Makes
sukkah.
good sense
That's
that
something that's
I've
breaking
been
the sukkah.
given.
What if the sukkah fell down
You're
on
never gonna
Shavuot?
dance again.
You're also not allowed
The way I
to use that
dance
wood
with
according to Yehuda because when it's hooked, according to Shimon, it's not hooked. Once it breaks, it falls down, and you anticipated it, it's not hooked. On sukkahs, even according to Shimon, it's
I
hooked,
love this
unless
video.
it's not. There's a person that says that there are other fruits, such as peaches, quinces, that you put aside on the roof and you let them dry and they're muktzah. That must be going according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what's the chiddush? The chiddush is even though they're fruits, nevertheless, by putting them on the roof, you see a das from it, you don't want to have anything to do with it, and therefore they remain muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi's son, Lazar, asked Rabbi, what does Rav Shimon hold when it comes to Tzibik Mark? These are dates that will never ripen. And the fact that he asked Rabbi the question about Rabbi Shimon, that means the Gemara understood Rabbi subscribes to the shita of ask his father, what does Rabbi Shimon hold about the what do you hold it? Even though the Tzibik are not edible, but he never pushed it aside with his hand. So he has one out of the 2 conditions, and therefore they are not mitzvah according to Rabbi Shimon. Nevertheless, the Gemara asks a question. There's a Mishnah that tells us that on Yom Tov you're allowed to shop an animal that's yours, but if it's yours and it's in the midbar, and what that means exactly is machlokes, whether
no one gives their
it comes back
when
after when it starts
about
raining.
your
In other words, it's away for a half a year. According to Rabbi, it never comes back. What it is, that kind of animal you cannot shop because you never had it in mind that you're going to have that animal. You're not allowed to give
I
it
should have
free,
done it
so
at
that
midnight.
skin comes off
But
easier.
tonight is coming up.
Rabbi's the one that says that the animal doesn't come back at all. And therefore it's cooked.
Do you remember
3 options.
the
Either
21st
Rabbi
night
falls like
September?
the
That was
but this
changing
particular
my
animal is
mind.
like raisin. It has 2
Everything in the
conditions. First of all,
night
the Rabbi is not you push to the side, said I don't want to see you anymore for a year. It's like almost very difficult to catch. So that's two conditions, and therefore, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that this mitzvah animal is the second answer. The Rabbi never said that he holds like Rabbi Shimon. He's answering what Rabbi Shimon would hold. In fact, Rabbi holds what Rabbi Shimon would hold. He's answering his son what Rabbi Shimon would hold him. Another chapter. The Rabbi was talking in the he holds that Rabbi Shimon and Muktzah. But don't you come agree that if an animal came back every 5 years, that should be considered a domesticated animal and push up an answer? He said no. You don't agree. Rabbi Baruch said that the Rabbi holds like Rabbi Shimon and Muktzah. But there's no Muktzah. Why did Rabbi say that Shimon is Muktzah? You must say that it's talking about a very specific thing. Perhaps an egg, in the egg was a chicken. So therefore, this egg is not very like us. It's won't eat egg seal. And it's not ready for a herd. Yeah, but that chicken, we can't eat it straight. Or we're going to. Therefore, Shimon does hold a Muktzah sort of like money, stones, and absolutely no other use to them. This egg with the chickens that has absolutely no other use. Therefore, people Shimon agrees that's Muktzah. And why did you just say that there's an egg there that was born on Shabbos? And Rabbi Shimon holds that it's not like Muktzah because there is a shita that has nothing to hold, and Rabbi Shimon doesn't hold of the very light of Shabbos. In other words, since you anticipate the birth of this egg, Rabbi Shimon doesn't hold that it's very light of and say that there's a dead chicken that is like all of their home, and Rabbi Shimon use that as a animal on Shabbos. As long as you knew about it before. In other words, there's one Madonna that says chicken's healthy and died on Shabbos. Which holds Muktzah. I never thought about that. Another Madonna that says Rabbi Yitzchak Rabbi Yosef holds that Rabbi Yochanan said that the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, that it is Muktzah. Now, why do you have to say that? There's a story that you can learn from, and you know from that story that Rabbi Yochanan held it like Rabbi Yehuda. A menorah, a large candelabra, fell on Ravasi. Ravasi didn't move it. Maybe he walked away from it and it fell by itself, but he didn't move it because he held of Muktzah. And his Rebbe's Rabbi Yochanan. So you see from here that Rabbi Yochanan holds of Muktzah. So the Gemara on today's daf says perhaps the reason why he didn't move it is because there's a new Muktzah called Teveya Makom. It has a very specific spot. Similar to Muktzah Machmas Sarn Kiss. If you have something really expensive, you don't want to use it. Designated area for it. And therefore, this candelabra had a designated area, and that's why it was Muktzah, not because of the Muktzah of Rabbi Yehuda. Have a wonderful day.
I just thought it was. Shit.
Shabbos Daf Revav. How's everybody doing? I hope you're staying safe and healthy. We finished off yesterday saying there's a story where a menorah fell on Ravasi and he refused to move it with his hand and said it was Muktzah. What kind of Muktzah? We try to say perhaps it's called a Muktzah of Kliyas Makom. Since it's a large item, has a designated spot, you don't move from that spot if it's Muktzah. Says, but what is the key about Kliyas Chasanim? It's a country built over a pot. The pot is narrower than a pevach. We don't have a problem with building the oil on Shabbos. We let it put it together on Shabbos and pick it apart on Shabbos. But how can you touch it? It's Muktzah, Kliyas Makom. You see that there is no Muktzah called Kliyas Makom. So why did Ravasi move the menorah? The answer is because this was a menorah that came apart. And you put back together, and certainly that would be Muktzah. And we're dealing with a menorah that just looks as if it can come apart. We made it zero, such a menorah, because of a menorah that can come apart. And if it's a really small menorah that can come apart, the Rebbe says, even though it usually doesn't come apart, you have to go on a small menorah. As long as it doesn't come apart, you don't make it.
What is the fuck? What is up with all of us? YouTube comments, top comments. Who's listening to 2025?
The issue is, the Rebbe always asking, like the Stam Mishnah. like an anonymous Mishnah. And the Mishnah of Mukhni that we had the other day, the wheel that detaches from the wagon, one of the halachas we learned is that if there was money, even ben shmoshes, inside the wheel, and the money was removed, you can move it on Shabbos. That goes according to Reb Shimon. So on the one hand, the Stam Mishnah is Reb Shimon, but Reb Yochanan Paschal is like Reb Yehuda. Says Reb Zera, we must learn, even though it's a doicha, that the Mishnah is talking about that there's no money during Ben Shmashos, and that's why you can move the wheel on Shabbos. But if there was money during Ben Shmashos, in fact, the wheel would be muktzah, like Rabbi Yehuda that says, you can say Ben Shmashos, it's tatzai, with Kuliyar. Yeshua Levi said, the Rebbe said a very cryptic statement. He said that a menorah is like a ner of Reb Shimon. Menorah is Reb Shimon ben Ner, meaning, to be two meanings. Either one psak halacha or two. Either the psak was that a menorah is not muktzah, like Reb Shimon said, that a candle that was lit and it was extinguished on Shabbos, the candle was no longer muktzah. In other words, the menorah was muktzah. Or he said two statements. A menorah, a candle is muktzah. The Gemara remained. The Gemara tells us that Ramalkiah, and at a different time, Rabbi Yosef Lila, both acted like Reb Shimon, but there was no muktzah, and both the Rabbi were muktzah. On the other hand, Rabbi Avo, even though he himself held like Reb Shimon, but when he was in front of Rabbi Yochanan, out of respect for Rabbi Yochanan, he acted like Rabbi Yehuda that there is muktzah. Machlokes, Rabbi Yehuda says, if you have an earthenware lamp that's full of oil, it doesn't get disgusted, and therefore it's not muktzah, you're allowed to help. But if it has never seen, so it is muktzah. Now, we're not talking as Reb Shimon doesn't hold it muktzah. We're discussing this since there's other use for this candle is disgusting. Therefore, stone that has no other use and it's muktzah. In other words, muktzah, machmas. Neither Rabbi Yosef both hold that you're allowed to carry, you're allowed to be metaltal, a lamp that was used with net. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. The Rabbi went to visit Rabbi, and he had a lot of mud on his shoe. And they sat him down, he said, sit down on this bed, and he put his shoe on the bed and put a lot of mud on the bed. And this upset Rabbi. And Rabbi decided he's going to torture Rabbi with questions. Some server has a shot, look into it. And he asked him, why is it that Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef both say that a lamp that was used with net, with kerosene, is not muktzah? So he told him, because you could use that lamp for another usage, you could cover another kli with it. He said, wait a minute, but what about all stones in the world? They're very muktzah, but you could use them to cover Shalem. Says Rabbi, no, there's a big difference. This lamp has a name of a kli on it, where a stone is not a kli. And I'll prove it to you from a Mishnah. Allah says that a woman is not allowed to walk out on Shabbos with beautiful jewelry, she might choke her friend. But in her own chutzner, she's allowed to move it. Why? Because Ula explains it has a name of a kli. So anything that has a name of a kli is not muktzah. Says Reb Nachman Bar Yitzchak, Birach Rahman, Baruch Hashem, that Rabbi wasn't successful in embarrassing himself. The halacha is that the person has the firstborn animals and sheep. He goes to the kohen, and the kohen but if the fall moon, and the kohen gets tired and says, she says to do what he wants. What if he finds the moon? He's muktzah part of the question. Why is the part different? And oil that's left over in a lamp, the Rishon says, is not muktzah. Says, what is the big difference? What knows that he might have leftover oil? So he thinks about that oil and he wants it. So that's why it's not muktzah. But an animal of heart, there's three reasons why he's not even thinking about it. First of all, who says that this animal will have a muktzah? And even if it has a move, who says it will be a move, permanent move? And even if it's a permanent move, who says they'll find a rabbi, they'll tell them that it's a good move? What about a woman who makes a neder? Because when a woman makes a neder, that's her husband. And what about a man? How can he make his neder himself? What if he doesn't find a rabbi? Because he doesn't need a rabbi. He finds simple people who matter his neder. In the Mishnah it says, If the fire is still lit, even Rabbi Shimon says it's muktzah. Why? The answer is because it becomes a basis of the lamp supports the flame, which is muktzah. Pshat is not because we are concerned with the past, like Rashi explained in the Mishnah. We're concerned perhaps that we'll extinguish the flames, that we said, because Rabbi Shimon holds the davar she'em miskaven muktzah. If you don't think about it, that's not your intent, then you're not chayav. In other words, if a person drags a bench, he's trying to bring it from point A to point B, but by doing so, he creates a groove in the ground. He's punished. And don't say that there's enough community with the rights and the Rabbanah. Extinguishing a flame is the right. And the bent, making a groove in the ground is not the derech to do so. So it's only in the Rabbanah. Perhaps that's why it's more important. The rights are assuming six also. Because we have the case that we had last week or so. If a person is peddling his goods, his clothing, and there's shotguns, he's allowed to wear shotguns. He's not allowed to wear the clothing. If he's not being protected by the elements from the sun and the rain, it's mutter. So you see that even in the rice of shotguns, as long as you don't have kavana, Rabbi Shimon says it's mutter. Wonderful.
There's people all around, my kids, my wife's arms, who the fuck, okay? And we went down there to go see it. I'm a kind of aviation.
But did you know the West Coast, my eyes are going lost. Baby, like a man a kiss a road on the great. Ooh, the more I get you, it changes, it feels, yeah. SR-71, bitch.
Check that fucker out. And it was the
Look at this, it's athleticism. Folks, I really want to just tell you, this motherfucker's so athletic.
Shabbos that Zion, up until now we learned about basis l'davar also. A support to something that's also like a flame. The support is muktzah. What about if you are supporting something that's also together with something that's muktzah? Basis l'davar also v'hamuktzah. For instance, you're permitted to carry your son who's carrying a stone.
They want to go.
Muktzah and also. This comes because of the same thing. A basket. But also carries that's what Zera asked Rabbi. So then why did Rabbi said that it's carry a machta as leftover ashes of incense? Incense is muktzah. Why do you a pussy from Dani is shloimeh for a moment. And then he answers the task. There's some leftover incense which actually is not muktzah, and that's why it's basis l'davar asur v'hamuktzah. Rabbi didn't like that. Rabbi was very well, and a small amount of incense was insignificant to Rabbi. And we learned when it comes to Tumah, a wealthy person doesn't consider a beged of an ani, a 3x3 beged, or any beged made with different type of yarn or whatever. It's not considered a beged for an ani. So that's not considered non-muktzah item for Rabbi. Therefore, Rabbi prefers to say that we're talking about a Rothschild race, a disgusting vessel that usually contains excrements, human waste. And it's a special halacha that since it's disgusting, you're allowed to move it out of your room, out of the house. Rabbi says it's not no comparison. Rav Sharei is an open, whereas this machta has a net on top. Rav Sharei is disgusting. Ashes of incense is not disgusting. Therefore, Rabbi learns that these ashes are not muktzah because they serve a purpose. You could cover spittle, you could cover excrement. So what is the chiddush? The chiddush is that in addition to these ashes, there was something that was muktzah, there was something unburnt wood. So again, it's a basis l'davar. Hamuktzah ashes wood. The chiddush is you're allowed to move it. Rashi says, both Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, there's This smoke such a degree that if you have leftover whisk floating in the oil, that's considered muktzah.
Randy. Dog, no one gives a fuck about magnesium.
There's wicks are worth a lot of money for them. Therefore, the wick, which is davar also, overcomes the oil, which is davar. Paisa says it's very interesting. Paisa says that Galil got so much oil that the oil was worthless. Talking about today, that the oil prices dropped from 20-year low. The word talks about a mitos of parsim. This is a bed that comes apart. You got to put together on top.
There's the Sandy.
Rabbi says it's a very nice high of why?
There's a boy on a western bay, and he served.
And the fact is, the bracelet says just like that.
Girl, Doc, do it again. Do it again.
Or you take a round horn and put it together. It's difficult to put together.
There's a Sandy dancer.
Have like an extension.
It's a boy.
Sticks with your paint or those sticks that come together, or a simple
there's a boy on a western bay, and they serve hundred ships a day. Though the sailors drives the time away to talk about their homes. And there's a girl in the Starbucks town, and she works playing whiskey down with the things, just another round, serves them whiskey and wine. The sailors say, Brandy, you're a fine, what a good spot. You would be such a fine work of God. Say the sailor from the sea.
If you have a lamp, the lamp is
made of finest silver from another Spain. Only silver that bears the name. And the brandy.
You let it move the feet afterwards.
She came on a
that's
summer's day, bringing
now that it has liquid, it's even before shot.
Away, he could not stay. No harbor was his home. The sailor said, Brandy, you're fine, what a good ride. You would be such a fine with life. What the word did you support in the harbor?
Very insulated.
Yeah, Brandy used to watch his back and told the sailor stories. You could feel the ocean fly.
So much so that doesn't matter if
the thing you can pour it, but it only goes and Brenda does her best to
and there are some that only add heat when they are moist and up when they are dry. Those are straw, grape skin, anything soft like soft cotton, some soft wool, and grass.
She hears and said, Brenda,
that's not much of pebble, doesn't have heat inside. You're not on top. It's also put that on top of the opposing
there's a lady on here. It makes me cry.
No, I think it's sometime covered with a blanket.
Like some of these comments that I read on YouTube videos are so sad and so beautiful. No, it's like who's here in 2011? Whatever. Fuck you people. But this lady, Sandy dancer, sand dancer, my husband used to listen to this often and sing Sandy. They're finding out that's good wife you would be. He passed away just over a year ago.
This I love.
You're an amazing person, Sandy Jones.
Regarding talking about power.
You make me cry.
It'd be awesome to be knocking in
Why you cry?
Having a wonderful day.
Because Sandy Dance's husband used to sing Sandy, you're a kind girl. Dog, no one gives a flying fuck. but sometimes it's healthy. Worst team ever.
The whole Area 51 is the most fascinating to me. That they had a whole area that they did not.
Shabbos Daf Memches.
Yo, what
How's
up,
everybody
baby? How you
doing?
living? Your beard looks great.
The Gemara tells us that it's permitted to take two urns. The top one is not a tmana. You're not burying the top one. You're just trying to prevent heat loss from the top one. However, when the servant in Reish Galusa's house put a cold cup of water on top of an urn, then Rabbi yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce heat to the cold cup. That looks like hatmana. That same servant was having a very bad day. Later on, Rabbi caught him in the turban, placing it in a pot, and on top of the turban, he put some sort of ladle. And he yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." Rabbi says, "What did he do now?" He says, "Rabbi, wait and see." And sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and squeezed it, or was trying to squeeze through schita, which is also its libum. Says Rabbi, what's the difference? We all cover our pots with some sort of rag or something. Says Rabbi, that's the big difference. If you cover it with a rag, you don't care about the rag. You're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I told him, don't do so. There's muchen, which are soft wool, cotton. People set them aside to make felt out of it. And that's called muksa machmas isra. You set it aside and say, I'm not going to use this. Now what happens if a person, he doesn't have a choice, he ran out of straw, different material, he uses his muchen to do atmana, to insulate his pot. The Gemara says it doesn't lose its muksa, it's still muksa of chisarinkos. But we cannot prove this from the brisa that says that you're permitted to do atmana with muchen, and be careful not to touch it. Perhaps the brisa is talking about don't touch it before you use it as muchen, as atmana. But once you do atmana, perhaps the isser muksa goes away. You show that you don't care about it that much. So then what's the chiddush? They can't touch muchen. Of course it's muksa machmas chesarim kiddush. Says the Gemara, it's coming to teach us that even though it's so nice and soft, perhaps you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not muksa. Chumash malon, it is muksa. You take a pillow and you stuff it with muchen, you stuff it with the soft stuff, that's makeh b'patish. Mishnah says that's an isur d'oraisa on Shabbos. However, if you already have a pillow, it's a used pillow and it was already stuffed, and the muchen, the stuffing comes out, you're allowed to put it back on Shabbos, and it's not considered makeh b'patish. To take clothing that's uniform and you take a scissors and you cut out a hole for the neck, that's makeh b'patish. But to take a sword and chop off the top of a barrel, that's not makeh b'patish, because the lid of the barrel is not one with the barrel. It was never one. You just put it together and now you're taking it apart. If a person has an axe and he doesn't have the handle, and he goes and he finds some sort of stick, it's not a permanent handle, it's just a stick. Says the Gemara, as he's using the axe, they're considered one, the handle and the axe. The handle and the metal. Someone touches one, the other one becomes tummy. But once he's done with his malacha, he's done chopping away, then they are considered two individual items. They're independent of each other because he's going to take this and throw it away. This is different than the halacha. If somebody has a lot of clothing and he gets to the laundry and he wants to make they don't get lost, so he sews them together. Or if somebody has a lot of keys, he's a master, he has a lot of keys. You touch one, they all become tummy. You touch one cloth, they all become tummy. Or if, let's say, you take two garments that are made out of tzemer, and you sew them with pishtam, they are shatnez for the time being. Once you start undoing the stitching for the laundry or for the shatnez, it's no longer the common one to the other. But over here, it's different than that. Over here, a person wants the stitching to be there just in case he has to throw it into the laundry. He wants them to be together with the handle of the axe. He doesn't care about the handle. He'll use it as firewood. There's a saying, anything that's attached to something has a halacha just like it itself.
Eat this cliche, she's showing up douche.
He's talking about
let's move.
kira,
West
a
side.
stove. that has compartments they can put salt in on the side.
No one
Those
gives a shit about
compartments,
that.
are they considered like the kira itself for tumah? Says the Gemara, according to Rabbi Shimon, they're independent of each other. They're just compartments. According to Rabbi, they are independent of each other. However, if a sheretz, a mouse, and we're talking about a klicheres here, earthenware. So the only way earthenware becomes tamei is if the tumah is in the inside of the klicheres, not on the outside. If a sheretz goes inside, touches the inside of this kira, then the entire kira becomes tamei, including the compartments where you store the salt and different spices, or the candle. If you hang the sheretz in the ear space of that kira, then the kira does not become tamei. The rest of the compartments do not become tamei. The kira itself becomes tamei. Typically, the kira becomes tamei ma'avira, from the ear space. Over here we say no. Why? Because we want to show that this whole tumah, that it transfers to the compartments, is only the Rabbanan. You don't want people to burn their trumas and kachim based on this tumah. You're not allowed to burn your trumas and kachim based on the Rabbanan tumah. So therefore, we make a distinction. We say it only becomes tamei with maga by touching physically and not through the ear space. If you have scissors that come apart, or a carpenter's plane that has a blade on top that fits right into the wood, during the malacha, as you're going back and forth on a piece of wood, shaving it down, as you're cutting with the scissors, then they're considered one. And if tumah touches one part, one blade, the other blade becomes tamei. However, when it comes to hazah, sprinkling, making this device tahar, you have to make sure to get the sprinkle on both parts of the kli. Why is that? They are considered one only b'shas malacha, only while you're doing work that it's intended to do. When it's sitting on the side, they're not chumrah in both cases. Tumah, to say that they're both tamei is a chumrah. Hazah, to say that they're both not tahar, that's also a chumrah. Therefore, you have to be mazeh both, but by tumah, you only have to touch one in order for both of them to become tamei. Have a wonderful day.
Like you're going, say you're going at miles an hour, it's a million miles away. I know what you're saying. It's the idea behind this. If you future fast and speed of light, what happens back here moves at a much, much, much faster pace.
No. Yeah. What I'm saying is that the light that bounces off the earth,
right?
Okay, has an image, and that image is the same traveling off the earth.
Shabbos Daf Mem Tes.
Go out into space.
Good Chodesh, and I hope we all hear Psuras Chodesh this month. We had to listen to Mishnah of different products that it's also to do at Mono if they are moist. Now there's two types of moisture. There's moisture that comes from an external, and there's moisture that comes from within. The one that comes from within produces more heat. The Gemara tells us, since one of the things on the list is moisture, moichin is soft material. Obviously, it doesn't have moisture, so the house has moisture that comes from an exterior source. There's a brisa that says that you shouldn't use clothing, garments for atmana. And garments, obviously, the moisture comes from an exterior source. The Gemara says that's not a riot. It's possible that they produce this garment from an area of the animal, such as the thighs, that produce its own moisture. No Mishnah, the Mishnah says you could do atmana with clothing, with fruit, with kamfiyayim, a pigeon's wing, which is going to lead us into a beautiful story of Elisha Bal Shafayim, and with sawdust and fine flax. The Rebbe says that tishtan is also when it's thin. It's similar to manure, which is produces additional heat. When it's thick material, thick tishtan, then it's smoother to do atmana.
How you living, Pimp?
The Gemara tells us tefillin require gufnaki. Like Elisha Bal Shafayim points out, since he had this nace that's upcoming, obviously he had gufnaki. What does it mean to have a gufnaki? Abayi says you have to be careful from hafacha, from passing wind. Rabbi says careful from sleeping, because
can you hear me?
Lead to hafacha and kalita carry. The story is that the Romans said, whoever wears tefillin, you're going to puncture the person's brain.
Good, well, join the club, man.
Elisha about the time didn't care. He walked out with his tefillin, and when he saw a Roman officer, he removed his tefillin, put them in his hand, and the officer said, what's in your hand? He said, I have the wings of a pigeon. So lifted up his hand, and sure enough, pigeon wings, he had an ace. Gemara says, but why did he say pigeon wings? He says, Gemara, just like a pigeon, its wings protect it from the elements and from its enemies, where other birds don't fight with their wings. A pigeon with his wings, Israel are protected by the mitzvahs they perform. Says the Mishnah, you could perform Hana with hides, the skins of animals, and hides are not muktzah. You can do atmana with wool shearings, but they are muktzah. So if they are muktzah, how do you get to your food? It's covered with the wool. What you do is you grab the handle of the lid and you pull it up, and the shearings fall off themselves. That's tiltul l'achriyat. It's with shinui. Elazar ben Azari says once you have the lid off, you should not remove the pot, because then the shearings will fall in to the spot that the pot was, and you wouldn't be able to put the pot back in. What you do is, with the pot in your box, you tilt the entire box as is, and that's how you pour whatever is in the pot into your bowl. Rabbi ben Elazar says that our mission is talking about specifically hides that are owned by a common person, not a hide dealer, not someone that does business with. Because if it's say that does business with the hide, they're designated for schayra, for selling. Tanakama says that hides that are tanned, they're the finished product, they're awesome. But according to everybody, the only types of hides that are mekabel tuma are hides that are tanned and finished. And it tells us out, if they are finished hides, you don't need to think about designating it automatically. If a carpenter has wood, they're muktzah, because he's makbid, he doesn't want people to ruin them, so they're muktzah. I apologize for the noise. But a common person who has wood, the wood is not. Even a carpenter, he places food on it. He says, let's use it for something. Then those pieces of wood are no longer muktzah. These Amoraim that we discussed before, they also had a discussion. Why is there 39 malachas? One man said because there were 39 differences in building the Mishkan. And the other man said, Yossi ben Lekunya says, the Torah mentions the word melachtai and melech 39 times. Now it's not going to help to go count.
What up, Pimp? How are you?
Because if you count, you'll come up with more verses, for instance.
How's your day going, Silky?
Rabbi, hello, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
You muted yourself.
I didn't mute myself. I can hear myself.
I'm sorry, I muted you. Fuck.
Yeah, you did. What up, Silky? How you living, Pimp? How's your day going, Silky?
I'm doing all right. I'm watching an alien movie right now.
Excellent.
Things are good.
What alien movie, my friend?
So there's a new series that got released. I think it's called Alien Earth, and I'm watching the first episode. That is cinema length.
Dog, I've heard about that series. That it's very good. It's on Amazon.
Yeah, I think it. Well, yeah, sure it is.
I got you. Say no more. Say more. I got you. Excellent. All right. How'd you find out about me, Silky?
Fuck, I genuinely forgot.
Okay, so it's been a long time.
I've been here for a little while, so like that's been purged from my thoughts, you know.
Absolutely, I understand. Well, you know you're always welcome here. Enjoy your show, and if you need anything from me, I'm gonna be here all night and all day. Okay, big dog?
You bet. Are you doing okay yourself, my friend?
My friend, I'm kicking ass. I'm taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every day's a feast. Thank you for asking.
Look, yeah, I love that energy. I love that attitude.
Absolutely, all day, every day, baby. Sideline to sideline, sun up to sundown. I keep the positivity rolling.
You know what? I just watched a movie with my family. It's called Big River Man. It's a documentary.
I've seen it. It's fucker who no way he swims the Amazon River. Yeah, dog, I've seen that.
Yeah, no, you're right. I didn't smell it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Holy
dog.
shit.
I watched it like within the last 3 months with a friend in here, and we enjoyed it. That guy's wild. You know, he's an Uber driver in Arizona now.
What?
That
Martin Skrillex in the Arizona?
yeah, so first he did the Danube, then he did like the Yellow River, and then he did the Amazon River, and then he moved to the United States and became an Uber driver. And I've heard people who have ridden in his Uber, and he gives them a copy of his DVD so that they can watch because they don't believe him. He's like, like they'll be like, "Hey, what's new with you?" And he's like, "Oh, nothing." They'll be like, "Are you? What's what do you do? What do you like to do?" He's like, "Oh, I like to swim long distances." I'm like, oh, "Okay, you ever do anything like super long?" And he's like, "Yeah, actually, I hold the Guinness World Record for the longest swim ever." And they'll be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Be like, "I swam the Amazon River," and they're like, "Get out of here! You're my Uber driver." And he opens the glove compartment and gives them a copy of the DVD.
God damn. Well, I mean, I don't have any like content from him. Post 2006, there's a documentary movie, and that's what I just watched.
Yeah, I love that movie. In some ways, it's not.
Even though I was watching the stream with.
What'd you say?
So I'm accidentally broadcasting both to you and like a server that I'm in right now.
Oh, okay.
And there's a bunch of people in there, and I don't want them to know I'm talking to you.
You're good. Shout out to them. Yeah, he has a fascinating story. It's kind of sad how much he drinks, or I found it sad how much he drinks. And okay,
That's fair.
You know what surprised me more than anything in that movie? You would think if you swim 2,000 miles plus, you would be in really good shape. You'd have like a body like Michael Phelps. Not at all.
Yeah, no, I had the same thought. I'm like, what if Michael Phelps did the same thing? Michael Phelps can swim really fast for a short period, but we don't know what he's like in the long period,
Right, and I feel like Martin's fat helps him with buoyancy, so perhaps he could even do it a further distance. Yeah, that's a wild documentary. I can't believe we have both seen it because it's not like super popular.
I feel like, I said the same thing with my family. Like, why is Martin Shkreli not more popular?
Yeah.
I'm gonna invite one of my friends.
Please
I don't know why. Can any of you hear me still? I'm in 2 streams right now. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Obviously not you. Obviously not you, Mr. Rothschild.
I understand.
Is there a less formal name I can refer to you by?
Just call me Rabbi.
Rabbi. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna drop. Wait, shit. But I don't have access. Can you DM me a version of like your link that I can share? I right clicked on live stream. I click copy link. It didn't work.
Yeah, I'll do so right now. Just 1 minute.
It does. It like. I don't want like shit to get directed your way. I'm not sure why it doesn't work. I kind of.
You're good, Pim.
I assumed it would.
All right, no big deal. You're gonna have it.
I'm also using.
You're gonna have it in right now. So you've got it. Check your DMs.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome, big dog.
Okay. I right click, copy text. How about paste? Okay. There you go. I don't know how they hear me. I clicked the mute button. Where I was streaming in my Firefox. I had you open in Firefox as the same time I had the Alien movie. So I don't know. We're like a tiny. It's like a tiny group of people.
Very well. What are your interests?
Mostly fucking around and finding out that things aren't all that bad.
All right, I get you.
So I don't know if you want me to be like insanely honest. Like I see people like you on the internet, and I want to be sure like there's no assholes fucking with you, basically.
I appreciate it. I need all the help I can get.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm gonna be one of the assholes, but like I don't. I like a good giggle, but I don't like a good giggle when people are getting hurt.
Word, dog.
What is this? Okay, hold on. I'm introducing a friend to you, and he has no idea. This is Rabbi Rothschild. IDK. What can I say in like 40 characters? Just something to type.
Yeah. He streams his life 24/7, 365 for world peace.
He streams his whole life online for world peace. Is that like
Perfect.
that's not so many characters. I don't know if you're gonna do it, but honest to God, honorable goal. That's a good goal.
Thanks, big dog. At least
You can fucking bet.
At least I tried.
Yeah. By the way, he experienced like the world peace is 42 characters.
Okay, well then just instead of saying he, you could just say streams life world peace for world.
No, 42 is good. You know 42, right?
Yeah, it's the
from
number in
Hitchhiker's
Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah.
It's also what I lose track of my body count at.
If your body count got down, you get laid.
No, it's not my body count. I lose track at that number.
Oh, what the fuck? It's more?
Yeah.
You're fucking holy shit, Donald Juan over here.
You got that right. I'm a pickup artist, baby. What do you want me to do about it?
Well, like ideologically, personally, I don't believe in pickup artistry, but I also respect dudes that get laid and respect the women. Just enough.
Oh yeah, no, definitely respect the women. Ask any of the women I've been with, any of the 42 plus. They'll all say that I'm the biggest gentleman they've ever met.
Oh, that's great. Okay, fuck yeah, I'm into that.
Yeah, I'm super into consent, super into love, super into seduction, anything that a woman wants, but nothing she doesn't.
Yeah, I fucking misunderestimated you. Listen, there's a lot of shitty people that call themselves pickup artists. It's good to hear. That's good to hear. I have no other questions.
Excellent.
Do you play the video games sometimes? Do the multiplayers?
Yeah, I play a lot of.
Do you have like a Steam?
I do a lot of mini games in here every night. Miss Aquarius is also in here.
Oh, yeah.
She and I play games on an app called Play-Doh that has like a variety of games. So we play bowling, but then there are other people in here. I have a friend from Australia, and he and I, and I have another friend from Canada. The three of us, and other people will play like three, like the three of us or four of us, and we'll play games like mini golf, chess, checkers, Scrabble, Battleship, Monopoly. What else do we play on there? Archery, darts. We play like a Pokemon game. We play poker. We play just you name it. Like if it's a mini game, we basically play it. And then I also play some Grand Theft Auto. I play
You play? There's a Grand Theft Auto multiplayer.
No, but I just play that on my own.
Yeah.
And then I play.
Okay, that's fair. I love single player games. I fucking love them.
Well, there's Grand Theft Auto Online, which is multiplayer.
Okay. Yeah.
And then
I'm sorry, I'm talking to again two different people.
You're good. You're good. You're good. You talk person and get them in here.
I'm asking. They are a gas strike. They have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't think.
All right. Well, you're a convincing person. Work on them to get in here.
You're charming. You're an interesting guy. I was.
Oh, I know that, baby.
Okay.
Everybody who meets me tells me that. I appreciate the high praise.
You're a fascinating fella, and honest to Christ, if anybody is being mean to you, I kind of want to make sure they don't.
Oh, people are mean to me every single day. I might get made fun of more than any person on the internet, but I am someone who doesn't let it get to me, and I let it roll off of me like water off a duck's back.
Water off a duck's back, like those little stinkers are real oily, aren't they?
Yeah, they have an oil that they exude that helps keep their feathers somewhat waterproof.
Yeah, it's interesting that they have like those secretions.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna do this here. If you want to see the person I'm talking to, just DM me and I will give the info to you. Otherwise, goodbye, other room. So, I guess full disclosure, I do find some wanky people on the internet, but I try to keep it respectful.
Don't we all?
There are some really shitty places online, and I would be upset if I saw your stuff getting posted there, because I don't like it when people get hurt.
Well, that's okay. I mean, anybody who is a dick to me in here, they could be muted or they could be banned or whatever. But I give people as many chances as I can. And then I also have an appeal server. I also have an appeal server of anybody who, like, they get out of line or something. Like, I'll get somebody, this happened recently. Somebody came in here, or actually they DM'd me. They're like, hey, I'm sorry, I was drunk the other night making an ass out of myself and got muted. Is there a way you can unmute me? I was like, yeah, sure. Well, you've just got to understand, like, we're trying to have a conversation and you're making animal sounds. That's annoying as fuck. And they're like, I know, I was drunk. I'm like, okay, I understand. No harm, no foul.
Okay, well, I'm a little drunk myself. That's fair. There's no reason to fuck with you because of that. But, like, do you know, there was a schizophrenic man named Terry Davis, and he committed suicide a few years ago.
I don't know what this is.
The last few years of his life, he was harassed by people on a forum called 4chan.
Oh, yeah.
And they made up, like, things to tell him.
Yeah, that's a place. Or it can be.
Oh, there is, but, like, they will go all over the place. I saw that, and I was like, what if they fucked with, like, Rabbi Rothschild? And I was like,
I want them to. I want them to. I want the attention.
I don't want you to have the attention, though, because those people, like, they would only be happy if you died.
That's okay. I mean, I don't pay attention to them. I don't read the comments. Basically, if the only way they'd ever have any discussion with me is in here, and they'd have to be kind. If they wouldn't, I wouldn't pay attention to them. And then they would tell their other troll friends And then they'd watch my old videos and they'd recognize, like, this person's cool as fuck.
So, I guess, like, trolls should decide, like, do you do, what are you skilled at doing? I do computer shit, and you seem like you do too.
Yeah, I'm a certified project management professional. I've watched apps on the App Store, Google Play. I've also had large.
Do you know any Java or Kotlin development stuff?
I know some.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Like, if somebody was like, I just want an app to just show some stuff on the center of the screen on Android, could you code that shit up?
Yeah, but the easiest way to do it nowadays is just to use like a template that's already been created.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
why? I made some shit on the center of the screen. It was so fucking proud of myself.
Why remake the wheel? Or why reinvent the wheel? Like, if it's already available, like, and frankly, apps are kind of old technology in comparison to the best way to drive sales and such is to have like it's like a responsive app that works in a browser.
Yeah.
That's what Starbucks uses. That's what Uber uses. So that's the best way to do it.
Well, yeah, I actually am best at the web stuff first. So, like, I learned JavaScript, but I was really curious about native stuff because that's going to run faster, right?
Theoretically, if it's coded correctly.
I try to respect browsers when I code JavaScript. Like, I know it gets abusive, but I try to go for the minimal stuff. Oh, have you seen that stuff recently where they started making web transitions into, like, not even JavaScript, but, like, baking into the HTML? Like CSS, right?
Right.
Like, they recently started making scroll transitions so you don't need JavaScript. It'll just be in the CSS.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's really cool. Do you follow, like, Stack Overflow or any of those other development websites?
Yeah, so I have an account. I don't post, but I lurk on there a little bit. They're quite interesting. They're like one of the last forums available on the internet, and they're a great resource. Same with GitHub.
Yeah. Are you aware of it?
I've heard of it. I don't use it.
No, you know Reddit, right?
Yeah.
Lemmy is like a decentralized Reddit. If you make a site, it will open on the internet, and you can connect it to every other Lemmy website, unless they block you or they're, like, being super secretive.
That's tight. Yeah, because Reddit is very censored.
Yeah. So the guy that made Lemmy is like a Marxist-Leninist, which is like pro early Stalinist Russia.
Right.
But he made the software, and a bunch of other people that don't really like him use his software, and they connect with each other. So there's sites like Lemmy.world. There's even Lemmy NSFW. All these sites, they can get together and talk to each other, and it's like a little decentralized Reddit.
That's tight.
Yeah, if you go to, like, lemmy.world, LEMNY.world, it's like a little mini Reddit.
Very cool. I love Reddit, man. It's one of the best. It's one of the best websites on the internet.
Yeah, it's like, what if Reddit was made by the people and not by the Reddit company, especially after
they got bought by Condé Nast.
Yeah, I don't know who owns it now.
It's Condé Nast, which is a subsidiary of some other company.
Oh shit. Okay, I thought they were still their own site, but, like, Okay, so it's mostly politics right now. There's not a lot of stuff on Lemmy, but like you could make a server. Like if you know even a little bit of like Linux, or if you can buy a name cheap, you could own a server there.
It's a thought.
Do you do like any server stuff?
Oh, well, this is a server.
What is? Sorry.
This Discord's it's a server.
Yeah, but like, do you run any servers that you own yourself?
Well, not anymore. I did.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, but you do web dev. You do a little bit of JavaScript too, a little Java, right?
Correct.
Have you ever fucked around on Linux?
Yeah, some.
If you fucked around on Linux, you might be able to run like a Lemmy server. Like if you buy, like there's two steps. Step one is like buying some server space. You can get some from like DigitalOcean or Namecheap, and step two is actually installing Lemmy on it. If you install the Lemmy software, then you can you can have a whole Reddit that connects with the rest of the web.
Very cool. Hey, just one moment.
Yeah,
Silky, just one moment. Yo, what's up?
Sure.
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? I am. It's been very successful. Seen like a 15x on it. Word dog, how about you?
Wait, what the fuck? Have I even did I see this? How's it going now?
How's that
So
been for
I'm
you?
talking to Rabbi Rothschild right now.
Oh, that's great. Hey, you should join my Discord. The link is in my profile. It's discord.me/rabbi. We're talking with some other people right now. Yep. They're a programmer. Yo, there he is. Yo, are you the guy from Twitter? Yo, dog, are you from Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. How you living, Pim?
Chilling, man.
So, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, I'm up sleeping right now. I'm not trying to.
Okay, you're good. I'll make it quick. I'm Rabbi Rabbi. I'm always live. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. How's that sound to you? I appreciate it. Excellent. What's good in your world?
Nothing, just chilling, making money.
There you go. Silky. Here, I'm not sure what he's doing. Okay, well, very well. Do you find a lot of success, Solana?
Yeah.
All right, well, that's good. What's on your agenda for today?
I'm about to go to sleep.
Okay, well, feel free to sleep in here if you want. Silky.
Okay, so who? I'm sorry. I just locked in. Okay, well, it's the rabbis. Okay. So was on I can focus on stuff that's like 3 feet away, but not stuff that's 10 feet. So it's not double vision for the
So being able to synthesize modalities together is really this is a very successful path that you're going down, and you have this kind of recognize
I have much history and I cannot bring those two doorknobs together. Yeah, sorry, Rabbi. I just my brain is finally locking back in again. I'm in that stage of alcohol content ingestion that makes it hard for me to think.
You're good, pimp.
You're good yourself, Pim.
Well, absolutely. I just think Dick was going out of style, baby.
I like your style, that's for sure.
Who doesn't?
Well, it's still pretty hot, so keep doing what you're doing.
Absolutely. All day, every day. Sideline to sideline.
Every day.
Sun up to sundown.
Fuck yeah. That sounds pretty fucking good to me.
Absolutely.
You have a Steam, big guy?
Yeah, I do.
Does anybody ever send you games to play around with?
Yeah, or they volunteer to buy games for me to play with them on there.
Yeah. I was gonna fucking say, do you have any playthroughs of games that you just got gifted or?
Yeah, somebody wanted to buy me. I think they did, perhaps. It's called it's not an alternate reality game, but it's something like that. It's like ARG or something like that.
Yeah, that's the acronym.
Yeah, and they were really excited about it, and I hadn't heard of it. And then the next day, somebody came in here, also talking about ARGs, and I was like, "Oh wow, this is crazy! I don't hear about this for my whole life." And then all of a sudden, yeah, I hear about it 2 days in a row.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Yeah,
sure.
So that's cool. But frankly, I'm focused on building robots and going viral, so I can't really sacrifice a computer to just be a gaming computer, and that'd also be somewhat a waste of my time when I could be programming. So right now, I built robots that are promoting me on Twitter automatically, and they're working really well, fortunately. And I just have to keep them running, and I get a lot of people in this server from there. In the past 72 hours, I've gotten 30 people in here, which is fucking really good. 30 people to stay. I've gotten more than that to join, but a lot of people, they'll join and not know what it is and then just leave, and I get that. Or they're not 18 and I have to kick them out. So basically, to get that many people in here has just been phenomenal. I'm really proud of it. And these bots, I'm gonna go viral with these bots, guaranteed. The reason why I say that, I not only get people to join the server, but then they tweet about me, and that's the more publicity I can get, the better. So that's good. And I would love to just take one of my computers and make it a gaming computer. But again, guilty doing that because then I'm not spending time utilizing my computing power to the maximum amount. I feel like
what you gotta do is download one of the, you still gotta have fun, right? You still gotta relax.
Yeah, I do, but that's why I just play games on my phone.
Yeah, well, why not? Your phone could have been a computer too. So why not, advertising yourself on your phone.
I
Like
can't.
computer games, which is more interface for you on a computer.
Yeah, I mean, I can't automate that. So that's a manual process, and I like to have things. And I like to have things automated, and also like it's like an old. It's like an old
What
iPhone.
if you got?
It's like an old iPhone.
What if you got?
Nobody wants to watch me play like on an old iPhone. So if anything, they can still what happened, Big Dog. There he is.
I'm sorry, I fucked up. That's on me.
You're good, Pimp. Anyway,
Wait, who?
you're good, Pimp. You.
Oh, wait, you sound better now. I must have just a better audio stream.
All right. Well,
Did you? If I bought you a copy of Blood on like Steam, would you fuck around with Blood?
no, not right now. I'll be able to buy all those games once I go viral, and I'll be the biggest gamer on earth. But for right now, I need to
Well,
focus.
I wouldn't. I mean, you wouldn't have to buy the game. I would buy the game for you.
I understand, but I need a computer on which to do that, and my computers are currently dedicated to automation.
Okay, so like I'm watching you on your stream right now. It's not a big game. Like it was made in 1997, so it should run okay even on a new. It doesn't need a lot of power.
I know, but my whole computer is automated. Basically, like once my macro recorder starts, I can't touch it, or it stops the automation.
Oh, the whole thing is. Oh shit. Okay, I get it. Like if there's a way to automate that, then you have to figure out how to like your whole desktop is like shit's.
Percent.
Okay, I got you. I know what you're talking about. Is it like auto hotkey or auto it?
Similar is macro recorder.
Okay. I've never heard of that, but I imagine because like you said similar, like you and I are talking about the same thing.
Yeah, it's amazing. Okay. It automatically creates a Twitter account for me. It automatically populates the field of that Twitter account with my information, and then it automatically goes to the people who have tweeted anywhere on X and repost their content, and then that causes them to check out my profile, and then they join this Discord.
And like a whole profile, like not even Twitter.
Yeah, well, they used to. So I created 2,000 Twitter accounts manually, and that was like last year. Was it last year? No, 2 years ago. And I became like the number one enemy of Twitter at that time. But they have and then they turned on they increased the difficulty of the Arcos challenge. They're like CAPTCHA, which basically made Twitter unusable for any automation, but also just as a user, you would get just Arcos challenges all the time. But they seem to have become more lenient on it, and because of that, I am taking advantage of it while I can. So it.
Well, I don't trust Elon Musk very much anyway. So if you can take advantage of it, fuck it, yeah, do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, and so I can target any keyword I want to get people in here. So the keywords that I do are Jew, Jewish, and crypto. Basically, anyone who has any of those in a tweet or a reply, I repost that, and then that gets a lot of enemies in here, and it gets a lot of allies in here. It just depends.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's really funny what it retweets or whatever, but because it's just unrelated to what I do. But nevertheless, it brings me attention, and that's what I need. And then I get a bunch of people who follow me, and they're just throwaway accounts, so it's not like I care about getting followers on there. And it does that for like 100 cycles or until the account gets banned, whichever comes first. And then it just starts up all over again. And I'm getting it to the point where it's completely automated. It's pretty well completely automated right now. I made some strides this afternoon to do that. I had just like one little glitch in my programming and it was not working correctly. And I had to find this bug and I found it and then it's not working obviously. So I'm pretty proud of that. And what happens is get random individuals who come in and I'm like, he was from Twitter. I get random individuals and I ask them, how'd you find out about me? And it's really so vague now. Like in the beginning, it was like all from the same area. But I get people in here from YouTube, from Kick, from Twitch, from Twitter, and then also from Discord.
You have a Kick presence? Interesting.
Dude, I have the biggest Kick presence on earth. You ask anybody about me and they know about me. I've been banned on there, but I'm the most notorious spammer in the history of the platform, to the point where the owner of Kick, his name's Eddie Craven, he and I are Discord friends. Like, he's like,
what?
Yeah, he's a billionaire.
Yeah, he is. What the fuck?
Yeah, so I did an interview with one of his streamers, showing them where their app was broken, basically, in their sign-up process, and sent it to him, and he appreciated that I was trying to fix the website, and like befriended me on Discord. And I know it's his real Discord because it's the one that owns the Kick streaming platform, the Kick Discord. And so, yeah, you ask anybody in there though. Aiden Ross has done interviews with me. I live streamed my life in Aiden Ross's Discord for like 16 months straight. I'm the number one streamer all time in. I'm the number one.
So I respect you. I hate Aiden Ross.
Yes.
Is there anywhere I can see that thing? Like, do you have a link or a URL? Like anything I can see it on?
It's on the backlogs of my website of my YouTube profile. I didn't highlight it, frankly, because at the time I didn't know who Aiden Ross was. I just had like a bunch of people come into my YouTube and they're like, "You're live on Aiden Ross's stream," and I'm like, "Who the fuck is that?" And
He's an asshole. I'm sorry, he's an asshole, but he's a famous asshole.
That's okay. I mean, he asked me like why I put my life online and everything, and it's like I'm very licensed. I showed him my passport, showed him my credit card, like, dude, I'm as open as you can be as an individual. And then became like a legend in his Discord. And I'm the number one streamer all time in Kai Samat's Discord. Number one streamer all time in I Show Speed's Discord. Number one streamer in Amaranth's Discord. Basically, those are like some of the major within my stream. And then I'm the number one. And then so anyway, I've done interviews with Sam Bond, Ori, just like some I Show Straight Savage, just some words that they have on Kick. And my name, I'm automatically get a ban. I've spammed so many people on there. There are Reddit posts about me, about how much I spam.
I might have seen a couple of those.
Yeah, so I developed. I developed.
DM me. Can you DM me like a link I can share? Because I tried to make one a couple times. I fucked up both times. Wait.
I sent it to you.
You did, didn't you?
Yeah, check your.
I'm sorry.
You're good, son. Just check your DM.
No, you got it. You're right. I'm pasting it. Because okay, I posted it in 2 places. I'm gonna see. I saw the most insane video that you posted, I think. That made me follow you. I think it was set to Careless Whisper, and I was like, anybody that uses like a 70s song to say join my Discord, it must not be that bad. He's straighter his life online. World peace. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I'm a huge fan of a couple of video games. If you feel like playing them, I would buy them for you, and I just like to see you check them out. If you ever figured out how to stream, that'd be pretty fucking awesome. Okay. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. So, my friend, if people are like, are you okay? Well, what do you say to them? Hello? I'm sorry, if you're off to sleep, I'm good. Like, yeah, I'm gonna... Hey, Alexander, are you there? Nick. Hi. Wait, I just got a message. Just click my link back. What's the message on? Rank ups? Yo, you just leveled up to level 5. Okay? Okay, okay. Is that good? Is that bad? Is that what is that? Like, how it might be, oh, Rabbi. Rabbi? Rabbi, you sleeping? I'm gonna fuck out of here, okay? I'm gonna fuck out of here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good night. Good night, sweet prince.
Who you being with?
And the Gemara remains in a Teiku. The pasuk Vayavai Habaisa, referring to Yosef Atzadik, he came home. Lasis Melachta. Melachta can mean work, a malacha, but could also be referring to the Avera with Eshes Petifa. Is that counted as one? What about the pasuk Ba'malacha Haisa Dayam? Klal Yisrael did enough work. Well, over here it could be the word malacha could refer to task, job, not a malacha of doing. Therefore, the Gemara says it could be either one of these two psukim to add up to 39, and not both of them, because then you'll have 40. There's a brisa that seems to be saying, like the Manda Omer, that says that the 39 malachas are keneged the Mishkan, correspond to the Mishkan. And that is, in the Mishkan, they would plant and they would reap. Why? They needed to have some amanim, they needed dye for the different fabrics that they made and produced. Interesting, Rashi says they needed it for the tchelas, although tchelas is a snail, but they needed other chemicals to add to that dye.